Yeah, big. Yo, ahead of my time, y'all niggas should've left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife's pussy, incredible edible dime. Petro said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the sket blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape dick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
like that, y'all. I like that, yeah, I like that, y'all. I like that, I like that, y'all. I like that, yeah, I like that, y'all. I like that, I like that, y'all. I like that, check it out, like that, y'all. Check it out, check it out.
Anticipation of what's to come. I'm so happy that I'ma let you go. So long I waited, but it's never too late for love. It feels so right, baby, that it can be wrong. Where I am weak, baby, you make me strong. I'm down for you and whatever you want to do. It's all up to you because anything gonna try you. It's alright. I'm gonna try. You can ride if you choose to. Whatever method used is alright with me, as long as you get to where you need to be. This is a vision meant for both of our eyes to see. Yeah, it feels so right. It can't be wrong. Where I am weak, baby, you make me strong. I'm down for you and whatever you want me to do. It's all up to you. Anything for you. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try. Body just for you.
Dirty, bad, sound cuts like glass. Gotta keep it high, power to the mass. Yo, Taj, another life platinum hit. For the people all around us, man, that's the shit.
Kaboom! Guess who stepped in the room? The cab, hailing from the Shallon out. It be me, the killer bee, on the MIC with the SS double to the BB. Going downtown, let me see if we all in together now. Make it move better now. Listen, I ain't sweating no competition. Low, going mad low like I'm fishing.
Another chapter from the Wu-Tang book. Take a look and repeat. Killer bees never sleep. Non-stop. Put you on the chopping block. Unorthodox. Attitude the melting pot.
I'll do anything, I'm so into you. Right here, I'm weak downtown with the wheel. Kaboom! Guess who stepped in the room? The SS double to the BB.
we should control the politics and the politician in the community where we live. We should control the businesses and create employment opportunities for ourselves. And the social philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should do something to uplift the standard and the level of our own society and put it on par with others.
We want black power.
How can you tell black people to be nonviolently and at the same time condone the sending of white killers into the black communities? It's something wrong. We are going to control our communities by any means necessary.
It's the midweek madness, here the news unfold. Political tactics to sell me BS, but none sold. Psycho hits hard in a system that's dumb old. When you speak it gets heated, so we gotta come cold. Soldiers going through life with stories untold. Introspective journeys begins after the sun rose. Hood tales of the city echo through one soul. Strapped with knowledge, so watch black power unload. Logic and reason breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Black power in his veins. No gods or masters for breaking heaven's chains. Break city born, but conscious thoughts collide. Speaking black empowerment, the truth he never hides. Straight not crooked, because he never been on. In the summit keeps it 100 just like 10 dimes. Psycho echoed ancestors who thought this was the end times. Revolution won't be televised but written in rhymes. Logic and reason breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Logic and reason breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo.
Aight. Peace and black power family. It's your boy Psychopath Black Action. You know what I mean? With another midweek madness. What's really hood out there, family? You know what I mean? Let me get some ones out there. Just make sure people can hear me clearly before I get into this. Pause. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let me see. Let's see. Shout out to New Kim was good. Let's see. Shout out to B1 for life. What's going on? Let's see. What's good with Q Hefner? Let's see. Lil, what it do? Sweet D was good, sis. Miss Cardio Queen was good with you, sis. Cynical One was good with you, sis. Let's see. G24Ds, what up? Who else up in here? Stephanie was good, sis. Mika was going on. Who else? Who else came up in here? Yessie was good. Who else came up in here? J. Cal was hood with you. Marcel was going on. Who else came up in here? Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening or slide through. If I missed you, my bad. What's hood, family? You know what I mean? I got some things I just want to run through real quick. And then I also want to discuss this debate thing. You know, we got some debates coming up soon that I'm going to be partaking in as far as like hosting and all that. I told Super Coon to drop a link to the debate channel. Be sure to subscribe over there as well. You know what I mean? Just be sure to subscribe over there, right? Some of y'all should already be over there. If not, make sure you do. Because, the debates will be... I'm going to figure out how I'm going to do it. But just make sure you sub over there so, you know what I mean, you can be tapped in. You know what I mean? Taz was going on. William was good. Super Cool will be dropping that link periodically for that channel. And I'll be talking more about that. We got a tournament coming up with the debates and all that. That's supposed to be going on the beginning of next month, beginning of April. So just be on the lookout for all that, family. So that's like in a couple of weeks, 2.5 weeks about, roughly. All right. So there we go. Got that shameless plug out the way. So I'll be talking about that a little bit later. But yeah, family. Yeah, some things that popped off You know what I mean? That I wanted to go through, obviously. And one of the things I wanted to touch on, Paul, is this track and field instance, right? That actually went down. It was a situation went down with some high school track and field meet where an actual, get ready for this, family, an actual assault went down at this motherfucking event. Right? A straight up assault. You see the picture of it right there, freeze frame, right? You know what I mean? Like it was two sisters at that, sister on sister crime. God damn. I'd have felt better if it was a white person involved, and then I could be more emotionally invested. You know, now I just gotta speak from a moral high ground and shit, and you know, but I can't get emotionally involved because it's sister on sister crime. It's like now I just gotta say who's morally right or wrong, or you know what I mean, whatever. Yeah. But yeah. So this bullshit went down at a track meet at a high school event. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to get the report, and then yeah, I'll chime in on it and you know, give you my input. Let me set it up real quick. Okay, here we go. All right, family. So let me get this together, and yeah, let's get ready to listen to some of this and find out exactly what happened. Let's go.
An attack during a high school track and field relay race. One runner hit another in the head with a baton. Janae Norman here with the story. Good morning, Janae.
Hey, George, this is a crazy video that you have to see. It's unimaginable, unsportsmanlike conduct on the track. This morning, a high school track star is still recovering nearly a week after being hit on the head by another runner during a race.
Junior Kaylin Tucker was running the second leg of the 4x200 relay in the Virginia State High School League Championships when the shocking incident happened.
That's when she hit me with the...
You saw that shit. You saw that shit, didn't you, family? If you didn't, I don't know. You ain't paying attention. She clubbed her right in the back of the motherfucking head. They like brushed into each other when they was turning the corner. Old girl got upset that, you know, she almost knocked the baton out of her hand. And then she smooth whacked her in the back of the motherfucking head. Like, let's keep it a stack. Like, let's watch that again.
High School League Championships when the shocking incident happened.
You saw that shit? Hit her so hard, the old girl dropped her shit. Where we going? Let's get a better view. Let me give y'all a better view of this. Some of y'all might be missing this shit. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, family. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's give you a better view. I mean, we even going to still frame this motherfucker, right? Oh, wait. Let's bring it back. Bring it back. All right, let's bring it back. All right, you see, well, let's bring it all. We gonna get to the bottom of this, family. There's been some questions about what happened. Now you see, I gotta bring it back a little bit more. All right, there we go. All right. Now you see, they turned the corner, right? They running. Everything's cool. Here go the bump. She about to bump her hand right there. See, look, she almost dropped the baton, right? She almost dropped the baton. Now, after that happened, she got pissed off, right? She got pissed off, lost her motherfucking shit, right? Now, watch this. Now, you see her cock that shit back? You see her cock that shit back? That shit is cocked back right there. Cock, baton, cock back, right? And then, look, that shit cocked back even further. Look, she brought that shit all the way from fucking Toronto. And that shit about to head back down to motherfucking South California. That shit about to come from Toronto to LA. Watch this. Watch, wait, that shit in Greenland now. That shit ain't even in Toronto no more. God damn, you about to be in Europe with this motherfucker. How far back you cocking this shit? God damn. Okay, here we go. We about to go back to LA. We about to head back to LA. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Boom. Wait, it's coming. Wait, bomb! Right there. That's the impact. And you watch you about to see the reaction on her motherfucking face. Watch this shit. Bomb. See, she almost knocked her ass smooth the fuck out. She knocked her off balance. She all balanced like a motherfucker after that motherfucking smack. That shit hurt. Look at it, like she's stumbling and shit. Like look at it, like look at the girl who hit her. Like she was off her feet with that motherfucking blow. You know what I mean? Like that shit, that was a whole club in the back of the motherfucking head. That shit was painful. Like let's bring that shit back. Like, God damn, I didn't go back that far. Fuck it up, man.
Janae Norman here with the story. Good morning, Janae.
Hey, George, this is a crazy
that shit
video
that
you
shit
have to see.
hurt.
It's unimaginable, unsportsmanlike conduct on the track this morning. A high school track star is still recovering nearly a week after being
bomb. There you go. I mean, like that
another
shit.
runner during a race.
That's foul. That's foul.
Junior Kaylin Tucker was running the second leg of the 4x200 relay in the Virginia State High School League Championships when the shock.
Boom! God damn! She hit her hard as fuck. Knocked her off balance and everything. Now, how do you say this was an accident? You see this? Look, she's looking dead at her. She looking dead at her with that motherfucking baton cocked back. Aimed at her and boom! Look, she looking dead at her. Bomb! She aimed that shit like bomb. Right in the back of the head. Now, wait, I want you to pay attention. Wait. Look, she's stumbling. She about to fall, but I want you to pay attention. Old girl cocked that shit back again and was daring old girl to turn around and buck up to her. Like, I think she thought old girl was going to want to fight or something because she had that shit cocked back. She was ready to tee off on her ass again.
Incident happened.
Look how she running behind her, chasing her with that shit.
That's when she hit me with the.
She's like, motherfucker. Like, watch how she chased behind her with it. That shit crazy style. Yeah, okay.
School League Championships when the shocking incident happened.
That's when she hit me with the baton.
Watch again as you see the two sprinters running side by side as they round the corner with Kaylin on the outside, Kaylin's mother cheering her on. Just as Kaylin is passing the other runner, the athlete swings her baton, striking Kaylin.
I just felt a bang on my head and then I fell off the track immediately.
Kaylin dropping her baton and reaching for her head.
The whole Coliseum pretty much gasped. I just jumped up out of the bleachers immediately and ran to her on the main floor.
The 16-year-old was later diagnosed with a concussion. The family says neither the athlete who struck Kaylin nor the other team's coaches checked on Kaylin or reached out afterwards.
To see that they kept running and she not stop and check on my daughter, that was the part where I was like, it couldn't have been an accident.
The other runner who attends IC Norcom High School has not been named. Kaylin's parents say Norcom's athletic director and the girl's father apologized in a phone call, but they're still waiting for the opposing athlete and her coaches to reach out.
We definitely want the coaches and a personal apology from the actual athlete as well, because it's only, it's only right.
The Virginia High School League saying in a statement, "We thoroughly review every instance like this," adding, "The VHSL membership has always made it a priority to provide student athletes with a safe environment for competition."
Meanwhile, Kaylin's parents say that they're still waiting to see what disciplinary actions will be taken against the other athlete before deciding their next steps. In the meantime, guys, because Kaylin's been recovering for a week, they're hoping that she can finally return to school today. Because she's been out recovering.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're glad she's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
All right. So that's what happened, family, with that whole instance. And, the internet kind of broke, you know what I mean, after that happened. So, let me see. So that happened, right? And you heard what the family had to say, what the sister had to say who got hit in the head. And now, let's hear what the other girl had to say, right? Because the other girl actually had something to say about all this too, right? So let's get into all that real quick. All right, let's get into it.
Tonight, a Portsmouth family says they're telling their side of the story in reference to a shocking incident at a Virginia High School League indoor track meet that left one athlete allegedly injured after she claimed she was struck by a baton held by IC Norcom High School senior Alayla Everett. Everett spoke exclusively to 10 on Your Side's Markeisha Jackson, who brings us much more.
The young athlete in question says there's more to that video than meets the eye.
Everybody has feelings, so you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right?
Alayla Everett is a decorated athlete and senior.
Oh, shit. Not this fake ass victimhood shit. I literally just showed this sister clubbing the fuck out of this other motherfucking sister. And now she gonna get her black ass on motherfucking on TV and try to convince everybody watching that she's some type of fucking victim? You have got to be shitting me, yo. The narcissism that exudes through this batshit crazy woman. Well, you might see a woman now, goddammit. She about to get charged like a fucking adult. So I'm gonna go ahead and call her a fucking what? This batshit crazy woman is exuding so much narcissistic behavior, it's ridiculous. Are you sitting up here really trying to play the fucking victim right now? You have got to be shitting me. I saw this, it was zoning.
Athlete in question says there's more to that video than meets the eye.
Everybody has feelings, so you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right?
Alayla Everett is a decorated athlete and senior at IC Norcom High School. She would have never thought her trip to the Class 3 track and field state finals last Tuesday would take a drastic turn.
They're going off of one angle.
Alayla visibly emotional because of this video from the meet. This was a 4x200 meter relay race, and she and a Brookville High School athlete were rounding a curve on the track when they nearly collided with each other.
Okay, after a couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arms again, she got hit.
It appears intentional.
Man, get the fuck out of here. Yo, she said when I was running, right? This what had happened was, you know, she had the little fake tears going down and shit. What happened was I was running, right? And when I was running, she was leaning in and she kind of brushed up into me, and then her arm got entangled. Our arms was in an entanglement, and once our arms broke up and decided to go their separate ways, my other arm decided that it was missing the what the fuck? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Yo, I literally showed everybody how she cocked that shit back, looked dead at old girl, and bopped her right in the motherfucking head. And then cocked that shit back again and dared her to do something about it. Until she realized she concussed this sister. Then the remorse started kicking in. Right? That was buyer's remorse right here. That's what we hearing right now. This is bullshit.
Rounding a curve on the track when they nearly collided with each other.
Okay, after a couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arms again, she got hit.
It appears intentional, but Alayla says it was accidental.
But I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose. I didn't have to see the first video, second video, 10th video. I know 100% that she won't do this to nobody.
Her parents outraged at the backlash. The IC Norcom relay team.
See, it's parents like this that's the fucking problem. My baby would never do nothing like that. I knows my babies. I knows my babies. I knows my babies their whole life. And I'm going to tell you, my babies would never do nothing like that. You got the wrong motherfucker. Hey, man, if you don't get the fuck up out of here, the footage. How you going to buck dance around that footage? I knows my babies. I don't need to watch anybody's footage because I knows what my babies will do. I'm going to watch out for my babies. Like, what? Y'all like that footage don't exist. What are we talking about here? This ain't some subjective shit. This ain't opinionated, motherfucker. Like the footage don't lie. Would you think that was AI, motherfucker? I knows my babies. That's some AI footage. That's artificial intelligence. Because that ain't my babies.
On purpose. I didn't have to see your first video, second video, 10th video. I know 100% that she won't do this to nobody.
Her parents outraged at the backlash. The IC Norcom relay team was disqualified, a ruling that a local USA track and field official finds questionable. He says a play-by-play look shows that the Brookville athlete was running closely to Alayla.
If a person comes up on the outside, they got to be a full stride ahead of me before they can cut in front of me.
The other family spoke with the news station in Roanoke asking for an apology from Alayla, something she wants to give, but she says the other athlete hasn't been receptive, blocking her on social media, and instead the Everett family was served with court papers.
And now we have to go to a city 3 hours away that everybody hates our guts already.
They're assuming my character, calling me ghetto, racist slurs, death threats, all of this just because of a 9-second video.
VHSL says they are still reviewing the situation, and Portsmouth Public Schools says they will support whatever ruling comes from the league. Markeisha Jackson, 10 on your side.
And there y'all go, family. There y'all go. That's the situation as of right now, right? You know, yeah, we got an assault there on the track meet in high school, and now they got summons with court papers for a civil suit. They lucky it ain't a criminal case, you know what I mean? But it's a civil one though, so you know, either way you gonna have to dish out some fucking money. Either you gotta dish it out to them or you gotta dish it out to the government. Either way, you gotta pay, motherfucker. You gotta pay like you weigh. Let's get into it, motherfucker. Let's get into it. You know what I mean? And, you know, they got it dead to rights. I mean, the footage don't lie, right? So, you know, I don't know, all this little, my arm got caught up in entanglements and then it slid down and accidentally grazed her in the back of her noggin. Like, get the fuck out of here. All that, you knows your babies. Nobody trying to hear all that shit. Judge ain't trying to hear you. The footage don't lie. Fuck what you know, motherfucker. You don't know shit. Apparently, motherfucker. Apparently, you don't know a goddamn thing. So, let's get to the main motherfucking event, shall we? Let's get to the main event. I mean, we done covered that nonsense. Let's get to the main event, though. Right? Because some funny ass shit went down yesterday that I have to motherfucking talk about. And yes, this shit right here is fucking hilarious. And I need y'all to, some of y'all should have seen this already because it's kind of went semi-viral. But I need y'all to see this if you didn't see it. If
Tired of the same old New Jersey political machine?
Fuck it up in 1 second. If you did see it, you wouldn't mind watching it again because the shit's fucking hilarious, right? But what we got right here is this notorious motherfucking transformer, right? You know, this the first openly transgender House rep in the history of House reps. got into office, right? You know, after the last election, right? I spoke on this here, you know what I mean, and addressed this whole nonsense and some of the aftermath of all this, which is actually funny as fuck. But recently, a couple of days ago, some funny shit happened, right? Actually, it was yesterday, I believe. Some funny shit happened, right? In the House. Again, you know, it's always some shit in Congress, man. Congress, I told y'all, Congress is the best reality TV show running. There's no reality TV show better than Congress. But let's get into what actually happened for the people that don't know, right? We just go ahead and just show it. I can show you better than I can tell you. Let's get into it.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on.
Just in case y'all didn't know, they introduced him as Mr. Mcbride, right? Not entertaining the pronoun nonsense that is permeating through our motherfucking social motherfucking. Let's just say through our society. Excuse me. This shit is ridiculous. Like this shit, like he wasn't playing no games, right? This motherfucker right here was not playing no motherfucking games. He was like, I'm not going to entertain this nonsense. Go on and go ahead and talk, Mr. fucking Mcbride. Say what the fuck it is you guys say. And right away, motherfuckers got up in their feelings. The Transformer immediately did what Transformers fucking do, right? Immediately start coming with their homophobic motherfucking responses, right? Just like I said, man, these gender politic motherfuckers, these gender politics motherfuckers, I have said before that feminists are the most misogynist, chauvinistic motherfuckers on the fucking planet, right? They literally are the people that they complain about. It's this is all gender politics. These fucking Transformers are the biggest transphobes that you will ever fucking see on the motherfucking planet. Let's keep it a fucking buck. Because every time these Transformers, they do the same thing the feminists do. They do the same thing the feminists do. As I said, it's all the gender politics shit. Do the same thing. Right? Feminists get mad at you. The first thing they try to do is erase your manhood and try to insert some kind of feminine ass motherfucking fuck shit on you to try to make you less of a man, right? Like this is what they'll do, right? Like because if you're a woman, right? Like this is a feminist mindset, right? Feminists believe that men are superior to women, right? That's what feminists believe, right? They're not going to tell you that, right? On the surface of what they're saying, they're not saying that on the surface, but when you really peel back the onion on everything that they stand on and everything they saying, they totally believe that men are fucking superior. They believe that, right? They don't need you to believe that shit, man. They believe that when you really peel back the onion. Same thing with these goddamn Transformers. I told you gender politics motherfuckers are nuts, right? They pause. You motherfucker turn around and sit up here and try to say, you know, they immediately get mad and they'll start throwing gay slurs at you, right? And start trying to make you gay to try to make you lesser than, right? Because they believe that normal people who do not practice this motherfucking lifestyle, and that's what I'm talking about when I say normal for you weirdos out there, because this is not normal behavior. It's not normal for motherfuckers to run around here thinking they're opposite gender. That is not normal, right? So I'm gonna play them little silly games, right? They feel like normal people is better than them, right? Because the minute they try to make you lesser than, they try to make you them, right? They try to make you them because they know that normal people got their minds right and they don't, right? So they try to make you lesser than by trying to make you one of them, right? Because by doing that, you're a lesser being in their mind, right? This is what they thinking, right? Or else why would they immediately go to some gay shit? Why would they do that? Because in their mind, normal is better, right? It's all smoke and mirrors. Don't listen to none of these gender ass motherfuckers. These gender people are nuts. They are the people that they claim to hate. They really are. They're the people they claim to hate. But let's continue.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply...
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America, please?
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order.
Yo, shout out to that motherfucker for standing on business. He's standing on business. He's like, yeah, you heard me, motherfucker. He said, I dare you. He said, I double dog dare you to say that shit again. He said, I most certainly will. I would like to give the floor to motherfucker, the House representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride, motherfucker. Standing on business. Shout out to him. That's what I'm talking about. Let's hear that one more again.
And I'm simply...
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America, please?
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Yo, he really tried to punk him. He's like, I dare you, motherfucker. Say that shit again. Say that shit again, motherfucker. I dare you. That motherfucker's like, I most certainly. He calm as hell, too. I most certainly will. Like, fuck your feelings, motherfucker. What are we talking about?
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America, please?
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I mean, I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
It's not decent to call a grown-ass man a grown-ass man?
I'm a grown-ass man, dog.
Seriously? Seriously. So, that's indecent. Calling them motherfucker what the fuck they was born is indecent in 2025. Not wanting to play make-believe with these people somehow is indecent. It's always the ad hominems. It's always the red herrings with these motherfuckers. They never, ever address the common sense isms. Never. Never. It's always some other shit. decency. Now you trying to play the moral high ground fuck shit. Get the fuck out of here, dog. What moral high ground are you on? Explain.
Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I mean, I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
Stand on business. That's what I'm talking about. What is he wrong with you? So this will not go on with me as long as you're not playing make-believe. Until you start playing make-believe, I will not sit here next to you. He calmly looked up, grabbed his motherfucking mallet. Meeting is adjourned. Stand on motherfucking business. Like, get your clown ass out of here. Go play make-believe over there. Recess, nigga. It's recess time now. Go play make-believe like all the rest of the little kids in fucking recess. Y'all go play house over there, motherfucker. And let him be the wifey. Alright, y'all go play make-believe at recess. Get the fuck out of my goddamn court, my fucking wherever the fuck they at. My chambers and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Take that shit somewhere else. I ain't got time for this fuck shit. Motherfuckers nutty. What we talking about here? Motherfucker sit up here, he up in his fucking feelings. The goddamn fruitcake wasn't even as bad as him. It's always you goddamn silly ass goddamn fruitcake simps. You goddamn fruitcake, you goddamn allies. You allies is worse than the goddamn fruitcakes. I've been saying that shit forever. Allies are worse than the fruitcakes. You start motherfucking talking about, yeah, man, all this motherfucking, this little pronoun shit don't make no fucking sense. This shit is dumb and everything else. The goddamn fruitcakes will sit up there, they'll try to explain their position and all this other shit, pause. They'll try to philosophize their bullshit, whatever. But them goddamn allies, boy, they be losing their shit. They'll shove their goddamn fruitcake out the way, like, get out the way, I got this, don't worry about them.
Here I come to save the day.
Them goddamn allies, boy. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with you allies? Like, what is up with this? You like playing make-believe or something? Like, what is this? You feel, what? Do you feel like I'm infringing on your childhood games? Like, what is going on? Like, why are you so triggered? I don't know, but these allies, bro, like, I can't do it with the allies. The allies, they drive me nuts, pause. But they be making more noise than the goddamn fruitcakes. I'm like, why the fuck is you so mad? That should be weird, but let's continue.
From Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware.
For those that don't know, this happened just a month ago. And this is the Illinois rep, Mary Miller, talking about the same motherfucker, that Sarah Mcbride motherfucker, and literally called him a gentleman. You know what I mean? Shout out to motherfucking Mary. Shout out to Mary Miller for standing on business and not wanting to play these little childhood games and being a grown-up. Shout out to all the grown-ups out here. Let's continue.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride, for 5 minutes. The gentleman from Delaware. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was elected, I promised to work with anyone who would help Delaware and Delawareans, and to stand up to anyone who seeks to harm my state.
All right, enough of that shit. Enough of that fruitcakeness. You know what I mean? He ain't talking about nothing right there. Let's see. There was, yeah. But again, these things have been going on since this motherfucker got into the into Congress, right? Because y'all might have forgot, but this was a major story right here a few months ago. But let's go ahead and get into this.
O'Brien, if you had not heard of Sarah McBride when she made history on election night in Delaware, you certainly learned about her during her 2-week orientation on Capitol Hill last month. She became a target of a controversial bathroom bill, and today we sat down with the first openly transgender member of Congress who wasn't looking for a fight on trans rights, but it found her, admittedly sooner than she expected on the Hill.
I thought it might wait until January. I was still getting lost in the tunnels of the Capitol, and so it did happen a little bit earlier than I anticipated.
But 1 week into new member orientation, Delaware's newly elected Congresswoman became the target of a Republican-led resolution that restricted the use of restrooms by transgender people. The House Speaker supported the legislation that directly impacts Representative Sarah McBride.
Instead of pursuing a serious substantive path to
You hear the baritone in that motherfucking voice and shit? That motherfucker got mad baritone in his motherfucking voice. Pause. That motherfucker, what is that? That motherfucker, goddamn. The motherfuckers ain't help your motherfucking voice box. Pause.
Your people. The House Speaker supported the legislation that directly impacts Representative Sarah McBride.
Instead of pursuing a serious substantive path to improve the conditions facing their constituents, they decide to pick fights with their colleagues who are just getting there. I have no time for that. I have no interest in that.
How do you move forward in terms of having to work across the aisle now that you have all of these things that you want to get?
Look how much bigger this motherfucker is, pause, than that sister and shit. Now that sister looked like a little ass kid next to that motherfucker. Like that motherfucker looked like he about 6'10", pause. That motherfucker looked like a goddamn power forward, pause. Hey guy, I bet you he can palm a basketball, pause. What the hell is going on around here? That motherfucker look like George Mikan and shit. Like he just clapped the backboards on them motherfuckers and shit. I bet he be whooping all kinds of ass in the motherfucking in Congress motherfucking basketball meeting shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? The motherfuckers be sitting up there, they be he right.
Pick fights with their colleagues who are just getting there. I have no time for that. I have no interest in that.
How do you move forward in terms of having to work across the aisle now that you have all of these things that you want to get done for people here in this state?
I don't think that what we saw while I was at orientation was reflective of what, frankly, most of the Republican conference in Congress wanted to be talking about.
McBride's success in Delaware has largely been in part to her ability to make inroads with everyone.
Where there are opportunities to find common ground, we absolutely will. They will find allies in us when they put forward policies that achieve the goals of bringing down costs facing workers, retirees, and families.
Specifically housing, healthcare, and childcare issues she's eyeing to tackle on day one. On a brighter note,
You've made history now. Has this sunk in?
As long as I have the opportunity to represent this state, I will be in awe.
And she said a lot more in this interview. For that full interview, you can head to 6abc.com. And as we were talking about her...
Yeah, so that bathroom situation happened. That was a few months ago. And yeah, of course, these weirdos over here, these weirdos spoke on this. Let's hear what these weirdos guys say. This is actually very strange, but let's get into this.
And so we are in a state of emergency.
Okay, white supremacist violence is and always has been the number one threat to our society.
But I'm also very proud that my wife is white.
The Breakfast Club, bitches.
All right, Charlene, please tell me, why was I your donkey of the day?
Well, Donkey of the Day for Wednesday, March 12th goes to Representative Keith Self of Texas. Now, I am fully aware that I am not mature enough to have certain conversations because my default setting is laughter. Okay, I am a very unserious person because we live in the United States of anxiety, and I've been dealing with anxiety and panic attacks my whole life. And if it's one thing therapy has taught me, it's we must always find joy. And I find joy in jokes. Okay, in this situation with Representative Keith Self gave me great joy. I laughed a lot because Keith Self decided to abruptly adjourn a congressional hearing on Tuesday after being challenged for referring to Representative Sarah McBride of Delaware as a man. Now, maybe you don't know, don't show, or don't give a damn that Sarah McBride is the first openly transgender lawmaker in Congress. Okay, that is a fact. In the Europe subcommittee of the House of Foreign Affairs panel, by the way, I have no idea what that is, but it sounds fancy. That panel was in the middle of a hearing on arms control and U.S. assistance to Europe when its chairman, Representative Keith Self of Texas, introduced his colleague by calling Sarah McBride Mr. Let's go to 6ABC News for the report, please.
Congressional hearing came to an abrupt end yesterday after a Republican colleague misgendered newly elected Delaware Representative Sarah McBride.
I now recognize the
Okay, what the fuck is a misgender, dog? Like, somebody gotta explain this shit to me, man. What the fuck is this? Misgender somebody? Misgender. Like, how, like, no, bro. Listen, stop. See, this is what happens when motherfuckers start making gender subjective. Right? It's nothing subjective about gender. Right? So it's misgendering somebody, like, that's an oxymoron. What are we talking about here? Did you call somebody a man who really wasn't a man? You could probably consider that misgendering. Calling somebody who was born a man a woman, or calling somebody who was born a woman a man. Because the only misgendering I see going on around here is coming from the goddamn Transformers. They are literally misgendering themselves. Every last one of these Transformers is misgendering themselves. So make this shit make sense. So I call you by the proper gender. I'm the one misgendering? And you calling yourself something other than what you was born is not misgendering? This is what people are trying to convince you, family. Listen, common sense will not become uncommon on my watch. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna fucking happen. I am not about to listen to a bunch of motherfuckers misgendering themselves, trying to allude that everybody else is the ones that's guilty of misgendering. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up. I ain't playing your little child games. Your little children games, you know, make-believe and Wonderland. I don't do that shit, dog. I deal within a realm that's known as reality. That is the realm I delve in. I don't delve in any other realm outside of reality. And if you want me to start misgendering people while under the guise of if I don't misgender them, I'm actually misgendering them, and like, y'all are not going to turn my world into bizarro world because you motherfuckers want to live ass backwards. Because you motherfuckers want to jump around like crisscross. Y'all are not going to turn my world topsy-turvy. Yeah, that shit is no, absolutely not. Z will not mean A. That will not happen in my world. It's just not going to happen. And when motherfuckers don't want to agree to play make-believe with you motherfuckers, here y'all go. Here y'all go. Y'all start trying to gaslight everybody else and make it seem like they the ones who's fucked up. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. But the whole term misgendering and all, like, that shit is weird. But anyways, I digress.
By calling Sarah McBride Mr. Let's go to 6 ABC News for the report, please.
The congressional hearing came to an abrupt end yesterday after a Republican colleague misgendered newly elected Delaware Representative Sarah McBride.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member.
As you just heard, Texas Republican Keith Self, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, addressed McBride as Mr. McBride hit back by responding, "Thank you, Madam Chair." McBride made history last year by becoming the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. After the exchange, Massachusetts Representative William Keating defended his Democratic colleague.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I mean, I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
Self then immediately adjourned the meeting. McBride says she was disappointed and was prepared to move forward with questions for the subcommittee.
Now, let the record show, I believe Representative William Keating of Massachusetts was trying to be funny. Okay, he wanted Keith Self to repeat himself for the same reason I wanted Keith Self to say it again, for my own personal enjoyment. And you heard Keith Self, he doubled down. And can we hear it again one more time, right? Can we hear it? I want to hear it in full. Let me hear it in full.
Recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply...
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America? Please.
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I mean, I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
I have to play white devil's advocate here because I understand where Mr. Self is coming from, because I too have been wondering what to do in this situation, because as Keith Self explained on social media, and I'm quoting him here, it is the policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female. Why? Because one of President Trump's early moves of his second term was to sign an executive order that the federal government would only recognize two sexes.
That sure is an executive order that he wrote in, I believe, on the first day. On the very first day. That was one of the first things that he put into place. That there will only be two motherfucking genders dealing within the federal government. And that's just that. So motherfuckers sit up here and cry, bitch, moan and complain all the fuck they want. But Mr. Keith Self was only following instructions by not playing these little children games that these motherfuckers want you to play. He wanted to be a grown-up, right? That's the federal law. Y'all are to be grown-ups within these chambers. And if y'all don't want to be grown-ups, then y'all can get the fuck up out of here and go play make-believe somewhere else. But you won't be playing make-believe up in here. We not children. We're grown-ups here. Conduct yourself as one, nigga.
Sexes, male and female. Why? Because one of President Trump's early moves of his second term was to sign an executive order that the federal government would only recognize two sexes, and they were not changeable. Okay, an executive order was signed. It's right there in black and white. I don't know what to do in this situation. It's all so confusing. So William Keating, you getting frustrated with Mr. Self when all he's doing is what your boss told him to do. Did a memo go out telling members of Congress what to do in this situation after Trump signed that executive order? Of course it didn't. So I'm not really upset at Keith Self for doing what the president told him to do. What I am upset about, and the reason I'm giving Keith Self donkey today, is because he adjourned the session. See, these petty culture wars are hurting democracy. You heard me say earlier that they were in
And you giving the rep Keith Self a donkey a day for what now? Wait, you literally was just agreeing with him and shit. You was just agreeing with him. You just admitted that Trump himself put this rule in place. So he did absolutely nothing wrong by your own omission. But then you turn around and get this motherfucking donkey in a fucking day? Make that shit make sense. This is a motherfucker that's talking out both sides of his mouth, right? Because he agrees with motherfucking Keith Self, as you can hear in with his talking points. He agrees with him. But he knows that the fruitcake brigade is listening, right? He know the woke motherfuckers is listening. And he don't want to get attacked by them woke motherfuckers. So he trying to cover all his bases. He trying to hedge his bets right now. Right? He talk out of both sides of his fucking mouth. Get the fuck out of here, dog. Get the fuck out of here. So you gonna give him the donkey today. Right. So you don't look like, you totally agree with what he said. Well, I ain't really agree with that because, I did give him donkey of the day and shit. You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here, dog. Fuck out of here.
Of course it didn't. So I'm not really upset at Keith Self for doing what the president told him to do. What I am upset about, and the reason I'm giving Keith Self donkey today, is because he adjourned the session. See, these petty culture wars are hurting democracy. You heard me say earlier that they were in the middle of a hearing on arms control and U.S. assistance to Europe. I kind of know what that is. I believe I know what that means, but I know one thing for sure. That panel is more important than whether or not Sarah McBride is referred to as Mr. or Miss. And you know who knows that better than anyone? Sarah McBride. See, on other occasions, Republicans presiding over the floor and in hearings have either tried to stay away from the issue by referring to Sarah as the member from Delaware, even though the custom is to refer to lawmakers as gentlemen or gentlewomen. I actually like them just referring to her as the member from Delaware, even though I don't know if Sarah has had their member surgically removed. But Sarah rarely discusses or calls attention to her identity. Okay, this is how she conducted herself on her campaign and in her first months of Congress. She prefers to talk about economic issues, and that's what I want all you elected officials to do. Focus on the actual issues that impact our world. Okay, Keith Self, there's no reason to adjourn a meeting because you was challenged on calling Sarah a him. When William Keating says you out of order, say, well, hey, the president signed an executive order, and that's what I'm following. But to take your ball and run home because your ego got bruised? Come on, man. Grow up. You a member of Congress. We got bigger issues to deal with. You can't just take your balls and go home, and neither can Sarah McBride. Ironically, she's the only person in this situation.
Yeah, you doing too much. What the fuck are we talking about right now? Yeah, that was very you know what I mean? Fuck Charlamagne, you know, hey, I'm just saying.
Hey, yo.
You can't just take your balls and go home, and neither can Sarah McBride. Ironically, she's the only person in this situation with balls. So you're right, Keith. But you're also wrong. Please give Representative Keith Self the biggest hee-haw. It's just bigger issues to deal with, guys. And girls. And girl guys.
It's crazy. Well, thank you for that.
It's just big issues to deal with. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you for that donkey today.
Hey, yo.
Donkey of the Day is sponsored by renowned personal injury attorney Michael the Bull Lamonsoff.
Yeah, you doing too much, dog. You doing too much. But yeah, there you go, family. That's the situation that happened recently in Congress. The shit's fucking hilarious. I got a good ass chuckle off that shit. I thought that shit was hilarious myself. But yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to play this little promo video that Solar did earlier. He dropped the promo video for the debates that's supposed to be going on again next month. I was gonna play some of this, so let's check this out. Everybody, let me make sure. Let me get this full screen. All right. Let me make this a little bit more. Give me 1 second, family. And after this, I'll drop the link and everybody can come up. I would have downloaded this, but I wasn't sure if I was going to be playing it. But all right. But let's get into this, family. Let's go.
I go by the name of Solar Mind, and I am the creator and the commissioner of the Solar Vision Debate League.
What made you want to start an online debate league?
There are many reasons why I created the Solar Vision Debate League, so I'll just name my top 3. First and foremost, I'm a fan of debating. I love debating in general, but specifically debating within the Black urban community. That's the culture that I'm more accustomed with. That is the culture that I grew up in. I like the way we articulate ourselves, so that's first and foremost. Secondly, I wanted to create an avenue of Black thought, Black communication, and Black articulation, especially the thought, communication, and articulation that has been suppressed by mainstream media. Now, Solar Vision Debate League is open to all perspectives, lifestyles, and cultures, but I feel that mainstream media has not only suppressed, but in many ways perverted Black expression. So the Solar Vision Debate League gives the opportunity of people within the urban community to present whatever religious, whatever political, whatever philosophical view they want, and give them awards and prizes for debating it. So last but not least, there has been sort of a stereotype, I guess you could say, that has been put on Black millennials that we have trouble organizing. So I made it my personal duty that whatever I put my hands on, whatever I'm interested in doing, I want to do it in an organized way. So since I like debating, I decided to do it and set it up and put everything together in an organized fashion. So those would be the top 3 reasons why I created the Solar Vision Debate League.
What are your duties and responsibilities as commissioner of Solar Vision Debate League?
My role as commissioner of the Solar Vision Debate League is multifaceted. I do a lot of the overseeing. I host the debates. I add the necessary elements to make it a functioning league. That'll be the standing, playoff bracketing, award presentations, and all the necessary elements. I also am an instigator when I'm doing the interviews, and I'm an antagonist during the Shucklebuck round. Those are my main roles as commissioner of the Solar Vision Debate League.
Solar, is debating necessary? If so, then why?
Yes, indeed. I think that debating is a very important aspect of Black American culture. In many ways, we use debating as a tool for our liberation. No matter what political ideology You could bring up, there was always a debating element within that particular ideology. The Nation of Islam, it was Malcolm. You had, the Civil Rights Movement. You had the Martin Luther King. He was the person who would articulate the points of view and explain to the media why we are taking this nonviolent protest stance. Even within the militancy, you had within the Black Panther Party, there would be the likes of Huey P. Newton and H. Rap Brown. I think it's noteworthy to point out that H. Rap Brown got the name Rap because of his articulate speech and his poetry. And ironically, he is also one of the more articulate Black Panthers, and he would be one of the ones who would be speaking for the Black Panther Party. Now, I don't know if they do it as much as they did in the 80s and 90s, but rap was actually the more preferred term to refer to hip-hop in the 80s and 90s. So in the 80s and 90s, we referred to the hip-hop artist as a rapper, and we referred to the genre as rap music. They don't do it as much today, but you can see the connection. You could even make the case that debating and rap battling, rap battling can be a form of debating. Looking across all the aspects of debating, especially within the Black community, and tying it into, rap music, it could be argued that debating is the number one form of communication within Black culture.
They put their club upside your head and then turn around and accuse you of attacking them. Every case of police brutality against a Negro follows the same pattern. They attack you, bust you all upside your mouth, and then take you to court and charge you with assault.
Now, media has always been an enemy of Black people because what media has done is media has always singled out people who had vanguard positions or vanguard attitudes and tried to make these people an enemy of the masses of people. In our case, make individuals enemies of Black people. Malcolm X would be a good example. More Negroes feared Malcolm X than white people because news media told Black people that Malcolm was bad.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right.
So explain this to me, Solder. Out of all seasons that you could have done, why season 3? What was so special about season 3?
Why season 3? I'll give the short answer. Anybody who followed or was around for season 3 know that it probably, or it definitely was, I should say, the most polarizing season of all the seasons within the Solar Vision Debate League. So that's my short answer. Season 3. Season 3. Yeah. In order for us to totally understand season 3, we would have to go back to the end of season 2. Now, in the end of season 2, Chris Harris would be squaring off against Yara Ben Nazareth in the Solar Vision Debate League finals. The topic of that debate was the story of Jesus unique? Chris Harris would go on to win that debate thus capping off a historic and monumental season. The only debater to ever become the Triple Crown winner. What does that mean? That means that Chris Harris won the Judges' Choice Award. That means that Chris Harris won the Solar Vision Debate League MVP. And he capped off the season with the Solar Vision Debate League Championship. You know, it always comes with success. You know, it's an unfortunate aspect of success. I would say, you know, the hate, you know.
I'm the real champ, nigga. I'm the real champ, nigga. I'm the real champ, nigga.
Chris Harris ain't no goddamn champion. That nigga's a chimpanzee. That's why the nigga crying. I hurt that nigga's feelings. It kills that nigga.
I'm the real champ, nigga. I'm the real champ, nigga. I'm the real champ, nigga.
Give Swab Boss the belt or Yara. Or Domo. Chris is not a champion. If that nigga's a champion, put that nigga up against me.
I'm the real champ, nigga.
This your champion, nigga? I'll knock this nigga out.
You will never get on side netter, nigga. You will never get on side netter, hoe ass nigga.
Sick of no fucking champion, nigga. I'll slap the shit out of this nigga.
Ever, nigga. You will never get on side netter, nigga. Ever.
That's right, nigga. Give me your motherfucking lunch money, you old bitch ass nigga. And give me your shoes too, punk nigga. And who the fuck you niggas looking at? I'll punch all you niggas.
You will never get on side netter, nigga. Ever.
This nigga Judah always picking on me, man. Why this nigga Judah always punching me in my motherfucking ribs? Why this nigga Judah, man? Judah, man. Fuck Judah, man. These niggas, man. Judah.
I'm the real champ.
Before, you know, the Chris Harris hate was at an all-time high. Chris Harris would eventually get fed up with all the subtle and direct attacks going his way, and he would sound off against his fellow debaters.
Smoke session, nigga. You're not on my level, nigga. Half them goddamn debaters in that league wasn't on my level this year. That's why I cleaned up that motherfucking league this year. I set my mind to it and I did it, nigga. Don't you never forget that, nigga. Chris Harris, nigga. Triple Crown King, nigga. I represent Solar Vision, nigga. The anointed one, nigga. Me. The real Christ. Me. The Mach Shatter, nigga. The Mach Haru, nigga. Me.
That was one of my favorite all-time promos. Unfortunately for Chris Harris, though, it did not de-escalate the situation. It only escalated the Chris Harris hate. So there was more chitter-chattering and attacks on Chris Harris. But we got to remember that this talking is going on in the off-season. You know, coming into season 3, you know, you still got to debate him.
Allow me to demonstrate the skill of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing.
Poisonous. Slap all y'all niggas for coming in my fucking face with that shit.
What is the oldest biblical text of Noah?
The oldest biblical text of Noah?
Yeah, what's the oldest biblical text pertaining to Genesis? What's the oldest biblical text?
Well, all that comes from Moses. Moses is the one that got the information and wrote it down.
What's the date?
I'm not going to go by those dates that are given because we really don't know. We really don't know exactly when the flood happened.
Wingspan. Oh! That's a man's chair!
Chris MVP Harris dunks on both members of the Shut 'em Down crew.
Poisonous. Poisonous paragraph, smash your phonograph in half and be the Inspector Jack on the warpath. First class, leaving mics with a cast, causing ruckus like the aftermath when guns blast. Run fast, here comes the verbal assaulter. Rhymes running wild like a child in a walker. I scored from the inner slums of
Chris Harris hits A9 with the vicious crossover.
When out there I become mentally paralyzed with hits that I devise. Now I testify, the best is I, rebel lioness, your highness, blessed to electrify, provoke to jump for ill, truth that I reveal across the amateurs who scream, they keep it real.
MVP Harris maneuvers around the defense. Chris Harris for three, right in the face of Blue.
To guard you and bust through like a fullback. Yo, you 14-karat gold slum computer wizard. Tapping inside my rap pain causes blizzards. The wildlife that kills for ice tripe like by the digits. Gorillas injected with strength for 80 midgets. The earth spins ruins. Rap exotic glitch. Let my peeps.
The Sephardic just means people from Spain, modern Spain, Israelites from Spain.
That's funny because Spain did not exist yet.
Chris Harris going into his trick bag, making it look easy over EMAC. We are already halfway through the season, and Chris Harris has stormed through all of his opponents, leading the standings with a 4-0 record, silencing all critics. It is without shadow of a doubt in my mind that Chris Harris is seeking to two-peat here in the Solar Vision Debate League. Now, within the midst of all of Chris Harris fandom, existed a very powerful debater in the Solar Vision Debate League. In his first season, he will win Rookie of the Year. He goes by the name of Domo. Now, Domo is not like any other debater in the Solar Vision Debate League because he debated on a collegiate level before entering the Solar Vision Debate League. So in many ways, he had to adjust his debating style and tactics to fit what was going on here in the Solar Vision Debate League. He come from a very powerful rookie class. You had the likes of Madan Kemet and Nyame. In fact, there were some very powerful figures within the Solar Vision Debate League that felt that Nyame should have won the Rookie of the Year. One of those powerful figures was head judge Kansu. So at the award show, Domo had some things to say directly to Kansu.
And so, you know what? And I want to say to a lot of the, it's a lot of people that feel like, and Yame should have won. I ain't even gonna say a lot of people. It's smoke session. We about to start the season. I got all love for Kansu. So I just want to say to Kansu, certain things don't go the way that we expect. Certain things don't go how we think they should. You feel me? Certain debates and certain decisions that was made in certain debates that went a particular way that to me didn't make sense. So I can understand how me getting this award don't make sense to you. It kind of worked that way sometimes. It just like you think, it's set up, but it don't.
Funny as hell, yo. Now your boy Kansu would come up on a panel right after Domo make that statement, and Domo's whole demeanor changes.
Head judge of all judge operations in the motherfucking building. He goes by the name of Kansu. So what's going on? Kansu. Kansu got that smile, man. He's a dangerous man, bro. So, what's going on? Talk to me, Kansu.
Solar, great job. Great presentation, man. I want to shout out the Triple Crown champ. And of course, Timo Cyrus is in the building. Black Intelligentsia Gorilla family.
Yeah.
Shout out to the dark side. We work in silence, man. Shout out to the Sith Lord. Shout out to the Rookie of the Year, Domo. Awesome, brother. I got
you one, Domo.
A heartfelt shout out to my man at Yame, 9-year debater in the Hangout Leagues, gave birth to a lot of these debaters.
Dang, Yame only been debating for 9 years?
Yeah.
Only?
That I know.
Damn.
And still didn't win Rookie of the Year, though. Let me start. That's
well, no, it makes sense. I'm 15 years in the game.
So Kansu is effectively rubbing it in on Domo, and he's getting a kick out of it. Chris Harris is up there looking like a kid that got all the toys he wanted for Christmas. So the whole dynamic I find to be very interesting. And for whatever reason, Kansu decides to give his predictions for season 3.
He did a great job. Chris Harris is going to repeat. I got Chris Harris repeating.
You saying this is going to be a 2-peat?
Yeah, man. I think the man is scheduled for at least 3.
Oh man, he about to
I concur. I concur that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if he lose motivation. Maybe he just, gets bored.
Hey, you alright? You alright over there, Consul?
Hey, he the head judge. He the head judge, not the head psychic.
Hey, Consul, like you say, I could tell Domo, he just got that natural debate thing in him.
Yeah.
So you got everybody up there. They showing Chris Harris love, and rightfully so. He is the Triple Crown winner. You got Hebrews in the Hood. Even Cube was showing love along with Consul. And Chris is loving every minute of it. But what I think he loved even more is seeing the reaction of Domo as everybody gives him his props.
I say, man, congratulations to you, bro, because I've really seen you grow from your debate talk for you years. People don't know how long you've been around. Do you remember, to tell the truth, bro, I used to hit you up, and what I used to say to you, now this was crazy. You was an Old Testament Israelite. Yeah. I was a Messianic Israelite, but I looked at you as my brother. And I would tell this man at the end of the
all right. We heard the speech.
No, I just want come on. I would cut you off, dude. But look, I would tell Chris, man, the only problem you got, bro, was what? You used to lose your patience and pop your top. And you said, yeah, big bro, I'm gonna work on that. And you just got bad at it. You stopped getting mad and cussing people out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, the man of nasty research. So, man, peace to you, bro. Congrats.
So, Chris Harris drops off the panel in Chris Harris fashion.
All right, then, y'all. Peace out, man. Hey, Domo, get you one.
Oh, shots.
Get
shots all the way.
Oh, you mean on YouTube?
You get a championship.
Get me one on YouTube. Yeah,
get your championship, brother. Get you one.
That's next.
Get you one.
That's next.
Get you one.
That's next.
All right,
thank you.
Y'all. I see you took that Kansas City hat off.
Sarate.
Oh nah, it's hanging up. You gotta let the follicles breathe. That's all. But check
Real
this out.
winners, baby. Real winners, baby.
Nigga, letting follicles breathe is not equal to growing your shit back. But nah, go ahead. Bro.
It was a joke. It was a
and I'm joking too. But no, go ahead, bro.
But your joke was bad, nigga. That was a shitty.
Yeah, because it had a lot to do with your reality. But go ahead.
Guys are crazy, man.
Stars, you didn't get the strikes for it. Win, lose, or draw. You know, when you got a nigga running around with losses that look better than certain niggas' wins. Most niggas win. I'm just saying, bro.
Those are shots.
I mean, and then I was literally. I mean, shout out to the Triple Crown champ. You feel me? Excellence, execution. You can't hate on me in no way, shape, form, or fashion. But I was one vote. He beat me on that People's Choice Award by one vote, or not People's Choice. The Judge's Choice. The Judge's Choice Award by one vote. So. It is what it is, man. And that's why, like I said, I was trying to be nice with niggas. I thought I'd be cool. I thought I could come in and leave, like, hey, let's be friends and do all that shit. Nah, niggas didn't want that. Niggas want to smoke. So that's all niggas gonna get.
Who is a threat to you?
Let me see. Cause when it's like just who's a threat, like off break, it ain't to my who I feel like is a peer in terms of skill. Like I don't feel like. In the league, I don't feel like I have a peer in terms of skill.
What's good, people? Welcome to season 3. This is your boy Solar Mind. We have a marquee matchup in store for tonight. Suave Boss will be squaring off against Domo. Can black people be racist? Let's see who stepped their game up for season 3. Suave is a very tough debater. I think that Domo should pace himself when he's going for a 3.
Do you understand where you are?
You don't know me yet.
When we talk about race, we're talking about something particular. We're talking about a hierarchy characterized by white over black. All right, and so because of that, black people cannot be racist.
Domo's looking for another opening. He pulls up and fires.
Good again. This is the epistemology of racism. Whiteness is the thesis, blackness is the antithesis, the top and the bottom. It does not interchange.
Domo is sizing up Suave Boss again, pulls up again. Wow, this is ridiculous.
Man, how do you quantify the majority? If we say that this country, would you say that the United States is a United States that's built off white over black?
Yes. Here's Domo again. It's a heat check. He's firing and he's making again. Wow. Domo is making it look easy against Rob Ross.
And no one grabs a hold. You got something to say before it's told. If you're speaking on me, you better hablo español. Cause I ain't trying to have none of the penny any mumble jumble get yak. You better get back. Clear the way when you see me coming through. Back up and bow. Enough respect, dude.
What do you understand the universe as?
As matter.
As matter.
Right.
Okay. What is it? What are properties of matter?
What are properties of matter? I don't know.
You don't know.
Domo over Q. Yes.
Nah, I don't know any properties.
But you know that the universe is matter.
Right.
Okay. How do you know that the universe is matter if you can't describe the properties of the of matter?
Well, I read it in the book. That's what science says, that it's matter.
Okay. Science says that it's matter. But
right.
Outside of science telling you that it's matter, you have no understanding of matter outside of. Well, what does science say matter is?
Well, let me get the definition for you. I can show you.
Here goes Domo again with the crossover shoots and scores.
Now, if we replace matter with God, does that logic still apply?
Well, yeah. If matter is
it
God,
it does apply. God,
no. Let me. Can I answer the question?
Here comes Domo down the lane in Cube's face. Whoa, that was crazy. The exclamation point. This debate is over.
Enter the dragon as I start the rain, attack the snake and the banging the rappers on the bandwagon. Feel the fury of a renegade, well men are slaves, so send the aid, cause I penetrate. Being a mess up, with lyrics I dress up, so don't even mess up. I'm trying to press up, it's better to fess up. Cause if a rapper ever goes too far, man, I start to screaming on them scenes like
Domo with the steal. Looks like he's gonna go all the way. Oh, right in the face of Israel doctrine.
next to the man, next to the man. And no one fire comes higher than the Messiah, sparking the mic like a live wire till I retire. Whatever the coffins, I burn them like fire with on a blow. I hit them hard like fire, so take your hand and fold, this is a solo control. And no one grabs a hold. You got something to say before it's told. If you're speaking on me, you better hablo español. Cause I ain't trying to have none of the penny any mumble jumble get yak. You better get back, clear the way when you see me coming through. Back up and bow, enough respect, dude.
So up until this point, Domo has been doing his thing in the Solar Vision Debate League, leading in just about every stat category and topping the power rankings within the league. However, he's coming to a tougher portion of his schedule where he's going to be facing some of the more polished debaters within the Solar Vision Debate League, one being Nyame. We already know that he beat out Nyame for Rookie of the Year, but you know, there's a lot of people that still believe that Nyame deserved the Rookie of the Year.
Because, you know, I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting that niggas keep talking about who they think should have won this. It's interesting they keep talking about who they think should have won this. But let's be real. We know who won it is the person that should have won it. Let's be for real. Who won it was the nigga who should have won it. Well, no, I mean, like I said, my losses was better than niggas' wins.
So beating Nyame would prove two things: that he is the rightful Rookie of the Year, and that he could beat top tier debaters within the league. Because there was like rumors floating around suggesting that he has trouble against the better debaters. And I think it's based in the fact that he lost first round to Orthodox Moore, which he actually believed that he won that debate. I judged the debate. I gave my vote to Domo. So this is why he has this thing with Kansu, because he really believes that if he was able to get past Orthodox Moore, that he would have beat Chris Harris in the championship.
And really, the only reason, you know what I'm saying, this nigga Chris is even in the position that he in is because he could thank Kansu. He could thank Kansu. A nigga saying I'm hating on the Sith. I don't even know where that come from, but it is what it is. Niggas can say I hate on the Sith all they want. But check this out. Ultimately, if Kansu don't make the bad decision that he making in the first round against me and Orthodox Moore, because let's be for real, it was a split decision and I lost the Shucklebuck. Let's be for real. If Kansu don't make it a split decision with his bad decision, then Chris gets smoked. If Kansu don't make a bad decision, we looking at a new champ.
What's good, people? This is your boy Soloman. I am here live. We got a marquee matchup tonight, so make sure you're in the building for this one. It should be a classic, and Yame is squaring off against Domo. Should black people use the N-word? Let's get to the bottom of this.
So when I say, yo, my nigga, yo, that's my nigga, or I don't fuck with that, or I don't mess with that nigga, those connotations are completely different, even though the word that's used is the same.
Domo 101 with Yame slips, fires, and scores.
All right, so do you ever use it in a negative connotation?
Yeah.
And Yame comes down, slices Domo, hop step, and lays it in for two.
What I want to point out though is when I say negative connotation, I've never used the term to refer to somebody as property.
Domo backing down, and Yame pump fakes, draws a foul, and one.
The feeling has to do with context. There is no general feeling associated with the word nigga.
Domo from behind the arc, yes.
Are you serious? There's no feeling using the word nigga.
Again,
so
like I said,
when somebody gets upset, the first words that usually come out their mouth is bitch ass nigga, hoe ass nigga.
But
here comes Domo off the break. Oh, it's blocked by Yame. Great defense.
And Yame, when you say that the word nigga has evolved, what does that mean?
It means that when they use it, they're not talking to
No, not they. We talking about us. We talking about us when we use it.
When we use it.
Because you talking about we embracing it.
Right,
We
yeah.
use it.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you talk about it evolve, it started with them.
But hold on. I wholeheartedly disagree with you there. Because I laid out.
You don't think nigger started with them?
No. That's not the point.
Coming off the break, and Yame soars through the air with the alley-oop jam.
It's about our identity. And the reason why it stays an indeterminate identity, because it can't pass the test of authentication. You have to leave it there in this blissful, mystical world because it's not real yet. It doesn't authentically represent who we are, what we have been, and what we will be.
And Yame comes down and launches the dagger. So Domo falls to Nyame. I don't think he was really sweating it though, because he still sat at the top of the standings, and the topic, I think he believed that he was at a disadvantage due to the position that he was taking. But this next debate, he definitely wanted to win because it was against his arch nemesis, Lex Vortex. Yes, people, the date has finally arrived. The much anticipated matchup between Domo and Lex Nimrod. Which is better for black people? Cultural cohesion or independent black state? Get your popcorn ready, because this is going to be a slugfest.
Now, first thing I want to point to is he attempted to frame the argumentation around a reason why it's not a good thing. This debate is an independent black state a good thing. This debate is literally, what is a better strategy to challenge white supremacy?
Domo, first possession of the game, squares up, fires, and scores.
I told y'all, this debate was gonna be organic logic and reason versus genetically modified debate training masked with integrationalist submission.
Lex has an opening, shoots, and responds with a 3.
What are you talking about? If you have your own, it's a constant ranting and yelling about if you have your own X. But that is exactly why I brought up the conversation associated with what's happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Because now all of a sudden Africans aren't black people. Those aren't independent black states. According to the UN specifically, the Democratic Republic of Congo is a sovereign state.
Domo blows by Lex Vortex for the easy lay-in.
And then he tried to bring up, and he tried to be slick and bring up Liberia and African nations. Not even real independent nations. I showed you that France put them in a trick bag from the beginning. Terrible example, buddy. Liberia was started by white people, buddy. Terrible example.
Lex has baseline and the foul. Lex is playing bully ball, and thus far it has been working over Domo.
How does finding territory change the relationship that black people have to resources?
Okay, I can show you an example.
Don't show me an example. I'm asking you to explain.
For instance,
Domo take Lex to the top of the key. Fire! Nails it in your face.
Is the control over resources, is the white supremacist control over resources global?
Yeah, but we're talking about independent black states.
But again, though, is the white
independent black
is
state?
The white control over global is the white control over resources global?
Yes,
it is. How does an independent black state? Because I can guarantee you, I'm not gonna play the game with, well, can the food on that? We know that a food on one Hawaiian island or the land on one Hawaiian island is not enough to sustain the population.
Almost step back, fires, and scores again.
We don't have an independent black state now. Can we establish an independent black state without previously establishing cultural cohesion?
That wouldn't be wise.
Can you have an independent black state without first having a people who are culturally cohesive?
Yes.
You can.
Yes, you can have an independent black state without people that are cultural cohesive. That don't mean it'll be successful.
No more baseline with the jam over Lex Nimrod.
Would you consider the Black Panthers a part of that?
Yes, I would.
Would that be an example of your cultural cohesion?
Yes, I would. Yes, it would.
What happened to the Black Panthers?
They inspired a generation of black people.
Were they disassembled, infiltrated, destroyed, killed, and shot down, even with cultural cohesion in America?
Yep.
Lex fires a long three. Lex vortex.
Okay, and then through what medium do we spread it?
Through the ways in which we move. Like I said,
right.
cultural cohesion.
While all of that through the way, dude, you hear what he talking? You hear what this dude said about me? Through the ways in which we move. What we gonna break dance cultural cohesion into? Gonna rap? What we gonna do?
Lex drives down the lane and jams it right in the face of Domo. This debate is a wrap. So Domo falls again, 2 consecutive losses, this time to Lex. He really wanted to win this debate. It was a close debate. I would say it was a close debate. I think he did a great job. He scored 127 points. The final score was 127 and 128, so he only lost by a point. That was a very high score because the max you could get in the debate is 130. So he still remains at the top of the standings in every statistical category. But he really wanted to beat Lex, so he was feeling the type of way. If I had to nitpick, it probably would be his energy during the rapid fire round. He seemed to be a little out of character, not his normal self during the rapid fire round. The energy was kind of low in my opinion. After Chris Harriscourt win of the 2 losses by Domo, he would contact me and we would have a personal conversation, and he would talk about how Domo has trouble against top tier debaters. I would take that personal conversation and make a promo called When Two Worlds Collide.
There can be no peace in the world until the military power is destroyed.
What the white party does,
That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT.
What the white party.
Karl Marx says in his book that the work, you read it in your premise. Okay.
In this bomb, we have now added a new and revolutionary increase in destruction.
Chris has a lot of faith in himself. He has a lot of faith in his skills. And I don't underestimate nobody. Shit. Okay. But you're saying that Christians and Israel.
Okay. All I can do is win this goddamn thing. All I can do is win it. But I'm gonna say this. Who has he debated?
Debated in y'all may
Lost. He took an L. Go ahead.
I prepared for Lex with the same veracity that I prepared for Madon. You feel me? So, I'm definitely not gonna underestimate Chris, but like if anybody think that it's a chink in my armor, it's a crack in my game, and they think they can exploit it, I give you the opportunity to try. I think I felt like I gave everybody ample opportunity that if you wanted that smoke, you got it.
The force from which the sun draws his power has been loosed against those who brought war.
The
I'm right there. You answered it. I'm right there.
See, I retired that nigga. I got a body on a nigga anonymous Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that separates me and Domo is he got a loss. I haven't lost since last year, my nigga.
He's not winning the losers right now. He's killing them on the charts though, bro. He's killing them on the numbers, bro. So.
Nigga, if you don't send me them motherfucking standing soda, nigga, I'ma go ahead and make this shit hot on y'all niggas. I'm telling you, boy. Domo ain't fucking with me when it comes to these points, nigga. I've been lighting this shit up lately, nigga.
Chris felt like, hey, this is the chink in his armor. He good here and here and here, but this is where he can't get it. And that's why. So I mean, when I heard that, again, I don't take no offense to that because I'm a competitor. You feel me? And I don't have no type of insecure bone in my body, especially when it comes to any of this shit. So if somebody like, okay, that's how you feel. Does he want that work? If niggas wanted to get a taste of these hands, intellectually, scholastically, then I'm prepared. You feel me? That's not hearsay. It's documented.
You read it in your premise.
I retired Orthodox more. I retired Anonymous Hebrew, right? I'm always defeating my peers at this shit, at what it is I study. Domo can't defeat his peer at the same subjects that he studies.
I mean, he defeated some people. I mean, he defeated some of his peers, bro. You said Swab Balls.
No, when I say peer, I'm talking about his equal. You get what I'm saying? It's George Foreman. It's Joe Frazier. His Joe Frazier right now is strapped and Yame. He can't beat them. He hasn't proven he can beat his equal. You see what I'm saying? I'm proving to you that I can defeat my equal.
Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact.
So, because I mean, like I said, I should have been got at Chris. Kansu saved him. That's the family. Like that's like that's the family. But before we was the family, Kansu saved him.
This form of treachery shall never again endanger us.
I got you the answer to
this. Like this. Let's just go based off of who I would have to prepare for in the playoffs. In Yame, Chris Harris. I mean Lex. I'll say if Lex stays the whole season, he's somebody who could be a threat in the playoffs. That's somebody who could be a threat in the playoffs. Lex Vortex is a smart dude. And Pooh look like a legitimate, you know what I'm saying, contender.
So while Chris and Domo are getting ready to potentially face each other in the Solar Vision Debate League playoffs, little did both debaters know that there was a storm heading towards the Solar Vision Debate League. This storm is going to shake up all the power dynamics that currently exist. Within the eye of that storm exists a debater who goes by the name of Taz.
Stupid motherfucker, you dead, Oklahoma boy, sooner than later.
What's good with the family? This is your boy Solar Mind. I hope you liked the video. Part 2 will be coming out shortly, so be on the lookout for that. To all the debaters, we having a debate tournament lined up for April 15th. So if you want to join, contact Solar Mind before March 16th, because on March 16th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Solar Vision, we're going to be having a draft where we're matching up the debaters and their opponents so they can get ready for their topics. The topic deadline will be April 1st. So once again, contact Solar Mind at solarmind123@gmail.com if you're interested in joining the spring debate tournament. Yes, there will be a $200 prize and a trophy for bragging rights. So once again, if you're interested, contact your boy Solar Mind, solarmind123@gmail.com. The debates will be held on Solar Vision and SYKOPATHeist channel. So shout out to SYKOPATHeist. If you haven't done so, Make sure you subscribe to Solar Vision and Psychopathist if you want to catch these debates. This is the league, man.
All right, family. There you go. I know it's a little bit lengthy, but just give y'all an idea what the tournament gonna be looking like next month. So yeah, I'm about to get ready to drop the link, family, so people can come up. Give me 1 second. Get this together. Get ready to drop this link. 1 second. All right. Let me see. All right. All right, there we go. All right. About to get ready to drop this link, family. And y'all can come up and chop it up, all right?
I'm probably a psycho.
All right, there you go, family. Links out there. Come one, come all. First come, first serve. You already know how we do. Let me see. Let me shout some people out. While I'm waiting, I know people that came up in here while they was listening. All right, I got to go back some ways. All right, let me see. All right, here we go. All right, let me see. Shout out to Willie was good. Let's see who else came in here. Fontaine was going on. Funk was going on with you. Big Facts was good. Let's see. FYF's Debate Sports was good with you. Shatira was good, sis. JB was going on. Who else? Nuke was good. Pure Black was good with you. Who else came up in here? Who else came up in here? Buddha, what up? Cassandra was good with you, sis. Tez was good. I think I said what's up to you earlier. I'm not sure. We Links Media was good with you. Who else? Who else came up here? Who else? Unsunken One, what up? Who else? All right, did I get everybody? Oh, no. I Am Tosa was good with you. Old Student, what up? I know I done missed some people. William was good. Younger Rue was good with you. Black Light, what's up? Black Light, I just saw you in a comment section on a basketball video. It was a basketball video. I don't remember what basketball video. It was some random basketball short that popped up, and I was watching it, and I was looking through the comments, and you damn sure was under that motherfucker. I forgot what video it was, but it was one of them basketball ones. And I was chuckling. I was going to troll you under there, but I was like, nah, I'm going to leave him alone. Corey, what up? Let's see. Lance in the building was
You was talking about Psycho Me?
No, I was talking about Black Light. I saw him in the comment section, on the video. I was going to troll him, but I left him alone. Oh, shit. You got motherfucking got motherfucking Lance up here. with his motherfucking, with his Scottish Irish brother.
Oh yeah, you already know. I'm about to say one of the original European. him with one of his original European. That nigga a fool. Well, shout out to y'all though, man. I can't wait, bro. I can't even lie, man. I'm finna get this damn song together for the spring. We finna crank this shit off right, bro.
Okay, yeah. Got a date for, I think he said April 15th. He wants to get this jumping. So that's a month away.
You gonna do the shuckle buck on this side too?
I'm thinking about whether or not I want to do that. That's kind of Solar's thing. I don't really want to do Solar. That's his thing. I don't know. I don't know. I'll talk to him about it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, because you one of the few people that know enough about both sides to be able to do that shit.
Yeah. I can take both sides of an argument and get some pushback.
And that's that should have looked fire. For real, that should have looked fire. We end up with having to go through both of y'all in the championship or some shit.
Yeah.
That'd be the tough part, man. Hell yeah. I'm excited though, bro. I see nothing but bodies though, man. I can't lie. I still got a bad taste in my mouth about how things went down between the last debate. Well, not the last debate, but the playoff debate with Taz, where I got sent home by Taz. That leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So I got to body Taz. Domo, I think the last time I debated Domo, he squeaked by on a civil rights debate. And this is the crazy part. I bodied this nigga on what was the force behind the civil rights movement, which was agapic energy. You know what I mean? This nigga tried to do some other shit, man. Tried to say.
What'd you say it was?
It was I used Diane Nash with agapic energy. Hold on, let me close this shit. So my point was that agapic energy was the force behind the civil rights movement, because to me the founders of that shit was like Dr. Reverend Lawson and
did we lose him? We got connection issues. Lance must be having issues too. That ain't me, is it? Y'all can hear me, right? I think yeah, it looked like I'm good. I'm good. That's done. We got Solar in the building. But yeah, it should be interesting. I want to see who signs up to actually debate. I want to see who's serious about actually debating. I know the usual suspects are going to sign up. I want to see who the new people is that's going to sign up. That's what I want to see. A lot of people be talking big. I want to see how many people actually going to sign up. Okay, I'm good. All right. Yeah, everybody else is losing connection. They should be back in a second. All right, we got Solar up here. What's going on, Solar? How you?
Peace. I mean,
get your stuff together. All right.
Peace.
Oh, you there? All right, there we go.
Can you hear? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Let me see.
You can't? They said they heard me.
Why can't I hear you?
I don't know. That's weird. I don't know what the hell going on with my connection.
Yeah, I can't hear you for some reason. Now I can hear you on the actual stream though. I can hear you on the stream, but I can't hear you now.
You can't hear me on the street. Try refreshing. Can you hear me, Blue?
Maybe
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear both of y'all.
You hear both? Yeah, I don't know if Solar can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Can you hear me, Solar?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me, Solar? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you though, Psycho man. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks good. I mean, y'all niggas, right? Let me say this something about y'all niggas, right? Y'all think that is easy. I want to see y'all step in that ring. I want to see y'all come up and step in that ring. That's how you prove it to me. And y'all could say these people like, there's some pseudo people that was in the league, but y'all could call them pseudo and this and that. Step in the ring. I want to see because a lot of times, and we've seen it, Blue been around since season 1. A lot of niggas, they be in the chat room, oh no, they'll do this and that and this and that and that. And then when they step in that damn ring, they get eaten alive. Because it's a different
Can't even
animal.
put their argument together.
Putting your damn argument together. That's what I'm saying.
This shit sound good, bro.
Y'all niggas, easier said than done. So it's all good. Now you could prove me wrong. It's been some motherfuckers that came and they was like, yo, these niggas don't know what they talk about, came in and did their damn thing. It's been dudes like that as well. So I just want to see. You know what I mean? I want to see. Because it's easy to be the keyboard, keyboard specialist, you know what I'm saying, up in that chat room. It's a whole nother animal when you step up in that ring. Because sometimes people may be good on a panel discussion when there's like a million motherfuckers up there and they talking. But when everybody's listening to your ass, nobody's cutting you off. You know what I'm saying? That's when we'll see who is a better debater. That's when we get to see. So it sounds good. Man.
Mm-hmm.
For real.
It's not easy. Not easy. Some people got the right positions but can't put their arguments together.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so, and a lot of times I had to make this adjustment. People that read a lot, you got to learn how to condense your information. Because, like, you'll put together a long ass presentation and you ain't even got the time to say everything.
And then you'll need all that shit.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a lot of elements to like debating in this style of debating. But yeah, we was talking about this on my channel. What Blue was saying, like, hell yeah, like if you want to do the shuckle buck, do the shuckle buck. You know what I'm saying? I was saying that I don't know if he wants to do it. I don't want to put that responsibility on the person that don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he wants to do it, then I would love to see, because I know you're capable of doing it. I seen you do it, without, it ain't the shuckle buck, but I seen you put pressure on debaters and in discussion. So it'll definitely be something that's entertaining. I would definitely want to see. You know what I mean? So I ain't got no problem with it on my end.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. Yeah, I can't wait, guys. So this Sunday is where we find out who my first body is.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a draft. We're gonna do a draft, and we're just gonna randomly select the debaters. I showed it on my channel. We're gonna put them all on the wheel, spin the wheel. Wherever the wheel stops, we're gonna select the debater, and then that's how we're gonna do the matchups. Once we get those initial matchups, we're gonna set up a bracket. So, obviously the person that wins moves on. So that's how we're gonna do it. So.
Yeah.
What's up with your man Unsucking One? That's your boy? I know he got a rent.
Yeah. That's a homie, yeah.
Yeah, your homie, man. What's going on with him?
He just I guess he fell in the debate.
Yeah, what are you feeling, man? What are you feeling, man?
Who, me?
No, him. What is he feeling? Like, what are you feeling? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Is everyone in the bracket debating the same topic? No.
So what we're gonna they get to choose the topic that they want. They get to choose the topic, so Now, if they can't pick a topic, because that happens sometimes as well, where they, at a stalemate, then the topic is going to be given to them. So, to all of the people that's going to debate, make sure y'all agree on the topic before the deadline. That'll be April 1st, with the deadline. Get your topic, because if not, then we're going to have to pick a topic for you guys.
Yeah, that shit will be. Yeah, I can't wait to get it going. I got a few debates I would have lined up though for sure. Especially with there's some shit I think I didn't serenaded. We're gonna get on, especially politically. I done heard enough from both sides politically. I'm ready to definitely cook both sides.
Lance, you there? Your mic working now?
I don't know. Is my mic working? Yo.
Yeah, you good.
What's good with
Is
you,
it low?
Nah, you fine.
Okay, good. Yo, peace, fellas. What's good?
What's good?
Can't call it. What's the word, huh?
Shit, man. Just got through from watching the little shit, man. The promo shit, man. That's dope.
Hey, Lance, is the universe an optical illusion?
Yes. The universe is plasma. Plasma is unseen light and visible light.
Right,
nah, you don't want to fuck with me, bro. You better fuck with somebody else. I'm a whole nother.
I'll find somebody else.
Is the universe an optical illusion?
Yeah.
It's only what you perceive. It's not necessarily what it is, even down to light itself.
Westbrook, another 3.
Y'all niggas.
I'm a cook
now,
on that.
I definitely want to see some of them FBA debates, because y'all do a lot of talking about that FBA shit. So I don't know who got what side, but I damn sure want to see a FBA debate. At least once or twice. Twice.
From both sides.
Definitely.
I take
from both sides.
I take on anybody from both sides, because FBA people don't know that they the same people as the people that's coming over here.
You're not FBA though.
I'm foundational European Americans, nigga. My people
you a whole blackologist over here. You cannot be a blackologist and FBA.
I'm FBA, nigga. My ancestors, you use my ancestor-ships to come over here. Black European nobility, nigga. It's shit genetics. I'm from the line of Zara Judah.
So Rob Funk, are you who are you asking? Do they have a degree? Who are you directing that to?
I think Domo.
Oh, Domo.
No, I was saying I think Domo got a debate. I mean a degree in debate.
But several debaters got degrees, not necessarily in debating.
I think Domo has a degree. Yeah, I think Domo has
Chris
a degree.
got a degree. MD got a degree.
Psycho, man. We gotta get your crowd acclimated, man. We gotta get y'all niggas acclimated. I know some of the pseudo stuff, you know what I mean? Because half of the stuff, I don't believe per se. I'm just like hosting the debates. But some of the pseudo stuff, we definitely, that was something my girlfriend was saying about, certain topics. But, with me, like, it's a debate league, so you could debate whatever topic. Other people think that, okay, well, we should kind of, direct it to, more pertinent topics, So that's always been a struggle, you know what I mean? What you think about that, Psycho? As far as like with the topics, you know what I mean? Because sometimes, when it's like, topic a little too crazy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it kind of boils down to who's in the league, right? Like, cause that's going to be kind of where it kind of sways.
Debates are structured around the people that's debating.
That's why I said that's what I was getting to. Yeah, the kind of
and then the people that's watching. Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, the people that's watching is the social structure that kind of formulate the debaters themselves. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like you can't have a debate league without some wild shit. You can't have a debate league without some important shit, some solidified topics that, you know what I'm saying, they feed each other. You gonna have motherfuckers in a like a Buddha. That motherfucker, he gonna anything that don't have nothing to do with making coconut.
No. Buddha will debate anything. Buddha is a contrarian like a motherfucker. He will debate you on anything.
Just because.
No, he is a contrarian, but I mean in the sense of what matters to him.
Yeah.
What is a worthwhile debate?
What he's really passionate about is literature. That's what he's really passionate about.
Yeah.
But he'll debate you on anything though.
Yeah, but what you were saying, Psycho?
Mozart, he don't give a fuck. He will debate your ass. What you saying?
What you were saying, Psycho? Because Lance kind of cut in.
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, it kind of does debate. I kind of was agreeing with Lance. It kind of depends on the debaters, who's in the league. That's going to kind of sway what the topics are, because the debaters are picking the topics. So if you got like 7 flat earthers in a 10-man league, you're going to have a lot of flat earth. Actually, it ain't going to be a lot of flat earth debates because they already agree with each other.
Yeah.
So I can't
really kind of have to find something.
Yeah, they got to find something else to actually debate. But they're going to debate on their versions of the flat earth, right? It'd be like Lance debating Pyramid Earth against flat earth.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, because the Israelites, the first season, like it was all Israelites, but they had their nuances within Israelite. I mean, I got a crash course in Israelitism in that first season, because you had the Old Testament versus the New Testament, and this interpretation and what's a mamzer and all these different nuances within that was like kind of like a learning experience, so yeah, even though they all Israelites though,
Yeah.
So it was kind of like in a way.
It's heavy on the. It was heavy on the Bible, yeah. And that's when y'all first started. I remember the first. Yeah, I remember season 1 and everything. I was watching some of season 1, and yeah, it was heavy on the Bible. I think Cube was the only non-believer in the whole.
Yeah,
he got
the
there
only
in season
one
1.
at that time.
So solving a race problem. I don't think he's a non-believer. But
he's agnostic.
He came that next year though.
Strap is agnostic.
Yeah.
No, Strap was there season 1. Remember, he lost to.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He lost to Q. It was an upset. I know it was an upset.
Yeah, Strap, man.
Anonymous.
He lost to A9.
Yeah, I thought it was A9
beat him.
Yeah, A9 beat him. Yeah, you're right.
I think that was the Fallout part I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think I think it was.
And then the next year it was A9 and Chris.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shit gonna be crazy. Yeah, this shit finna be like I already know what I want to do. That's what I said, man. There's some important shit though that's to be debated. It's just like what angle you taking too.
I actually would like to see more atheists join though. 9 of atheists join the league.
Yeah.
Atheists are the pushback.
Yeah, I kind of need one. I would like one, at least, or 2. So
I think that Hebrew Israelite shit then died down
AI
though, bro.
debates or something.
Motherfuckers back regular.
It's not as big, but it's going to be some Israelites jumping up in this debate. Do not get it fucked up. It's going to be some Israelites.
Yeah, I would hope so. I got debates for that shit. I want to do for real. That I ain't gonna lie. I would like to beat up a Christian. That's what I'm like. If I'm really lucky. What you call it? Got a few of them over there. What's his name? Trevor. So if I could get lucky and just get a regular one.
Yeah, Trevor actually contacted me and was like, we need to hook up, and I'm like, Yeah, I mean, you come over here and debate. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, what that's his little squad. You got a squad over there with the Bible thumpers.
No, I don't think so. I think they just like, I think dudes just be kind of randomly popping up and shit, and they'll just, if they hear something they don't like, then they'll hit the link and shit. I think it's
Man,
more
this
like
only
that.
this not only do this, like, you know what I'm saying, encourage intellect again, bro. It definitely let niggas eat again.
Yeah. Cause
You
I
know
think
what
he
I'm
been
saying?
like
Real.
letting people just present they shit almost, and it's kind of been almost like a hot seat. So some of the people that it came up in a hot seat, I ain't sure if they will or people that didn't set on, but at least probably a few of them will. Shit. 2 of them I was talking crazy. I would love to do that.
Hey, Psycho, you got a couple of debaters over here, right?
Yes, there's people over here that might be interested.
The atheists?
Yeah, people. Yeah.
Yeah, I need.
That's why I played the promo because we don't know who's watching, but people all the time come through. Yeah. Atheists, a little bit of everybody come to my channel.
Yeah. So
it's
you
just
know,
gonna be fusing the culture, the debate culture, with the bashing culture.
So
like now, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say this though. So I know, like, you know, we probably ain't doing it, you know, for this part, but like for when the season start, what we gonna be doing, like at least like a week ahead of time, turning in the premise. Having the premise turned in and shit.
Yeah. So it's still the same, you know, type of format when it comes to actual season. You know, submit the premise. You know, I think it was 3 days before. I believe. Yeah. So it's like, it's the same format when it comes to the season. The tournament, you know, this is kind of a new thing. So, I guess, you know, as far as with the premise, turn in the premise. You know, we still put, you know, 3 days on it. You know, just so we could kind of look over, you know, what y'all guys talking about. So yeah.
Yeah, I want to. So you know that what's the Jones, the PowerPoint shit that we do? PowerPoint got to where you can record your shit now. So can we include that now? Like each part be recorded, like the 10 minutes be down to the second. So the debater don't really got to engage. He just got to play his shit until it be a question and answer portion.
Now, so you want to like pre-record your premise?
Your round?
Yeah. Pre-record my rounds. It's in PowerPoint now.
I don't know about that because it's really like performance based. I think doing it live as an element to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I could
be kind of like just responding to videos.
Yeah, I'm about to say
responses almost.
Maybe using yourself some in the clip, like.
But yeah, especially all of that shit. That's what I'm talking about. Make it.
Because remember, like I want to put my. You know, Suave tried to do that. Remember that time when he kind of. He
had us fucked up that day. I ain't gonna lie, I was hot at first. I was like, what the fuck?
That should have backfired, you know what I mean?
That shit was fire though. If he would have did it, if it would have been right, you know what I mean, that shit would have been dope. That shit was like, really, he was like narrating a movie and shit. That shit would have been crazy.
Yeah, I want to be reading my introduction in front of a castle, nigga. If we doing a debate, I'm like, this is the castle where the Moors live. Use my green screen and everything now. I mean, I'm to that point now.
We maybe use it like for like quotes and shit. Like whenever you quoting somebody and whatever it is, then you pop out on the screen and just like quote them from the castle or whatever. It's just right. For the classroom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying now they got it to where each clip can be you in your video. That shit gonna be wild. I got you. So
and what's that in?
It's in PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you record your face in there now. like you could take away the screen of what you read off of and put your face there. So now you talking into the camera instead of reading your introduction. you look like you performing your introduction.
Yeah.
Fucking with that.
Yeah, you know, anytime when something's being judged, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, all that, you know, it could be taken into consideration, you know what I mean? Because it could backfire and you know, that would have an impact on, you know, your score, obviously. But you know, if it's being recorded, because the premise is something that you're supposed to already have ready. I think that the performance aspect of it is something that I guess I'm lean towards that, like somebody doing it live and is able.
Yeah,
to
I got you.
articulate
Like
the
it's
point,
cheating.
you know what I mean?
Like I can sit here and record it perfect and say it perfect, but when you in a debate, it's a little nervousness. You might be fumbling on the word, so it is a performance, which is why I'm asking.
Yeah, but it was done before. Like we said, Suave did it, and it was great what he did, but then turned out that he was plagiarizing a lot of shit. So, you know, it kind of backfired. But yeah, just take all those things into consideration. You know what I mean? Like, you know, It's like, you know, performance points and, you know, the whole nine with that. I would personally prefer it being done live because it kind of shows that you know, really have a command over the information, and that, you know, you are able to express it and articulate it in any environment. You know what I mean? Whoever's watching, because that plays an impact. You see, like, you know, in the bubble, remember in the bubble, it was like people that was like balling out that normally didn't ball out. You know what I'm saying? Because the crowd wasn't there. You know what I mean? So,
yeah,
you know,
I get it.
As soon as they made that transition back, you don't really hear about them no more like that. So, you know, it's like sometimes, you know, that's the element there, you know.
Yeah. Y'all heard from Suave? You heard from Suave, Blue?
Nah, not in a minute. But for real, bro, I barely be tapped in and shit. A lot of times when I do, I be way behind.
No, I'm talking about like you probably seen. I knew his son had died in something. Like he started going. He even did a crash out video on me. I ain't even respond to that shit.
Damn. I ain't even know. That shit crazy, man.
I know it's son.
This is after the video. This is off of you. This is off of Cube shit. Off of Cube Butter shit.
Out like a year ago almost, right?
Yeah,
like
this was a year ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think since then he done been back around.
What happened to his son though? What happened to his son? You know,
I heard his son passed away.
Yeah. Y'all know how?
I don't know. Don't give me a line.
Yeah. So this ain't y'all ain't talking about the one his girl bad was his ex bad.
I forget. Don't get.
No, I think it's his real son, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. I don't know. I see
that shit that came out a year ago. Yeah, I know it was something about him crashing out on Q Butter shit. And
oh yeah, he crashed out. I remember that day.
Yeah, but that was around the time that it had came out that his son had passed. So that his girlfriend's son, I thought had been passed, like back when.
Yeah, I ain't heard from him since that day. So, yeah, you talk about since he crashed out on Q Butter, everybody.
Yeah,
Psycho.
That was
I heard from
that was last I saw him was that when that happened.
Yeah, I remember.
It was like a year ago.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit be rolling.
I knew something was up because of why he crashed out, like over missiles, dog.
Yeah, I remember the missiles.
Hey, don't tell me I be trying to say missiles, bro. Is a bullet a missile?
No, it's a bomber missile.
It's a bomber missile, yeah.
Crashed.
Well, that's typical swap ball shit though, right there.
That's swap.
That's typical swap ball shit.
For one word, he ain't gonna fuck moving forward. He ain't gonna move forward until we agree on this. Like, you had a much bigger point than missiles and bombs, bro.
He was pressed about that shit for like a week, yo. Like he was pressed. I was like,
he did videos on the shit.
Yeah, man. Man, hopefully he bring his ass back and get cut.
That nigga had 20 debates under his belt, nigga.
On body and about. Damn, bro.
Nah, intellect. I was looking at those videos, bro. A lot of niggas, man, y'all niggas didn't know a lot of shit, and I'm over there debating, trying to show y'all niggas. Y'all niggas was dumb as hell when I first came, bro. Real talk. For real, niggas didn't know, nigga. For real, bro. Niggas is like, what? No black Europeans, they was slaves. Nah, nigga, these niggas ran the shit.
Yeah, this nigga. I want to hear that during the chuckle buck round. I want to hear that sound.
Hey, okay. That shit gonna be crazy.
Yeah. Have your hand on that damn button. Psycho. A lot of pseudo shit coming out of these niggas' mouth. These niggas gonna be.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, once they see how it's done, to see the culture of it, niggas gonna want to start debating.
What's going on, fellas?
What's good? What's good with you, Chris?
Man, the only thing I gotta say, Psycho, if you goddamn, hold up.
Careful.
That the smoke out
damn, that is. I'm gonna tell you.
Coincidence like a
motherfucker. I'm back. All right, if you and Lance don't do that cryptic thing, I'm gonna take that baton and I'm gonna do the same.
I don't think that interfere with. I don't think that interfere with debate tonight. I do want to do the cryptic too, but
because ours can be recorded too, Psycho.
I don't think y'all gonna be debating that type stuff any goddamn way. So I don't think that.
Oh, you gonna debate Lance?
No. Well, no, not debate. Just review things. That's just go over certain shit.
Okay.
Look at evidence of cryptics.
You probably
cryptics, but yeah, like it's nothing that y'all. Yeah, I say y'all wouldn't be debating that type of stuff. Most likely, I don't think y'all be debating that type of stuff.
I don't know.
You never know with Lance. Lance might.
I mean, no niggas don't fuck with me. My evidence be so compelling in the presentation that I don't get debated, bro. Niggas just be like, that's bullshit, and walk away. You don't fuck with me.
Yeah.
I feel like Thanos when I'm in the motherfucking debate league, nigga.
Okay.
I do. One snap, nigga.
I mean, Pyramid Earth debate you won. Did you debate the Pyramid Earth?
They will not debate it.
Oh, okay.
You gonna make Swab come
that
out
shit?
Fucking grave.
Pyramid Earth, nigga, probably tore down Solar Vision debate league, nigga, back in the day, single-handedly.
Pyramid Earth.
I'm assuming that the Tazar is the same name as Taz. Is that Taz?
Yeah, Tazar.
Yeah, that's my actual middle name, Jazar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's cracking?
I just wanted to make sure before I start talking shit, I was actually talking shit to Taz.
I've been here, nigga. What's good? I seen Solar was live about the debate league. So yeah, I gotta see what I missed. What's cracking?
Oh man.
Yeah, check out the promo video, man. I mean, you're gonna be in the part 2, you know what I mean? But I kind of ended it with because remember you came in the middle of the season. So I did like the first half of the season with highlighting Chris and Domo. And you know, they had their little thing going on, but they, you know how the season 3 went. You know what I'm saying? You kind of came out of nowhere.
Backseat. Niggas came and kicked the fucking door in and asked for both of them niggas.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. The way you did that, you gotta go see that shit. Cause the way they ended was, I ain't gonna lie. I know everybody was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah. You know, I was doing a joint because I wanted to add all that shit in one joint, right? But I'm looking like, damn, I'm already 40 minutes in on this joint. I gotta make a part because I got everything already for the Taz shit. But it's all about just putting it together. So I'm like, damn. Doing that,
man, Taz was all right, nigga.
That's gonna be like a damn near like 3 hours right there with that whole shit. Cause that nigga was not only debating, but he was like, you know, stirring y'all niggas up over there on the argument league. So yeah, there's a lot of shit that you got to go through with that. What you were saying, Lance?
I was saying that nigga Taz was just a regular ass debater with a loud voice. Nigga, that nigga came with followers. That's the only reason he fought. Come on, man. Stop.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, there's a reason.
Now he did win with the what you call it, debate.
You didn't jump out there though, right? It ain't like
Marcus
you was
Garvey debate
in line trying to get no smoke, bro. Like, let's not play.
We wasn't in the same. We wasn't in the same league, bro. We was in the same league, but you was like elite. You was preparing to come to where I was at. And because you was loud, niggas don't like loud niggas, so that's why you got smoke from them other two niggas. But you wasn't about to debate what I was on. Nigga. I'm on another level with this shit. I ain't even on earth debating earthly things, nigga.
With you. You know what I'm saying? You just,
I wasn't even debating earthly things, nigga. I'm out of this world, literally.
Yeah, you never tried me with none of that shit, bro. I let you live with that shit. But you never crossed my path with none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm the nigga that would have debated you on Bigfoot and, you know what I'm saying, the Loch Ness Monster and all that shit. You ain't tried me, nigga.
Yeah, I go. You got 3. Let's go.
I body a nigga with the El Chupacabra right now.
Man, all that shit fake, bro.
What's your position? Is it exists?
The El Chupacabra, yeah.
Oh, you know me, bro. I debate that shit either way.
I think some exists.
I don't think no fucking Bigfoot exists, but shit.
Oh, definitely Bigfoot exists. There's no. Yeah, it's definitely DNA testing.
It's good arguments to be made,
years, bro.
Nigga say he could show DNA testing with Bigfoot. You know.
I'm gonna tell you.
They already done DNA testing on it and everything.
Have y'all drove down 25?
No.
If there is one, that's where the fuck he would be. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That shit
Pacific Northwest got the most sightings.
It was coming down fucking leaving Colorado. It's an open slab, bro. Damn near hit a deer though, bro. But that shit, you so high up, man. That shit ain't even. That shit feel weird. Being that high up.
Did y'all see how they mapping out on the Amazon using some type of new technology, and they finding all these structures?
Find all them castles. I mean, buildings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn. Don't tell the Abos that.
Don't tell Lance that. Too late.
They should have came to me in the first place. I already knew that.
I ain't gonna lie, it sounded like Sarah Suit instead he was saying the Ice Age is what caused this to. I think he was going, if I ain't mistaken, because he was going with the bottleneck theory. He was saying the Ice Age is what caused us to populate Africa. Or possibly, but I have to watch the beginning.
What happened? Wait, the Ice Age caused us to do what now?
Populate Africa from
Africa. All different nations of the world fled to Africa at that period. But the Ice Age, it's not thousands of millions of years ago like they saying. That's some bullshit. It just happened.
The bottleneck. I mean, I will say this. I will debate the bottleneck theory. Definitely, I will debate that. On either side, I would prefer debate to be the affirmative on it, because I do got some shit on that. I do got some shit on that I ain't heard brought out yet. So I do want to see. But it's some. It ain't I don't know what like I said, I gotta put it watch it from the beginning, because I don't want to say that's what he was totally saying, but it sounded like he was at least making at the part where I came in at, like he was saying that was a possibility. It's like that's
there's evidence of that shit, but it happened in recent history. The little ice age from 1700 to 1859 was a period of deconstruction and reconstruction in the making. It wasn't no like, dog, all of the food all over the world was destroyed. Famine, pestilences, all of that shit is in the same period. Volcanic eruption, tsunamis, earthquakes, all in the same period.
I believe the universe is flat. You want to debate that? Why fun?
What's up? So y'all niggas is too objective.
I say
Y'all
the
niggas-
universe is flat.
Y'all niggas is sitting. This nigga talking about the Ice Age was without. Nigga, it was last week. Nigga, what you? Oh my god, bro! I know you love this shit, man. I know you love this shit, bro. Cause there's no way in hell you just go around having regular conversations with people saying the shit that you be saying on here.
No, it's not for normal niggas. It's not definitely. It's for super intelligent niggas. You would not be able to, you would not be invited to this barbecue.
Bother my girl at the backs with this shit.
Lance, best debate I saw was with you though, Dumbo. That's the best
what
debate.
was the
Lance
black?
had.
What was the black debate? What was it? Was
Yeah, is it appropriate? Is it appropriate to refer to ancient people?
Ancient people. That was a good debate. That was a good debate, though.
I watched
Lance button shit for that.
He fucked you up in that rapid fire, though, Lance.
Detroit.
Nah, man. Hey, we gonna review it, bro. That's some bullshit. Still to
brought
this
out
day.
the all-white party.
Yeah. You did a good job on
This
your
nigga Domo was
Y'all
fucking
debating
beat up
whether
the
or not
whole
black
debate.
was. Y'all debating on whether or not black was used in antiquity.
Antiquity, yeah.
But not just black, not just black. Like black or white.
Ancient people.
As black or white.
As far as a descriptor, right? As far as the descriptor for people, right?
Yeah.
No. Not as a descriptor, as an identity category. Is it appropriate to refer to black? Well, the term, like the way we phrased it was, is it appropriate to refer to ancient people as black or white?
Yeah, that's how it's phrased.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was speaking more from a identity standpoint, like because they didn't understand themselves in that category.
He didn't win it, but that was a great performance though. But he ain't win it.
I'll agree. That was his best debate. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you. That was his best debate. But it was just like I still cooked, you know.
You didn't cook me.
well, he cooked you in the rapid fire round though. He got you, man.
Nah, man, that shit.
We'll play that shit. We will play that shit. Nigga.
Play that shit. Don't play your motherfucking slice. Your slicing, nigga, that you did to make it look like I did that shit, nigga. That played
Well, I'm just showing the highlights, man. What are you talking about?
He sliced you up.
No, you can listen to the whole
yeah,
debate.
he sliced me in that motherfucker.
When I was doing the highlights. Yeah, you gonna. I can't play.
Yeah, he talking about the promo. Like, you know, he did what he did with the promo. Like, yeah, what he did with the promo was right. But I mean, but that's it. I mean, come on, bro. Like, come on.
I played in the promo, it ain't like I exaggerated anything that actually happened when you watch the whole thing. I didn't take one part and put it to another part to make it look like a certain type of way.
Nah, you didn't put the whole debate. Domo was getting beat up. The whole debate until the point y'all say, which is rapid fire. That's the end of the whole debate.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You can't only. Hold on, you can't only.
The whole debate.
No, hold on.
That's where it
You
started.
can't. And that's what I was about to say. Like, you can't. If we both have our opportunity to speak, we can say who got a better argument. But the rapid fire is where you show your command and your control of your argument. And so that's why the rapid
destroy niggas, and that's why the rapid fire king. And yeah.
Well, just review the rapid fire then, and you will see that nigga got smoked there too. And then the other debates we had, nigga, you got smoked in. It was a conspiracy. It's always a fucking conspiracy debate.
I smoked first.
The conspiracy. Hold on.
Conspiracy against Domo ain't no conspiracy against.
I don't even know what you talking about.
Domo.
How is it a conspiracy when like literally niggas is linking up with you behind the scenes, nigga? My judge.
Your judge.
How are you saying?
Because I didn't debate when he wanted me to debate. He gave you the judgment. It was 2 against 1.
How is it 2 against? I didn't even hold on. I didn't even know this until after the fact. You told us after the fact.
Right.
You snitched on y'all.
But he gave it up. He was like, because you debated the way you debated, you lost the debate. Now that's on you. And what that meant was, because you didn't debate what I told you to debate, is why you lost.
Who fault is that? If that was the case, if that was the case, who fault was that?
That's wild.
Yeah, you blew it.
So okay, so we got to.
It sounded to me like
we got to
you
So let's be clear.
I guarantee
y'all
you,
right here.
He's gonna give you a whole different story.
Yeah, y'all right here. Your hookah on up to have your hookah on hit Lance up and tell him what he should do to beat me. That's how it went down. So if and hold on, but here's the thing though. If you would have came out before we actually had the debate, if you would have came out and been like, "Hey, niggas was having this conversation with me, and I don't feel like that's right," then you would be standing on some solid shit. But you didn't say nothing until after you lost.
Last minute, he became the last minute judge, bro. In that day, that he wasn't supposed to be the judge.
Yes, he would. Y'all would have been judging the whole playoffs.
He
it was just, bro. Okay, but see, here's the thing. It don't make a difference whether he was judging that debate or another debate. He a judge, and if a judge is reaching out to you to help you to beat another debater, it don't matter if they was doing it for this debate because then he judged the next debate.
Y'all made a lot of enemies that season, bro.
I made a lot of enemies.
I'm gonna body you.
Yeah, I made a lot of enemies, and you would have been a real one. You would have been a real one if you said, "Hey, if a judge is trying to help me beat Damo, and that shit ain't cool." You would have been a real one. If you said that.
Yeah, he wanted to get poison in your drink. I said, "Nah, I can take him 1-on-1."
But you still should have said something, bro. You still should have let us know that a judge was behind the scenes trying to help a particular debater. You still should have said something.
Hell no, the niggas been helping you all this fucking season.
Who? You just hold on. Do you see how niggas lie? First he said I made a bunch of enemies. First I made a bunch of enemies. Now everybody's trying to beat. Now everybody's trying to help me.
That's by season 3, nigga. Everybody, nigga. That's what happened.
Yeah, bro. But you hold on. So did I make a lot of enemies, or did everybody try to help me? Which one is it?
Yeah, by season 3, bro, you have made a lot of enemies.
Okay, so that means that again, you would have been solid if you would have said, "Yo, a judge is trying to help me beat another debater, and that shit ain't cool." Before the debate, not wait till after you lose and then spill the beans.
No, wait until after the judge cheated.
He cheated for you. What are you talking about?
He cheated in spite. He cheated in spite because I ain't fucking give you the fucking pill, nigga. Because I ain't.
So, bro, hold on. That's more of a reason. Listen, that's more of a reason why you should have told us beforehand. Beforehand. Because the only reason that if you're saying that he cheated for me because you didn't take his advice, when he tried to give you advice, you should have told us then. So then it would have been like, "Oh yeah, you definitely can't be involved." If you would have told us then. And so you allowed him to still stay. You allowed him to judge the debate. And if he voted against you because you didn't take his advice, that's your fault. You should have said something beforehand.
Well, guess what, bro? Guess what, bro? I'm not.
And see what just happened. This is normally how between these two debaters. This is normally how the debates go. Just like just now. This is normally how the debates go.
It's not, and we will have reviews of that because I've smoked Domo twice. Matter of fact, I am a second round fucking season 2 and 3 debater, bro. What are you talking about?
The nigga said second round.
Second round.
Hey, don't
I
ever
was right
say
off
that
the street.
shit again,
Ain't never
bro.
debated ever and came
Nigga
in.
said second
You
round.
did a good job, man.
You was a walk on. You was a walk on.
I'm the reason Q left Solar Vision for proving that gravity didn't exist.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Nah. I got the footage. I was just looking at that footage. No, that's not true.
No,
that's not true,
That's
Lance.
all my work, nigga.
I'm actually dealing with that footage right now.
I forgot about that.
Nah,
yeah, that debate, man. He made the playoffs. He actually made the playoffs and refused to do his playoff debate.
Yeah, he was supposed to debate Taz on the gay shit.
And they had a whole conversation that I never heard before. I was like, yo, they had a whole conversation with just them two on the joint. And like, yo, that shit was like the weirdest thing ever because Taz wasn't even like yelling at him and shit. They were just having like a regular conversation about the debate. Like, yo. He's like, yeah, I think you should call Solo and quit. I think you should call Solo and quit.
Yeah, he walked on in there, bro, and then said he would debate it. So it was like, bet. And I think like the next day he regretted it and tried to back out. And it was like, nah, we set up, man. We locked
It
in.
was too much pressure. It was like 10 shows done on him after he agreed to that debate. After he agreed to that title, that nigga was depressed for like a year after that shit. Oh god.
Yeah, he stopped doing shows. He wasn't even gaming. He wasn't even gaming, bro.
He knew he fucked up with that title. Like, just
niggas just started poking their head up.
Yeah, nigga pride. Nigga should have just came like, nah, I ain't debating that shit, bro. Let's get another title.
Well, that's what I told Taz. Straight up. I'm like, I'm not debating. Like, said debate it then. No, nigga. You stupid?
Debate that shit.
When did the LGBT?
It sounded good.
Greatest man. This sound like you on here snitching, bro.
No,
I got
I
that video,
wasn't
bro.
snitching in, bro. But it was a lot of conspiracy, bro. Those was some trying time. It was a lot of conspiracy going on.
Let me say no more brown. You got a cookie though.
There was a lot of fights going on, bro. Beefs. Niggas was threatening families.
Hey, Psycho.
And shit, bro.
Psycho, check your boy out. Check your boy out. You see where I'm at, don't you?
Shit. Word up. You in Brooklyn?
I'm at XyayX.
That's what's up.
Y'all.
Q, with the Q.
What? That's the studio Q.
Popped up.
All
right.
Is that the studio?
This is
Well, the studio
not
is the
the
other
studio
room.
right there, not that part.
It's a laboratory right here.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm pulling up, man. I'm pulling up, bro. I need an hour.
Man, there's always I know when I went up there,
Pulling up.
that one's always packed. The studio part, there's always niggas in there doing something.
Yeah, the studio, they down. Yeah, it's gang up downstairs.
You can't have chocolate. You already have chocolate.
We up in the lizard. Him and GA chopping it up about all kind of information systems and shit.
Hell yeah.
That's what's up.
In the lab.
Yeah. Had to pull
When
up
you
at the
going to New
lab
York,
on my B-Day, huh?
Oh, happy born. Happy born.
Thank y'all.
Oh, you? It's your birthday?
Yeah, it's a nigga G-Day, man. Roll down on people.
Nigga, that's what's up.
I got up here this morning. I've been at the hospital with my sister all day. They kicked me up out that motherfucker.
Nah, see, Q ain't as crooked as y'all though.
Huh?
That nigga Yara shiesty, boy.
Boy, Yara.
Oh yeah, Yara the OG, man. You know, I done been over there chopping it up with Yara.
Yeah.
Yara tried to make me a Hebrew. I told him I ain't with none of that shit.
I beat that nigga twice. little nigga.
Hebrews ain't making no money, man. If it ain't about making no money, man, I'll leave me up out the shit.
Hebrews ain't about making no money. I feel you. He said them niggas ain't about making no money.
Nah, them niggas ain't about making no money, man. I'm over here with Q Buddy. He training engineers and shit. Them niggas finna be starting off making $150,000 a year.
That's real.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah,
I need to make it out there.
But that's all because that doesn't have nothing to do with the machine.
Yeah. Man, I ain't trying to hijack y'all conversation. I'm just letting y'all know I was in Brooklyn, man.
Nah, you good. That's what's up.
Nah, that's all good.
Yes, sir. Yeah, greatest man, you can't be telling, man. You supposed to kept that. You supposed to kept that a secret for life. He tried to help you out like that.
nigga backstab me, bro. Nigga backstab me.
That was bad karma.
It was almost like this. And that's why I didn't even go his route, because it sounded like he was trying to set me up. Like, hold on, this nigga trying to. He said, center your debate around Kimmy and black soil. I said, man, nah, but I already had that as one of my. My debate was already set up. This nigga wanted me to center it around that shit. I like how I came at him, show how it was in the literature, how it was in history, how it was in poems and music. Man, I came through a whole slew of ways that they was using that shit and was identifiable with one person or another, killing them.
Hey, but you know the one thing he couldn't do? Show an example of somebody calling themselves black.
I did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because the part that Solar talking about in the debate was you show a woman.
No,
and
that verse in the Bible when he said when the woman was speaking in the book of Solomon and said, "I ain't black."
Bro. No, bro.
And I hit you with all that shit, nigga. I sliced
What I asked you that woman that you referring to as black. Did she call herself black?
Yeah, you died.
Yeah,
I remember that shit now.
Niggas be forgetting, like, you know what I mean? Nigga, I look at this shit all the time, man. Like, I know this shit like the back of my damn hand. Nah, nigga,
you'll give me a fucking 88 rating or 87 rating, nigga. I'll beat your top niggas. What you mean? Give me an 80 shot.
That's high as hell.
This motherfucker gives me like an 83 or some shit at first, and then we came in second. The next season, I only went up. I killed your top niggas.
Nah, bro, nobody believes that.
Like I was ranked number 2. You've never killed me. I'm just saying when you say the
time, listen. You got
Taz and Lance debate to be crazy.
Bro, what was Taz and Lance fucking debate?
Oh, black Europeans debate that shit. Nah, cause he up now. He know better now. That nigga been watching niggas who I done trained.
Black European, like what are you looking for in that debate though? Like I don't know what they would be. Because you only trying to prove their existence, right?
No, I'm
Didn't you say white people didn't exist until like the 1800s, Lance?
Well, that was in terms of identification.
Oh, okay.
I was speaking of it's always been people that had white skin on the earth. Always.
Always?
Are you talking about
always?
It's
a deformality. It's
Were they the first people on earth?
White people? No, hell no. People that coexisted with the sun evenly.
They wasn't always here then.
No, meaning, okay, I agree. But I'm saying in history, they're a part of history. They
see how easy that is, Psycho, when you talk about these. How easy it is to go there. Then he gonna turn around and act like he knew what the fuck he was talking about after the debate. No, I wasn't saying that.
No, I'm saying in history, there has been white people, not the very first day niggas came or the very first creation, but a baby has been born in the midst of niggas with a deformality of their skin. Dating back to centuries, bro, like thousands of years on the BC side.
Hey, you want to know why you did?
I thought the cracker only been here 6,000 years.
That's a long enough time, baby. See, if you go off of, right, if you go off of what modern science teach, you're gonna go off of those times and terminology, but you don't. I tell you guys over and over, the Earth resets every 3,000 or so years, and nobody knows the beginning and the end of time. Only the stories exist. Nobody knows the real beginning and ending. I mean, real beginning, because it keeps resetting. That's why when you dig down, you find a new civilization, and they was on something different than the motherfuckers that you was just dug up before them. And you go down deeper, and it was a whole nother civilization. You go down deeper because why? Because water comes, it brings in settlement, it covers up everything. Then the sun bakes the shit when the water leaves. Now it's concrete. Now you got new people that survived, that went inside the mountains, that survived in the hills, and they come
wait. Then it's concrete.
Yes, when settlement is baked, it becomes stone, bro.
Hey Domo, did you check out the joint on the Psychopathist just played on the channel?
Nah, I ain't seen it.
Yeah, you gotta check out the review of season 3, man.
Yeah, I ain't see it either, bro.
Yeah, check it out on the channel. Yeah, he played the whole thing. Psychopathist the whole thing.
Yeah, I just played it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Psych, you about to start your debates in a minute, right?
That's what he was just talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, me and Psych working together.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Right, bro. So who's gonna be the first nigga to die on this bitch, nigga?
Man, look, I'm debating Arthur, man.
Nigga,
I ain't never debated
You?
before, but I gotta debate that motherfucker.
Look, that's the debater in you talking, nigga. Slow down, man.
Domo, you know you just got washed, bro.
Man, listen.
I thought that
These
happened.
xenophobic ass niggas. I was cooking. The only niggas that say I got washed is the niggas that I was cooking along with Taz, nigga. I did that debate to cook all of you. I did that debate to cook all of you.
Now you gonna throw me in the mix.
Well, no, cause you one of them. You was on the other shit too. You was on the
You gonna throw me in the mix now?
GQ. Was you not one of the main niggas I was arguing about with immigrants? Yes or no?
Yeah. I know you was coming at me. I heard. I felt it. I felt the punches.
Yeah, that's what I say. I'm cool. I'm cool at a butt night like
I ain't feel none of that.
this nigga. Yeah, cause you was like you punched drunk, nigga. You couldn't help it.
But I tell you,
After a while, niggas just go numb. You get hit in the face so many times.
Nigga woke me
Go
up.
numb.
I'm gonna debate Arthur. I ain't ready for Domo or Taz. I'm definitely gonna debate Arthur though, because I know he ain't got nothing for a nigga.
But at a certain point in that debate,
That's gonna be an easy W.
I did wake up at a certain point when you start talking about the Florida laws, Florida quote unquote immigration laws being used against blacks in the early 1800s. It was some stuff in there, because you know a lot of that shit was for information. Like I said, that wasn't
for sure.
No league debate. That's some that was some shit to get info out.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I was cool with the title being what it was, man. And I ain't needing no specific shit, none of that, nigga. Because I just want to talk shit to niggas that's on this anti-immigrant shit. Fuck.
You ain't getting no league debate like that. The league debate is more,
That was an easy W.
Yeah, you were easy W.
That was an easy W because of the top.
Nah, I stand on the wait.
Me and Chris did a review on his channel. And they was like feeling Domo on that shit.
Chastity, happy birthday.
Nah, Chris said, Chris think I got cooked.
Yeah, Chris said that, but the niggas in his chat was like Domo cooking.
Nah, but that's
he was cooking.
But
that nigga wasn't cooking.
He lost. He didn't get cooked. He lost though. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't do it. That first time.
Oh no, I'm the mob, bro. In that playoff debate, I killed you, bro.
I'm in the Q Butter studio while all the greatness is done.
Right.
You in the camera?
What channel? Where the video at? I'm gonna go watch it.
I'm visualizing studio with 38 tracks. Y'all see them? They ain't cooking up nothing right now. They
equipment.
Huh?
Equipment. I want to see what he's working with.
Hey, Solar, where you say the video was at, Solar?
It's on my channel.
Oh, so is it? All right, I'm gonna go check it out.
A review of season 3.
Miss Rydell is your mother. She's not.
You know how to work with that?
Okay, that's in my house.
Nah, I ain't fucking with that. Oh no, yeah, that's a switchboard. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Where you can stay to tear my back.
I know you can, Psycho. I'm about to get in the sound booth. Gonna lay these tracks down, man.
I've been thinking, Solar.
I've been writing.
I don't think I want to hear Blue this year on the season. I think I want to hear me.
Wow. Yeah, you see that nigga face? Yo. You know what? I was thinking about, I was thinking about I fucks with that season 3 intro, man.
That shit is dope.
That shit was, yeah.
You talked to Minister?
He was in the chat today on the joint when I went live.
He ain't.
Oh, okay.
He ain't talking about that one.
I'm talking about the season 3 joint.
Which minister you talking about?
Rio.
3, bro.
We ain't talking about yours.
Mr. Howe.
He ain't talking about that one.
We not talking about yours.
Trust me, he talking about mine, bro.
Well, that nigga Rio nigga was in the motherfucking church, nigga, in the motherfucking full piece preacher suit, nigga, giving this motherfucking debate.
Yeah. At the podium, nigga, he gave a sermon, nigga, in the debate.
Yeah, he had his he did that shit in rap battling too, man. He did the joint. He always got his little joints that he did, whatever. Yeah, Rio's crazy.
What he was doing, defending Christianity?
Yeah, he was a preacher. Yeah, he was a minister.
He had a lot of different debates though. It wasn't just Christianity.
Yeah, he a preacher.
He went around.
He was cooking though, bro. He ain't a nigga I would tell nobody to jump in there if you ain't ready.
Yeah, that is fact.
We could give a whole sermon during the debate. I don't want to debate.
He actually was the season 1 MVP. He won MVP in season 1.
For sure.
Yeah, but my nigga, that's gonna be that's the crazy part because I'm to the point where we kind of mid-season, so this is around the time where you came in, Taz, and Chris Harris kind of fell back for a minute, and then Domo, he took off too a little bit, in that middle season, then they kind of, towards the end, did the rest of their debates, so they already 5 debates in at this point. And around the time you came in. So yeah, there's a lot of shit I gotta look at though. There's a lot of shit I gotta look at and cut up. You know how that editing shit is. But yeah, that shit is funny as hell. Y'all niggas was tripping. Y'all niggas was tripping over there on Wild's channel, man.
Yeah, that was a wild time. Yeah. Wild day.
So this Sunday, I need all y'all to be in the building because this is where we're gonna match all up, and we're gonna do a random selection. This is how you're gonna get your debate opponent. So I put all y'all name on the wheel, spin the wheel, kind of like a Wheel of Fortune wheel that I found online, and then wherever it stops, that's who you're gonna be debating. So we're gonna take that, and then we're gonna put it onto a playoff bracket once everybody's matched up, and then y'all could get hook up or whatever, however y'all want to do it, get y'all topics down, y'all give it to me or Psycho. Most likely it's gonna be Psycho because y'all gonna be maybe doing a lot of the talking over here, or y'all could just call me, and then once it's finalized, Psycho or myself is written down the debate, and that's when it's finalized. So once it's finalized, y'all can't. Only way y'all could change the topic is both of y'all come and say like, you know what, we want to change the topic, But that's gonna be a deadline. It's gonna be a deadline for that. So once y'all turn it in, that's going to be the topic.
How many people in the tournament?
I believe we got 12. Yeah, we got 12 so far. Yeah.
Were they from everywhere, Solo?
No, mostly people just from the league. You know, I mean, we over here now. I was trying to see who was the debaters over here. You know what I'm saying? That wants to get it, be a part of it. Maybe they want to see how things is being done. You know what I'm saying, before they step, get their feet wet in there. But if they want to join, just contact me, solomon123@gmail. You know what I mean? Put your name and your number. I'll contact you. You know what I'm saying? And just add you to the list or whatever. You know what I mean? Because yeah.
So if you ain't in the initial cut, you still got a chance to come in.
Yeah. The deadline is going to be on the 16th, so that'll be this Sunday because we're doing the draft on Sunday. So once
that's just
done,
for the tournament.
That's just for the tournament. But we're gonna start season 6 in September. So, we start all our seasons in September. So if they want to be a part of that, once again, contact me. Then I'll get you acclimated, do your interview and the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? We can get it started like that or whatever.
Greatest Mind, you going? I know you gonna be in it.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Okay.
For sure.
Psycho, you debating?
No, Psycho running the
hosting.
show. Yeah, he running the show. Yeah, Psycho hosting.
Right.
So,
So you running the show, you can't debate.
What you debating this season, Lance?
Shit, I don't know, man. I got to see what's going around. You know what I'm saying? I could debate anything. You know that.
And Yame. I want to see a Taz and
that's what
Yame
you always
debate.
saying to Taz. Taz say he could take the nay or the yay.
No, I
he take the greatest of all topics. Was he the greatest on all topics?
Yeah, I asked niggas what's good. Like, watch this, GQ. Hey, and Yame, what happened, my nigga?
Who Solar? Who you talking about, Solar? You talking about the greatest mind? You talking about Lance?
No. When Taz came in, he don't use the term no more, but he labeled himself as the GOAT, greatest on all topics.
Oh, yeah. Right. He could debate either side of the topic.
Yeah. You a debater, GQ?
No, I'm just a spectator, but I want to become one though.
Hey, yeah.
Because that's how you learn a lot too, though. When you start debating, you start doing that research and shit. You start learning a lot of shit too.
Yeah. That's facts.
That'll help you with your Alzheimer's and all that shit. Defeat that Alzheimer's and all that memory loss that come with aging and help you stay on point.
I play chess for that. That's why I be whooping your ass in chess.
You don't play chess.
Yeah, I be whooping you.
No.
Peace, what's good?
What's going on in Yame?
Come on, man. Give me my credit.
What's good? What's up? Yeah, I got a suggestion on the people's vote.
Uh-huh.
I got a suggestion on the people's vote.
My chess skills, bro.
What's that?
that they be pre-qualified.
My chess skills.
Oh, hold on a second. Now, what you saying, Yame?
That they should be pre-qualified, like before we start up the tournament. They put in their email address, and it goes by their email address.
Okay, so what you mean, like, so what? Why would you suggest to do it that way? What's that preventing?
A bunch of nonsense in the chat room.
Okay.
You talking about like have people certified voters?
That they have at least a little understanding of what's going on.
Yeah.
How can you determine that, though, sir?
The thing with the people's vote, because it's no different than like real life voting. Like, because, everybody has the right to vote. That's what they say in the United States. So it doesn't matter how educated the person is. You know what I'm saying? It's like, they still get to vote.
Because you don't want to restrict your viewership.
It's pros and cons to it. I see what you're saying, Yame, but then it's like you're kind of restricting, certain people from voting, and then that turns into a whole thing. You know what I mean? It's going to create I think far as in the chat room, because remember this thing is centered around viewership. I mean, you know, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, you know what I'm saying? So to kind of isolate certain viewers, it's not going to be a real good look, you know what I'm saying, as far as, you know, the chemistry that they, you know, established already in the chat room. And especially like, you know, I'm working with somebody too, and you know, he has his own viewership that, you know, just like emerging. So I got to get used to his viewership. They got to get used to me, and vice versa on my channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, so this is going to be a whole process where we're going to have to, you know, kind of, you know, weather through the storm. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot
the
of
chat gonna be wild.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
It's gonna be wild.
I know a lot of these people over
Chat
here.
definitely
I'm
gonna be
seeing
wild. They're gonna be talking cash shit.
So what I'm saying, if we, no, it's just a suggestion. Maybe we can do it in a season where you get 30 people, and they're the qualified people's vote. They represent the people, or
they
40 or
qualify
50
for the people's vote.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hell no.
Like an executive vote.
Just let, like you said, Solar. Just let all the people vote. And if y'all want to have a panel of judges, then you could do that, like separate, like have a six judge, 12 judge panel. But as far as the people's vote, just let that motherfucker. He could both just jumped on, ain't never been on the channel before. If he want to vote, let the motherfucker vote.
Oh, but that do sound like if
Feel
you
me?
merge that
It's
idea.
pros to it. Yeah, I definitely see what he's saying. It's pros to it because it creates the pros to that would be that these are the people that we
building the
making
channel, building up the
also.
debates.
Yeah, it's a more a trustworthy vote from a person.
Right. And they might be I don't know what you call it for psychopaths and for SVDL membership. They might be members. If you want to vote, become a member. So, you know.
Yeah, certified voters to where you got about however many people, but you only need 6 votes. You only need 6 votes, but these many votes came in from these group of people. So they just be certified automatically. They're in the chat all the time and can vote.
Yeah.
Like the main people you have anyway.
That'd be a separate panel or something.
And they could give their opinion on how they saw it as opposed to what the judges saw, as opposed to what the debaters saw.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that because you know we had a lot going on in the chat.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. You know
like
what I'm
when
saying?
Gorilla Hebrew had all them fucking people that day.
Yeah. You break it
Out of nowhere, the viewership was that
clean
day.
y'all niggas up, bro. They gonna be like 150 deep up in that joint. Like I'm voting for Gorilla.
I think Swab Balls had like 150 people watching, but he had like 400-500 votes.
Yeah. I remember. No, but we're gonna post it. We're gonna do a survey. So the survey, it ain't gonna be like the people's vote like what we had over there, because you know, obviously for what you just brought up, it's gonna be a poll we're gonna put into the chat room, and then we're gonna have it there for 5 minutes, and then we're gonna shut it down. So you have up to 5 minutes to throw the vote in there, and then we'll shut it down, and then like, you know, it'll show percentage wise, you know, who has the most votes, you know, based off of that. So it's not going to be like how we did it over there on SVDL a couple seasons ago, where people.
How'd you do the polls before?
Well, we had like a survey that I think it was on comes from the Windows. It's like a survey that I actually, you know, posted up. And I sent them the link, so they'll hit a link, and
so
then
people didn't even watch the debate.
Yeah, and then there's like some of the debaters was rigging votes. You know what I mean? So no, we're gonna have it posted up, because now you got the they gave us the option where you could create a poll for the chat, and it's like, you know, throw it in there like that for 5 minutes, and then with that the person can't, you know, vote twice. You know what I'm saying? You only get one chance to vote, and then, you know, That's it, whatever. So that should be that should be a fair enough way of going about it. The people's vote, But I'll look over. I think you should kind of write down exactly what you're saying in Yami and send it to me so I could kind of look over it. You know what I mean? Because I'm you know what I'm saying. So
you definitely want the people involved.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying though.
Yeah, and you want the people involved because, like you said, that's what you're doing it for. Another thing is have the people suggest topics.
Yeah. Angel came up
What
with
do
that
they want to
idea
hear?
for season 5. Yeah, for season 5 we had that. It's like she started a website and she created a link or avenue where a person could like throw in a suggested topic in there, like I want to see this topic debate, and I think it was like money debates, like okay, well the person would I want to see this debate, so I throw $100 on the debate, whatever, so just to incentivize it, because a lot of times people they got their little wheelhouse of things that they want to debate, and so to kind of make the debate happen, a person would like probably throw some money on there or whatever, like I want to see this debate, or they have a list of debate topics in general so people could look over it, just to see, okay, I'll take this debate topic since people want to see it debated. So it's all
right.
But she did that. She did do that in season 5. Yeah, she did do that website.
Right. And I think that'll be good. That's because that's what the people want to hear. What's current, what's popular. And I know, and this might not even be a tournament debate. We could promote this debate. I know Taz been wanting that Garvey debate. We've been wanting that debate.
Well, yeah, I've been wanting to put that to rest for years. Niggas didn't pop out for it though, so a lot of that is kind of it's kind of old now. But
or we can have something like that, because it is kind of old, but something along those lines.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always down. I try to say something wild every chance I get just to see who might take it. So you never know.
Yeah, he came in talking that Garvey shit.
Yeah.
Who want to take Taz up on that Kung Fu debate?
What's the Kung Fu debate about? What's that about?
The black community watching Kung Fu movies in the 70s and how much of that was a distraction to the community. How much of it?
I agree.
The Kung Fu movie was a distraction?
I agree.
Yeah. Kung Fu
I might have to take you up on
cartoons and all type of shit. Yo, we can add all that shit in there, nigga. Blaxploitation.
That's how we learned a lot of shit.
Yeah, that Kung Fu was part of our culture. Niggas was watching that Kung Fu movie.
I learned how to fight up watching Kung Fu.
That's part of the who culture.
Black people, a lot of niggas was watching Kung Fu movies, man. I remember when we was growing up, we would watch the Sunday matinee. That's what they called it. And then like we'll come outside, everybody watch the same thing, and we'd be trying to do the karate moves and shit.
Yeah, bro.
Nigga learn how to fight off the karate, nigga. My punch, I had a lightning fast punch, nigga, just from trying to snatch a quarter out of nigga hand.
I see what you're saying though, Taz. Though it was definitely all that shit was a distraction. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit that's on TV is going to be a distraction. Yeah. And niggas.
I am a bill. I am only a
man. I'm trying to find a way to
get that integration.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All the shows, all them cartoons back then had morals to the story. Remember after every
you're right.
G.I. Joe joint, it would always be like it's half the battle. What was that shit they used to say?
Knowing it's half the battle.
Yeah, knowing it's half the battle. Yeah, exactly. And like they always had a little moral to the stories at the end of all those cartoons or whatever.
Yeah,
and knowing it's half the battle.
Man, I forgot about that shit.
Yeah. We learned a lot of shit from cartoon.
Yeah, there's morality codes all up in it. Taught you to love the police. Taught you to taught you to be good people is good versus
Well,
evil.
already. Whoever
Good
wants-
versus evil and all this other shit.
Whoever
that-
want to take the side of cartoons being educational, I definitely take.
Hey, yeah, remember Thundercats too.
Constitution from
Thundercats is pretty deep.
Animaniacs.
Is there Animaniacs?
Hell yeah, Animaniacs. I learned that shit from there.
Oh, Animaniacs was and what was the Animaniacs or was it what was the one that had all the history on there? That was a good cartoon. They actually talk real history.
I think it was the Animaniacs.
Was the Animaniacs?
There was like
Yeah.
conspiracies with it.
No,
Yeah,
you talking about
really- No, I don't think it was anime. It was
Duck, Professor Scrooge.
It was
Scrooge
it was in that same time frame, but it wasn't Scrooge McDuck. It was some silly looking animals or whatever. Was it Animaniacs?
No, it wasn't Animaniacs.
It wasn't. I forgot what it. I can't remember the name of it right now off the top of my head.
Yeah, that shit's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, I know.
What type of conspiracy?
No, they talk real
Yeah, they
history.
just show you history,
They
like
talk
real history.
Yeah, it was the whole cartoon was centered around history.
Was it like a time travel thing or
But it
something?
was like one of
that?
those Looney Tune joints, though. Yeah. Damn.
Anybody
It
want
had to be Animaniacs then. That's what was doing that.
I was
Animaniacs
thinking
did that. DuckTales. That's what I'm talking about. DuckTales. Who had Scrooge McDuck? They was going on his adventures, finding real shit.
Yeah, but it was something else too. I forget it. Let me see.
I'm trying to find it now. It's bothering me. That shit actually was.
I'll go after Stokely this year. This season. I go after Stokely, see if anybody want to stand.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely stand
We
on
gonna step
Stokely.
up on Stokely.
What's
You got
What
some
Stokely you talk about?
There's only one.
Taz, you a wild boy, Taz. Like, you a wild boy, Taz. For real,
What Stokely you talking about?
Yeah, Stokely Kwame, the runner.
Yeah, I definitely stand on that one.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you can stand more than he did because he ran. You got a
this nigga, bro.
I stand on Coakley. I stand on Steve Coakley.
Oh yeah, I stand with you on Steve Coakley though. I fuck with Steve Coakley though. Bro. That's in Chicago.
Yeah. That's Steve Coakley. I was just watching his shit maybe a couple of days ago.
I don't know how he drove himself crazy.
So he drove himself crazy. What you mean, bro?
He came up with so many conspiracies. He couldn't get his mind. He couldn't get his mind wrapped around reality.
Cause that implies like he was just making shit up.
Yeah, I don't know where he was wrong at. He was.
I never seen him really wrong. Nah. I
No,
remember he debated
you don't have to be wrong, but you can go on forever with conspiracy.
Yeah, it take you to another place, definitely.
It keep taking you to another place to where you don't answer nothing. You don't solve no problems. You just keep getting deeper and deeper into the conspiracy.
Yeah, but see, at some point you can't answer some questions, right? Because it was Steve Coakley that directed me to Memphis, fam. I go to Memphis, I start looking at shit. That story ain't what they told us. That story ain't what nobody believes. You have to ask the average person about the MLK story, fam. They're gonna give you the story from a position of the way it was taught, not the way it looks at Memphis, bro. They set that shit up to where now you can't even see where them people was pointing at. They built that museum. It's a lot of questions about some of that shit that he brought out. I went to go look at it because I was, scrutinizing what he was saying and whatnot. And although you can never prove what he was saying as far as the shooters and whatnot, bruh, where those people were pointing to, he said they were phony pointing. He doesn't believe they were pointing at nothing. I'm saying they were. I'm saying they were pointing directly at what they were pointing at, which is that little room up there. So it's
I went there too. And it confused me. I don't know if they changed a lot of the stuff. The buildings looked really close,
Yeah, they did. Well, what they did, so they constructed a wall there for about 3 years to block the site from where they pointing at. They extended the ceiling of the museum because, at first it was just a hotel. So they made the ceilings in the building so large that you can't actually see over where the actual pointing was happening at. So now looking from there, you can only see where they want you to see, which is where the story is, the Bessie Brewer's rooming house story. But matter of fact, let me pull up the picture. I'll show you what I'm talking about, because it'd just be better if I show you. But it's literally where they're pointing at. History doesn't reflect where they pointing at, but you know what I'm saying, in that moment, it's just good somebody was there to get the picture. You know what I'm saying? Because that's, it's all we got. And then when you take the drone up there and look, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole rooming house up there. It was a penthouse up there on top of that building. And I do believe that they were pointing at the right location.
This is the show I was thinking about. Before Chad showed you that. This is the show I was thinking about.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah. I used to have my seed watch this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this was an educational show. It's all about history.
That used to be my shit right there.
Yeah. This is the show I was talking about. Yeah, the whole shit sitting around history. Late 90s to 2000s.
Oh yeah. That's the in between years for me. No kids. You know what I mean? Definitely wouldn't have seen that.
He's stupid.
Yeah, but the whole shit was sitting around history, Joe. They show real history on it.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Now, just judging by that picture, can we all see where they pointing at? Can you just looking at it? What would you say they pointing at?
To be honest with you, it looked like on a roof.
Probably that roof.
That roof.
In the back.
Now, here's the thing, but that was never investigated. Where they say Dr. King was shot from is directly across from that fire hydrant. You have to go there to see it, or just try to visualize it through the picture. If you take a direct line from that fire hydrant and go across, that's where they're telling you the shot came from. That is not where them people pointing at, fam.
Mm-hmm.
So when we say conspiracy theories on this one, I'm just saying I went there to see it for myself, bro, based on, you know what I'm saying, what Steve was saying about Jesse, because he just threw Jesse in there like.
Yeah, he always clapping on Jesse. He don't like the bootleg, period. But yeah.
He said Jesse set it all up. So that's the part of it where it's like, okay, I hear you. We can never prove none of that. But in terms of what they showed us, fam, I ain't buying it, bro. Like I say, you draw a straight line across from where this fire hydrant is all the way across, and this over here would be where the rooming house is and the museum and all of that type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And y'all, man, you still here?
Yeah. I was there. I remember looking at the room like, man, if a shot came there, you could almost run over to that building.
Mm-hmm.
You would have met the shooter leaving out the building.
Yeah, it don't really make sense. Like I say, unless you just take their story for it. But like I say, they were never pointing in the direction that history says they're pointing in. Like, but again, you have to almost be there to see it and then have somebody relay it to you like, nah, bro, look at where they pointing at. That's not what history says. History gonna show you Bessie Brewer's rooming house, which is directly across from room 306. And like I said, if you take that fire hydrant and take it straight across, that's where it's at. Nah, fam, that's not where they was pointing at.
Right. But did they say the government was responsible, but they never named names?
Yeah, that was the civil trial.
I think they got him for neglect, right?
Say it again.
They got him for neglect, right? Not for actually killing him.
No, right? Well, remember, that was a civil trial, and it was more so centered around proving James Earl Ray wasn't responsible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they won $1 off the case. So they won the case, but it didn't really mean that they only sued for $1.
Right.
Did they release James Earl Ray?
The King and them said that they don't believe he did it.
Yeah, Dexter said that. Yeah, Dexter riding with James Earl Ray. He went and met him before he died.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That you know, that mean a lot. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, the man went and met the supposed assassin and came out the meeting and said, "Nah, I don't think he shot my dad." So, you know, then James Earl Ray died. So, you know what I'm saying? We never got anything else out of it. But
what you think those files gonna come up in the files?
I don't know, bro, because you know the Dr. King files supposed to be surveillance files. You know what I'm saying? The files that was locked away on him ain't like the JFK files. Like, them files wasn't supposed to be about his assassination.
Yeah.
Them was supposed to be his surveillance files.
Right. So, yeah, I think one of the reasons why Trump want to let it out because of all the infidelities that's going to be exposed when the files come out. I heard from his biographer. MLK's official biographer that MLK had like 4 shorties nationwide. One in New York, I think it was. One like in Atlanta. One like in Chicago. Like they was all over the place. And
I just wanted to show them hoes, bro. Like, I mean, if that's what it is, that's just what it is, bro. I'm tired of all the cat with it and the white women and this and that. Like, fam, if y'all got that shit, show it. That way,
that's how things gonna come out.
Right,
yeah,
right. To get it over with. I mean,
yeah.
it don't change who he was or what he did.
Who he was, but it do.
It matters if you're a Christian. If you're a Christian, it should matter.
Yeah,
I don't matter to me. I don't really care because I ain't into that.
I think it matters because it do hurt his legacy in those terms. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, the Christian part of it.
It hurt his legacy in those terms. Like, he's supposed to be a stand-up dude, and you know what I'm saying, and civil rights and all that shit. And you know, if you
Black Jesus can't get caught doing that type stuff, dog.
It just gives the implication that everything you was doing was for you to get with a white woman. You know what I mean? So that it just ain't a good look. They got that shit on.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere that it was saying that in college he had this love for this white woman.
Yeah, that is. It's no hard pause evidence to support that, but it's some smoke there. It's smoke.
I thought Andy had brought out the letter and all of that.
Yeah, people try to deny the letter and everything else. That's the smoke though, the letter. But people try to deny it. You know, it's a lot of denials.
All right, with all this new DEI stuff, affirmative action stuff, does that prove that we really didn't need to integrate into society? It was going to happen anyway.
Yeah, we didn't need to integrate. We didn't need.
Nah, that's the one I'm waiting for, fam. I'm waiting on the integration debate, fam. Because, like I say, I just don't believe contextually. We started the integration process in the '60s. We were 100 years into the integration process by 1960. Segregation was a way to impede the integration process. The integration process started April 15th, 1865, fam. And I just, you know what I'm saying, I know ain't nobody gonna debate that one, but that's the debate I want, is when the integration debate. I just don't think the 60s are integration. That is the final step.
That's nuanced because, like, yeah, true what you just said, but you had separation in the South, right? Like in the North, not so much, but in the South, you did have the Jim Crow laws and everything else that did have people separate, right? Like, and that was the whole goal, was to have people integrate in the South, right? Because it wasn't about the North, like the civil rights movement, the modern day civil rights movement, pretty much was all about integrating the South.
To an extent, like I say, but because a lot of it, I think, was Southern, because I mean, the Great Migration did happen. A lot of them people from the South that came up north still knew the conditions and whatnot of the South. I think Emmett Till and some of the things that happened gave people the nerve. You had the Emmett Till issue. You had Brown versus Board. It was enough then to start pushing forward, as opposed to the previous 100 years after Plessy versus Ferguson, after Tulsa. I mean, they seen some rough shit. You know what I'm saying? Just 30 years earlier. And so I think
that's what I would argue. That's why they didn't want to integrate, is because they saw that rough stuff. Like as far like I said, separate but equal. They never had a problem with separate. It was always the equal, and everything you just mentioned was all about equal. They wasn't being treated equal, and that's what they wanted. And but the carpetbaggers was the ones that was pushing the whole. No, you need to focus on integrating, because once you integrate, the equal will follow.
Right,
and black people brought into that, and that was a mistake.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm looking for somebody to debate that so I can watch them, bro. That's what I'm saying. No, 100 years of segregation put us in a bad spot. Again, some of these historically black towns that I could show you that were created in these years of segregation, they were held back because of segregation. Had they been able to get public funding and be able to actually grow and benefit from the federal government, like some of these white homesteads and whatnot, ain't no telling what that black metropolis would look like today.
Right. So, that's what I heard. What I hear from, excuse me, what I hear from the leadership then is that they wanted the resources. The compromise was the integration. They wanted access to resources.
Yeah, they were challenging separate but equal initially.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, again, we back to equal, right? Like they wanted equal funding, right? They wanted the same funding that the white people was getting, so they could, because the white people was segregated, right? The white people was segregated, but they were still thriving, but black people wasn't, because they wasn't getting equal funding. So they didn't need to blend in with white people. They needed to
white people can't be segregated.
There's never been a time in this country when black people were actually segregated on a whole, bro. And I can show you that through where black people was working at, when they were working, and why there were waste riots in every decade. There's a reason for that, because there was never true segregation, only where you live. But when you come outside, when you go to work, they're there, everybody. And that's our experience here. So there's never truly been segregation. We didn't work on our own.
But you just said it. We had to go to their towns to go to those jobs. We had to go to their side of town to go work, right? When they wasn't coming to our side of town to work. Like our side of town was our side of town.
Yeah, but it was all love most of the time.
No. We wasn't even allowed to try on their clothes. We had to go in the back of the stores and pick up to get our food, and everything else couldn't even.
Well, wait. I thought you were about working. Because if you come out doing business, that's different.
Even working, we had to go through the back. We had to go through the back even when we worked there.
Right, but they weren't bothered. Most people who went to white communities didn't go to work being bothered. They didn't get lynched going to work. That's a misnomer.
For the most part, no. Not for the most part, no. Unless the lynching took place at night. It was a night ride.
Black people work in white communities. Yeah. There's never been a time where black people did not work in white communities.
Yeah, we had to go to their side of town and do things, or they plantations or farms or whatever. Yeah, we definitely had to work for white people. Absolutely.
So our fight was more about resources, and they turn it into, no, y'all gonna have to learn how to assimilate into our society.
Right.
We're not just gonna give you resources.
Right. I would argue that would be the best position for the government, considering the white citizens are not allowing that to happen. The federal government is not your biggest hindrance. Those white people in the next town over are.
I missed what you say?
I said the government is not the biggest hindrance. The white people in the next town over are the biggest hindrance. They're the people who gonna stop you. The federal government.
That's facts. That's all the way facts.
You talking pre-64?
Yeah, I'm talking about 1865 on in. Since we started creating black communities.
Mm-hmm.
Our biggest in doing
Well, the
that.
local poor white people.
Local white people, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, that was
absolutely.
against the policies that was being passed.
Absolutely. The same
Yeah,
people
I agree. I would agree. Those are the people that we lived next to.
Right.
At that time. Yeah, because we didn't even have black communities at first. We had to build them black communities.
Why I want us to understand that if you're flanked by white people, if they live on your east, your west, your north, and your south, but you have a community, again, are you really segregated? Because again, like I said, there's a reason why
Well,
Emmett Till ended up
segregation,
running Mississippi.
well, segregation to me really didn't happen until Plessy v. Ferguson, right? Like that's when Jim Crow got codified, and that's when you started getting more stringent laws and more consistent laws in the South, as far as like coloreds only, whites only, and stuff like that. That's when you started seeing the widespread of that.
Well, no, that's when they popped out, but the Mississippi plan was kind of the started at 1877. You know what I'm saying? Because again, if the federal government acting pussy, because here's the argument that people would make for reparations or whatever, but the federal government acting too pussy to go after the South for reinstating some of these laws. The government doesn't want to restart the Civil War, so they allow Mississippi to go forward with the Mississippi Plan. They allow them to change their constitution in 1890. The government didn't do shit to stop none of that.
Well, they didn't feel like it was their goal. Like again, like I agree. They didn't want to stir it up again. They wanted to kind of get back to states' rights, minus slavery, right? They wanted to keep trying to put everything back to the states' hands.
Like, just don't enslave them. Like for real. We see the loopholes y'all doing with the voting and all that shit. We just turn a blind eye, and that's that's literally what happened.
Yeah, I think that goes back to their Solar calls it a religion. I call it an ideology. White supremacy is not logic. It's not logical. But that's what they go by. That's what they believe in. So they saw it happening in the South. And they said, yeah, I can understand that. That's our land. That's our money. Like you said, we're just not going back to slavery. Do whatever you have to do to stay superior, and we'll back you in it.
Yeah, I think one of the points that Taz made, and which is one of the reasons why I actually am somebody who kind of backs the civil rights movement, is because I think it gets downplayed today. Like, it was just about, like, the way the story is told, it's like about sharing water fountains and shit like that. Yeah. But it's a problem, and the issue that we have is like when you talk about capitalism, right? And then when we talk about like the redlining situation, at the same time, credit is being introduced. That's a new system, right? And so now you have two different types of credit being introduced into the game. And then now the credit system at this time is how what people was able to get the shit that you see every day. Your refrigerators in the house, ovens, stove, you know what I mean? All of that type of shit. Yeah, car. Like, this is how you was able to get that shit. This is how shit look normal today, is because of that time period. So you got them being able to get that shit, and then it looked crazy. Your ass is sitting there without it, and you paying taxes. See, that's the main issue. Regardless of whether we want to claim, this is the number one part of you. We were never segregated. You were paying fucking taxes for shit that you was not benefiting from. That was the major issue. So it's one thing if we ain't paying taxes to, you know what I mean, for some of these shits. But if taxes is coming out of your dollars and you're not and you're not able to take a part in some of the things that the government was instituting at that time when they was building the middle class, you know what I mean, creating the middle class. Well, that's the issue.
It was a message from northern white people, right? That and bourgeoisie, boule, Negroes. That's where this whole integration system started, and it started way before the 60s, way before the 50s or the 40s. You know, you could actually, the mulattoes is the first ones that really kind of pop it off. But we talking about, like, you gotta go back to the NAACP. Let's cut to the fucking chase. Like W.E.B. Du Bois and the Niagara movement and all that shit, and the NAACP, all them Europeans and everything else. Once those Negroes from the Niagara movement linked up with those white motherfuckers from the NAACP, the movement was official. It was on. It was this is the goal. This is the agenda. We're going to integrate the country, and that's just what it was all about, focusing on the South and trying to get Negroes and white people to live harmoniously side by side, so they can all take advantage. They can take advantage of everybody's resources, like Nyame was saying. That's those white people' whole goal was. Those Europeans, those small hats, all them again, Northerners. This was the Northern aggression that everybody should have been talking about. That Northern aggression was real when it came to integration.
I don't think though. That's just like I don't think though we survive without it in a way. I mean, it's really kind of a lose-lose situation because of what it takes in order to maintain the infrastructure that we would have had. I just don't see how you do it with like, and that's why I say like the kumbaya. Yeah, that sounds good, but in actuality, it's like taxes is coming, whether you was in the South or not. Taxes was coming out of your money, and then the funding wasn't going into your schools. That's not balancing itself out. Like it's not.
There's another factor.
Teachers what we supposed to. We're not able to pay the doctors what we supposed to. Maintain the infrastructure on the hospitals that we talk about. Like we talk about that stuff from one standpoint of just
this is where the government failed. But this is where the government failed. This is when we get back to the government, right? The government failed.
You can't get that though without integration. You can't cry for the government to do that unless you integrate it into the system.
Well, we didn't have to. We didn't have to be integrated as far as living conditions and all that and everything else. No, we didn't have to do that. Not to get equal funding and everything. We was integrated as far as we was Americans.
But see, that's where
on that level.
That's where the play comes in at, is that it's like we know that we the people means we the majority. And so it's like it's easier. That's just like, okay, I'll give you an example. One of the reasons why in Europe they don't allow private schools is because they want the rich kids to have to go to school with the poor kids. And the reason why is because if it's only certain conditions that the rich kids' parents is gonna go for. So therefore, the poor kids just by being in the same facility as them benefit from it by the food, the education, and all of that type of shit. And it's like
we ain't benefit from no education from them dumb southern white people. Them southern white people, the dumbest people on the planet.
I give you an example, right? Like Flint, Michigan. Part of the reason why it's easy to do that is because of the population. Like it's easier to do that if you know that it's only the water's only go to them, as opposed to that same water go to your grandma just like you go to my grandma. It's more of an advantage. It's more of a disadvantage and easier to get picked off, to be honest. Based
now
off
we
of the
was outnumbered,
and
we was outnumbered. That's without a doubt. Ain't too much we could do about that. But we definitely was better off with our numbers were stronger in separation because we was together. Like once we started weeding in with all these people and everything else, like now we all separated. We all mingled in with these people, done had all kind of kids with these people, and everything else is that third shit pop off now. Motherfuckers, what motherfuckers gonna do? You think we surrounded before? We really surrounded now.
But I think that's how they was able to control it. Like what was supposed to happen was, as opposed to them being able to say, okay, like what the Delmar Divide, right, in St. Louis. Instead of them being like, well, we won't send loans over here to this side of the wall, but the loans that it take to upkeep the housing, we'll send it to this side of the wall. That's part of the reason. That's more of the point of the play, is so that they can't just go, oh, well, now, like how they did it. Now it ain't done by, okay, we'll just do it by zip code. We don't give loans to this zip code. You know what I mean?
That's what they was doing.
Exactly. So it's like you ain't able to maintain. So now we like, okay, well, if you can't,
that's the equal part that I'm talking about. We ain't treated equal.
Right.
Well, really, it's that's more equity though. That's more equity because and the reason why is because we paying. It'd be different if we were asking for something that we wasn't paying into, but we paying taxes for that benefit. Like that shit is coming out of our pocket, and instead of and it's not coming back at all. That like there was,
like I said, we wasn't getting treated equal. I would totally agree with that. That's my argument. We wasn't getting treated equal, but separate wasn't the problem.
Hey, let me ask y'all this, bro.
But separate was the problem. That's why you're not being treated equal.
Oh, hold on. If y'all version,
nah, we integrated now, and we still not getting treated equal.
Yeah, but that's Monday morning.
I wouldn't say we integrated.
That's hindsight.
This is totally Monday morning quarterback, and I'm saying Monday morning quarterback. But it was people that said it in real time too. But of course, all I can do is Monday morning quarterback, and it's happened way before me. But looking back in hindsight, yeah, absolutely, it was a mistake. We brought into the fool's gold that was being sold to us. We brought it by sinker.
Hey, share my screen, Psycho.
He thought once we got integrated, we would get treated equal. That's not what happened.
We thought it was no way that you could pick us out.
Yeah, it's too many people.
It ain't about being treated equal. It's about being.
That's what they was fighting for. That's what they was fighting for.
It's a lot of people that have achieved perceived equality, though. I just don't believe that most of us are making that argument, or you'll see more push against it. Most people are perfectly fine with the levels of equality that they have.
And I agree. Most Negroes are comfortable. I agree, but we all understand that we aren't being treated equal. We all understand that it's a lot of shit that we can't get away with that white people get away with on a regular basis all the time.
My apologies, y'all.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the argument though, because
hold on, real quick. I just got done watching the promo. That shit was hard. That shit was hard. I ain't gonna lie. That brought back some memories like a motherfucker. And I think a nigga got gained some weight. My face looked fat, but yeah, but that shit was hard. But yeah, I just want to say that we can get back to the conversation.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, y'all, look at this article right here. Right, so if y'all version of history is real, right, explain this article.
What date is that?
It's like 1912 or some shit.
Okay.
No, this is from a real article. This is a real article.
I got the year right, so I'll let you slide.
So bad, man.
So how do you explain this? Negro race has billions in the U.S. in land.
Oh, you asking them?
Oh yeah, in land, yeah, they took that from us, bro. That's gone. We own at one point 13% of the nation's land.
How did they get that?
That's what I'm asking y'all. What's y'all version? Like, read the article, Blue. It starts with send the Negro back to Africa. Absurd, impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? You explain that then.
I used that article in my debate with Domo. I just didn't go deep into it, but I did present it.
And when you say explain that, what do you mean? Like, as far as them saying that we wouldn't be an African?
Like, these super cities, these super Negro cities, bro, was everywhere.
Super Negro cities.
Whoa, that's
hey, hold up.
That's a way.
Bro, like,
this is what happened when you
I'm standing with Negro cities. I'm standing with
Black Wall Street was in a lot of places, bro. It wasn't just one place.
Black Wall Street ain't up and running yet, though. Like that. Black Wall Street is still in its formation around 1912. Right, it's still being created.
But I get what you're trying to say, though. I will agree that there, of course, there was not. You had Overtown, Florida. You had Pritchard, Alabama. You had
Cali,
multiple places in Texas,
Chicago, Ohio, Kansas.
But you know what happened, right? Because of that.
Listen what it says.
Hold on. Let me just say. Let me say something because this kind of ties in to the segregation part. You know what happened to all of those? They built I-10 on top of that shit.
Nah, they ain't built. I mean, they did have highways going through towns, but they ain't like.
I give you all of the things that they did. They built highway. They built I-10 on top of it. They turned that shit into lakes. And then motherfucking football stadiums and basketball stadiums.
That's like
common.
What are you talking about? This South California.
And every state. In every
not every state. Not every state.
In every state where we was, bro, where we had that shit on the street. It was everywhere we was at.
They put highways through Newark and they didn't destroy Newark. They went through they went through a certain neighborhood. They ripped up like a couple of streets. That's
what happened in multiple black communities.
The point of it, I'm gonna tell you why they do it. It's because and I'm gonna tell you why they do that, bro. Because when you usually that traffic on the way to go places has to stop in your town, bro, and get gas. Now that they put that bridge over here, they don't have to
right by the airport, so
spend money no more.
Yeah, you're right by the airport, so so they get a lot of highways over here.
But it keeps us just cycling like
that's most urban cities though.
We just be cycling.
Right. So in reality, this is a game of resources and power. They give us all the constitutional freedom we ask for. Whatever we want, Constitution in it, they will give it to us. But once we start building that resource wealth, that's when we see them go into their war mode and start taking shit, either physically or through their laws.
Sabotage.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's where, like I say, man, that
but bro, even all the way to the 1950s.
How does that fit though? Because wait 1 second. Because the people who doing it through the laws ain't the same people who come in and kick your door in and try to steal your shit in the 1920s.
That's where I would disagree though.
Yeah.
Because if that's just like if 99 and that's where we was going over in our debate. If 99% of the land is owned by what they say white men, and then at the end of the day, our shit we own 13% at one point, and now all of a sudden we end up with less than 0.5. They took our shit. And that's the same people that kicked our door in. They did it multiple ways.
Y'all not understanding? We integrated. That's what happened. We integrated.
And then you got to, and at the time, we can say
we own way more property back then.
Bro, listen, it had to happen in the stock market crash.
After the stock market crash, we own way more property back then.
Yeah, but I feel like that loss of property was inevitable though.
Yeah,
like whether
integration, they took it. That's why Obama cut a check for billions of dollars, bro, when he was in office.
Like have y'all seen some of these places where y'all saying they took it?
Yeah, yes, they wasn't. I mean, they was the hood. They was slums. I mean, they like especially in the South. They was like they was. Yeah, I know they wasn't the best kept up, but the reason why they wasn't the best kept up is because of redlining and everything else. We wasn't getting loans to be able to keep up on these houses the way white people was able to keep up on their houses in their neighborhoods. So again, we back to getting treated equal. Separate wasn't the problem. It was getting treated.
But the problem is they are separate.
That's what go in with segregation.
Well, no, but that's what I was about to say. That like segregation wouldn't have prevented that though. Like segregation wouldn't be a better strategy against redlining.
No, separation is the problem. Segregation is the legality part of it, and that's the problem. The legality of it is what made it unequal. right? Like separation was the problem. Was the problem though? Like we was fighting for the wrong shit.
But how effective was redlining?
I think this.
No,
I think the South was actually the niggas, bro. I think when the fights and all that shit was going on, it was belonging to niggas in the first place. And the Europeans was bringing white vagabonds and shit over here for war, and for reward, they gave them the niggas.
No, Lance, not now, Lance. Lance, not now.
Because I think there's a reality.
Listen, man.
There's a reality of the integration. I think the integration conversation gets overshadowed by the idea that we wanted proximity, and not that proximity had a relationship with access to resources.
I agree. That like it's twofold, right? You have black people, the northern black people, the boule motherfuckers, who was the main ones pushing this as far as in our community. They were the main black people that was pushing this crap. They wanted proximity to white people, right? They wanted proximity to white people. The white people that was pushing for this, because there was white people that was pushing for this too. We can't act like it was all black people that was pushing this crap. We got that idea from somebody, and we got it from these white people. Them motherfuckers wanted access to resources. They wanted access to our resources. They wanted to be able to, yes, they wanted to be able to.
It was a trade for laborers and resources, bro.
Take our resources. Like, why are we like,
no, they didn't have the power yet. What are you talking about?
Black men wanted access to resources. In every
they did have the carpetbaggers and the scallywags.
Man, them carpetbaggers wanted access to the white man's. They thought the white man's ice was colder, and they didn't want to create their own ice. That's why they went after people like Booker T, because Booker T was trying to create his own ice. They was like, "Fuck your own ice. The white man's ice colder. We need his ice."
No,
fuck your ice. Your ice ain't good enough.
Nah, but everybody had their own white man they was standing with, bro. I can't do that with you.
Nah,
no. What you talking about? The clan that agreed that we shouldn't be living together. You're right. Yeah, the Klan definitely supported that.
Right. I mean, that's where the money came from. We wasn't printing our own money, so we had to have.
Klan ain't just one entity.
Somebody else.
Like, I'm just saying, the Klan ain't just one group, especially in the 19th.
Hey, I mean, and we can't ignore the fact that what made separate but equal unconstitutional is that it wasn't equal. Like we was literally, it was legalized. It was legalized, like for us to be second class citizens.
And that's my.
So it's like
the equal part. It wasn't equal, right? That's my argument.
Yeah, but that's why I feel like integration was the natural evolution to that. Like I think what we value about integration is one thing. Like, and that's why I say the proximity argument. Like I can kind of see where that argument makes sense. I think generally
their ice would have been colder technically because nigga they had refrigerators. Like literally. So yeah,
they instead of just trying to build our own refrigerators, we go use.
We the ones who built the refrigerator, but everybody.
Look at it like this: we want to build
to build a refrigerator. Where the metal and shit gonna come from?
Well, look at it like this: we want to build the refrigerator, but they control the freon. You see what I'm saying? Like they control the freon, so we got everything else we need to build it except the shit.
You have to trade with people.
So really integration was
you have trade, so it's going to be a give and take. Crazy. But we could have had stuff where we like now we ain't got nothing to give. It's just take, and nothing to give. Right. We at least had something to give. If we kept going as part of the course, it could have been a legit trade.
But
you niggas, we treated our land away.
When you say,
you niggas don't know history.
What were we gonna trade, bro?
Okay,
we
what treaty?
To feed ourselves.
All them fucking Indian
stuff. What do you mean? We had the carpet right there, Tuskegee, one of the most generational minds ever. What are we talking about?
There's always been separate black communities, bro. Most black people didn't want to live in a separate black community, and I don't think that has.
No, that's not true either.
That's definitely true.
We said most black people didn't want to what?
They did not want to live in a separate black community.
What do you mean by separate black community? What do you mean, like
in a black community where it's just
far away from the hospitals, far away from the banks?
No,
far
bro.
away from.
That's not that history don't reflect that.
Oh no. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Show like you gonna show me if you go back in history and show me black people clamoring for that. You're gonna show me again a bunch of boule Negroes from the north. Show me the regular, average, everyday Southerner that's crying saying we need to live by white people. I challenge you to show me that.
We need to live by white people is a far cry. I never said we need to, but the living by white people and that not being a problem, that has to be understood. That was going on long before these integration talks. Black people and white people live side by side.
Southern black people was complaining about how white people was treating them in the South. They wasn't complaining about them living amongst other black people and not living around white people. That was not what they was complaining about.
That was the whole issue of white people making up shit to go and lynch somebody's child because they live right there in the same community. That's why they was able to go right there and still.
They had their side of town. They had their side of town. That was it.
It's one town.
Yeah, but they had their side though. They had their side and they had their side. Like it wasn't black people towns.
Town wasn't a black Wall Street, bro.
Right. That's my point. Like these towns wasn't like whole black towns, but it's like now you got black side of towns and they stayed on their side of town.
And they go to the store and they see what
they sided tracks back then. It was called they sided tracks or whatever.
Right.
But you share stores, you share banks, you share grocery, like all of that stuff is shared.
They shared these places, bro.
The downtown areas, yes. The downtown areas, yes.
That's why there was pride in what black people did, but in some places black people ain't did that yet, and so black people are using white people's stores, white people locksmiths, white people's plumbers. Like it's like there's no time in history where blacks and whites was not integrated off the plantation. The problem was white motherfuckers in this country didn't like us. Like that's it. But they couldn't create the segregation they wanted. We give them arguments with what you saying, Psycho. They were never able to achieve that, but that's what they wanted.
So what was integration then?
Integration was the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment.
Right, but
but outside of that, in terms of a movement, I think integration was more of a like a civil rights, civil liberties conversation. Like you can't have black people can't have access to full access to rights if they operate within local governments that undermine those rights. Because it was the biggest proponent of segregation was the state and local governments, because discrimination and shit was already outlawed in the Constitution. And so it's like, how do we challenge?
Wait, outlawed by what?
The 14th Amendment.
Right. But that's why I'm saying that's where it starts.
Yeah.
That's where.
Finish this thought
though, because that's where I'm at with it. Like you, go ahead.
Yeah, so it was just essentially like in order to make sure that we don't have things that are infringing on the rights of black people. Like we don't have policies, we don't have practices and institutions that are specifically saying we treat black people differently. Right? Like that's what integration was about. Like full access to rights.
Yeah,
so we integrate them in and undermine.
It says here, integration, especially in the context of race and civil rights, refers to the process of combining or uniting formerly separate groups into a common whole, ending segregation and promoting equal access and opportunity for all.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think the equal access part is what's more fundamental. So it's coming together is one thing, but it was more so the option of being like, if I want to live in a white community, I shouldn't have to risk my life to do that. You know what I'm saying? And so it was really about choice. Not saying that I want to live next to white people, but telling me that I can't live next to white people, or telling me I can't live in this community, then that's confirming that I'm a second-class citizen, which undermines my constitutional rights.
Right, but we didn't get equal rights though.
I agree.
We got equal opportunity to live around white people. That they took care of that part. That's the part they was worried about. But the other part they didn't care about, and that's why we got like.
But see, that's why I say yeah, like we got equal opportunity, but we get like or we got equal access, but equal access doesn't mean equal outcome. That's why like equity is so like I think because I actually had a debate on this too, equality versus equity. Like equity is important because
I got mention this all the time. You know what integration, the hard push for it, the super hard push for it came in the 40s. And you know what took off and blew up in the 50s and helped this integration get pushed out there? Stuff like the fast food market. Fast food markets blew up in the 50s. Took off. And they was getting
that's what McDonald's started, right?
Huh?
McDonald's started it.
McDonald's is they the ones who wanted to stay. They the ones who kind of formed the whole model of franchises. They joints out and having franchisees and buying up the property too. Because what McDonald's do is, and most fast food joints do now too, is they kind of follow their model. Is them motherfuckers they buy up the property. And then they build the store on top of the property. That's how they end up getting the franchisees with shit and everything else. So they actually own the property and the store, and they just lease it out to people and that's how they run the store, and this is how they get their money. So like, and they started that model way back in the 50s, and like I said, look what happened in '64. Boom! All of a sudden now they can start dumping their franchises all up in our hood, and you can't go in no hood, no find fast food joints all over the fucking place. It was all about getting money, dog, out of our communities.
Like, come on.
Yeah, the banks though took most of
It definitely was an undermining. It definitely was an undermining whether you want to
shit.
admit to integration or not. You know what I'm saying? Systematically.
I mean, yeah, they don't get me wrong.
I'm telling you real shit. You can look it up.
It was in theory. What I'm arguing against is that in theory, this is not what the point of it was, and what they did with it. It's almost like anything, bro. Like when you start a movement, they turn your shit into a hashtag. It was like it was one thing that was started going in one direction, and one of the reasons why is because at the end of the day, you can't change people's heart. You know what I mean? And that's just really what it come down to. It was really no way to get around that part.
It's a good thing. It's a good joint to check out. It's called 54 Years After Brown versus Board of Education, where they're taking one of the women from the Arkansas 9, and they're taking them to the actual school that they were integrated in. And what they did was, she's seen that it was just as segregated. She's on the documentary crying and everything because, it's still kind of segregated.
The little girl with the glasses. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, and she, what she seen was, one, that they created AP classes, and these AP classes are for the quote unquote more smarter students. So ironically, this, it was maybe like 2 or 3 black people in one class, but then it's majority white. And then the black people will be kind of like on the other side of the school. So they kind of really found new ways of segregating them. And even to the point where, this is the part where she was crying when she said she, the black kids, they ate outside and the white kids would eat inside. So she was asking the kid like, well, why do you come outside to eat? And then they was like, well, I'm more comfortable with coming outside. Like I'm this is where my friends at, so I'm more comfortable coming outside. So, they was able to socialize, the segregation, despite, I think, everybody had a portion of what they were saying. Go ahead, Psycho.
No, speaking of Central Park 9, like I said, that goes to Brown v. Board that happened in '54, and that what you're talking about with this, I said Central Park 9, the Central High School. I forgot the Central High School kids in Arkansas, Little Rock.
Arkansas 9.
Yeah, the Arkansas 9. Okay, yeah, the Central High School out in Arkansas, Little Rock. That happened in '57. That happened in '57. That was 3 whole years after Brown v. Board, and they forced those kids to go into that school. They forced those kids to go to that school because the motherfuckers wait. It was like 3 years after Brown v. Board, and nobody in the town was integrating. Nobody was going to the schools. So they mustered up this grandiose idea where they was going to find 9 kids that would be willing to go and actually integrate Central High School. That was always all white. Jerry Jones was there and everything else. Huh?
It wasn't dangerous for black kids.
This is my point. Why would this? My point. It wasn't. You're proving my point. Why would they? Why would they want to integrate with these people? Why would they want to go to school with these motherfuckers? Why would they want to live around these motherfuckers? These motherfuckers done burnt crosses and shit like that on their fucking lawn. They done lynched these motherfuckers. They done drug them with trucks. You think they like this was northern motherfuckers?
They're tired of going to school in shacks. They're tired of going to
school. Why did they get forced
book.
to go? Why did they force them to go to the best high school in that state? It was the best high school in the state. Nobody would integrate to it. Why?
You have to show me where they were forced to go.
They were forced to go. They took the military and they had to force them to go. And then they told you like
that was the idea. That wasn't the parents' idea. They came to they came
to the parents. Yeah.
Right. They came to all the parents. They came to all the parents in the black community and they picked 9 to go.
Source that.
No. Yeah. You
Just
gotta
look up the story of Ruby Rose, bro. That's in the story.
Right. Source it up. Because I have the alternative. I got 30 alternatives.
Give me an alternative, Tess. What are you saying?
Wanted to send their kids to these schools, and the schools were dangerous, and so they were fighting to make the school better. They wanted to send the kids to these so-called white schools. They're not white schools; they're public schools, and they wanted a shot at what these white people got. And because of that, you telling me that they're coons? Come on, fam.
Who said anything about coon? Who mentioned coon?
What you saying?
I never said coon, Taz.
Nah, we weren't saying coons.
I never said coon. I said they didn't want to go integrate. I'm saying they didn't want to integrate.
Right, but I'm saying the people that did.
I know. I said they was kind of forced to because they didn't want to go. The kids didn't want to go to the school. They wanted to stay with their black friends. But the parent kind of coaxed them into it. Matter of fact, no, I think Ernest Green. I believe that was his name. He was interested in going. He was nervous about going, but he was interested in going. He was, but the other kids kind of was like they kind of wanted to stay with their black friends, but kind of was talked into it. Like the parents talked them into it. Like they was most like I know one was a senior, and it was like like most of them was juniors and like sophomores. One was a freshman, if I remember correctly.
No, bro, like for real. So for example,
I know Ernest Green was the only senior.
So if you wanted to be a scientist,
just
do you
like
think,
bro, the reason why they had to fight so hard, bro, is because the white people did not want to integrate the schools. Black people are like the Cleveland boycott is happening because these white schools are not making it so the black kids can come freely. This is why black kids start protesting the schools.
You said Cleveland, but that's Cleveland. What year was that? That's Cleveland, though. What year was that?
That's 63 or 64. It's like 10
Yeah,
years
that's Cleveland.
Brown versus Ford.
Yeah, that's Cleveland.
It did eventually turn into that.
I'm talking about the South, though.
That shit is not gonna ride in the North, nigga.
This is all
So
over the country.
Stand up.
Go ahead, Blue.
yeah, I would say if you wanted to be, especially somebody trying to be a scientist, if you looked at even something like the way our classrooms and what we had based off of the funding that we had compared to their schools, I think of course I don't think it's no different than now than when you want to send your kid off to a private school, because whether it be for basketball and the education, like, well, it's two phases to it, but that it's resources, opportunities, and people that you get a chance to bump into that you just not gonna be able to bump into going the regular route.
Well, that's why they argued it initially about the separate but equal. They were really just wanted funding to stay in their communities and just you're saying equal, so you got to give us the funding to have sufficient schools too. I think it had to evolve into like what Taz is saying. It eventually evolved into integration because one, the government understood that there's no way that we can afford equal, separate, and equal. So we got to integrate these motherfuckers, and we got to convince them to integrate. So it was a whole process of using black leaders to now begin to mold the movement into, yes, we are integrating into so Yeah, what a lot of the common people were asking for was, just equal funding, equal funding for the schools and things of that nature, and it evolved into integration, So this is what all that stuff was going on with when you had the black leaders talking to, the government officials. They had to come to a sort of a middle ground on how they're going to deal with this whole thing, and that would be the middle ground, would just be integrated. Now the common white people like, oh hell no, like, we not fucking with that, and that's where you had the clash.
Now, what I will say is I think some niggas have found fault with the narratives that's always associated with that type of shit. Like, the narrative associated with civil rights is a question of proximity when we talk about integration. And that does kind of create the notion that in order for things to work out for black people, you have to be next to white folks. And that's it, and that is the narrative. Like, if you ask like a general person, like, we kind of, all of us at some point, is to some degree, have looked past like the surface level segregation conversation, like civil rights conversation. But if you ask, like when you think, like, I ask like a regular person who really ain't put too much thought, it's like, yeah, so black people and white people can live together.
Yeah. So
well, hold on, you saying that narrative don't exist?
No, I'm saying that ain't the reason. I ain't saying that narrative don't exist. No,
So really, psychopatheists is on one side of the argument. It's both fact based.
Yeah, I'm sure right here.
Is on one side of the argument, and Taz is on the other side of the argument, because black people represented both of those sides at a point in time.
Yes, this argument was going on back then. This is what I'm saying. Like when people make it, I don't like this idea that all these black people was clamoring for immigration. No, that's not true. It says right here, like, one of the plans created during the attempts to desegregate the schools of Little Rock was by school superintendent Virgil Blossom. His initial approach proposed a substantial integration beginning quickly and extending to all grades within a matter of many years. See, this was a plan. Like I said, they put the thing out for to see what parents was all interested in 57 to kind of force this integration thing to happen, because it wasn't going on.
Right. So what's happening in 1956? 1955, because it's black people.
They was going to their own schools.
These schools, which we did see happen. Like, you make it seem like there is no James Meredith. There is no history of black people wanting to go to these schools. Like, that's what the problem is for me. It's like you're saying like they were forced to go there. How?
No, I'm talking about these kids in particular right here. Like, I ain't going. Maybe I shouldn't have said forced, but they was coerced. Coerced is probably a better term. They was talked into it, right? Because they didn't have any interest in going. They wasn't pressed about not going to the school. This wasn't their idea.
To go to a public school?
To go to that public school, yes. To go to that.
Hold on, Psycho. Have you seen Remember the Titans, guys?
With Denzel Washington, the coaching and
all that? Yeah.
What about it?
Nigga, that's a success story.
Mm-hmm.
That's a success story. That show you. It wasn't about whether or not they wanted to be there. It was about what it meant for them to play on the same team. That's the significance.
Sports is all that's competitiveness. That's like, that's competitive. Okay, we better, like, I was okay with sports. Integrating sports is one thing. I actually would have preferred they kept it black versus white, to be honest with you. But I'm cool with the sports and competing against each other. I was talking about like living conditions and them being able to put their franchises and shit like that in our communities. Like, it's the reason why white people saw Walmart as a problem a long time ago. Like, they saw Walmart as a problem a long time ago because they understand the dynamics of what Walmart brings to their communities. It kills the mom and pop's dynamic, right? All the small businesses going to get killed off the second Walmart comes into your community. And that's what they pretty much Walmart'd us to death when they did integration. That's what they did.
Nah,
That's what they was doing.
but I think though, like honestly, if we're talking about having to break that, like the current dynamic, like I feel like it's like that's why I always felt like if this was that was a natural part of how the shit was. It had to happen that way. Like you have to have a push for breaking down who can live next to who. Like, because at any point, if like once you establish that, the whole, I mean, which really kind of undermined the conversation around like why like institutional racism and shit to a large degree is unconstitutional because it undermines the purpose and the practices of the whole shit. I mean, that's why really when we're talking about critical race theory and interest convergence theory, what Derek Bell says is like shit. It was in white people's really best interest in order for desegregation to take place. Because you got to think about how the United States was looked at globally and the role that the United States was trying to play at that time.
Right.
You know what I mean? Derek Bell said that shit. The only reason you get motherfucking Brown versus Board of Education is because of the Cold War.
Yeah, so you and like you could look at politics today, and this is a good thing to do. When you look at politics today, it's all these factors, how it's going to affect the economy, what's going on globally. That's what's going on then too. So they taking all these things into consideration when they making their arguments. There was an economic aspect to it, and there was a geopolitical aspect to it as well, as what Domo was saying. That's why the military was like the ones that was kind of like, oh, you're going to take these niggas in because they trying to now, set an image globally and establish democracy in other areas of the world. And and motherfuckers looking like, well, damn, you treating your own people like this. Why would we take y'all in to be leaders of democracy in our land if y'all treating your own people like this? So they had a lot of things on the table that they had to do. But still, to your point, this is why they had to convince certain groups of black people, as what you say may be called the boule initially, to buy into the idea of integration. Because up until that point, we were being terrorized by whites. If you cannot convince me that the average common black person, I mean, I could go today in the hood and niggas don't want to live around white people and shit. So it's like, you said that at that time, it's definitely a large demographic of black people that like, well, we don't want to fuck around with white people. We don't want to live around them. We don't want to go to school with them. So it had to be a movement, as what Domo said, a movement to see, look, it's cool to be around here. Like, you know what I mean? And that took in force, we got y'all back and we're going to, help this happen. So we need the black leaders to be on the same page. So this is why they had these black leaders to actually, usher in these movements. So
and if we being honest, when we think about like resistance to integration in the South, it's like y'all was dealing with it like people, or not even say y'all necessarily, but like niggas in the South was just dealing with a different type of white person. Like, and these was the ass backwards left behind Confederate white people. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, of course niggas in the South is gonna be like, well, we don't want to live next to these motherfuckers. Like we don't want to live by these inbred hicks, and niggas get that. But it's like that's why the problem with the South is like it's always been behind in terms of moving forward socially. Like if you're attempting to develop a progressive society, which functionally, the United States has this, I don't know, like a tension with, because it's built on progressive ideals and values, but it at its foundation is a lot of fascist, racial, like messed up stuff. Stop cussing. So the issue at hand is whether or not the South is a good example of the proper attitudes about how to move forward. Because I avoid using words like docile to talk about like Southern people, but it's like that relationship is similar to that. I mean, because of the violence, so arguably like it's a reason why like we got the story of Emmett Till, like all black kids learn about Emmett Till. It kind of tells you why black people weren't as Like, cause he was from up north. Like, he came down from used to being around white folks like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he had a different relationship with white people, and then they showed him in the South like, nah, we ain't got that type of relationship. But at that point, like, you're dealing with a minority though. Like this is like that. Like, this cultural phenomenon, the Southern cultural phenomenon, is like what you wouldn't think would be for integration, even though like that's where you saw Jim Crow at its worst.
But bro, if the South was as integrated as some people sell, that would have never happened to Emmett Till. He would have never been in them white folks' store in the first place. That's what I'm saying, and that's what we don't acknowledge.
Now, he still would have been in the white people's store. What do you mean?
No, absolutely not. He's only in those white folks' store because there is no real segregation. It's not real. It's a concept
segregation wasn't limited to spending money though, Taz, or making money with each other. That's not what it was relegated to.
But that was the
argument. I would agree.
thing,
They was never like that. If that's your argument, I would agree with you. It was never like that.
But that's the main point for it though.
Wait, so what are you saying segregation was then?
Living conditions.
That goes in that, but that's about. I wouldn't say
what Domo was saying was the Domo,
but that go in the money though, the resources.
Right, you said where you can only live in one area of town, and you got these black codes on housing and whatnot.
Well, and that's the equal part that I say was the issue. That was the issue right there.
But now that's the issue with the government. You saying because that's still not the issue.
Yeah, that falls back on the government. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, cause see that's what I'm saying when we're talking about this. It is two different. It's two different adversaries here. You got the government and the people, and I think the two working together is what we call white supremacy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, you had a conflict with the government and the common person, because I believe that the common man didn't understand the geopolitical ramifications of them maintaining the society as it was. So they had to force them or convince them, like, and this is where you get the more covert form of systemic racism. You know, these people once integrated, and I say that in quotes, they began to do, like, you say, like, the different tactics of still maintaining white supremacy or white privilege in an integrated society. And we still fighting that to this day, how they undermine certain things and they prevent us from getting access to resources. So, because once again, in order for the society to function, you could pass 100 laws. That common man is still the person that is signing off for whatever. He's the person that you got to still go to, and they will undermine. They will be the ones that undermine us and prevent us still from getting access to stuff that legally we're supposed to be getting access to.
We lacked ownership.
A lot of these things are recent, like credit reports and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think that was in the 80s. Like, yeah, you got to have a certain amount of credit in order to get access to.
But see, that's why I was
not
saying
the 80s. That's not the 80s. That's when redlining comes in. That's at the time. At the time when they introduced the credit system is the same time that they start changing. That they introduced the mortgage system.
And that's why I was like, exactly what I would characterize what you said, Psycho, as they were denied ownership. Like, these are institutional and structural efforts to make sure that black people can't own shit. Like, they'll literally jump through hoops to deny niggas some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's why.
And a little bit of shit the land we did have land. We did have own land. We wasn't able to do a whole lot with the land though because of lack of funding. Like we didn't have bailouts like the white people had.
And the government is not the good guys. I don't want to make it look like the government was the good guys and it was like the common white person that was the bad guys. No, the government wanted to create an image. They wanted to look like it was black progress while maintaining white supremacy. So they understood that, well, we have to do this and still find ways of undermining them to keep them in the same position that they were in.
Because they are the government.
Yeah. So that's what I meant. Yeah.
But that's why it's a question of recognizing, and this is where whiteness, for example, we see how fluid it is. You feel me? Like the reason why whiteness is able to maintain itself is because it's able to adjust and adapt. It don't have to stay the same. You feel me? So like you can have a white supremacist institution that has a black face because it ain't a question of, oh, I don't need to keep you away in order to create the advantage that I'm creating for people that look like me. I can put you right here in front and center and still be able to get the same benefit out of that because it's about value.
Right. And all the stuff that we're talking about is the necessity of the critical race theory. That you know, all the stuff that led up into that point is why we needed a critical race theory. Because, you know, in order to understand the systemic aspects of white supremacy and how it's now covert, you know, the common man is not going to be getting it. They just know that they're not getting approved for this house. They know they're not getting hired at this job for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? And they'll say, for example, well, it was your criminal record. But then, you know, you can look at homeboy that's the supervisor, and that motherfucker, that white boy got mad shit on his criminal record. Or even qualifications like a person that's in high school, you know, is a supervisor over me, and I got an associate's degree, and I'm like, yo, damn, every time I apply for the position, I was denied. But you giving somebody that don't even have the qualifications, the position, you know what I mean? So this was the type of shit that was going on. You know what I'm saying? For, you know, so for us to really understand it, we needed a critical race theory really to understand systemic racism and how it's being applied in everyday society.
Yeah, I think I just don't think. I mean, to be honest, I don't think it was a way around it because of the situation we got. Like I said, 99% of the government is the white man. It's like, so at the end of the day, it's his vote. You know what I'm saying? And on how resources is going to be allocated.
99.9% white.
Yeah. So it's like them. That's a landscape where it's like either way it go, you come in. It's like you damned if you do and you damned if you don't. Best shot.
That's why I said you gotta look at the government, right? Like the white, but them poor white folk that was mad at black motherfuckers and everything else because we infringing on they space and this, that, and the third, and we ain't nothing but you know, we ain't even really human. You know, we this, that, and third. You know, we don't deserve. We savages and all this other shit. We don't deserve. We getting it, whatever. They felt like we was getting everything. They felt like we was getting all types of stuff that we wasn't getting. But in their mind, they believe, those poor white people believe we was getting all kinds of benefits and all kinds of other wild ass shit, right? So they went out their way to make sure that we wasn't getting a motherfucking thing above them. Like because they were still feeling the pain from the Civil War. The South was still they were still feeling pain. And to be fair, a lot of the South did get scorched after the Civil War and shit. Like a lot of areas got fucked up.
They saw us get shit though. That's the part of it that's always they saw it. Like they saw us get shit. They saw us build communities. They saw us outshine them. We were.
Now, when you say get shit, what do you mean by that though? Get shit, Tess.
Say it again.
What do you mean by get shit? Because remember, like after the Civil War, it was, you know, the black people were the trained skilled workers. It was mostly a black, you know, so yeah. You know, they were the ones that knew how to build shit.
Like they didn't even know how to take care of the farms. That's where sharecropping came from. They couldn't even take care of the farms.
Right, but see, these are citizens now that weren't given the respect as such. And so because the communities they're building aren't being respected, this is why the federal government had to come in and protect some of them. And you did have a 14th Amendment. This is why the 14th Amendment had to be made, because there was no respect for black people in this country. Your city does not mean shit. They're just coming over, run your shit, take your shit, and do whatever. So this is why we needed citizenship. Black people did build communities. And what we saw are those communities grow into something prosperous, more prosperous than white communities that were already up and running, which is why they wanted segregation, Jim Crow, to detach you from the resources. I just like it's just weird. We don't understand that segregation was their game plan to detach people from resources in Mississippi, and then the rest of the country adopted it. Meanwhile, in spite of all of that, we still see Mound
I
Body.
would say that there was laws put in place, the black codes and Jim Crow and all that, and that was in order to keep us away from access to resources. But again, this is where we get to the equal part. Because I wouldn't argue with you on that either. But we getting back down to the equal part. It had little to do with separation and more to do with them not just treating us fairly.
Yeah, I don't think that old hatred from the South ever left. That was always there. So
no, that's why I said, like, you know, like like I said, the Civil War was still fresh in their minds. Like, them motherfuckers still, you got Southerners that still don't let that Civil War go. And them motherfuckers ain't even met the motherfucker that fought in the motherfucking Civil War in their fucking family.
Stupid nowadays. But back then I could see why, because
it was
on one side,
because their parents fought in it. Some of them fought in it.
People still living. You got people praising fucking Abraham Lincoln every day. Like there was like some sore spots. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely know and understand that part of it. But now 100 years later, that was capped though. By then, it wasn't no more. The South will rise again and all that shit.
No, Taz, no, that's not true, Taz. No, they were still on it like that. They were still on it like that. You had the northern white motherfuckers, the more progressive motherfuckers. They was trying to get the South to get on board, but they wasn't going. Them George Wallace type motherfuckers, those Bull Connor ass motherfuckers, those like hell, they wasn't going. Philadelphia, Mississippi, like they wasn't going, bro. They wasn't going. They wasn't happening.
For me, historically speaking, when we look at the 60s, we see the last run of the Klan, the one that they really start popping out doing wild shit. And I definitely wouldn't downplay what they was doing in the 60s.
Philadelphia, Mississippi is what killed the Klan.
But it's not the show of force that you saw in the 20s.
And I would argue it's because of Philadelphia, Mississippi. That was the death knell for the Klan.
Yeah,
like as far as like putting them they wasn't the same since Philadelphia, Mississippi.
They ain't been the same since the 30s, 40s, 50s. That, like I said, the 60s.
They still had some weight in the 60s. I would say the 60s Klan wasn't as strong as the 20s and shit like that. I would agree, but they still held weight in the 60s. They still had weight.
Yeah, that's what I said. That was their last ride. I wouldn't downplay it at all. But in terms of what we saw historically in this country, that was a weak version of what the Klan was in terms of force. They had shows of force historically that put this country to shame.
I would say the 60s Klan is stronger than any Klan version of the 1800s. The original Klan, they were stronger than them.
You said stronger?
Yeah, than the original Klan. Yeah,
I would agree. Yeah, them that was you talking about Albert Pike and them, bro.
Yeah,
like,
they're stronger than them. Yeah,
like they was kind of real, like in terms of like the Klan, like y'all said that the 1920s Klan had to turn it up. Like
that was the strongest version. That was the strongest version today. I would argue that they in most of the government. I would argue that they in most of the government, the FB and the FBI.
Yeah, you'll lose that one though.
Oh yeah,
I got a book. I got a book that
I start breaking up the Klan members for real, nigga. The ones that we know historically. Like, well, can you show me one like him? Hugo Black. Here he go, right here. Supreme Court Justice. He goes Klan card. He goes Klan card.
Yeah,
right here.
The 20s. That was the strongest version of the Klan. 20s.
They was everywhere, bro.
Yeah, that was the strongest version of it. That was the rebirth version.
I think though. To me, it just depends on kind of how you look at it, though. I think by what they've been able to do, I think it's more by what you able to, the more that you able to take. I don't think that they've lost anything; they gained more by even playing nicer. I mean, I don't see what's the difference between the Klan and the white man.
Well, see, again, historically speaking, the Klan is a group of white men that operate in secrecy and can get away with killing people. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't see that being a thing today like it was in the 60s. Certainly not like the 20s. And that's why I say I would never say they don't exist, but to give them any credit, like I said, the history that they have of marching 10,000 people through your streets and niggas scared to come outside, peeking out the window.
Yeah, I think they smarter than that now. I think now they just let you walk and spend money in a Circle K. Yeah, I think they rather take your money. I think they rather use.
They don't got nowhere near they ain't got nowhere near the numbers they had at that time in the 20s or the 60s. They don't have nowhere near the numbers they had back then.
I don't know, man. I mean, well, but when you say the Klan, like
they
I will
literally
say
when they say the Klan, they talking about the literal Klan, the active Klan members.
Yeah, because
most young,
like the young racists that's coming up, this, that, and the third, they're not going to the Klan. They just being like white nationalists, right? Like,
yeah,
but
that's what I'll say that then. To me, the same goal is twofold: white nationalism and still white supremacy. I think the Klan is something that formed based off of them panicking or feeling like they were losing that.
That's why Taz was like historically speaking, because he's talking specifically about the Klan.
Yeah, historically, yeah. Because
so,
me, I'm more like neo-Nazi. Because in general, I'm looking at what they doing. But so I would see why you would say that.
They ain't exploded to the late 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
As far as out here in America. Right. Yeah.
But I think though that we do come to a problem though is that it's gonna be hard though to separate when we say that the issue is how the government handled things. I think it's just still gonna be hard to get around that. We still talk like, how can we expect the government is the white man? I don't know how we could expect him to act any different. Like, how is he supposed to act?
He's doing what I expect him to do. The white man don't surprise me too much.
So it's like really our next. It's like, what are we doing? Because it really come down to is like, is the white man gonna find it in his heart to do right? Like that's what that shit just end up sounding like. Honestly, I'm gonna be like honest. It's like we asking for the
I'm
white
gonna demand
man to
that
be
he do right.
progressive.
I'm gonna demand he do right, but I ain't gonna expect you. Demand it, but don't expect it.
Yeah, you need that aspect of it. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Blue. But like like some people feel there's an other side to that. Feel like, okay, this is why we trying to get Supreme Court justice in the government, so it could be a black face in the government, like what you're saying, and it is not white dominated. So we would try to fight to get
if you don't integrate. How do you get that far if you don't quote unquote integrate?
That's why there are people for integration.
That's why I don't think you can do that without it.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Because
like, how do you have representation without integration?
You can have representation without integration. Like, say, like a foreigner can come over here and have representation, right? Like, you can have representation, like that. You don't.
But they integrated though.
For that.
A foreigner come over here to be integrated.
Yeah, but they can still get representation. If foreigner come over here, they can get representation without them being a citizen.
In the government?
Yeah, in court.
Yeah.
I don't mean like in court. When I say like I mean like somebody in the Supreme Court, somebody in the Senate, people that like.
You mean like
how do we get?
Yeah, well, no, you gotta be a citizen for that. But again, you guys gotta be a citizen, right? Like we still citizens. Like I ain't like if we our own nation, that's a different conversation. I'm talking about just separation here in this country, and we didn't have to be integrated as far as living amongst them. We didn't have to we didn't have to allow them to come into our communities with their franchises, which is again a huge deal. Like we didn't have to allow these things in order to survive here in this country, right? Like we already had everything we needed as far as like what did we gain by integration? I'm a little bit confused what we even really gained outside just better access and better.
You gotta remember too though, like they were being terrorized. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of times when people build communities,
integration didn't stop that though.
But if for example, and this hypothetically speaking,
you'd have to show
like if I build something and you constantly attack it, and then you come with, say, well, I'm gonna put this in your community. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. People are more likely gonna take that, and because like every time I try to build something, you're destroying it. Every time I'm trying to like, you know what I'm saying? Like so. It wasn't every time.
That wasn't every time. You can show me examples of it happening. Yeah, you can show me examples of it happening, but that didn't happen in every community every time.
Well, any major progress was attacked.
Like I said, you can show me communities get attacked. I'm not going to say it didn't happen. Obviously, it's happened, but that didn't happen to every community though. So like I mean, like I get it as far as like people can get frustrated and everything else, but I mean, but our people are resilient, right? Like they didn't just lay down in Tulsa, right? Like they started building it right after that, right? Like
with the help of the Red Cross and people, everybody kicking in and giving the helping hand.
Because you always got to add the power dynamic.
Well, what that'll be them trying to correct wrongs that they people did, right? Like so, because they, Red Cross didn't build it up in the beginning.
The people thing, like what I'm saying again, like some of these white people were operating outside of what was going on in Tulsa. Some of them motherfuckers came down there like, what just happened? I'm saying it like that, that shit was that was a wild moment in history. And I do think, like I say, when we look at now, 100 years later, there's a reason why they don't come and try to tear down communities and shit like that. They fucked that community up. They did at the Rosewood. Okay, you got white people running crazy.
Let's not forget they blew up like 3-4 houses in Philly. That was 1980?
In the 80s.
No, that's not the same people. That's what I'm saying. That's the government.
Yeah, it was the government. Absolutely. Actually, it was the police. Well, police, but government.
Yeah, that's the government. That I'm saying, when the last time some people came and destroyed a community? That's what I'm saying. Okay, I got you. Like a community of people just running down and just tearing up the community. Yeah, that has happened in like a century ago. Yeah, I just think that there's reasons. I think why
that would be due to the Black Power movement. It ain't gonna just be no the group of
black people got pissed off, started defending themselves. Yeah.
They ain't gonna be just no regular white boys just coming in and doing no shit in it.
Wait, whoa, what you talking about? When?
Huh? When what?
When did black people start defending themselves from these attacks?
The whole era of them defending.
Decades later, I can show you some evidence. Decades later,
even going to the civil rights movement. Remember Martin Luther King argument pretty much was like, you want to deal with me because these niggas over here, they a little more militant. And initially, when you seen like as far as with the a lot of the stuff where the women getting sprayed down with water hoses, that was in the beginning of the civil rights movement. They had, resistance where there was more, niggas was starting to ante up and arm up after that. So there was.
I would say in the 50s they started picking up guns. Yeah, like I said, 20s I can't show you no evidence of it.
But like, so this is what I'm saying though. So I can show you person after person, including Willie Brown, snatched out of an Omaha jail, burned up in the middle of town. All that shit happened in the 1920s. It didn't happen in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So it doesn't really apply to the 60s. They weren't destroying jails and destroying communities.
No, I said that. Yeah, I said I can't show you no evidence in the 20s of them doing it. As I said, like in the 50s, they really kind of started picking up the gun. I think World War II changed them niggas. I think it changed the mentality of niggas. World War II, like niggas started getting, we started getting a little bit more gun toting. We started getting a little bit more fed up. Started feeling like we was old more. This is when again first civil rights movement, about the more modern day civil rights movement started. You know, the whole fake, the threat of having the first Million Man March and everything else is that and third. That was all about integrating the military, right? That wasn't the military. That one was about the unions. That one was about the unions. But the military joint came up with Truman. That came with Harry Truman. It was a push for him to integrate the military and all this other stuff and everything else. That was after World War II.
Yeah, because these niggas is in the military.
Like, yeah.
Like what are we saying about that? Like they weren't supposed to get benefits. They weren't supposed to.
No. I mean, whatever they were supposed to get, whatever the white man got. I ain't saying that. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. I was just pointing out, like
integration.
But I would say, yeah, they integrate out. That's a whole different topic right there. Is whether or not.
No, it's not.
But
because that happened before the civil rights movement.
But motherfucking black men been fighting in all these wars. So I mean, you know.
Right. So integrating them into the military only worked to their benefit.
Yeah.
That's not something that worked against them. So again,
no, I never said that.
So why would society not follow that model?
Because
they still wanted that white privilege. We should have been jumping up trying to do that shit. That's what I'm saying. Just like you said, it benefits them
as individuals.
And we wasn't even benefiting from it until the laws got changed after World War II.
But would you say they joined the military because they thought the white man's ice was colder?
No, they joined the military because they brought it to the patriotism. That's why they. Yeah. Well, it depends on which war you're talking about. It depends on which war. Because World War II, they brought it to the patriotism. If you talk about the World War, yeah, they brought it to
World War II.
Yeah, patriotism. That's why they did
it. I can't even really debate that one though, because there was no reason to go into that other than patriotism.
Mm-hmm.
There's really no reason to get involved in that one.
And a lot of times they was expecting, like, better privilege when they came home from the wars. That's what led to that rebellion. They was expecting that since we fought in this war, that when we come home, that we were going to get a little more from society.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. My grandfather fought in World War II, and he would always say, like, a lot of times it would be, the niggas that was actually doing some of the dirty work, and a lot of the white boys got credit for. He would always say that shit. You know what I mean? So they was coming home, like you said, like they were like a different animal. Like they done seen white niggas fall and white niggas, run and white niggas scared. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they coming home like, nigga, you niggas,
they felt like the country over.
Just like us.
They felt like
niggas breathe just like us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And they were.
So when they came home, they was like, "Nah, we're not going for this white supremacy shit, nigga."
And that wasn't the first time it happened. It happened after World War I.
Yeah. So those are facts.
It happened after
not at the same scale. I don't think it happened at the same scale, but yes. They definitely. I would say that was the first sign of patriotism for black people was World War I. That's when the first time black people started feeling like patriotic, like this is our country, we're gonna go fight for it. That was the time, like, and yeah, I think it was even more so in World War II. But when they came home for World War I, they definitely felt American. That's when they started branching out. That's when the first Great Migration happened. Motherfuckers, they saw things. They got to saw the world and everything else. They wanted to branch out.
That applies to the Civil War vets too. I mean, they were, a lot of them were granted homesteads. That's where all them homesteads went to black people, to former military officers, and they came out. The military went all over the country, finding homesteads, starting their own little cities and shit. I said, we just don't give them credit for it. A lot of them, because that shit, you know, it failed. Some of them only lasted 10, 15 years. But they did do it, and they did benefit from their time in the service.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they definitely got hoes. They didn't get they didn't get nothing with the white man got. Neither did World War II vets. Korean War motherfuckers got their benefits.
Yeah,
and Vietnam got their benefits.
Yeah, they still people fighting for some of them Buffalo Soldier families and all of them. They definitely still fighting for their benefits that they never got. They never got any benefit at all in their lifetime. That's kind of
I forgot what year the law. I know it happened during Truman's run. I forgot what year it was. It had been between 48 and 52. I forget what year though.
Yeah, that's one of the moments in history, though, man. That Civil War, I think, it's gonna always be a conversation of confusion, because as I understand why people go and fight in the war, and for the Union's cause, it's kind of obvious. But then when you look at the Confederate cause and ask why would black people fight on the Confederate side, well, they weren't fighting slavery. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't fighting because they was coons. Like, you know, there's a argument there too. Promises were made to them, and so they get lost in history though, based on these surface level understandings. You know,
you talk about the Civil War. Civil War is very complex and nuanced, and honestly, it's like you could. Most people look at it from the northern perspective because that's usually what's promoted. But you really gotta look at that war from the South perspective to really get a grand scope of what the fuck is going on. And to really get an understanding of the dynamics and everything. Like, I study wars from both sides. I needed, I want to know what everybody, because somewhere in the middle is the truth, right? Because you're going to get propaganda from both sides. And yeah, but the Southern view is kind of the way, to me, the main way you should look at it, because the whole war started with them. Right, it started with them, and they wasn't the aggressors, so to speak, but they definitely was the ones who set it off, right? And the aftermath of what happened in the South is not really talked about that much. The aftermath is really the fascinating part. You get the Reconstruction and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, living up here, in school, all you learn is the northern side of the Civil War. That's all you learn. If you want to know anything from a southern perspective, you gotta go outside them school books. That ain't what the fuck we was taught up here at all. Lost cause is all a bunch of bullshit too. There's a bunch of bullshit in there. Propaganda coming all out that bullshit too. A lot of it bullshit. But it's some truth up in there though. And like I said, you got to chew on the meat, spit out the bone. Pause.
Yeah.
Pause. Yeah, that's one of them. The South will rise again. Right there. It never happened.
Mm-hmm. Daughters of the Confederacy and all that shit and everything else. Yeah. Now it's some truth there as far as some of the shit they had to go through after the war and all this other stuff, this, that, and third. I just don't like making them motherfucking victims. There's a lot of victimhood up in there and shit, and the concept of the northern aggression and everything else, this, that, and third. Like it's a lot of bullshit up in there with that shit.
Yeah.
But like I said, the whole Civil War is nuanced. It's real nuanced. Like that the war kind of took place like 20 years before Fort Sumter. You gotta go back about 20 years before that just to even get really a good feel of what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I don't like taking nothing from our people, man, when it comes to a lot of that shit. I feel like the decisions a lot of the community was making at that time was what they thought was best. And because it's so much different Like the nuance for where a person lives at in this country is almost immeasurable. Like no two places are completely the same. So it's like the politics of everywhere matter differently in every conversation. And sometimes it just don't translate, you know. Some of that shit's hard to talk about historically if you're talking to somebody who don't understand the time frame and whatnot.
Right. Because most people got surface level knowledge when it comes to Civil War. They don't know too much outside of Lincoln freed the slaves. They get stuck after that. You know what I mean? Most motherfuckers. And they get, you know, I get frustrated.
Even that is a whole goddamn complex conversation.
Yeah, that's even a complex.
Yeah,
you're right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because then you got to get into motives and everything else, because alluding that was his purpose of going into war, and that wasn't.
And that goes back to Tad's point about, you know, there was stuff going on between these two parties, but you know, at the same time, there was a black agenda too. You know, they kind of like understanding that, okay, we need to do this in order to get here. And you know, sometimes because you're dealing with a people that's in power, so you got to move a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? You know, so it may look like, you know, you're being a coon today, and you know, but you know, back then, you know, it was just, you know, the best strategy at the time. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, all that is understood. You know, you get when you dig deep enough into it. There was an economic aspect to the Civil War. I believe that the North was kind of controlling the business of slavery, while the South was actually, you know, doing the actual dirty work with the slaves. I guess you could say, you know, they working the slaves and, you know, running the plantations.
North actually wanted to get away from slavery. They wanted to get into the industrial complex. They wanted to start getting the factory work and everything else. Like that was the new thing.
Yeah. So once that began, and that really started from England.
Yeah.
So Lincoln differently. Like I just wonder what the outcome would be, because so if we talk Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, but he didn't want them to stay here. Contextually, that's true, but it seemed like we never.
Yeah. No, I'll say to a certain degree. Yeah, he was quoted as saying that, but go ahead. Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, it's like we kind of do ourselves a disservice by not talking about all the effort he put in to work with the South in that regard.
Oh yeah.
That he was willing to send black people to Haiti. He was willing to argue that against black people even living in America, but if it meant that they had to be freed and let go off of the plantation, so be it. Because
he was quoted as saying we was inferior to white people, and he understands this. Yeah,
it wasn't really based off of love. That
he said a lot of things to pander to the South. He didn't like he tried to ease the South out of it. He said a lot of things like, you know, like a lot of double talk, And he really he didn't really care as much about freeing the slaves as much as he cared about uniting the Union. That's what he really cared about. But he also understood the economic outcome as far as keeping slavery or whatever. Like the South can still benefit from slavery for another few decades, but eventually this is not a substantial way of doing things. And, you know, the way to go is machinery, right? Like, you know, these new, like this new technology, right? Technology was starting to take over, right? And they was like, you know, the whole slave business is about to be passe, and y'all it's gonna get phased out anyway. A lot of countries already deaded it, and a lot of them got issues with us doing it, and it's interfering with our trade. So, you know, like we need to just kind of just get away from this and start going towards machinery. And the South was like, nah, we good. Fuck you talking about? You know what I mean? Y'all fancy ass technology and all this shit and everything else. What the machines break down, then what? Fuck that. We good with our slaves. You know what I mean? It's that third. Like, it's been working since my great grandfather. You gonna tell me it ain't gonna work anymore? It's still gonna work. Get your asses out of here. Like that was their mentality, right? They was like trying to shove AI down their throat. They wasn't they wasn't hearing it. So they was like, nah, we good.
Something else too, man. When I was studying a lot of that Civil War history, when you start digging into the people who were taking these cabinet positions and whatnot within the Confederate government, these were the sons, nephews of actual American patriots, Revolutionary War veterans and shit.
Yeah, a lot of them fought in the Revolutionary War.
It's a very interesting conversation when you look at who these people were. These weren't just some old January 6 people.
Yeah.
These are the grandsons of
the people that fought in the Revolutionary War.
Adams. These are real, actual children of patriots. So the people who are celebrated as patriots at one point in history, their kids came back and tried to overthrow this motherfucker and take it back to what they claimed was the original essence of the country.
Right.
Interesting who all of the people were. Like I said, a lot of them were sons and nephews and shit, grandsons.
Sons of people that fought in 1812.
1812, the American Revolution, all of it is just crazy for real.
Yep. There's a lot of patriotism was real in the South. Patriotism was until the 1800s came around and new lines of thinking was starting to take place. People started like I said, you gotta point to the Know Nothing Party that they infamous, but it kind of starts with them, with their war on Catholics and everything else, and this, that, and third, and then the abolitionist movement was coming around the same time in this country. The abolition movement started showing up in this country, and that was a problem. So, the South was starting to, get panicky, getting a lot of pushback. They started hearing whispers that, that they might be trying to put it into slavery soon, and because they knew it was coming, but like I said, a long time before Fort Sumter.
Yeah,
it was a buildup. It was a buildup. That was in South Carolina separating from the Union. That was it. That was the end of the, that was a buildup, right? Like that didn't just happen overnight. That didn't happen in a week. We talking decades of buildup right there. That was the culmination of it. Boom. We no longer part of the Union. Y'all gotta get the fuck up out of Fort Sumter now. America was like, the hell you talking about? We ain't going nowhere. This our motherfucking port. Started firing at the motherfucker. Crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot. And the South did, bro. They had a lot of the power too. I mean, a lot of the money. Not only the slave, and then tea at that time too was high. I mean, was in high demand. They had that shit on lock. Right.
It was all about money. It was all about money. Railroads played a huge part.
Yeah.
Again, money. But yeah, Manifest Destiny played a role as well. Manifest Destiny and the roles.
Yeah. Yep. Eminent domain.
Kansas, Nebraska Act. Bloody Kansas, all this stuff.
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
They get left out every time. People talking about why the Civil War happened. My bad, though, Blue. Go ahead.
No, you good. No, that's real. I was about to say, no, it was crazy though too. Like just travel. I went to go see Westbrook and shit last week, or last weekend, and just going. We just decided to drive last second. Just driving up the, you know what I mean? Just actually seeing the railroad and shit like that, man. When you be going up that scenic route, we drove through Utah and shit, and then took 70, and that shit was wild. I ain't gonna lie.
Transcontinental Railroad got a lot to do with the Civil War. That bickering back and forth they had over that shit, yeah. Which led up to the Kansas-Nebraska Act and everything else, yeah. Everybody, that was the first railroad to take you from one side of the country to the other. And they was bitching about which route they was going to take, the northern route or the southern route. And of course, the South wanted to go through the southern route because wherever the railroad went, that's where the money was going to be. Because wherever towns the railroad rolled by stopped at, that's money, that's big business, right? So everybody in the South wanted the railroad to go through the South. Motherfuckers up north wanted to go straight across north, and the northern motherfuckers won, and that became a big issue.
Man, I was thinking about Colorado when he said that Westbrook play.
Yeah, that's where I was at.
Now that's one of them places outside the South, like Indiana, that don't get recognized as the fucking racist spot that it is. Because Indiana is probably the most racist spot in the Midwest.
Indiana racist as fuck.
West of the Mississippi, nigga, is Colorado, bro.
You think over Utah?
Colorado? Colorado I always looked at I don't know a whole lot about Colorado history, but Colorado is definitely viewed as progressive now.
Man, listen, bro. Colorado had a motherfucking clan up there that was so powerful, nigga. They was gonna put a mayor in office, nigga. They
during the 20s?
Yeah, they was trying to build a dam. Look up a dude by the name of Benjamin Stapleton. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Oh yeah.
Almost unbelievable how they blew it. Like I said, they had it. You know what I'm saying? On some shit like, you know, we lucky to see what we see now because they had that shit on lock, bro. They had the mayor
Denver. They
had the city council. You know what I'm saying? Like they had it all. They blew it. And this is Colorado, so you know what I'm saying? That's my big clan presence.
Yeah, it says it right here too. Former mayor Denver. He's a member of the Klan. Yeah.
Openly though, type shit.
Yeah, this is around that time where it was cool to be the Klan. It was 1923 to 1931. It was cool to be the Klan around that time. It was cool to be open Klansman.
I would. So would you say that over Oregon?
Yeah, bro. Cause for example, like Oregon is just one of them places where it's been a presence. But these motherfuckers was trying to rebuild the dam in Colorado, bro. It's not the Hoover Dam. I can't remember what it's called. But it was something that was built up there that they was trying to, like, they had power in Colorado, like political power. They had a political presence, more so in Colorado openly than anywhere else. Because, you can't really say about the South. Yeah, a lot of that shit was, they didn't tell you what they were. In Colorado, bro, they had the government.
Yeah, I think that's where we're more at now. I think they're more strategic to where they know not to tell you who they are.
The Denver airport was named after this motherfucker?
Yeah. They just changed that street. I was out there with Jesse. Matter of fact, I met up with
Denver Municipal Airport was later renamed in honor of Stapleton.
Yeah, that whole street, that whole area, they renamed it. Is it Central Park? They named it Central Park, but it was Stapleton, I believe. That's what old buddy Jesse and Coomer.
Says the airport was later renamed Stapleton International Airport, August 25th, 1944, in his honor. Today, the airport no longer exists, replaced by a neighborhood which is named Stapleton. After two previous attempts, the name of the neighborhood was changed to Central Park amid increasing political and racial pressure on August 1st, 2020. Due to Stapleton's adherence to white supremacy and controversial membership in the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, he was one of them. Ain't no even hiding his history type shit. You know what I'm saying? He got to take the L, fam. It's over for him. He's done.
Yeah, they definitely tried that. Yeah, I was just I was on that street. That's what I was just telling you about when I said, bro, when I went out there, bro, and I instantly. I was telling my cousin that. I was like, yeah, it's hot, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's hot in motherfucking Denver. You get off outside of downtown, bro. That shit feel hectic. I was like, nah, let me get my ass back to the strip. Fuck, I'm supposed to be at this shit right here. I said, hey, I said, because it was old buddy, what's his name, man? That was in the league with us. I can't think of his name. That's crazy. That just got that ended up with the fire, with the grease burned on him. Damn, I can't think of my boy name.
Them mountains are beautiful up there, though, bro.
Yeah, man, that's the most. I ain't gonna lie.
The Rockies.
That might be the most beautiful. That's what, man. I don't think it's nothing fucking with that right now, bro. Going up 70 into that shit.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh man, no, we got off. I got videos and everything. We got off, and I touched the water and everything, bro. That shit different. That's definitely different. Oh my.
I know, Ben.
Man, take 7. Like, if you can avoid Utah, but then take 70, cause I ain't never seen, bro.
It's so cold up there.
Never seen a view like that, bro.
It's so cold up there. Some days the mountains look blue though, bro. Like the cores can, nigga. That shit crazy.
Is that cold?
Yeah, it get that cold up there. In Denver.
Yeah, it's cold, bro. And then when you leave, though, I left Denver. I took 25 back, and you go even higher, bro. It's even colder. Once you get to Las Vegas, New Mexico, I think you at the highest point. At that point, you like 5,000 and something feet in the air, bro. You at the highest point. That shit is crazy. It's scary though, bro.
It's scary as fuck. That's that shit where you start going up the mountain and it's 50 degrees.
Yeah.
You get to the top, it's like 10 degrees and it's a
like,
blizzard at the top of that shit, nigga.
We drove through one on the way up there, bro. That shit, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. If I had to pull over, I couldn't see shit. I said, hell nah.
Yeah, we did that shit, bro. That's how we left Vegas, nigga, trying to get away from the COVID shit and went that way out to try to avoid traffic, bro. That was the biggest mistake I ever made. That's how we ended up in Denver, bro. Like, that shit was
I don't know
crazy.
how y'all niggas drive through that shit, bro. God, bro. Y'all niggas, man. You East Coast niggas.
No, that was different though, bro. Like fighting up a hill into a blizzard, only to come down out the blizzard. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of weird, bro. It was different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then I know what's made it wilder.
So mile high, when they say mile high, that's an understatement.
Oh, bro, what?
It's
bro, that ain't shit. It's gonna make your stomach turn, bro. Especially if you hit that shit that high at nighttime. You can tell, bro. It's like, damn.
The temperature start changing. You can feel the temperature change, nigga, in the
Through
car.
the car. Through the car. It's like, hold up. Every now and then I stick my hand out. I'm like, nah. I'm like, man, it look like we above. I'm like, when I start thinking about it, I said, you know what? This the view from the hotel that we've been looking at. I said, we up here.
Right. Yeah.
I'm like, hell nah. We too high. And it's people that stay up there, bro. Like, hills have eyes, bro. The whole time I was like, man, I just prayed. It ain't no signal. I said, I just gotta make it all the way there, bro.
Yeah, I drove through all the mountains, man. Appalachians, them ones down in Tennessee, the Smokies. Yeah. Ain't nothing. Them Rockies different, bro. Them Rockies treacherous.
Rockies is
That's the only word I can come up with for them motherfuckers. But motherfuckers fuck around, perish up. Them motherfuckers, real.
Man, and ain't nobody gonna say, bro, your shit is no signal, bro, for hours. Like, probably, man, we left at like 1 o'clock. I think we got to New Mexico probably like by like 5. And it still, bro, was no signal all the way up to like 7 o'clock, bro. And it was like in and out even then. I'm like, man, that whole trip, bro. And I almost hit a deer. That's what was crazy. It was 2 deer.
I hate fucking deer.
And she telling me it ain't gonna be no deer out this time of year. I'm like, yeah, the fuck it is. I said,
Yeah,
this
don't
is
believe
it.
none of that shit. It's all cat.
It's snowing. And as soon as she said
Russ-
that shit, deer.
Yeah, don't even talk to me about no fucking deer, man. I get fucking pissed. Yo, I looked up that place, Pure, Placerville, California. The nickname of it is Hangtown.
Oh man,
That's the nickname of it. Now you said look up the logo, and there's a noose on the flag or the seal or whatever. It's the seal actually. And when I looked at it, this Wikipedia joint, it ain't no motherfucking noose, right? Now,
right.
I didn't stop there though. I went and looked
Clicked
at
on that
another
link,
and they actually removed the noose because if you look at the original one, there go the noose right there.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other one, on Wikipedia, they removed the noose. But this is the one that you're talking about. But yeah, this shit is called Hangtown, and it's very obvious why it was called Hangtown. This is like during the gold rush. This is like during the it's during the gold rush. They was hanging a lot of people out there. They said, and it got known as Hangtown. Yeah.
like literally.
Motherfucker tried to erase the noose out the background, though.
Yep. Tried to erase it, then put it on Wikipedia.
That's bad.
It ain't no different than Mississippi changing their motherfucking flag one day. Like, fuck it, man. Let's just act like this flag wasn't up here for 8 years. I saw that motherfucker flying over the State House, so I said, I saw it. Like, yeah.
But that's why I always tell people.
I just happened to go in 2020, and a month later, that bitch was changed.
Yeah, Mississippi, they had a whole bunch of people had that motherfucker though. South Carolina had that shit too.
Yeah.
They changed their shit.
Right. But even, man, getting caught out west, bro, it's probably almost as bad as getting caught in them damn woods, bro, in the South. You don't want to get caught nowhere in between the cities. For real. In them little ass towns. They're going to really let you know you're not supposed to be out here. Like, for real. But Utah was beautiful. As far as like just rocky landscape, Utah is beautiful too, though. I ain't even gonna downplay Utah either. That shit was fire.
Yeah, that's a nice mountain view too.
But the Rockies with that goddamn river, with the color, man, that river kill it. That's the coldest sight you gonna see, bro. With that river coming up the mountain on the man with the snow on that shit.
Yeah. I just don't know how people live there though, bro. That shit treacherous, man.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's
a lot.
Live on the mountain? I don't know. Well, we got motherfuckers live on mountains that are not as high as the Rockies though. Appalachian, but Appalachian ain't as high as the Rockies.
Yeah, them Rockies high up there, bro. Where, like I say, it's a blizzard at the top of some of them, and you'll drive right into it, and you can drive right out of it, and like I say, you just forget you was just in it, and 20 minutes later, you're gonna do it again. Like I forget what highway that is, but I said I just wasn't going that way no more. So that shit was crazy though. But I never drove like that before. But it's really some wild shit, bro. I don't know how truckers do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like we were sliding down the hill until you know you get the traction and shit back.
Oh shit!
They're steep.
They ain't got salt laid out and nothing for all that shit. No?
Yeah, I think it was almost like the salt truck was moving slow enough to direct traffic. That way, if you slide down the hill, you won't slide too far because it's gonna stop you.
Oh damn!
And we had a little barrier on the back of it and shit.
Yeah.
Like,
so they well prepared for that. That must be commonplace. Yeah.
You gonna bump somebody? It's gonna be some bumps. But as long as you
You're
ain't
gonna be fucked up, but you'll be all right.
yeah, bro, it's crazy how steep these hills is, bro. You have to see that shit, bro. It's almost like I said,
I believe it.
It's an experience, bro.
I've seen steep stuff. Like I don't want to go to San Francisco for that reason. Like that's all that steep shit. Like Frisco be looking crazy on TV.
That's it's kind of like that over there too. But I would say not as bad. I was there last year. It's not as bad because I would say that it ain't as many mountains. Like I said, you talking about Denver, nigga, everything's a mountain. Yeah,
right.
I said, like for real, bro. Everything is on another mountain, bro. Like we're just going to another mountain, nigga.
Everything on another mountain. Like I couldn't take that shit, man. Oh my goodness. Constant mountains everywhere. That's crazy work. And they say you take your breath when you up there that high.
Oh, the altitude changes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a breathing issue, bro. Like not like crazy, but like just normal. Like every day when we was there, it was like the sniffing a little harder and shit when I wake up. You know what I'm saying? Like to get my breath together and shit. Like I was missing something at night in terms of altitude. I thought. You know what I'm saying? It had to be that because I never woke up like that before or since.
Yeah. Yeah, the air's thinner up there. So you up there as high as the clouds.
High as the clouds. High as...
Literally.
So look, I got a question. Let's not to deviate to pivot, but what's y'all take on Jasmine Crockett? I ain't trying to do no gender divide. It's just what's the take on her with these TikTok videos and what's the policy? She ain't. I haven't heard no policy from her. She's Houston, right? The black people in Houston need policy, not TikTok videos.
Yeah, I think she's starting to suffer from overexposure. I think she need to pump her brakes a little bit. I'm seeing her too much. I understand why she's putting herself out there like this. She's gonna try to run for president in 2028. I don't think she's gonna get past the primaries, but she's gonna be in the primaries. And she's gearing up for that, possibly a VP or something. So I see why she's trying to stay in the public eye. But I think she's suffering from overexposure, and people started to call out for being fake too.
Yeah, because I mean, for me, she's a trans activist. She's not. She really not shit for us, to be honest. She uses us, but like I said, I've seen too many videos of her speaking out about their plight and kind of glossing over ours. So, I think that's my issue with her. She black. I want to see her succeed, but I'm not gonna lie and act like her politics are black. No, they're not. They're rainbow.
There's just been some what I want to say, allegations, not allegations, but people been calling her out basically for cake soap. Like basically like they're like her, I guess she her filter videos, and then they're looking at her pictures, like her filter pictures or her social media filters like through not Cash App, but what I'm trying to say is that like her skin looks light, like extremely light, like in her videos she be making with her, her little social media videos she making, in comparison to her pictures that she took, as far as basically, man,
bro.
I ain't heard nothing about that per se. I heard people calling out as far as like not being genuine, like she's really like a valley girl from the burbs, and she really ain't from the hood, and she's trying to give off this perception like she's from the hood when she's really just, like I said, a valley girl from the burbs that went to private schools that cost like $30,000 a year to go to, or whatever the case may be, and she just ain't come from that. So that's pretty much what they've been calling out for recently.
Oh wow, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. It is true about going to private schools and all that stuff and everything else and being kind of privileged. Yeah. All that's true.
Which is ain't nothing wrong. I mean, it's not nothing to
There's something wrong with it, bro. If you the one doing the talking, though.
Say it again, brother.
I said there's something wrong with it if you the one doing the talking for the underprivileged people. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but yeah. If you're, but you're not saying like a person has to. Well, yeah, because it goes back to grassroots. It goes back to raising up our grassroots leaders. So does that so basically the people got to be, or our leaders, quote unquote leaders, have to be, from us, by us, so to speak. Is that kind of what you're?
I mean, I think if you want progress in a specific community, the people of that community would know its issues. I think when you bring people from outside that community, they talk about it from a bigger or more grand perspective, but it isn't reflective of the actual community. Because I don't think every community has the same issues. Some issues need to be dealt with, in other ways and whatnot. And I don't think there's a playbook for that.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But you would agree, though, we pretty much regionally, like most Black Americans are plagued by the same issues as far as as far as like this regionally, like there's not a distinction between anti-Blackness, right? As far as based off regions, you would agree with that? As far as like what we need, like housing, and I was actually thinking like I've never seen like a home, like I've never seen a homeless African. I was just thinking about certain thing like you don't you have?
Yeah.
I've never seen a homeless African. You don't see too many homeless Asians or homeless. You did. I don't know because there's. I don't know, bro. But basically,
I would agree though. If you just asking the basic question of if we all meet somewhere in terms of around the country where Black people's issues are the same, I think, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you don't get too far away from some of the issues that have plagued Black people historically. I think that would be reflective of all over the country, no matter where. I mean, you just saw the goddamn noose in fucking Placerville, California. You know what I'm saying? Like of all places, like you way out in Cali in some obscure fucking county somewhere, they got some old Mississippi shit going on out there.
For real. I feel like anywhere out here in this Northwest, like it's a lot of like Oregon. It's a lot of anti-Black history in this area, man. Like people try to act like California, Washington, or it's not. Like it's just this melting pot, man. Go dig deep. Not you, but people who think that this Northwest, Pacific Northwest, is somehow just absence of anti-Black.
Oregon trying to come in as a non-Black state and only for white people is crazy.
That's the origins of it.
Yeah, that is some crazy history right there, bro. I think, trying to create an all-white utopia as a state kind of failed, and so they just made that shit into Vegas. Like they damn sure tried to create an all-white utopia with Oregon. That was the plan for that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sure was.
But that just goes to show, like I said, the mindset they had when they was doing Manifest Destiny. That was the mindset. They was on the FWA shit.
Get away from these niggas now, boy. These niggas can't get all the way over here, boy. Damn.
Yeah. The motherfuckers wasn't playing like all that motherfucking prairie shit and everything else. The motherfuckers spreading westward, giving all that free land out to everybody just so they could populate these territories. But they need to become territories first before they even became states. but they needed people there. They was promising all these white people all this free land and everything else. All they had to do was just get there and cultivate it. That's it. First come, first serve.
Think about MLK speech. So, you know how you're talking about how they was how the government essentially subsidized white folks, gave them free land, gave them, yes.
Yeah. While we did all that free labor and got no land.
He said no. He said not only that, they gave him the paraphrase, gave him the instruments to mechanize their farm. What do you say? They undergird their white peasants from Europe. MLK, they had to get him up out of there, man. Like, I can appreciate the fact that he didn't stay stuck. He didn't stay. Well, we couldn't say it was too late or it was a little bit too late. We could go that route too. But I do appreciate the fact that he was coming out that stupor, man. He was coming out of that.
I don't think he was coming out no stupor, bro. That nigga realized that non-violent shit was about dead. Them young niggas wasn't going for that shit.
Yeah.
Like he was outnumbered and he knew it.
You talking about the same man that used to ride around with a gun in his Bible, though. It's the same man that that preached, one way, but lived another, so to speak, So it's.
He talked that way because he ain't want black people to turn up. But he knew better.
He knew better. So he got that assurance. He knew
that shit was all cap.
But then remember, he said Chicago was the most. Remember, they threw bricks at him in Chicago.
Yeah, he got hit in the head with a couple bricks. Yeah. He said he ain't experienced real racism until he went up north.
He thought that shit was gonna be sweet.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what fucks me up. People think like history will tell you that the South were the only racist motherfuckers. It was just the South. Like it was just the Klan in the South. That's it. And we just got finished mentioning a whole bunch of northern racist ass motherfuckers. You said Indiana, one of the racist states in the motherfucking union. You ain't lying. Massachusetts, racist as fuck. Notoriously racist.
Hell yeah.
Real. Maine, all that shit.
I mean, so racist niggas ain't even never went up there and tried to live like that, bro.
No.
Bro, there ain't that many niggas up there, bro. You look at these 1% black states, bro. It's a reason for that. Like,
yeah. They know we ain't welcome there.
1% black. Ooh.
Of us got New York and stopped. That northern movement stopped up northeast when of us got New York. Like, they wasn't going too much further than that. Some motherfuckers made it up to Boston. But it definitely ain't go past Boston. Like that was the apex. Like that was. You went to Boston, you kind of went too far already. It really wasn't going too much further than that.
Yeah, when your boy Jaylen Brown, not boy, but and my guy Jaylen Brown, he talking about how he wanted to build a Black Wall Street in Boston. So do it, man. Definitely.
That's rough, man. Boston ain't good to black people, bro. The motherfuckers. Last I checked, that was some years back, but like 6-7 years ago, them motherfuckers. The average black family household was worth about $8 in Boston. Yeah, I don't know if Boston. I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot of money out there.
For black folks, it seemed like, huh? Or they're what's the word I want to say? They've Let me slow down. What's the word? They've
Boston living is high and they not making a lot of money. They living
exactly.
pop.
But basically, what I'm trying to say, that's intentional or that's a deliberate though. You know, that's a deliberate. Like, would you read it? That's not a cool. You know, it's not just some because black folks ain't working hard out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
ain't because of laziness and no shit like that. No. Ain't no opportunities out there like that, and they vastly underpaid.
Boston. Ain't that where old boy from the white actor? What's his name? Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, he committed.
Yeah. He from out there, is racist ass. Yeah, racist motherfucker.
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, he a racist piece of shit. He from out there. A whole bunch of motherfuckers from out there. New Edition from out there. What you call it? Malcolm X spent a lot of time out there. Farrakhan made his name out in Boston. Farrakhan his main temple was in Boston. That's where he was known. That's where he was. His main temple was. He had a few temples he oversaw, North being one of them. But his main temple was in Boston. He was the minister of Boston Temple. Before he became the national speaker and then, took over the nation. But initially, that was his temple. Who else come from Boston? A lot of people come from Boston. Historically, Boston do got history with black people.
Most of it's not good though. I know. I want to say, was it Boston or Massachusetts where it was like I'm gonna look it up, but it was like the white folks out there went on a rampage against black people. I'm gonna look it up. I want to say it was Boston or one of them. It was Boston or Massachusetts.
A whole bunch of towns that happened.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if you're talking about.
Shit, I don't think there's a state that we, this excluded from, just random acts of white violence.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I call it arbitrary white violence.
Yeah, Boston's in Massachusetts. Yeah.
Okay. Arbitrary white violence. A lot of it.
Chilla, shout out to Chilla. That's the homie. I ain't talked to him in years, but that's the homie. 40 bars though. She dope. She ain't. I wouldn't call her the homie though. She dope. I wouldn't call her the homie though.
Was that a female MC from Jersey or something?
She from Boston.
Oh, Boston. Okay, I'm tripping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she dope though.
Ain't that one rapper from Boston too? The white boy Miz, something Mills or something. He got signed by Nas, I think, or somebody in the East Coast signed him. Jadakiss or somebody signed him. Jadakiss or
don't give me a line. I don't know.
Mills or some shit. White boy named.
Don't give me a line. I don't know.
I don't think he say no.
A whole bunch of white boys up there be thinking they could rap. Mark Wahlberg being one of them.
Exactly.
Old white hip hop culture out there. Yeah, 40 dope as hell. Lyrically, she dope as hell. Ideology wise, though, did an interview with her one time. She got my goddamn nerves. I never wanted to interview her again after that. I was like, I'm cool on her. As far as interviewing, I'm cool on her. She off the chain.
Well, she's like not professional or just kind of or just.
She's just a radical feminine, and she just came at me sideways based off a question I asked her. She got offended. It wasn't even nothing crazy. It wasn't even a question. It was a statement. I just wanted to just, you know, hear what her response was. You know, I'm conducting an interview. My job is to, you know, present questions, you know, ask you things, you know, like that's kind of how interviews work, you know. So I'm asking her shit. Is that third? She ain't like my motherfucking question. She was offended because she is woman here or raw. So I'm like, okay, don't want to talk to you no more. I'm cool on you. I don't even know where you going right now, but actually I know where you going, and I ain't trying to go there with you. You good? Yeah, she got my nerves that night. I ain't really mess with her too much after that since. Chilla my dude though. Chilla my dude. That's I fucks with him.
I might say she be coked up.
She might have been coked up that night. I don't know. I don't know if she coked up or not, but I know she could have been that night. I don't know. She definitely like that shit came out of left field. Like what? How did you get that out of that? Like where'd you get? Like what? Okay, never mind. I'm done. Shout out to the crowd too. The crowd had my back on that shit. Cause she was out of pocket. What the fuck is she talking about?
Interesting. So it seemed like she never really blew. Like she's a prominent local artist. She ain't.
She's a battle rapper. She's a battle rapper. Yeah. She's a battle rapper. She nice. She dumb nice though.
Yeah.
As far as battles and shit, yeah, she dumb nice. She got bars like a motherfucker.
She beat Remy. She better than Remy.
She can get at Remy. Hell yeah, she got her bars to get Remy. Yeah, especially now that Remy ain't got Pap around. That's always been ruined by this shit, cokehead. She could have been, like I said, man. She could have been coked up that night, man. Like she wilded out. Like I asked her a basic motherfucking question. What did I ask her? Oh, I remember what the fuck I asked her. I asked her. I said, it's always rumors out here. You know what I mean about females and about how they all have ghostwriters. Like all the accusations about female ghostwriters and everything else, females having ghostwriters and this, that, and the third. Like, and I asked her, I was like, do you think that's a fair critique or do you think that's unjust? You know what I mean? This, that, and the third. That crazy ass feminist said after I said that? I bet you wouldn't ask a man nothing like that. You only ask me that because I'm a woman. Why wouldn't you ask no man nothing like that? What you asking me that for? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. I am woman. Hear me roar. Why you ask me that and you ain't ask no man that? Blah, 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 anything else. And I'm like, whoa. What's up? Like that shit came left there. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, yo, like I didn't think it was an out of pocket question to be asking, especially when those rumors was rumbling like a motherfucker. They still rumble to this day. Not about her. I didn't even say it was her. I'm just talking about like in general, like as far as female battle rap. And so like she got offended, boy. She got mad. I was like, oh, here we go. I was like, So when she was done with her little feminine rant, I was like, well, actually, I do ask dudes that question. And actually, about 3 weeks ago, I literally just went ham on a battle about the same topic that we're talking about, which is a dude getting blasted for having ghostwriters. And I tore him apart for having ghostwriters because me being the hip hop head I am, the hip hop purist I am, I think that's corny, whack as fuck. And you will never get brownie points from me if I ever catch you having ghostwriters. You immediately lose points immediately. And so I literally had just went like semi-viral in our community and shit, going ham about that exact same topic, calling out a dude. So when she said that, she looked crazy as fuck saying that shit. So like, and people in the crowd who follow the show and know what the fuck going on and everything else, they like, yeah, Psycho right. She don't know what the fuck she talking about. Psycho be cooking these dudes out here for having ghostwriters and all this other shit, everything else. I was arguing with him like last month about Drake and ghostwriters and all this shit, everything else. Like he be going in over these dudes. Like what is she like? Yeah. I know 510. I figured that. I was like, yeah, she a radical lesbian feminine, and like I'm cool talking to her and shit, because she already approaching this interview on some gender banging shit. So I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm doing a whole motherfucking hip hop interview over here. You start gender banging. What the fuck are we doing right now? I'm asking you about ghostwriters and shit. What the fuck are we doing? That shit pissed me the fuck. I still get mad thinking about that dumbass shit she did. That was the last time I ain't speak to her since.
She said, as far as I'm concerned, she dead to me. Yeah, man. She a lesbian too? Old girl, whatever her name is, 40 Clock. I said 40 Clock. Bumbaclad. Bumbaclad.
What's going on, bro? Hey, Diddy.
Peace.
What's up, bro? What's everybody smoke with Jasmine Crockett all of a sudden?
Hey, Diddy.
Not you in particular, but just
yeah. I ain't got no smoke with her. I just honestly, I was one of the black folks that was magmatized to her. You know, her based off. But as I start peeling back the layers, it's like the political sass is put that to the side. Like, you know, like what's the policies? You know, like you know, that's what I'm talking about. Basically, like the political sass and the, you know, like
I was just making light of what the word around town, what motherfuckers been saying about her this week and everything else since that whole fiasco the last week with Trump in the conference and all that. Like
my bad.
But I think what Diddy's getting Diddy's kind of touching on another thing I was saying though. What I was saying was I think she's overexposing herself right now. Like I'm seeing her a lot, like almost every day. Like she like, and this her being a house rep from Houston, I shouldn't be seeing her every day living in Jersey. But I'm seeing it every day, so I think she's just getting too much exposure right now. She, you know, she's a little bit of everywhere. And I think people. So that's either going to make people love her or hate her. It's definitely making her polarizing.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of days ago, the brother Phil Scott from the African Diaspora News Channel was talking about how she literally. I watched. She said entering the country is not illegal. No. She said entering
they've been getting on her about that.
It's not a crime. She said
that's another thing they've been getting on her about. Yeah.
First time it's a misdemeanor. Second time it's a felony. What do you mean it's not a crime? So, but and then she ain't talking about. It's just like she doesn't. I don't know. She hints to blackness, or she'll hint to black oppression, or just what we're going through. And then she'll use somebody like.
It doesn't seem like she's fighting for black issues. It seems like she's fighting for everybody else's issues in a black under the guise of blackness, almost like.
But I don't think
I can't think of one black issue that she's fighting for. Like I've heard her fight for trans issues. I've heard her fight for women issues. You know, the abortion and all that. I've heard her fight for immigrants, Palestine, and all that and everything. Like I've heard she rides for this stuff too. Now, don't get me wrong, she rides, but when you think about like, well, what black issues is she riding for? Like that's specific to us, and you don't see nothing.
But I don't see nobody doing that though. Like just specifically black. You know what I mean? I think they all do it under the guise of human rights, and that's what makes it lump everything else up in there. Because I just don't think you can run straight on black issues for whatever position you want. You gotta think about other shit other than just black people. But why? I agree. It should be at least a policy or something that you pushing that's just for black people.
But why
it ain't gotta be your
like that with us? Like, why is it only like that with us though? Why do we always got to try to do everything under the guise of something else and everything? Because Palestine, like that's for Palestine, right? Like that ain't for nobody else. The gay stuff, everything else that don't include straight people.
See, the gay shit is slick because you talking about several different races, several different cultures. You ain't really talking like when you talking about black people, you just talking about one demographic.
Yeah, but you talking about one demographic though.
Yeah, but it ain't. But you get different people from different demographics fighting for this one demographic because it encompasses all these different demographics. Black people are the only people that really have a vested interest in black rights and black. You know what I'm saying? Like it's other people that might be like, man, y'all do deserve it, yada yada. But it ain't like a gay black person and a gay white person and a gay Mexican person and a gay Asian person. They all fighting for gay rights. You feel what I'm saying? So each of them fighting for their respective race on their own.
Yeah. But you know what's crazy though is all those people that you mentioned together don't make up more than black people as a whole.
But we don't collectively have the agreement. Like black people don't agree on politics as a whole. Black people don't even agree on black rights as a whole.
Gays don't either. Gays don't either.
They have more unification in the stuff. When it comes to lobbying,
that part I would agree with you.
Politics and all that. Yeah, we don't agree on. We don't even agree on how.
They're more unified than us, but they're not together though. But they are more unified than us. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I agree. They ain't all because all of them don't agree with all the same policies and shit. But they all one group. It's like black people. I don't know. It's like every man for himself almost.
And look, remember, if you go to any of these other groups like Asia Pacific API, if you go to their congressional website, Native Americans, it lets you know what their mission is. They didn't. But if you go to the Congressional Black Caucus, it's gonna say African Americans and other minorities, like and us. Anybody else? There's no and talk. When you go to their page and you break down their mission, it's the best interest of Native Americans. Ain't no and other people and other groups. Like I don't like that. That shit that bothers me deeply.
Yeah, that bothers me,
man. Yeah, I never paid no mind, but if it's like that, yeah, that is a problem. If we the only ones that's including everybody else and everybody else is saying, nah, we just for us. Then hell yeah, that's a problem. That just means we need to revamp, or whatever you want to say, our damn Black Caucus. Like we might be focused on the wrong stuff. Because we ain't changing politics as far as the presidential election and all that. We ain't swaying none of that, but we can sway our own shit.
Well, you don't think we can sway things on a local level?
Yeah, local, yeah, we could. On local level, yeah, most definitely. We can make a difference locally.
Yeah.
But again, that's what I say. Like a wealthy black person and a poor black person don't necessarily have the same political views. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And the rich black people are the ones that's usually calling the shots, not the poor black people.
Well, the rich people, period, are the ones calling the shots. But white poor people, I'm saying rich people, period, are the ones calling the shot. But white poor people, they always agree with their white rich people because they think they're the same. They think that they fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? White poor people really think rich white people are the same as them and they like them. Black poor people know better. You know what I'm saying? Black poor people like, yeah, them, like y'all call them the boule or whatever, they don't fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? They got a whole nother mindset once they cross that tax bracket. So I think there's where the separation with us, because white folk vote together, whether they like each other, agree with each other or not. They seem to.
They get on race code. They will get on race code.
Yeah. Like they got their separation between Democrats and Republicans, but for the most part, them niggas vote the same.
When it all boils down to it, they all end up Republicans. For the most part. Look at the age differences when it comes to white people and how they vote, right? Like most white liberals are of the age of 40 and under. Most, right? Now you got some that are above that, but the vast majority of white liberals are the age of 40 and under. The vast majority of them. Most motherfuckers, white people, when they get of older age, they jump from being liberal to being motherfucking conservative. By the time they start getting the daddy age. Right there, this is when they flip. Like when they're in college, they all liberal, pump their fist, fight the power, whoop-de-whoop, all this bullshit. But when the motherfuckers start having kids, get married, settled in, and everything else, they flip. This is when you start getting the white people like, yeah, I voted for Obama, and blah blah blah, and everything else. Yeah. And now you over 40 and you voting for motherfucking Donald Trump. This is part of the course. Most of these goddamn conservatives are former liberals. Right, like so these white motherfucking liberals, most of them are like gung ho young motherfuckers. They got a different view of life, and then once life starts seeking in and they start realizing their privilege and they start loving their privilege, they start embracing it more. And next thing you know, they conservatives. This happens more than a little bit.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. They flip flop. I just on the Jasmine Crockett chick I seen this video going around recently with this white boy, little country ass white boy, talking about how she acting hood and playing hood and all this. I'm like, nigga, you don't got no right to say no black woman acting hood or playing hood. Nigga, what you know about being hood? You see her rapping and think she acting hood. Like I ain't with that shit coming from no white boy. If Diddy want to say it, go ahead. You know what I mean? Because you
I ain't hear no white person say it. I heard some black people saying it.
Country ass white boy, Texas or something like that with a cowboy hat on and everything. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here, bro. And I'm just seeing black people repost this. I'd be like, bro, y'all niggas wild.
Like, where that cracker from? I be trying to investigate his ass. Where you from? Bro?
Yeah, like who is you? I be trying to tell folks that like some messages I ain't reposting because who's saying it. You know what I'm saying? Even if I agree, it's some shit Charleston White say that's some real shit, but I'm not reposting it because who's saying it. I know this nigga say so much flaw shit too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not reposting no country ass white boy talk bad about a black woman.
Yeah. But even before all that stuff about everything else, I was already saying I think she, like the whole overexposure thing and everything else, like I think she needs to like just slow down with the interviews and everything else, like just pump her brakes a little bit as far as like being in the public eye.
You don't think she was put in office by black folks? I'm pretty sure we can say that she was put in office by black folks, right? Her constituents are primarily black, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, why is it wrong? Is it wrong to get? I'm thinking of George. I just bought George Henry White. Is it wrong to proclaim that you're here to service your constituents, which is primarily black people? Is that wrong to declare that? If a black man in 18 if way back yonder can do it in front of, like I'm just trying to these. That's why I feel like the times are not the mentality when it comes to our political. I don't want to say pundits, experts, whatever, but political subjects we put in office. It's like it's something's missing from the mentality like that. don't know if I'm looking too deeply into it or my mind, how I think about it's just I do a lot of compare and contrasting, man, with the past and the present, man, and this is like it's kind of.
I mean, she just like y'all said earlier. She just got to stand on being for black people. To me, like you can still fight for all them other people, no problem for me personally. But just make sure you make a stand for black people the same way. You say, hey, no, we got to do this for my black community, for my constituents. So that's cool with me if she let it be known. I'm here for my people too, like specifically.
But you see how we can with us, how we can insert the but. It's okay for her to be for other people too. You see how I said we.
Well, that's just me as a human. That's
black folk. That's not you. I disagree.
Yeah,
a lot of us have that sentiment though. We do. Oh, you know.
I mean, I think some of us
grab the arm, Asian man. Grab my arm. Let's all walk together. We do.
Well, see, that ain't what I mean by that. Like,
okay, well, let me know.
It's just that I'm not gonna fight against other people, right? Like, I'm not. If you like, hey, you know, so and so need to get this too. Cool, they can get that, but we gonna finish talking about this first. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna finish talking about what the black people getting, and then once we done, yeah. Who else you was talking about? Oh yeah, I'll join in on their fight too. That's cool because we got ours now. Like I'm with y'all when y'all be like, don't lose focus on us and put it on other people. That I agree with. You know what I'm saying? But once we get that, I don't mind helping other people get their shit too.
I always reference the modern day example of California, LA. Those tapes that got leaked out. You know, if we think that anti-black sentiment is only in one particular region and it's not, you know, like basically like when it came out, they was basically, you know, exposing their anti-blackness and like, oh, you with the blacks, and essentially just letting us know, although it was in private, you feel me, how they really feel about us. Like, and I feel like we need to get on that. Like, we need to get on that. Like, we really need to get on that. Real. Like,
you mean like people kind of acting like they walking with us, but really they trying to mess over? That's what you're talking about?
Like, when it comes to the whole, let me try to get my thoughts right. Just weed out, nigga, brain losing my thoughts. But no, so basically, what I'm trying to say is that, like, when it comes to us being cohesive and us like us really like construing, aka interpreting that, you know, that there is no, we don't have no friends. What's the elder's name? Dr. John Henry Clark. I want to say they said that we didn't have no friends. Black people didn't have no friends, or you know, the whole especially when it comes to these Latinos and these other groups. You know, these non-black groups. You feel me? So yeah, the Asian bill, that was something specifically for them. So the whole they can't compose a bill and only focus on, that's not true because they've already done it. They've done it already. Like, you know, so it's just a whole.
I don't know. Everybody keeps saying that Asian bill was just for Asians. I gotta go look at it again because I swear when I read it, it didn't read like it was just for Asians.
Asian Pacific Islanders, brother.
It wasn't only for Asians. It was named the Asian bill though.
Yeah, I think it was named.
But when you say it wasn't only Asians, you're saying like it still encompassed like Asian, like people that identify with that Asian, you know, that Asian.
Yeah, they're the ones who push for it. That's why they named it that, because they're the ones who push for it. But it doesn't only include them in the bill though.
Yeah, I gotta find it.
Who else does it include though, Psycho? As far as other groups,
it includes pretty much anybody besides a healthy heterosexual white man.
It don't include black folks. Cause I know that bill.
Yeah, black folks included in it. Yeah, black folks included in it.
You said black folks is included in it?
Mm-hmm.
Unless we read the wrong bill, y'all. That bill specifically is for Asians. It specifically outlines how that bill is for Asian Pacific Islanders, and it spawns from COVID-19.
It's not only for them.
Which bill are you talking about? Because maybe that's.
He's talking about the Asian bill, the Asian rights bill, right? In California, right?
Hate crime bill.
Yeah.
That was spearheaded by, I forgot, Ming. Her last name is Ming or something, Asian. Another C.
That's why it was called the Asian bill. Yeah, that's why they called it that, because it was based off of the quote unquote rise of Asian hate crimes in the country or whatever. That's what it was centered around. So that's why it's called the Asian hate crime bill. But it actually includes everybody though.
I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do a little pushback for you, Psycho, or that bill is not. You said it includes everybody, unless I misinterpreted the bill. But like I'm familiar with even the money that they've garnered and raised. Like they raised a lot of money for like hundreds. Like it was a lot of money that was raised.
Probably for the Pacific Islanders, I think they would be considered AGL.
You get like it makes sense when you go to jail. I hate to reference, but it's the part of my life. When you go to jail, there's an API, there's an Asian card. Anybody that's Chinese, Korean, Samoan, Polynesian, they're all in one. They're all in their own card. You feel me? But yeah, man, that's why I think that might speaks to.
Damn, y'all be having the Samoans with the Asians out there.
They have their own card. Yeah, Asian. It's called the API card, Asian Pacific Islander card.
Samoans is Asian. Yeah, they have Asian descent.
So
nah, they just don't typically fuck with them. They really they typically fuck with us.
Yeah, like as I read through this, they mentioning more than just Asians as far as what it covers.
Yeah, I told you.
It's like title. It literally says bill title Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, but when you're reading it, it's talking about basically.
They talk about black people. I know that. I know for a fact they talk about no black people. Ain't no black folks.
So about people in general.
Yeah, they just talking about human rights basically.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think the bill is for?
That bill literally came as a result of the hate crime. No,
I know why they did it because of Asian hate crime. That is true. I agree. The bill was brought up because of Asian hate crime. But like, what do you think it was meant to do?
How is something for everybody if it's instituted?
So listen, the civil rights bill that black people got passed back when we were being abused in the 60s and stuff still covered everybody. It didn't just cover black people.
Language was used.
No, it was never hijacked. If you go read the original writing, it included everybody. It never was just black people. Never, ever was. It included gay people even back then. Or they brought it on like a few years later, but it never was just about black people. We just at the time were the quote unquote, no better way to say it, but the majority minority in the country. Like, we were the main focus because we were the face of it.
That's the problem. Like you said, that bill wasn't supposed to be for everybody. It was literally cultivated as a result for us, though. What we was going through. See what I'm saying? How
we weren't the only ones going through it at the time, bro.
Can extract the intended gains of who's. Yeah, bro. My
so when you seen signs that said whites only, you think that was only toward black people?
Yeah,
you think it was just white people and black people?
No. They had signs.
That's what I'm saying, bro. So when those civil, go read some of those civil rights bills from back in the day. They never said this is just for black people to be protected. It always included other people that were whatever you want to call marginalized. These are human rights.
That's like
we just see them and be like, man, that's for black people.
Those are our amendments in its roots.
Now you're talking something different though.
For my case, I'm overly emphasizing the originality of the equal protection clause, which was exclusively for black people. You feel me? Yes, it eventually spawned into, but highlighting the origins of it and putting that back.
You mean us as a protected class?
Literally for this was that. Well, yeah, pardon me. The equal protection clause was intended to vanguard Black Americans. You feel me?
as a protected class.
Irregardless of the fact that it's for everybody. No, I'm highlighting the the often overlooked in judicial amnesia. What is judicial amnesia? Judicial amnesia is judicial amnesia. Look at me. I going to the archives now. So judicial amnesia is, in the context of Black Americans in the Equal Protection Clause, refers to the idea that courts sometimes seem to forget or downplay the historical and ongoing realities of racial discrimination when applying the clause, essentially overlooking the systemic issues that disproportionately affect Black Americans. Even when presented with evidence of racial bias in legal proceedings, this can lead to a failure to adequately protect Black Americans' rights under law. So I'm just emphasizing, I understand the whole, like, the civil rights was supposed to be for us, man. And I would argue that bill, it encompassing everybody, takes away the gain. It takes away the potency of it. You feel me? Like, yeah, man. I had to go to the files, man. Yeah. Judicial amnesia. Let's not get judicial amnesia now. So, yeah, man. Race matters. I'm a race guy. Race matters.
So let me read this. So, be it enacted that all persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, excluding Indians not taxed, are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States, and such citizens of every race and color, without regard to any previous condition of slavery or involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall have the same right in every state and territory in the United States to make and enforce contracts, to sue, be parties, and give evidence, to inherit, purchase, lease, sell, hold, and convey real and personal property, and to full and equal benefit of laws and proceedings for the security of person and property as it is enjoyed by white citizens, and shall be subject to like punishment, pains, and penalties, and none other than law, statute, ordinance, regulation, whatever. Do you see the beginning of the words? What it says though?
And Jim Crow violated that.
Every race and color without any regard to previous condition of slavery or involuntary servitude. That's not specifically about Black people. That's always been about more than just Black people. It's just that at the time we were really the only other people. Like, it was like a few Asian Americans that were coming over. I don't even know if they was here yet. Like, dog, this was never specifically about Black people. It was about anyone that wasn't white.
And this is what I mean by, like, yeah, I understand what you said, but this is another point I would approve right here. Over the last 15 years, corporations have been invoking the Equal Protection Clause and challenging discriminatory legislation, arguing, for example, that treating a fracking company differently from sustainable producers is no different than discriminating based on race or sexual orientation. Though most judges have recognized the absurdity of this comparison, corporations have repeated the equal protection argument over and over in hopes of triggering judicial amnesia. That's why I got that bar from. That's why I love reading. When you read, I found that term and I literally applied it to Black Americans, and it was in this, and that's what, and boom, that's what popped up. Boom, but pardon me. So basically talking about how corporations are literally weaponizing the 14th Amendment, but that's our amendment though. That's Black people's amendment. So pardon me, in hopes of triggering judicial amnesia as to the roots and purpose of the 14th Amendment. You see what I'm saying?
Why are we trying to be the only minorities? Why are we trying to be the only oppressed? Like, why is that our fight to say we're the ones that got oppressed? Like, no one else. It's just us. Like, why do we do that, bro? Like, no, bro. It was other people being oppressed too, bro. I'm not saying who was worse or we didn't get. I'm not saying none of that. But it was always other people being oppressed too, bro. Like, we be trying to own this shit for ourselves. Like, civil rights is about us and us only. No, bro. It's not. It's literally in the words. It's like we want to be the only niggas oppressed ever in the world. Like, no, bro. The white people oppressed a lot of motherfuckers, bro. And they continue to. That's what I'm saying. Like it literally spelled it out to say.
This is why I love the law. Okay, look, real quick. This is another exhibit that I'm using, that I'm constantly, that I'm
Exhibit A.
Yeah, exactly. I got 1,000 exhibits. But so this is also just speaking on the origins of the 14th Amendment. And yes, like I said, it did spiral. But look, so the court held that monopoly violated. The court held that the monopoly violated neither the, pardon me, just to put it in context. This is about facts of the case. This essentially is about Louisiana passed a law that restricted slaughterhouse operations in New Orleans to a single corporation. Pursuant to the law, the Crescent City Livestock Landing and Slaughterhouse Company received a charter to run a slaughterhouse, and essentially they argued that the monopoly created involuntary servitude in violation of the 13th Amendment and abridged privileges or immunities, deny equal protection of the laws, and deprive them of liberty and property without due process of law. So this is essentially another boom. So boom. Pardon me. I just want to get to the point. So man, cause this stuff out here gets me like, bro, my anxiety start, bro, and I just like, cause I'd be like, damn, are you too passionate about this? I'd be like, is it me? Are you too, but I mean, nah, man, I'm not. I'm just me, man. I'm uniquely me, and you gotta, not me, but not you, but me. I gotta embrace that. Be you, man. Like, don't ever question yourself. But pardon me, bro. So the court held that the monopoly violated neither the 13th or 14th Amendments, reasoning that these amendments were passed with the narrow intent to grant full equality to former slaves. Thus, to the court, the 14th Amendment only banned the states from depriving blacks of equal rights. It did not guarantee that all citizens, regardless of race, should receive equal economic privileges by the state. So basically, boom. And of course, Justice Stephen Johnson Field's dissent argued that the 14th Amendment could not be construed only protecting former slaves. Rather, he believed that it incorporated strands of common law doctrine and needed to be interpreted outside the Civil War context. This position will later become widely accepted. Of course, that's what I mean, but bump all that. This is us. That's our amendments. And like I said, I'm weaponizing it to my advantage. And I'm emphasizing to the judge, like, look, man, you feel me? Like, let's not lose the origins of the Equal Protection Clause. You feel me? Let's not get caught up in this, no, because Black people in America, in our experience, is unique and it's not the same. You feel me? Like, it's not the same.
I'm gonna read something for Wikipedia that, to me, it kind of says that both of us have some truth to the points we're trying to make. Because I ain't trying to, like I said, I'm not trying to debate what you're saying, especially about the 14th Amendment. Like, it's reason these things were initially implemented. Mm-hmm. But to say that they're only for Black people is where you, like, dude. Well, the amendment was specifically for Black people because it played its part, you know what I mean, during the time. But I'm going to read this. It say, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 had three primary objectives for the integration of the first one was for the integration into the American society following the Civil War. So the first one, now listen what it said now, that because to me that goes to your point. The act had three primary objectives for the integration of African Americans into the American society following the Civil War. So to your point, that said it was based on them integrating Black people. You know what I mean? Like you said, that was based on Black people. So I agree with you there. So then it says the first thing was to actually define what an American citizen or what American citizenship is. 2, the rights which come with this citizenship. And 3, the unlawfulness to deprive any person of citizenship rights on the basis of race, color, or prior condition of slavery or involuntary servitude. This is why I'm saying it's not just about Black people. They were setting it up to say, we can't treat people like this no more. You get what I'm saying? It's like, so when future people come that aren't necessarily Black, but they aren't white either, this covers them as well. That's what I mean by, like, it's not just for Black people. It's because of Black people that it was brought about. I totally agree. But it wasn't set up just for Black people.
But if it was because of us, then it seems like sincerely they gave something that exclusively belonged to us, like a lot of things we see, and they made it universal for everybody. While they get to have their own exclusiveness, and they have things that we cannot participate in. Where's the
Who
equivalent?
has something exclusive that we
Let me
can't
finish real quick.
participate in?
Let me say something real quick. Where's the equivalent of 12 years a slave for Chinese people? Where's the equivalent of 12 years a slave for white people? Where's the equivalent of 12 years a slave for Mexican people? Okay, I get all the other groups of people have been oppressed and have gone through captivity, but why is ours the only one highlighted and taught in history? And I had to join a conscious community and become conscious to find out that Koreans practiced chattel slavery, Africans practiced chattel slavery. It was Black Moors that had Caucasian people in slavery. So why is it that the movies only show us? Why is it that the museums only show us if everybody else had the chain on their neck?
Y'all don't know what that had to do with what we was talking about. So you have to find your own answer.
I think we all know the answer to that on this panel. So we're not
love to
act like
talk
Black
about
people haven't been
disregard
disenfranchised.
Judge to judge.
No one ever said Black people haven't been disenfranchised. No one ever said Black people didn't deserve any right. I don't know what argument you're having.
What I'm saying is this: the 14th Amendment was originally for us, and like everything that is supposed to be originally for us, they made it for everybody. The pattern
So
is
I'm gonna
they
say this
keep doing
because
the
I just
same
let you
thing.
talk. So I want to respond. So should they have set up the 14th Amendment for Black people, and then when the new races came, for every race that came, we got to set up a new amendment for each race? Or should we just go ahead and make this amendment for everyone to cover everyone, so we don't have to keep doing this again and again?
Whatever belongs to us, I believe, belongs to us exclusively.
It doesn't belong to us, bro. They were just including us into the society like they should do everyone else.
But they were but so if they were including us, then they weren't including everybody else at that time. If it was meant for us to be included, then that's who should benefit from it, sir.
Who else was it? We did benefit from it. What you're saying is, when they did the 14th Amendment, once other races came, they should have made a 15th Amendment, a 16th Amendment, like all that ratification for each race that came. How much sense does that make when we can just go ahead and cover all that right now and say that, hey, this is for anyone of any race, any color, any creed is covered under this amendment? That makes much more sense.
Okay, I'm not saying they shouldn't have did that. Actually, what you just said, they should, since they made the 14th Amendment for us, I'm not saying they shouldn't have did that. What I'm saying is,
they didn't make it for us. They made it because
I'm worried about us, bro. I don't care about nobody else.
That's cool. Nobody's arguing that. That's not what the conversation was about.
I think we should live peaceably with people, but sometimes people say, well, you know, Black people make it seem like they're the only people that have been oppressed. Well, we're the only people's oppression that's highlighted. Okay, show me what movie theater I can go to and see the equivalent of 12 Years a Slave about Chinese people.
Who's gonna make that? Why was 12 Years a Slave made? Who made that?
Bro.
But whose captivity is always
Don't make that movie if you want to see it. I'm pretty sure the Asians might want to make that movie. It might be an Asian saying that same thing, like, "Hey man, why ain't our oppression shown on TV and movies? Y'all should show our oppression." Go make it,
brother. People always make this argument that we're not the only people that have been in captivity. They always say all races have been in slavery whenever it comes to the topic.
I've never said that. So you talk about who up here has said that?
But you did say that Black people are not the only people that were oppressed.
Yes, because we're not.
I agree with that, right? I do agree with that, right? But here's the problem: where's the evidence of everybody else being oppressed? Because when I go into museums, it's just us with shackles of iron on our necks. So I need to see it.
So they wanted to,
and I don't want to see it because I became woke and conscious, and I debate on Sinetta TV or.
I was born conscious.
Are there Asian people fighting to have their history put in these museums? Because Black people fought to have this history put in these places, so it can never be forgotten. So like you asking me about Asian history, I don't know, nigga. You gotta ask an Asian person. You gotta ask a Native American person. You asking a Black person, I want our shit to be shown.
But those
so
people
I don't know what you asking me about.
History. Those people are never told.
No, they weren't told that, bro. I don't think they were told to forget their history, bro.
Black people consistently.
I don't know what you're talking. This American.
Bad. Forget about it. It wasn't that. That was so long ago. We consistently get told to forget.
You talk to a lot of white people then, because nigga don't tell me that. If a motherfucker tell me that, I'm gonna straighten them out in the conversation. So. Nobody gonna tell me to forget slavery. Nobody gonna tell me it wasn't that bad. They might tell that to you. They ain't gonna say that to me.
But it's
I'm
acceptable
gonna
in
cut them off
society
mid-sentence.
for it to be said to other brothers and sisters. I know you wouldn't allow something like that to happen, but my point is, it's acceptable in the society we live in to only highlight our downfall, and everybody else. When we talk about our downfall
It's
being
acceptable to
highlighted,
call.
they say
It's
that it happened
acceptable.
to everybody, but there's no evidence of it happening to nobody else but us that they put
It's
forth.
acceptable to call a black congresswoman hood because she's dancing in a video while the presidential person in office is white and has sexual harassment charges and some more shit, and don't nobody call him ghetto. Like, this is how they do us. Like, I don't know what you want me to say in response to that. No, I ain't talking about you. I didn't say you called her that. The white boy did, remember?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that's acceptable in society for folks to say what they want about black people, but then these white people do the same shit. Don't nobody say nothing. So I don't know what you asking me to respond with. I agree with you. It shouldn't be accepted that that's how motherfuckers is. But what do you want? Like, what should black people do about that? What does that have to do with with civil rights being for everyone and not just black people?
And they should come together.
What does that have to do with the Asian bill not being specifically for black people? Like, because that's what
I don't
we
have a
talking
problem with saying what I think we should do. I really don't have a problem with saying that part. I think we should practice homogeny. We should bring our resources together. We should learn all the different traits that it requires us for our dollar to circulate in our community longer than it does. I think black people should make excellence the standard and let go of all recreation and anything that's not conducive for us. Period. Whatever it is.
Now something realistic.
And I think black people need to stop making excuses about why they can't do it. It is realistic. You just don't want to
Not
do it.
realistic,
I'm not
bro.
talking about
That
you
shit
per se, brother.
50
But I'm talking about our people.
I can do it.
This shit gonna take 50 years. The society gonna change completely by the time you complete that task, man.
I know I
You having these fantastical thoughts like, man, we should separate from society and buy an island and all black people move there. Like,
I didn't say that. I said we should.
I know you didn't. You didn't say that at all. You didn't say nothing that crazy either. You like yours makes sense what you're saying. I'm not saying it like you retarded for saying it. It makes sense, but it's like, is it really plausible?
Is it when you say plausible? You mean like is it possible?
Is it likely? No, it's possible.
Is it
Everything's
likely?
possible.
No, you know
Yeah,
what?
is it
When I
plausible?
look at us as a people, and this is gonna hurt my feelings to acknowledge this truth, it's not.
Thank you.
It's not.
They, like I tell people, I said this on this platform, they won that little battle already, bro. They did what they tried to do against us. That shit we be talking about all the time. COINTELPRO this, miseducate that, infiltrate the music, and they did all that shit already. Now they just sitting back and letting they work for itself.
Right. Hey, so
Like now we gotta sit
I'm
down
at the
straight.
hospital
Now we
right
gotta sit
now,
down
and my son probably finna be born in the next couple of hours. Give me a sec, Psycho, and then I'll be back on the panel.
Okay.
Congratulations, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you, brothers. Thank you.
No doubt.
I just think we be focused on, like, we have the mindset of the 1960, 1970 black man, but we in 2025.
You said we had the that's the problem. That's the disconnect. We need them. We need the cognition of the black man in the 1970s.
You don't need that cognition. You do not need that brain. Okay, Diddy, let me ask you this. Chill out real quick question. If a nigga from 1970 had a time machine and traveled to here, would it be best for him to adapt to 2025 or for 2025 to try to adapt to him?
Oh, my bad. Say that again, because I read the chat.
If a nigga was transported from 1970 to 2025, would it be best for him to adapt to 2025 or for 2025 people to adapt to him?
Of course, I see your point. I see your analogy, brother, but I want to stay, like, let's stay in the realm of reality. We're talking about the black mind. We're talking about, like, the black mentality, you know, that as far as, like, not more so like getting acclimated to the, you know, to the ecosystem, because, you know, but I understand that as far as like getting acclimated to the environment and the technology is different. So you would have to, I understand that aspect, but I'm talking about as far as the disconnect with black people, like when it comes to us being in political positions in our mentality that we have, you know, fast forward to today, like there's a, like, it's you know, like, there's,
I don't think it's much different.
Like it's not like a really like a, you know, like.
But that's why I say they already did their part. You got to think, bro. Like, it's a reason we was heavy into politics. We was heavy into the stuff we was into back then, bro. It wasn't as many black people that was living in wealth. It wasn't as many black people that was living in suburban communities. It was more black people living in poverty and all these types of places, bro. We were coming up out of it at the time. Now we got black wealth. That's a real thing now.
Like I said earlier, it's separated. It's people living in poverty. It's people living in wealth. It's not all the same as it was back in the 70s. When niggas was all in the projects and this shit like that. If you think about most of the people back in the day, everybody came from the projects when they came up. They was all project stores. Now it's not like that. You got niggas straight from the suburbs, never been in the hood. So the mentality is gonna be different. But to say we don't have a political mindset, I just think we're evolved in that political mindset, bro. Because it ain't 1970 no more.
I just also too, I don't know, man. You know, butter biscuits is a real thing. Like they would like butter biscuits. They would actually give that like as tokens to slave, to snitch, and to do anything that's basically compromising self. They would reward them with butter biscuits. Fast forward now, the incentives are more. They come in more. It's more luxury to be, to be like, to just be for self. Like to my bad. It's more luxury to compromise self. My bad. I said that completely. It's more. It's more alluring to like, oh man, I can get this and do this and at the expense of my people.
That's the American way. No, and I don't know about at the expense of my people, because like I don't think you have to be at the expense of your people just because you're being for self. Like if I go build my wealth, get my family straight, I'm an example to my people. I'm not doing it to spite my people. I'm showing them how to do it. I might go and build some shit up after that. So I don't think being for self is necessarily a bad thing. It's what you do with it. If you doing it and you saying F my community, then yeah, that's totally different. You just a fuck nigga.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I want to make sure I'm talking about like specifically as it pertains to politics, even though I just alluded to how they was, they would give slaves, they would reward slaves with biscuits, with butter biscuits. You feel me? As a reward, but I was using that as an analogy now, like to highlight how now, like there's, the butter biscuits is cars, houses, money, etc. I ain't talking about as far as like, there's nothing wrong with a black person building themselves up.
I get what you say. You saying like Snoop Dogg, like Trump got Snoop to perform at the little ceremony or whatever it was, and he paid him a bag for it. Like you talking about like that?
I mean, yeah, that's an example because prior to that, he clowned people for So that shows you the volatile. It shows you the volatility of these artists and how they're not even to be trusted and don't put too much credence in these rappers and because they flip flop too.
But I could argue that Snoop is of the mindset that he sees the world how it really is, and that nigga that shit don't really matter, bro. Like turn down this bag and what's gonna change for black people?
But it's
what changed since he made that statement? Hold on, Diddy. Since he made that original statement that anybody that go perform at a Trump rally, you a coon or whatever he said, right? What has changed for black people since then? What has made him say, yeah, man, since I stood up like that, I should stand up again for black people? Nothing. So when we say this about niggas, like I get it, don't get me wrong, but what the fuck was he supposed to say no to a bag for what?
But that
what was gonna come of him saying? What was gonna come of him saying no?
How much money? I mean, what's a bag to Snoop though?
I get that. That's cool, but you can't. Come on now. What's a bag to anybody? If I got 50,000, I'll still take another 50,000. What's a bag to anybody? What I'm saying is, if he turns down the Trump offer, what happens for Snoop?
Brother. Let's not make this
matter of fact, what happens for the black community if Snoop turns down? Let's say Snoop and all them niggas is like, nah, we're not performing at the Trump thing. What happens for the black community now?
Let's not make this about, because you brought that up. Let's not make this not about. I just want to show the contradiction in Snoop. And he's been flip-flappy. Look at him. When he stood up for Kobe and they made him apologize. No, stand on that. She was talking foul. You feel me? That man is not here. You feel me? And you defiling his legacy, and you wanted to come out like he was tough, and then whoever you got that phone call, and they, hey, we're gonna cut these contracts with white mommy. You feel me? If you don't,
So this what I'm saying though, Diddy. He's a. Let's sit this. Let's put a pin in this. Snoop is a coon. I'm not arguing you whether he a coon or not for doing what he did. Listen, let's put a pin in that. He's a coon for doing what he did. But listen to what I'm saying. You just said they're offering butter biscuits to niggas for them to do something, right? What's the butter biscuit for a nigga to say no?
The butter biscuit for him to say no is to. It shows you how like people are not even aware. Like, are you even not you? Is Snoop even aware of the fact that you literally, and you know when you put stuff on the internet, it's there for life. You're not aware of the fact that you literally came out in protest and you were sitting here trying to demean people who or call people coons who did perform, and then you turn around and you do the same thing. That makes you look like that. Literally, bro. I don't have no.
Yeah, he looked like a coon, bro. Like niggas lost respect for him. He still can go do a show. He takes no real L. That's what I'm saying. He takes no real L from going to get that bag. He's still gonna go do his show. He's still gonna sell his records. He's still gonna do what he do. I mean, he ain't selling many musical records, but you know what I'm saying. He's still gonna be able to do what he do. It's not nothing's gonna change from him taking that bag.
I understand that, brother. Nothing's gonna change. It's just because it's not even about that. It just shows you.
It is though, because we require our people to do so much, but we not changing. The black community is not changing. The nigga, you know how many niggas, bro? You know how many niggas just got shot in just in my 25-mile radius, bro? Today, we not changing no time soon, bro. And it ain't gonna start with us focusing on who the celebrities go do inauguration performances for. Like, if these niggas, we already be saying we need to stop focusing on celebrities, but then we turn around and be mad at celebrities for picking sides with niggas we know they gonna pick sides.
You know, knowing like it's like you have to know. Like, I was referencing sports, but that brother's just showing the historical trial that the black athlete has been through in America. You feel me? And the disconnect with the modern day athlete, black athlete, and how they feel like they don't need to be like, they're not a part of the black community. Hence, I'm black, I'm not black, I'm OJ. You feel me? Like it's that's why I say, man, my mentality is.
All I asked was what I said. I called the nigga a coon and everything. I agreed. I said he a coon and all that. But what I asked was, what is the benefit of a nigga saying no to the money? Somebody got to tell me that part. Is it just a pride thing? You get to sit back with your pride and say, hey, man, I stood up for black people.
It's not even about black people, because you know what? Primarily, it starts with yourself. And you stood up for yourself.
No, I stood up for my family when I said yes to this bag. I stood up for my family when I said yes to this bag.
I'm Snoop Dogg. After I sit here and
he didn't even perform really for Trump. He performed it like
I literally chastised my people publicly and sent it digitally. It was something that was sent all guaranteed, more likely all over the world due to the what's the term I want to say? Due to the ubiquitousness of the internet. You feel me? Meaning it's everywhere. But
my nice words. All I'm hearing is there's no incentive to do one thing, but there's an incentive to do another. And you mad at niggas for taking the one with the incentive.
I'm
that's
not
what
mad.
It sounds like.
No,
not you. That's the
Snoop Dogg is a goofy. You're a goofy because you literally you chastise me, not me per se, but you chastise me because I look like you. And the greatest.
Okay, what about let's Snoop Coon? What about Snoop? What about Soulja Boy? Is he a goofy for taking the money and performing too?
I wouldn't say no, because I don't think, and now unless there's some video of Soulja Boy, unless there's something comes out with Soulja Boy trying to act like that he's anti-Donald Trump, then yes, he's a goofy.
Okay, so you saying Snoop just a goofy because he put his foot in his mouth?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Then,
Yeah, no.
yeah.
I agree with that.
Yep.
I thought you were just saying any nigga that took the money is I'm like, dog, come on, but that I understand. Nigga, you put your foot in your mouth. You directly spoke against this and then went and did it. Okay, I totally agree. I shouldn't have been arguing with you at all. Then. I thought you were just saying that all them niggas. I just was using Snoop because he was the main face of it.
He's fickle. His word is fickle.
But that's just what. But who expected anything less from him though?
Huh?
Who expected anything less from him? I didn't.
That's why when I seen him, I didn't. When I seen that whole, performance, I didn't. I wasn't. I just.
If T.I. would have performed at the Trump shit, I would be baffled. If Killer Mike or if one of them niggas who done openly spoke against these types of people would have performed at that shit, I would have felt some kind of way. But I'm not surprised that Soulja Boy. I'm not surprised. I wasn't surprised at Snoop though.
But
Snoop been rubbing shoulders with them white folks.
But why are you not baffled? Why are you not?
It surprised me because when he said the coon shit, I said he's some bullshit. When he called niggas coon for doing it, I said he's some bullshit because he would have did it. I said it did, and I'm like, shit, he would have took that bad. He capped. That's all I'm so right. That shit don't surprise me when he took the bag. It don't surprise me that Nelly took the bag. It don't surprise me that Soulja Boy took the bag. You name niggas that I know they could get to take that bag. Yeah, like, yeah, them niggas, they ain't got nothing to stand on. If you would have got me a nigga who got something that they done actually put their face on some political shit, like I say, Killer Mike, T.I., all them niggas that be on Front Street saying what they saying, or if Jay-Z would have performed at a motherfucking Trump, yeah, I would have been like, oh, he cooned out. That surprises me. Because you openly supported the Democrats for so long.
But it don't surprise you when it comes to Snoop? Is it because
No.
wait. Is it because they're not? Is it because Snoop's not from Atlanta? Because the people you referencing, brother, are heavily from Atlanta. I noticed that.
Killer Mike is heavy in the politics. T.I. was, he done backed off now. They was heavy in the politics. Them the two people, of course, I'm from Atlanta, so them the first two that pop up in my head.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it ain't got nothing to do with them being from Atlanta. I just know them niggas heavy in the politics, and I know what side they be repping. So for them to go say, hey, I'm gonna go perform at a Trump rally, I would be looking at them some kind of way. Snoop, like, bro, I've been seeing you doing shows with Martha Stewart, this with the white folk, this, like, they fuck with him. Nigga just did the Olympics. And he not an athlete. Nigga, the face of weed.
You said that. Exactly. He did the Olympics. He's Snoop Dogg. I would argue the most, he's more famous than shit. Is he more big than is his name bigger than Donald Trump?
Before Trump was president, I'd say he was at least neck and neck with him.
Yeah, at least neck and neck with him.
Before he became president. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing with you about Snoop. Like, it just don't surprise me. He cooned out for that shit. I'm in total agreement with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not surprised. There's certain niggas that just ain't, like, I don't expect nothing from them niggas, bro. This murder was the case there. What are we talking about? Snoop, I ain't never seen Snoop stand on no black shit like that. Nigga been around a long time. For real though, like, I ain't never seen him like stand on no black movement, no black pride type shit. He do in the community for the kids with the football shit. But other than that, I don't put no faith in no Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg it out. Wow.
You be wasting energy on these niggas. You be wasting energy on a lot of shit.
Bro, I don't listen to a lot. I don't listen to no Snoop Dogg, bro.
I listen to no fucking Snoop Dogg, bro. Only time I listen to a Snoop Dogg song is when they play Nothing But a G Thing or something like that on the radio. If I listen to no damn Snoop Dogg, man. I'm barely listening to anything. I'd rather cut on YouTube.
Yeah, when he backtracked on the Kobe thing, that's when I really lost respect for him.
What did he say? What's up with the Kobe shit? I don't remember that.
Basically, when Gayle King came out and said what she said about Kobe, and he came out and basically had a ignorant outburst, you know, and basically checked her, you know, and then following him checking her, he came out and apologized. But I want to say he called her out her name now. He called her out her name, you know, and so
Yeah, because I'd be like, look, I apologize for calling you a bitch, but what I was saying, my sentiments, I don't apologize for that bitch. But yeah, I don't know. There's certain stuff I don't pay no attention to. I never knew. I remember her coming out saying something about Kobe, but I don't remember nothing of what it really was on.
yeah, I want to say that's when Kobe was I want to say he had transitioned, you feel me, and then she basically, you know,
Coach Carter, Coach
drug up some old defamatory type of information on Kobe, you know. I want to say like right in the midst of his, you know, it was basically too fresh to be trying to talk about those allegations, those rape allegations or whatever. But yeah, man.
You know, she just brought it up for no reason.
Gail King.
Man, I'm trying to find that fucking charge.
I wonder if she related to Dr. King. It's not. But ultimately, bro, what I was really trying to say is that I just really, you know, based off of the observations that I'm making, you know, and
all the niggas that support Trump when we be on here debating and arguing, so all them niggas coons too, right? Cause that's why it's confusing to me. He a coon for going to perform at the Trump rally, but these niggas not coons, and they openly support Trump and Trump taking away shit from black people. All that they openly support these niggas.
Did I ever say anybody was a coon? Or I don't
no, I'm not saying you in particular. I'm asking because it's just I'm saying look at the hypocrisy of it though. Because some of these same niggas in this chat is calling him coon.
So actually, now I'm thinking about it. So the question is now that popped in my mind is like, is black people
is the support of Trump a coon?
That perform or support Trump, are they a coon? Nah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say they're a
so
coon.
Snoop's the only coon out of the whole situation because Snoop put his foot in his mouth.
But when you get into the
everybody else is good.
Over glorification of Trump, you know, and what he's
shit, niggas be over glorifying him on this channel, on these channels like a motherfucker.
Yeah, that can raise the eyebrow. Like
niggas be on Trump real hard on this motherfucking channel, bro.
But it's
like Trump can't do no wrong.
But as far as from like a saying, you support him because of the tax reasons or the whole certain tax breaks and all that, then that's cool. But when you get talking about just the he gonna say the world and all that, that's kind of
like the nigga literally, I don't know, man. Niggas openly be doing shit against black people, and don't nobody be caring because it's Trump.
Like 20,000 since Trump hasn't been in office. Shit, the hell, shit, Trump ass. But it's crazy. The stock market has always done better under a Democrat. It historically performs better under Democrats than Republicans. So, yeah. That's profit though. I've lost. Not the good thing is that that's been profit. Like, so it's not money that that I've actually
Well, yeah, you can't really lose it, man.
Profit it ain't actual, yeah, man. But
fuck, I think I let my charger on.
Like I said, I wouldn't.
Yeah, change up now.
Like Kodak. Like Kodak, I mean, I wouldn't call him a coon for performing at the White House. You know,
Well, he
one
got
thing,
part.
he had his Haitian flag though. You seen
He
that
got
Haitian
part
flag
of
in the
it. Like,
back?
to me, a nigga can't
right?
call him. Yeah, he got. If a nigga pardon me, nigga can't say nothing to me. I'm gonna go support him, and if he asks me to come perform, my nigga, I'm gonna go perform. He pardoned me.
Yeah,
I would have been in prison if it wasn't for this nigga.
and that's the time for you to campaign too. Like, I mean, honestly, take advantage of you at the White House. Like, bring yo, I'm bringing people who's there. Oh, that's my cousin, and he got his own.
Yeah,
gonna take advantage.
We gonna run some shoulders and network some shit.
What is that? It's a term, like there's a term to take advantage of an opportunity, and there's
opportunist.
Not opportunity. Not necessarily being an opportunist, but basically like the gains that can, or the yields that can stem from, being in that environment, having cameras on you. Like you can, it's not necessarily a monetarily tangible, immediate transaction, but as far as that type of
capitalize, Marcel just
capitalize
capitalize.
The visual capitalization that can come from as far as sponsorship deals, and as far as like even when people quote on I don't want to say people's names, but when they're on other platforms, you feel me, and now they're not on there no more, you feel me, like people get they get callbacks or they get other they get invited to do other things because they was seen on this show, you feel me, that type of reimbursement. But yeah, man,
sound like a Trump rally is a benefit to me.
You go with that, man. Now you trying to take me, you trying to throw me down to that lane. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if you, hell no.
I'm just saying what I'm really saying is all this shit just business at the end of the day when you take your feelings out of it.
I ain't saying any black people go to a Trump rally and they're gonna,
like I was saying about Snoop, him saying no to that performance does not benefit him. It don't even benefit the black community. Like nothing comes from it. But everybody up and roar about it while all these black people are supporting Trump. It's like ass backwards. That's why I say like we not in unification about nothing, but we expect to do all these fantastical things.
Code, no code. We need Fuller. You have to establish a code.
How you got to be unified to establish a code?
I mean, we don't have to be unified holistically, meaning like all of us don't got to be unified. You can be unified with a segment of the, you can be unified with a segment of black people, you feel me, and have a code, you feel me? Like all that trying to be, trying to extend yourself to every black person that's not on code is going to be, or you trying to get on code,
so back to what we said earlier.
Tell when a black person, it don't take no long time for you. There's no long discovery to figure out if a black person is on code or not. That's
so back to what we said earlier, bro. That's the part of being selfish. That's okay. That's the part of being selfish. That's okay. Go get yourself together, right? Build yourself and your family up to where you good. Then go get with like-minded people like you. And just do y'all thing under y'all code, and then y'all can keep going from there to whoever you want to include in y'all shit. But that's still quote unquote selfish because you're not just doing this with everybody. You know what I'm saying? You're doing it with people that fit the criteria that's gonna do what need to be done. And you just be the example. All these things about, man, everybody gotta be like this. Everybody ain't gonna do that, bro. You get the people that you show first, you do your thing. Get your family in the situation, and then you get other people and y'all build from there. That's what that group think and all that is even about. But all these fantastical thoughts of all black people being one way, and I guess that's make believe, bro. It ain't happening. It's 2025. A lot of kids is growing up. That's black kids is growing up in communities with it's white, black, Asian, Indian, all type of different cultures around them, bro. They still black, but they growing up with exposure to different cultures. They not exposed to the black culture that we've been told was black culture our whole life. It's niggas that'll tell you if you from the suburbs, you don't really understand hip hop. Like it's just different. It's like weird, bro.
I think that could. You don't think that could be argued?
It could be argued. I wouldn't agree with it.
Not saying you. I'm trying to see as far as in the context of hip hop in the suburban, you know, is a person typically if they're well, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, being growing up in a different, growing up in the urban community, quote unquote urban, or growing up in a opulent or just a wealthy area, that because some could argue that those people in a wealthy area are more infatuated, so they're more like trying to study and more in tune with hip hop than necessarily the the black urban kid. But then it can, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Because the lingo and all that come from the hood, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most times it all comes from the hood. That's why I say I get the argument. I wouldn't make it myself, but I get it.
Like, you from the suburbs, nigga, you know about hip hop, nigga, you from the suburbs.
You from the suburbs, nigga.
Tell somebody that, they'd be mad.
These feelings would be hurt, bro. They would be devastated.
I would argue most suburb kids don't know hip hop.
See? Because then you get to the question, what is hip hop? You know what I mean? The same as I tell people, what is black?
Outside of the hip stuff, we're more probably so. I think Psycho. We're more so in tune with the quote unquote, the stereotypes that are associated with.
They know the industry, like they know the industry as far as like like artists and stuff like that and songs. But as far as like the culture of hip hop, like the vast majority of them don't know the culture of hip hop. No.
That's what I'm saying. What's that culture that they don't know?
Well, they barely literate when it comes to the language. Like they know the words and everything else of the songs, and they eventually catch up to some of the stuff. But they still kind of they don't use the words right a lot of times. They get a surface level understanding of what they think what we're trying to say when we use certain words, and a lot of times they get it kind of a little bit wrong, like small things like that. Like the lingo is not created in the burbs, right? It's created in the hood, right? So they gotta wait for an artist to actually say it in a song for them to catch up to it.
Or when their cousins come over, or they go to their cousin's house for the weekend.
Yeah, if they one of those families that do that, yeah. A lot of families that move out the burbs don't really hang out with their hood part of their family. They don't live by it.
So for a city like Atlanta, right, where the kids that got a little money and the poor kids, they black, but they all go to the same school. They don't all live in the hood, but they all talking to each other every day, dealing with each other every day. Like everybody in
the same school. If you're in the same school, then yeah, that's different. If you're in the same school, but I was talking about more so along the lines of like not going like suburb kids that don't go to school with kids in the hood. Like they only experience what the hood is through the music. Like they go to school with other kids from the burbs, right? Like they school predominantly white. Like it's black kids that go there, but it's predominantly white school.
I'm gonna have to agree with Fontaine on this one, man. It's like this 2025, most suburban kids, whether they white, black, Indian, Asian, they familiar with hip hop culture.
You believe they're familiar with the culture? You
they're fully familiar and integrated in it. Most of the beats that come, a lot of the beats that's being made are coming
Suburb
from
white.
suburb white kids.
Mm.
Like most of these beats we hear, like yeah, it be big producers who names on them, but the people who making the beats, a lot of
Rick Rubin
majority of
wasn't
them
no
is little
music.
white suburban kids.
Well, Aaron, Rick Rubin wasn't no black hood nigga. Like it's
For
been
sure.
white suburban kids in hip hop. That's what I've been saying for a long time. White people have been in hip hop since its inception,
Yeah,
bro.
but
Why do we deny this?
but naming me the exceptions don't make it the rule. Like Rick Rubin, like that was the exception, not the rule. Most white producers at that time was not white boys. That's why his sound was so much different than everybody else's sound, because he you know that it was different. But again, that was the vast majority of white people. White people by and large wasn't listening to hip hop when Rick Rubin was doing his thing.
I would argue majority of black people wasn't in. It was just the young black people.
Yeah, well, most young white people wasn't listening to hip hop around that time. Like they was starting to. You had a segment that was starting to, and everything else. Like, but yeah, a lot of white kids really wasn't into hip hop like that still around that time.
But now it's more probably white kids who listen to rap than black kids.
Well, we talking about consuming, buying the music. Yeah, they've been the number one consumers for a while.
They creating it too, though. They've been creating it for a while. They've been there in the sessions, in the studio, like you said, producing, mixing, managing.
Yeah, these are white kids. Like these are white kids that's into hip hop. I mean, I ain't saying like none of them are, but by and large, I'm saying like by and large, like these are exceptions though. Like
no, it's like if you go to any rave, if not a rave, I don't know why I said rave. If you go to any big function, any big hip hop function, it's gonna be majority white people. Not no club, not no like in the hood club. I'm talking about like
you talking about like a concert or something. Like I would agree with you talking about like a concert.
Not only a concert, but you know, like a summer jam. What's the
oh boy,
it's gonna be,
I don't know. I haven't
more,
been to a summer jam in a while, but I know
that's what I'm saying.
You could never see a summer jam out. Like that's one thing black people still dominated around that time, like 20 years ago, like was summer jam. That's one thing we still dominated. I don't know about now though. I don't even know if they still do summer jam now.
You go to a South by Southwest, it's gonna be full of white kids.
Like I know the battle rap events I was going to when I was still involved and everything else. I never went to an event. Now I never was at a King of the Dot event, but I never was at an event that was majority anything besides black. Every event I went to, and I went to many states, a whole ass load of events. Never went to an event that wasn't majority black. And that's the underground, right? That's not mainstream, right? That's not, that's not like Kendrick and Drake and them, right? Like, like that's underground shit. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, you don't see them like in the underground spots. Like they don't take over the underground spots. They'll take over the concerts and the arenas, and all the mainstream stuff. But the underground spots, that's still all black.
Nah, that's a mixed culture now, man. It's a mixed bag. Even in the underground. Specifically in the underground, matter of fact, as I should say. That's a mixed bag.
That's what I'm saying though. It's suburb kids making songs that's drill music. You don't know them niggas from the suburbs till they tell you.
Facts.
I would argue that it was artists back in the day that was making hip hop that you didn't know they was from the suburbs if they didn't tell you.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think there's just always been this perception that everything black is hood. That ain't the case.
No, I know everything black ain't hood. I mean, I get that. I'm just talking about hip hop in particular. I don't think hip hop is suburb culture. I just don't.
I think hood ain't the action. It's the behavior. It's the way you carry yourself. It's the attitude. It ain't the action. It's the attitude. Like
It's
when that white
definitely
boy was
part of
saying that about Jasmine Crockett, and then you had brought up the Trump, like the analogy of the Trump. I think the hood analogy, the hood reference is more so towards the attitude, not necessarily actions. Like doing a certain action that's hood. It's the attitude. You get what I'm saying?
It's like Ratchet.
Yeah, but that's the extreme version of hood. The ratchet is like the extreme version of hood.
Like if somebody call you Ratchet, you'll feel disrespected. But if somebody call you Hood, you don't feel.
Yeah.
It's more like, okay, I'll take that. I'm a hood nigga.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It definitely has a lot to do with attitude, as far as like, especially the context of what he was talking about with Jasmine Guy. I just said Jasmine Guy. Why do I keep doing that? Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, and it's
And
like that.
I don't agree with him, but I do like Tina Turner. I said Nina Turner attitude. I would prefer her attitude over a Jasmine Crockett.
Mm-hmm.
If you get what I'm
she seems
saying.
more, yeah.
More level-headed, put together. Like it ain't a show. It's just I'm here for my people.
Right. She sticks straight to the policies. Right.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of other stuff and everything. Like I agree with
But
that. I actually agree with her policies more than I agree with Jasmine's. But
I do too.
Ain't Jasmine younger, or we don't know?
Nah, she younger for sure.
I think she's younger. Well, they actually close to the same age though, because Nina's not old.
I just think that's a part of Jasmine's thing is because she's a younger or younger congresswoman in that field. She kind of with the new wave.
I think that too.
She's 57. I
Yeah,
thought
Jasmine ain't. Yeah, Jasmine ain't.
Yeah,
no
Jasmine
She's
43.
not gonna be TikToking and rapping the not like us. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. But Jasmine, I would argue she under 40 and under.
She's
I don't know her
43.
age.
Yeah, she's 43.
Okay. So yeah, she was born in hip hop. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like people my age, hip hop always been around. So we was born with hip hop. So if I was born in the suburbs, I would understand hip hop regardless. I get what you're saying when you say you see it through the music and stuff, but I don't necessarily agree. I think going to school and interacting with other kids, because I don't know no schools where it's just suburb kids. Them private schools to us, if it's just suburb kids, that means it's a private school. If it's a public school, that means it's all classes in that school.
Yeah, but it's still a predominantly white school if you're in the burbs for the most part, right? Like I know public schools in the burbs that predominantly white. They got black kids there. I went to one, right? Like,
But you gotta think though, Psycho. The burbs. A lot of us been pushed out of the hood to the burbs the past 20 years.
Who family still hood? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like that culture is. Because it ain't just.
Go ahead, Fab. I was about to say, in Cincinnati, like 20 years ago, Forest Park, Fairfield, that would be considered the burbs. Now, that's the hood. And it ain't the hood, but all the people from downtown been gentrified. So all the people from downtown that moved out that way. So now you got the mix of niggas going to school with white people, and they integrating. Now the white people acting like the niggas. So we don't even look at those schools out there as suburban schools no more. They like regular Cincinnati public schools now, but they still in a different school district. You get what I'm saying?
The school I graduated from is in Cobb County, right? I originally went to Westlake, which is in Fulton County, all black school, nothing but black people. In my 11th grade year, I went to McEachern in Cobb County. It was mixed, like half white, half black, then they had Mexicans and some Asian people. Today in 2025, that's an all black school down there.
Yeah. Now
I graduated 20 years ago.
In high school I started meeting a whole bunch of kids from like all over different counties and shit, right? Like through basketball and all that. And I'll meet motherfuckers out like Afro up here. Like I'll meet motherfuckers out like in Short Hills, like black motherfuckers, like privileged black kids. Like these are like uppity areas, right? Like it's that third, like all white people mainly, right? Like these are where the celebrities and stuff got. Whitney Williams and stuff like that got houses out in these areas, right? Like so, like, and I'll meet these kids, whatever, and yeah, they were disconnected from like the culture, right? Like they'll come down my hood, right? They'll come down, hang out with me, just to experience like, you know, like the hood or whatever, because like they was ignorant to a lot of shit, right? Because they you know, they grew up privileged or whatever, so they used to want to come hang out in the hood with us.
You know what's crazy that I have noticed?
Culture, not hip hop culture. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead.
The hip hop was a part of that. I'm saying, like, all that, like, they didn't have no hip hop clubs and nothing up there, none of that shit, whatever. Like, you know, like they actually experienced like motherfuckers like having ciphers out in the middle of the street, and you know, like if you know back in the 80s, breakdancing and that shit, anything else, they had to come down by us. They could, that shit wasn't going on up there.
In the 80s, because most black people did live in the hood. So yeah, I would agree that back then.
Well,
Lauren Hill.
The breakdancing, yeah, the breakdancing part was the 80s, but yeah, my bad, go ahead.
I would say the hood is shrinking.
Lauren Hill was a good one. Psycho, a good example.
Yeah,
Lauren Hill used to come down to the hood. Her and the Fools before they blew up.
Yeah,
you know what I
South
mean?
Orange and Orange. Yeah, they all from South Orange and Orange.
Yup, they came from that demographic. That's a fact.
Greatest female rapper of all time.
Arguably.
But yeah, they had to come to the hood and everything else, experience and stuff, because that just wasn't going on in their hood. They couldn't go. They went outside. That just wasn't happening. The stuff that was going on in our hood. They just wanted to be around a whole bunch of black people.
I feel like the hood either is expanding or it's getting smaller, because like wherever you in Cincinnati, wherever you go, you're gonna see the same demographic of people, unless you go into a higher class where where it's a lot of money. But like if you're not
Midwest
in that range, if you're not in that range of that, like that higher economic range, everybody kind of in the same pot.
Yeah, I know that the Midwest is like that. Like it's different. Like y'all less segregated in the Midwest. Like it's definitely more based on class. Like like poor black people around poor white people and shit like that and everything else. Like our poor white people ain't over here, right? Like we we go out in our hood, we don't see poor white people in our hood. Like it's poor white people, but they not here, right? They got poor white towns that they in, and they over there and that shit. So yeah, it's a little bit different, a bit more segregated. They do have poor white towns though, but them motherfuckers ain't a whole lot going on, and it'll be black people in that town, but it'll be like the little black sector or whatever, this, that, and third, in the corner or whatever, but it's not a black town. But yeah, like for the most part, yeah, it was just real segregated out here.
I got you. Yeah, with this gentrification, they didn't kind of put us all in the same pots together.
Yeah, but I did notice that about the Midwest though. Like, actually, once you get the we always say, like, once you pass, like going out here, like once you start going west and you start getting like the middle of Pennsylvania and shit like that, once you start getting by the Appalachians and all that shit, or beyond that, yeah, that's the Midwest to us. Like it's different. Like as far as like how everything's set up. Like I said, it's mainly class and everything else, and like black people still got issues and everything. It's just like living conditions and everything. Like it's just set up a little bit different. What's good, Afro? You there?
Hey, peace, Psycho.
What's good with you?
My bro, yeah. Peace to the panel.
What's up, Afro?
You're 100% correct, though. I agree, bro. You know, it's definitely a difference between the industry and hip hop culture, though, in my opinion. You know, I don't think enough people really zero in on that. You know,
I say it's a big difference in hip hop and rap. I separate it from the rap and hip hop.
Rap being the industry.
Yep. Hip hop being the culture.
I can get with that.
Don't forget, Psycho. Chicago is segregated. It's what it says, more likely the most segregated city in America. I think that could probably argue, but
from what I hear, it's real segregated. Yeah, like you don't just see poor white people on O Block, right?
Unless they on some,
Whether they buying something.
But with the gentrification in Chicago too, they kind of putting them in they're intertwining. There's a lot of poor white people living with poor black people in the shop now. Not as much. It is very segregated. It is
Weird.
very much segregated.
I mean,
but
I'm not saying you, but yeah, I would say not on the south side.
No, I wouldn't give it the south side. No,
on the south side.
No.
Not saying you ain't gonna see white people, but you typically they're either gonna be a hype, or they somebody trying to act black. You feel me?
The marketers don't care though, bro. They're going to use it once they see hip hop become so strong that they knew it was an effective vehicle to market products. They was going to exploit that regardless. You know what I mean? They don't care about the culture. All they care about is the monetization and them being able to sell products, marketed through our culture, basically. So that they're not going to cease and assist on that. When they see that, they're going to go in on it. America don't care. Anything they can use to market products, they're going to hop on it. That's just the nature of this beast.
They're going to make their bread.
Not to say that they appreciate it, authentically or anything like that, but
Funny thing,
they can't appreciate it authentically because they put the worst of it out purposely.
Right.
So they can't appreciate the art. It's just all copy. It's all money.
Yeah, I think that's what we lose out on, the art and the creativity. Pardon me, Psycho.
No, you good. No, I agree. Like that's the coach aspect. Like that's always been my gripe. Like, in the early days, the culture kind of controlled the industry, right? Because the industry didn't know nothing about the culture. All they knew was these motherfuckers are making records and we can make a buck off of it. So we'll distribute it, right? Like we don't understand what the fuck they saying. We don't know how they putting this music together. We really don't care. Can we make a buck? Right? Like that was kind of the mindset. Creativity was out the roof, right? Because nobody had handcuffs, right? It wasn't no A&Rs there saying, "Oh no, you need to sound like this, you need to sound like that, or we need more of this, we need this. This sound like a radio hit. This don't, whatever." They didn't know what the fuck was going to be a hit, so they put everything out. They didn't know what the fuck was going to be a hit. This might hit, that might hit, whatever. We had dumbass songs like "Da that ended up being a fucking hit. You know what I mean? Like silly shit. You know what I mean? Like they just threw it out there. You know what I mean? So that and then when the '90s came, by the time '90s came around, they understood the hip hop business a little bit better. Right now they started seeing that this is big business and this ain't going nowhere, so they started approaching it a little bit different. It's like, okay, we need to start paying a little bit more attention on how they actually making this music. We need to start paying attention to what's actually selling on the radio and see if we can find another artist that sounds like that. You know what I mean? This, that, and third. This is when they started taking more control, and this is when the industry started controlling the culture. And once the industry started controlling the culture, that was a problem.
Like we don't have no modern day Jungle Brothers and De La Soul, like that type of vibe. It exists, but we never see it. Or does it exist?
They don't get marketed. They exist.
Jungle Brothers and De La Soul type vibe, like regular shit.
They exist. They just don't get marketed.
Jungle Brothers. That's their name. Was Jungle Brothers. That's a group.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jungle Brothers. Yeah.
Okay.
Just like a cool, mellow vibe, hangout type shit.
There's part of a clique called Native Tongue. It was them, De La Soul, Queen Latifah, Tribe Called Quest. They all was in the same clique.
It's a group of young brothers right now called Cold Contra, bro. Coldest niggas out right now. They don't get no play.
Yeah, I fucks with them heavy, but yeah.
Cold Contra. I gotta look them up.
Coast, COAST, Contra.
They from the West Coast too.
Yep, they from the West Coast. They from Philly. All over.
One from Philly.
One from Philly, the other two brothers, twins, they from the West Coast.
They from the West Coast, right?
And then the other one is Columbia.
Oh, okay, I thought he was from the West. Okay.
No, he Brazilian. I'm tripping. He black. He a black Brazilian.
Yeah, I know you're a black Latino. I didn't know. I thought he was from the West Coast. I didn't know he actually was from like South America.
He's from South America, from Brazil.
Okay. Yeah, I like those country. They throwbacks. Like that's old school hip hop right there. Like that's yeah.
After I picked them up, I couldn't even really listen to regular rap no more, bro. I now all I do is listen to you. I can't even listen to rap.
You know what? You know what else is missing in hip hop, and Coach Contra kind of shows that, like style, dog. Like style, like that meant something back in the day. Like everybody had their own style, their own type flow that kind of made them like unique and separate from everybody. And you really don't got that no more. Like when you really think about it, like you really listen, like everybody almost like all their styles are the same. Like it's like outside their voice, you really can't distinguish these people outside. Like okay, you know Kendrick's voice, so you know that's Kendrick. You know Drake's voice, so you know that's Drake. You know, like you know certain artists' voices, but they styles pretty much different though. It's like it's all kind of the same shit.
I always say that it's industrialized, Psycho. It's industrialized, bro.
Yeah.
It's just like
it's like a car. It's like a template. Yep. It's like a factory.
Bro, I disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah, I think there are many different styles.
Let me a box. So, okay, not everything outside of mainstream. We wouldn't probably be talking about that. But mainstream, bro.
Yeah, they all sound the same.
Like who's mainstream that sound the same?
Say that one more time.
Name some mainstream people that sound the same.
Sexy.
Y'all just name
Future.
Who does Dirk sound like?
Dirk sound like Future.
Dirk don't sound nothing like Future. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. They might sound the same to y'all, but they're totally distinguishable. Like completely distinguishable. Two different types of music.
Styles? Are you talking about bars or you talking about styles?
Either, whichever one you want to say, they're not the same. Their style is not the same. Only similarity would be that they use auto-tune.
Yeah,
they don't rap the same. They don't have the same rap patterns. They don't have the same musical style.
That's not what we was really speaking on. It's not just that.
Like nobody sounded like Old Dirty Bastard. Nobody sounded like him. Whether you like him or whether you love him or hate him, nobody sounded like him. Right? Like he was very unique with his style. Like people do not sound like Busta, right? Love him or hate him, people do not sound like him, right? Like he had his own style that he was laying out that nobody else was doing, and that's him, right? Like people had their own unique style back then, is what I'm saying. Like it was very unique to that particular artist, and I just don't be seeing that today.
But I could argue, just like you just said, Busta and ODB was unique. During that same time frame, there was hundreds of artists with that same New York style. They couldn't mimic those two artists, but they were mimicking a certain sound.
There was some like I would agree, like the Queens rappers. A lot of the Queens rappers all had, like, at one point in time, all kind of like had like the Nas style. Like they all kind of were like Nas knockoffs a lot. Like they all kind of sound similar. Like you could tell a Queens motherfucker back in the day. Like you could tell when the motherfucker came specifically from Queens, not just like, because the Queens motherfucker didn't sound like a Brooklyn motherfucker, but you could tell the Queens motherfuckers, they all kind of had like similar style. So I would agree. I think that's where it all started, to be honest. I think
so that's what I'm saying. Around that time. A Future and a Thug to y'all sound the same, but to me they don't. But they are from the same city in the same area, so they might have similarities in their sound. You know what I'm saying? The same as some niggas from Queens might all have similarities in their sound. But if you talking about a nigga from Memphis and a nigga from Atlanta, they don't sound the same at all. Their music don't be the same at all. Pooh Shiesty don't sound nothing like Lil Baby. They from the same era, a state away from each other. They don't sound nothing alike. Their music is totally different.
Everybody in Memphis right now sound the exact same.
No, the hell they do not, because Big Boogie don't sound like Pooh Shiesty, and they was damn near rivals. They was beefing with each other. They do not sound the
Everybody in
same.
Memphis except them two sound the same, and maybe
Bro,
Energy
Young
and
Dolph
Chopper.
don't sound like Yo Gotti. Never did. This is not true, bro. Like I don't know who. Can you name some Memphis artists that sound the same?
Yeah.
Name them, cause what's his face on Finesse 2 Times don't sound like Boogie. He don't sound like
Finesse,
Pooh Shiesty.
Finesse two times sound dead on Moneybag Yo. That's
No,
his.
he
That's
do
his. That's
not,
his
bro. He
ditto
don't
copy.
sound nothing like. They, first of all, they was in a group
Fontaine,
together.
it's all
First of all, they
perspective.
was in
So
a
hold
group.
on 1 second though, Fontaine. It's all perspective, brother. We got two different
We
set of
disagree.
ears. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just all perspective. It ain't. I ain't trying to argue with it about it. That's just my feelings on it.
I'm just responding to your feelings. Like who's arguing? I'm saying I disagree. Am I supposed to disagree with it? Or can I say I
No, you
disagree
ain't
and
gotta
why?
agree. I just ain't want us to get into an argument over. I'm just saying it was just my perspective. That's all.
I'm just saying my point is y'all are saying everybody sound the same, and I just named several artists from the same city that do not sound the same. If we put on all three of their music right now, Finesse 2 Times, Pooh Shiesty, and Big Boogie, they're not gonna sound the same. You named Moneybag Yo, who Finesse 2 Times happened to have been in a group with, so yeah, they might sound similar. They rap together,
Before I even
but
hear the
why they don't
song,
sound like the other two niggas?
real quick, before I even hear the song, I'm gonna know the cadence. I'm gonna be able to mumble the words, but before I even hear the song and know it,
Right.
I'm going. I
Bro,
am. I'm telling
just
you, that's
saying
what
that.
I'm gonna be able to do
You're
that.
telling me that, but it can't be proven. Like we can say a lot. You can say that. That
I
don't
can
make it
play a
true.
song right now that I ain't never heard
Play
of
a
from
Pooh Shiesty
Memphis.
song. Play a Pooh Shiesty song you never heard, and then show me how it sound the same as Book. Play a Pooh Shiesty song, then play a Boogie song, and tell me how they sound the same. They from the
That's
same city.
that's not what I was just saying, bro.
Or
I was just
so
saying
how
something
you?
totally
What's the
different.
difference in what you were saying? What's the difference in what you were saying? That you're able to mumble some words that don't even make sense to me, bro.
No,
I
my
can
new
mumble
art.
words from old school songs and get some on right. I don't. You think that? You think you would be accurate to mumble the words and it'll fit the song? That I just totally disagree.
I
You're
mean, I
just saying that.
totally ain't get what I was gonna say out because you just jumped right in. So what I was saying was, right now I can jump on any of these guys' songs and listen to it and be able to figure out their cadence instantly, figure out what they're gonna be talking about in their song because every song they put out sounds the fucking same. That's the point we're making. No, they don't literally sound identically to each other. No, they don't sound. Their vocal patterns are not the same. No, that's not what we're saying. But the songs that they put out consistently sound the exact same. That's our perspective of music that's coming out nowadays.
Yeah, the actual styles aren't different. Like there are people that spit better than others. I'm not saying that like they all like have the same level of pen game, right? Like some people got pen game is still sharper than others. Like that's obvious when you listen, but rhyme patterns are still the same. Like as far as like how they spitting it, like it's not a whole lot difference between the artists as far as like these styles.
How much Big Bug music have either of you listened to?
I listened to a few Big Bug songs. I can't.
Okay, so how much of Pooh Shiesty music have you listened
to? A few songs. I mean, you know, I done
and
heard. I just don't listen to Pooh.
you're telling me their styles are the same. Their music, their beat selection, style, any of that is the same.
No, that's why I said Big Boogie and Pooh Shiesty. No.
That's my point, though. Like these are. I'm just giving you.
I said that though when you initially
state.
said that. I said no to Big Boogie and I said him. I said any lead Chopper. Like I gave some examples of who don't sound the same. But like Moneybag Yo for those 2 times had the same cadence. Like they sound the same. Not their vocal patterns. No.
They rap together. So I said I agree. Them two have a similarity. I don't think they sound the same, but I get what you're saying. I get that, but they rap together.
Like they cadence.
So makes sense. That makes sense because they rap together. Like that happens. But like artists from this era don't all sound the same. It's totally different styles. Texas style is different than Atlanta style. Atlanta style is totally different than Florida style. Florida style is not the same as Memphis. Tennessee is not the same as Alabama. I don't like. Maybe y'all just don't listen to this.
No. You maybe we ain't. Maybe or me. I ain't say it right how I was trying. I meant like okay. So you go to L.A. most LA niggas, not the niggas who are on the mainstream, but like underground niggas or whatever, they cadence is similar in same. They beat choice is similar. Detroit, you go to the same thing. It's called Detroit rap style. They
New York music, bro.
you right. I ain't saying you wrong about that. It
That's the
goes each
point I'm making,
generation.
though,
It goes
Aaron.
each
Is that
generation.
every generation you'll have your section of where styles are similar because they're all from the same area. So that's their vibe. You know what I'm saying? Cali niggas vibe to Cali. I'll know a Cali beat when I hear it. You feel what I'm saying? I don't disagree with that part, but I know an East Coast beat when I hear it too. From the 90s. We ain't even gotta tell you know a boom bap beat when you hear it. Because
No, I feel
everybody was
that. I
copying
feel
the
that.
same style. Like this is just what people do. This is human. But to say that this era don't nobody got different style, that's cap, bro. That's completely cap, bro. All these motherfuckers. To say that you got drill music over here, Cali music over here, backpack music over here, is that lets you know it's different style. That lets you know these niggas don't sound the same.
Bro, this nigga
It's
said
some niggas that sound similar because they from the same area, but Kendrick Lamar don't sound nothing like J-Rock. And them niggas from the same hood.
don't nobody sound like K-Dot though. That's the like you talking about the best of the best. Don't nobody sound like Drake. Don't nobody sound like Kendrick. Don't nobody sound like Cole. Of course.
But even on the low end, like what's the nigga problem? Problem. Don't nobody sound like the problem from West Coast. He ain't no big name. He had his hit or whatever, but he ain't no big name. Don't nobody sound like him. Don't nobody niggas tried to sound like Pooh Shiesty and nobody could do it like Shiesty.
I can't think of the nigga
Doing it
name.
like
I want a name who sound just like Pooh Shiesty. I just can't think of his name, bro, right now, bro. He's from Memphis. What's another
30, Big 30.
Big 30?
Yeah,
He sound like
that's his homeboy. That's his homeboy. They same clique.
KTB, what's his name? Fats. All
these niggas
all them sound the same.
The niggas you name and hang around each other though.
I know that.
I don't know
I ain't
about
gonna
that.
take that away from you. I know that.
That's my point though. Like that makes sense for them to sound.
And that okay, we seeing that a lot. Then we seeing more groups of people from different cities. We seeing a bigger group of people. How can I put this? Like we seeing more of that. We're seeing more people in one city who coming out all at the same time. So maybe the music coming to the ears is sounding the same because there's more people in that one area popping at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Am I lose y'all?
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Because it is like Florida, Jacksonville, you got a whole bunch of people who kind of sound the same that's all popping at the same time right now. Memphis, Atlanta, Chicago. So yeah, I could see that.
Hey, Psycho, what you think about hip hop artists need to develop a union? What you think about that concept? That the artists need to develop a union.
I don't know if that'll work because it's multiple labels, right? It's multiple distributors. So if it was one unified label, then it will work. But it'll be hard to form a union with all these different entities. I don't know if they can do it. I don't know if the artists even want to do it, to be honest with you, because I don't know if they want to pay in. Because in order to be a part of a union, you got to pay in on that.
Yeah, you do have to pay dues.
And if you ain't doing well, you feel me? You'd have been back. You ain't had a good 2, 3, 4 years. You might not even have your union ties.
It'll probably help them in the long run, though, as far as fighting for their rights and things of that nature. As far as them getting ripped off, it'll be an effective way for them to push back. I think against some of these executives.
The small hats will let that happen.
A lot of people ain't getting caught up in the 360 deals anymore, because the music game done changed so much. Mm-hmm. People are smarter too now than we was when we was at our age and everything else. We was ignorant,
and it's more.
We got more level. I mean, but the 360 though ain't come around to the 2000s.
Yeah, well, they had forms of it before that, but the record business been a dirty game for a long time. But yeah, people But people ain't really getting hung up in that now because the internet and
Got more leverage now.
Yeah, a lot of people get a chance to come out independent now and everything else. And like I said, people are smart to the game too now. You know, because again, ignorance is what got people caught up in those bad deals. They prey on your ignorance.
It makes more sense nowadays not to even have a deal. It makes more sense to build your own small fan base and sell direct to consumer.
Yeah, it's about social media presence now. That's what it's about. Like Soulja Boy wrote the playbook. You know, if you got a good, strong social media presence, you don't need nothing else.
That's true.
That's how Cardi B blew up. Strong social media presence. Let's write her some songs. Let's see if we can make a buck off of her. That's exactly what happened. Strong social media presence get you a long way in today's game.
Yeah, but don't a lot of them still end up at the labels though, or no?
Eventually, yeah, because they need the money to go on these tours and everything else. That third, but they get a much better deal. They don't get a bullshit deal though, because like I said, they coming in the game smarter. They already got cachet because of their social media presence.
I think the only thing they probably lack is the connections to the big stadiums, you know, like the Prudential Center,
right.
Stadium.
They need that. That's why I said they need tour, like tours and all that, and for wider distribution too. They need that promotion and everything else. You know, keep your name out there circulating. So yeah, you still need them for that.
Money off that tour money. That tour money be good.
Mm-hmm. But now you get to keep your ADATs and shit like that now, though, right? Like that's all you need the label for. So now you get to actually get your ownership to your money, which means you're going to get your proper royalties. So now you ain't got to tour until you're 60 years old, just so you don't go broke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you be seeing these old ass white rock groups. They still be touring. Mick Jagger.
Bro, they ain't doing it because they love the music. They doing it because they need the money.
You'll be like, yo, is this dude? They standing this dude up on stage with stilts or something?
Because you know who ain't touring?
But you know
that nigga Sting. He ain't doing no tours. And he's sitting filthy rich.
But you know what? We gotta do a better job too, because those white motherfuckers support their old artists. If Bruce Springsteen went on a world tour tomorrow, that every spot would be booked, sold out. Bruce Springsteen sold the fuck out everywhere. He still
sell out MetLife. He sell out MetLife still.
Yeah, he a Jersey motherfucker, so you know they really love him out here.
Oh,
so,
sure.
But they support their old artists. Like these motherfuckers be selling out tours in their 50s, 60s, old, no new music, no nothing, all oldies but goodies, selling out stadiums. We sit up there, boy. Our old artists go out there and try to do anything. That motherfucker old as hell, man. Fuck that motherfucker, man. He washed up. Y'all motherfuckers still listen to that old ass shit. Fuck that shit. Where Lil Baby at? You know what I mean? Like motherfuckers give a fuck about them old artists, dog. They talk shit about them motherfuckers. Like white people don't do that. They old artists, dog. They appreciate them motherfuckers. They put them on pedestals. They put them in Rock and Roll Hall of Fames. All kinds of shit. We don't show them motherfuckers love.
What a lot of us hold on to with them old artists is like our club niche, that niche with the club and stuff like that. Our people, you know, some people go off over that club. It definitely be smaller venues though, but we'll come out, you know what I mean, for certain music, you know, that club music. You know, that's big in our area. People love that.
Or we'll wait to the jazz festival.
But that's an older crowd though. That's an older crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Like all my older folks, they go to them jazz festivals and go see all the older people.
Yep. Like outside of the 50th anniversary, old school motherfuckers don't get no love like that. Like that's the only time I seen old school motherfuckers get love was on the 50th anniversary. That's everybody jumped on the bandwagon. It was cool to celebrate old hip hop then. But after that, it went right back to the same old shit. Fuck that old shit. Boom, boom, boom. Whoop-de-whoop. Only time motherfuckers wanted to talk about old artists unless they was arguing with some Puerto Ricans. That's the only time they want to talk about old artists. Other than that, they don't want to hear about that shit. And it's We just gotta do better with the old artists, man. A lot of motherfuckers that paid the way, man. Them motherfuckers broke, man, and they can't even sell out a goddamn club in their own neighborhood. That's sad. They ain't even reaping the benefits from the shit that they broke their necks to get out there. They gotta watch all these other motherfuckers reap the benefits while everybody else saying they played out and washed up. It's just sad to see. So we should do better with our old artists.
Yeah, normally like they'll have like a Power 105 and then mix it up, with the concert or whatever. They'll have a couple old artists and mix them in with the new artists. I see them do that because they know they're not really going to be able to pull that crowd just out of the old artists. So they just, they mix them together a little bit. I done seen them do that, like Powerhouse shows and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
One thing about it though, white folks will travel to go see Bruce Springsteen's. If he in New Jersey, motherfuckers flying out from Cali to go see him.
That's fact. That's fact.
They gotta come, black motherfucker. They gotta come to your city.
Yep. They gotta come exactly to your city. You ain't lying about that.
Like they can't be in Dayton or like 30, 40 minutes up the road. They gotta be right there.
Yeah, we just
that's demographics too. They got access to the resources, to be able to, just fly out, support.
Yeah.
A lot of times.
It's like some of that is hip hop ain't as respected as other genres as well too. Like, cause like New Edition don't have that problem, right? Like I just saw a New Edition the other day in motherfucking concert right now, and the place was packed. Right, like so like the motherfuckers that celebrate like old school R&B artists, right? Like they still can sell out an arena, but yeah, hip hop artists though, shit. Let Curtis Blow get up there and try to motherfucking do a goddamn concert somewhere and watch it be about 8 people show the fuck up. Ain't nobody gonna care, dog.
What you say?
Curtis Blow tried to do a concert somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be about 8 people show up.
Breaks.
Yeah, people ain't gonna care. And Curtis Blow was the #1 hip hop artist out when New Edition first dropped. When New Edition first dropped, Curtis Blow was the #1 hip hop artist out. And New Edition can sell out a concert, and Curtis Blow can't.
How long was his run?
Curtis Blow was the first major hip hop star, I would argue. Like as far as like solo artist. He was the first major solo artist to blow up.
I know, but like
his run was like about 7, 8 years. He started off in 78. I would say he had a good run up to about 85. After Crush grew, is kind of when Curtis Blow kind of started to slip. He did the basketball song and everything else. That kind of was like his last. That and I Need the World. We Did I Need the World in basketball. That was the mid 80s. That was around 84, 85-ish. I want to say around that time. Yeah, right.
Could be in that basketball is my favorite sport.
Yep.
But they still had creative content though. He had creative content back then. Because who would have, thought of that? Playing
that basketball song was legendary. Yeah, that's legendary.
Playing basketball.
Yeah, see, something like that never get made now. That's corny.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that'll be the last thing a motherfucker make right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that people. Yeah. Hip hop definitely has changed now. It's kind of like one dimensional. Like I definitely was a fan of that dimension as far as like the street element of hip hop. I'll say that. I ain't gonna use the gangster shit, but it just say the street element of hip hop. I definitely was more of a fan of that. But hip hop was in a better place when that wasn't the only thing that was out there. It was in a better place when you had the dance music over here, you had the conscious music over there, and you had the street shit over here. And when you had all these things going on at the same time, and nobody was ruling the roost, You know, it's kind of was like whatever your flavor is, you can go listen to this or go listen to that, whatever. It was in a better place. Yeah.
You still had the EPMDs, you still had the De La Souls, the Jungle Brothers. It was just more balanced, the genre.
Yeah.
They had mostly kickback, cool out music. You know, I know a lot of us coming up, we used to listen to that too. We'll mix it up. But we definitely was rocking with De La Soul, EPMD, and all of them too. Jungle Brothers.
Did I say need the world? I meant to say rule the world. I don't know if I said need, but I meant to say rule. But yeah, definitely in a better place.
Lauryn Hill made a nice lane for herself too, Psycho. Lauryn
Yeah.
Hill, she made a
Yeah,
nice
she-
lane for herself.
She had the world in the palm of my hands.
And she's creative. She's creative.
Lauren wasn't ready for that type of fame. She didn't.
Yeah, the way Lauren put it, the industry wasn't. It wasn't right. It was. She seen what it was coming to, what it is now.
Yeah, that and her issues with Wyclef is what kind of chased her away from the industry.
Because one for like 2 years straight, 3 years, she was like the Grammy lady of the whole man. She won so many back
She was
to
the
back.
number one artist. She was the number one artist in all black music, like all black music. It wasn't no bigger artist than Lauryn Hill in like, what was that, 97?
Yeah. She was smashing everything.
Like that, yeah.
Straight
Yeah,
up
people still talk about it.
Wasn't she really fucking some niggas?
Huh?
Did Lauryn Hill cheat on her with a band member?
Everybody fucking.
Well, she what happened was she was messing with Wyclef, and Wyclef was doing her dirty, and yeah, she eventually started messing with somebody else, but Wyclef was doing her dirty though, to be fair.
But see, everybody fucking.
I'm saying. Like.
All them was hoes back in the day too, just like they hoes now.
Nah, I wouldn't say all that.
She was young. She was young and ignorant, man. Lauren was young. Like she was a young, like she was a little girl trying to come out.
So Sexy Red, don't nobody get Sexy Red a pass. Don't nobody get Sexy Red a pass. She young.
Well, she is young, but Lauren didn't put herself out there like that. Like she wasn't out there being salacious.
Red while we
Yeah,
talking about Lauren
was
Hill,
Lauren
bro.
was acting like she wasn't cheating on niggas and fucking over niggas.
Bro, you
Sexy
talking
Red just
about
kept it
a
real.
girl who said
Sexy
you
Red
talking
just
about
kept it
putting a
real.
thumb in her butt,
Sexy
bro.
Red just kept it
Yeah,
real.
but
How you
that-
know
yeah,
Lauren
that's-
Hill don't
that's
get to put a
yeah,
thumb in her butt?
That kind of
She ain't
matters.
telling us that. That's
Yeah,
the
that's-
point.
It's a different era. It's a different era. Like
No, wait,
bro.
You just said he put a thumb in the bitch butt. Ain't nobody get mad at you.
Niggas did get mad at him, bro. Just like you.
I gotta stop you right there.
That weird ass activity to be putting thumbs in butts.
Wait, real quick. It was not a different era because Lil Kim and Foxy Brown was out during this time.
Exactly.
And they birthed all these Sexy Reds and all your Sukiyanas and all these other. They birthed all them. Nicki Minaj, Lil Kim and Foxy Brown birthed them all, and they was out during Lauryn Hill.
I'm just trolling y'all about Lauryn Hill though.
Oh, bro, you can't troll my baby, bro.
Anytime nigga mention Lauryn Hill and Erykah Badu, I'm a troll.
Now, Erykah,
everybody
she
do
was-
present herself. Now everybody do was jumping off and everything else. That's how, but she didn't present herself like that though. Like she wasn't out there being salacious. Right? Like she wasn't being.
So this is what I'm saying. I respect the motherfuckers that just tell you what it is though. Like, so we okay
bro,
with this
'cause
whole
my daughter gotta hear
Emotion
that
matters.
shit.
Yeah, I'd rather
No,
do
she
that
not
shit behind the
supposed to. The
scenes.
CD say parental advisory. She ain't
Bro,
supposed
it
to.
ain't no CDs no more, fi.
Yeah, that mean you gotta monitor your children. I'm sure you do, Aaron. You seem like a smart nigga.
Bruh, if a nigga working 12 hours out the day, bro, it's only so much monitoring a nigga can do.
But you know if she really listening to it where it's influencing her life though. You feel what I'm saying? Because you pay attention to your child.
I don't even have a daughter, bro. I got 2 sons. I'm just saying I'm just giving
throwing that out there, like, bro.
I got a boy.
I had a daughter that I was raising her through the Little
I don't
Kim.
want no daughter
I
because of
raised
that.
my daughter through the Little Kim era. That was not easy, dog. That was not easy way to maneuver through that shit. And I can only imagine what motherfuckers with daughters got to deal with now with Sexy Red and all this other shit going on, like Glorilla and all them and everything else. Speaking of Glorilla and Sexy Red and all that, like that song they got, that face ass titty song and all that shit. Yo, man. I cringe sometimes watching these motherfucking shorts, and they be having these little girls and stuff like that up there, lip singing that song and this, that, everything else. Like, that's a little bit disturbing, bro. Watching like a 8 or 9 year old lip singing, face ass titty song and everything else. Like, that's a little bit disturbing.
And mom sometimes right back there popping too, with the little girl.
Exactly. You ain't lying. Doing the whole routine with them. Yep.
It's not good.
And as a father, you only can do so much if you just pick bad quality. And sometimes you don't even know that ain't cool until you get older of age. You feel me?
It's no different than it's always been, bro. Little girls was doing the crybaby on the ground when I was 8, 9 years old. No different.
You ain't think, well, of course you was 8, 9 years old, so you ain't gonna think that was a problem. But
it wasn't a problem. They're just dancing. It's the same as little girls doing whatever popular dance was during your era when you were 8 or 9. It's just dancing to the kids. It's the adults that see all
they wasn't
shit like
they
that.
wasn't doing well when I was 8 and 9. Little girls wasn't doing all that. So I can't relate.
Well, yeah, y'all couldn't do a lot when you was 8 or 9. Y'all couldn't do a lot. Y'all had to go outside and till the land and shit.
I mean, I'm not going to say up here act like those little girls were innocent back then, but they wasn't twerking and all that. Like we didn't go through the twerking epidemic.
Because it wasn't part of. So when an African child over in Africa do her tribal dance and it's hip moving and ass shaking, is it wrong? It's just a dance, bro. That's literally all it is.
Nah, bro. It's total different things, man.
Yeah, we gotta be real. That's more than just.
So when a soccer mom is at her aerobics class and they in there twerking for their exercise, are they twerking for sexual reference or are they just twerking for their exercise?
Both.
Hold on. You gotta say that one more time. You gotta say that one more time.
They're using sexual innuendos to get in shape. That's what they
Why are they? So in a room full of women, they're doing dance moves to get in shape, and you're saying they're using sexual innuendos for what? For who?
But that's what the dance moves are. That's what those dance moves are.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a dance move, though. That's
literally all based off sexual innuendos, though.
That's fine if that's how you feel about it, but I'm saying everybody who's dancing is not thinking about those sexual innuendos. Everybody who's watching the dance is not thinking about the sexual innuendos. That's what he's making a point for the sexual innuendos.
Is pole dancing centered around sexual innuendos?
That's why I just agreed. I said you're getting that from stripping. So yes, pole dancing is based and centered around sexual innuendo.
Now, do people use that? Wait, real quick. Do people use that? Do people use that like in classes and stuff like that to try to get in shape? Like women like use pole dancing and stuff like that, like aerobics or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
There you go. That same thing.
So, but are they using it for the sexual innuendo? I didn't disagree with you when you made the reference to the twerking. I don't disagree that it's based on sexual innuendos, but are they being used for the sexual innuendos? That's what I'm saying.
Bro, but you just hold on, wait. You just brought up a whole different argument, bro. We went from a little girl doing that dance, bro, twerking to the music with her mom. And hold on real quick. And then you brought up adults. You brought up adults in a facility working out with all women. Those are two different things.
No, it's not. I didn't finish.
I was cut off different, bro.
I was cut off and asked another question. So what I was gonna say is, so if a woman brings her child to her twerking aerobics class, is she now exposing her child to sexual
Yes.
innuendo for some negative reason, or is
Yes,
it
because
just
then
dancing for
no,
aerobics?
no, it's exposing her child to sexual innuendos.
No,
Because
it's
now,
just that.
hold on, let me finish. Because now, when she leaves and goes to another facility where her mother's not there, and she does those same things around other boys or grown men, they're going to be sexual innuendos, or however you say the word, to the boys and the grown men. When you post
So
it
is
on
that
TikTok or you post it on your Instagram or she posts it on her Facebook, those are sexual innuendos to grown men and little boys. That's the problem. I
Yeah.
don't
so?
know
Twerking
how
is the
you.
only dance move that's being done that's a sexual.
Ah,
This is
where
my
the
point.
fuck do
There are
twerking
so
come
many.
from, brother? Come
I
on, that
how
come
can
from us.
you ain't listening, bro? You cutting me off, and then when I start talking, you be like, "Oh, you cut me off, not let me finish." But
I
every
never
time I
said you
say a
cut
few
me
words,
off.
you cut me off. Okay, can I get back to my point though?
Go ahead.
I wasn't focusing on the twerking. What I was saying was there are other dance moves that dancers do from teenage to adults, right? That they stem from something that you would call a sexual innuendo, but they've been accepted and adopted into dance routines because it's just dancing. So when a dance instructor goes and teaches these dance moves, they're just dancing. So when all they little class of dancer goes out and does all of this dancing, they're not out there to be sexualized or sexualize anybody in the audience. That's you and y'all perverted ways. If you see little girls twerking and that's what you think, not you in particular, I'm saying anyone who looks at that and sees sexual shit, that's on them, bro.
I
I
wish
Because
I
when I
don't
could
see a
be that
think.
cheerleader,
I wish I could be that
when I
naive.
see a cheerleader do her cheer and then she do something that could be referenced to sexual innuendo, my mind don't go to the sexual innuendo. I'm just watching them cheerlead.
The difference is the American acculturation. We know we over sexualized here in America. Just for instance, you really can't compare it to African cultural dance or African tribal dance because they get in South Africa, they just had a ritual where the women nearly got buck naked for the king. But it's based on virginity though. It's based on retaining your virginity. You know what I mean? And the
So that's
sanctity
okay.
of the woman. I'm talking about the ritual though. But they
I get it.
got their breasts out, their breast is exposed. You can't take us from over here in the West where we are so deeply embedded and sexualized. You can't take us over there and view
And
that
do the
that,
same
that
thing.
ritual. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be healthy. You
We
know what
gonna
I'm
I
fuck
agree.
saying?
everything.
It's
I
just
agree with that
different.
point.
The culture is a big thing. Culture,
But
cultural
but
differences.
you kind of making my point too, Afro, that people over here that are mature enough to understand what you just said, because I agree, you couldn't take some people from us over. You could take me and you over there, because me and you ain't
Oh,
gonna sit there and be like, "Ooh, look at them titties." Ooh, we gonna understand what it is. You feel what I'm saying? I'm saying there are adults over here who understand. Them little girls just dancing. They not thinking about this is twerking. I'm shaking my ass on the nigga. They not thinking like that. They're just
no,
dancing, bro. It's
not at
Bro,
innocent
that
fun.
age.
But what?
Not at
But
that
the
age.
little
what
girls are
about?
thinking about that, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm
I'm not
not
talking
saying none
about
of them
five,
are, Aaron.
6 years
I'm not
old.
saying none of
I'm
them are.
talking
Well, they
I'm
should
talking
be.
about teenage. I'm talking about 11, 12, 10. They know exactly
Yeah.
what they doing, bro.
Oh, they
Well, then
thinking
that's
about
not
it as
new.
And
well.
when,
Well, then that's not
and
new.
when they doing a
That's
specific
not new.
routine, when they doing a specific routine to a very specific song that's talking about ass, face, titties, and this, that, and the third, it's
Yeah.
very. I mean, how do you not like? They literally dance into a song that's literally the hook, and it's a whole routine that goes with it.
Because I was running around saying, my mama got a big old butt. Oh yeah, my mama got a big old butt. Look, my auntie got a big old butt. Oh yeah, my auntie got a big old butt. Now, do you think I was really turned on by my mom and my auntie's butts? Or was I just singing the words of the song, not realizing what the fuck the song was talking about? Them
Well,
little girls
I
don't
know
know what
what the
ass,
song was talking
titties,
about.
face.
The
They
song wasn't
just
saying
look
your
like
mama
this
either. The song wasn't saying
no,
your
it
mama in the
wasn't.
song either.
It was saying
But
a girl has a big old butt, and I was saying my
they're
mama.
naming
It
specific
was
girl
fun to
names.
me
Yeah.
to run up to my mom and say, "Mama got a big old butt," because the song didn't mean shit to me as a child, as what it meant to my mama and the adults. They knew what the dude was talking about. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. The
When
same
you
as when
talking about
Kilo
shaking
out
your
there
You
said,
ass,
might have
"Don't
just
ride no bike."
you might have just been a little naive child. You feel me? A lot of these kids ain't as naive as you.
and
All
doing the
right,
butt is a
reality.
little bit more innocent than face, ass, titties. Like it's a little
See,
bit more
Yeah.
innocent. Like,
and
It's
rocking
kid,
and rocking.
it's kids who you know who don't know, and then it's kids who do know, and in this day and age, it's more kids who do know than I would say who don't. So I think
So
that's a
why do
problem.
they
When
know?
say that one more
Do they
time.
know why do they know? Is it because of the music?
Of course, it got something to do with the music. It got something to do with the TV. It got something to do with the social media,
And I don't got
and it
a
got
problem.
something to do with their peers.
And I don't even got a problem with the
Of
music.
course, parenting too.
I got a problem with the youth getting exposed to the music. That's what I got a problem with, because like music is okay if it's for adults.
Hey, real quick, Psycho. Let me ask Fontaine a question. Hold on. Let me ask. Since you said it's the parenting, Fontaine, let me ask you a question. Right? Parent, you say it's on parenting, right? My kids shouldn't be. If I say this song is bad, my kids shouldn't be listening to it, right? That's your viewpoint. It's on the parenting, right?
Let me just clarify. Not
Hold
to say
on.
that it's impossible for them to do it, but I agree they shouldn't.
Okay, so if I'm sitting here with my kid, you feel me, my daughter, my 12-year-old daughter, we sitting here watching, what just happened with Trump and Kodak Black. Well, was that on TV or was that just on YouTube when he was rapping?
I didn't really watch that shit. So I don't know.
Okay, well, all right, well, let's use the DNC then. We say I'm sitting here with my daughter and we watching Kamala Harris at the DNC, and Megan Thee Stallion come on and her music come on and she's shaking ass and saying what she's saying in her line. Is that my parenting from watching what's going on for the political environment? Is that bad parenting, sitting here and exposing my daughter to that?
If you just sit there
Or is it
and
just
watch
circumstances?
if you don't talk to your child about what she's seeing or they seeing, then yes, that's bad parenting.
So
But if you sitting there saying,
shouldn't I be telling my daughter this is not what you should be listening to? This is not what you should be doing?
Yeah.
That's the point, bro. That's why we saying, bro.
So when you say this is what I'm finna respond with now. When you say this is not what you should be listening to, I never said children should be listening to this music. And then when you say this is not what you should be doing, what I'm referring to is her standing on stage half naked. If my daughter says
shaking ass, hold on. You gotta add in shaking ass. You gotta add in shaking ass.
If you let me finish, you will hear my response to that part.
But you ain't add that in though. I thought you was gonna
I'm
add that
literally
in.
about to say it and you're cutting me off though.
Okay, my bad.
If my daughter then says, I can't twerk, I'm gonna be like, if you twerking with your friends, you can twerk all you want, but you ain't gonna be twerking on nobody's stage. You're not gonna be twerking on no boy and nothing like that. That's my point. I don't care if you twerk at home in your room. I don't care if you twerk with all your friends. I do not care if my daughter knows how to twerk. But if you twerking,
does it twerk at home in your room lead to twerking on boys? Is that like practice?
Hold on. My daughter's 14. She'll be 15 in a few months. If you think my daughter not gonna do some things with boys that I don't approve of, you just not realistic, bro. I was a 15-year-old boy.
Listen,
listen. Even if she didn't know how to twerk, she would be on a party on a boy. That's possible either way. So twerking doesn't change that.
Yeah, but as no dad is going to facilitate that though. We're not going to facilitate it.
I'm not facilitating it. I'm not facilitating it. He asked me what would I do if it came up on the screen, and I'm saying what I would do. Address it. I would tell her how I feel about it. I would tell her what my position is and my perspective of it and what I think about it. She gonna make her own decisions regardless. Yeah, especially these days. Y'all not gonna stop them from seeing it.
That's true, bro. You get no argument against that. It's a struggle, bro.
I'm open and honest with my kids.
I mean, listen,
I'm not a perfect parent or no shit like that. I don't have a perfect children or no shit like that. But they talk to me.
I'm glad I survived that, but it was rough, bro. And yeah, like I feel everybody's pain who got a daughter right now that's raising their kids. Like anybody, even a boy. I feel for the boy because you got all this whole fruitcake stuff going on with the boys, right? So I just feel I'm lucky to dodge a bullet, and I just feel I'm just
bro. If your son is sitting there watching gay shit and you're not talking to him, it's bad parenting, my nigga.
No,
bro. How do you know? How do you know your son? How do you know your son?
Can we agree on this? Can we agree on this one thing?
So you don't know what your son's watching?
Can we agree on this? Can we agree
How
on
do
this?
you know?
You don't know what your son's watching. I'm asking.
Bro, my son, I got a 5 and a 6-year-old, bro. I'm
Oh no,
I'm
that's
speaking.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm just
yeah, so,
theoretically, like,
my
how do
son's
you?
13. So his phone, he don't live with me, but his phone gets gone through and like his mom hit me immediately when she
Can we
seen the
agree this,
porn
Fontaine?
on
Can
his
we,
phone and shit. You know what I'm
Fontaine?
saying? Guess what
Can
the
we?
first question hold on real quick, Psycho. Guess what the first question I asked? It wasn't no gay shit on there, was it? She was like, hell nah. Da, 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 da. You feel what I'm saying? But go ahead, Psycho.
Now I was gonna ask, like, don't you agree that your seeds? I don't know how many you have, but how many you have? Don't you agree that your seeds peers got more influence on them than you do?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Your peers definitely have more influence on you than your parents, right? You definitely grow up being more like your peers than you do your parents on many levels.
So do you think you can stop your child from twerking by telling her don't be twerking?
No,
In this
but
You can't stop it, but you
can
can do things to try to discourage it.
you can minimize the
Right,
possibilities.
right.
You can talk to them about it. That's
You
all you
can't.
can.
No, that's not all you can do, Fat. You can do more than that, bro. You can you can set examples. The way
Like
you
what?
set examples is by living your life. The way you growing, the culture inside of your household. If your daughter know that ain't acceptable,
That's what I said about
that's what I'm.
parents. I've been said that. I said your parents it has more to do with it than if they see it on TV. It's
No,
more
no,
about your
it's part of it. It's part of it.
It's a combination.
It's a variable in there. That's one of the
Can you stop
variables.
your kids? Can you stop your in this day and age? Can you stop your kids from seeing, hearing, or knowing about Megan Thee Stallion,
No,
Glorilla, and Sexy Red?
no, you can't
So
unless you
so then
isolate them.
so then it's about parenting. It's about what you do with that information they're going to receive, whether in front of you or not. They're going to know about this. My daughter knew about Sexy Red and Glorilla because of me, not because of her friends and stuff. I've been told about it because I tell her I like these girls as rappers. I don't like what they represent. I talked to my daughter about this shit. So when she goes to this music, she don't like all of it. It's some songs she'll play that she let me know she like it. And then there's some songs she'll be like, nah, I don't listen to stuff like that. My daughter got some drill songs she listens to. My daughter got Drake songs she listens to. She listens to all type of music.
I agree with that, Fi. I don't hate Sexy Red or none of them. I just don't like the music that they make, and I don't hate them sisters though. I
Yeah,
don't
me
know
either.
them.
Not at all. I
Yeah,
just don't
everybody
like the
hate him
image.
personally.
That's
I
it.
don't know him personally, but
Yeah, I think some people get it mixed up though. Sometimes they think because you speak against the message that you hating on the sisters. No, that ain't it.
And then Afro, look at this. My daughter, because of these conversations with her about Sexy Red and Glorilla and Meg Thee Stallion, she can identify those girls in her school. She can identify which ones she want to be grouped with. She
Oh,
come home and tell me like, oh
I
nah,
know.
they call her.
I got a daughter
My
just
daughter came
started
home and told
Montclair
me.
State, so yeah.
Yeah, so look,
Fontaine,
Afro, my daughter
but
came home
you
and
got
told
it.
me, hold on real quick.
My fault.
My
My
daughter
fault.
came home and told me, we were talking about something. And then she was like, yeah, nah, I don't do that because I don't want people to call me green. And for us, green mean you naive. You don't know no better. You ain't hip to the streets and shit. But to them, that mean you a hoe. That mean you a green light, basically. Like, oh, she don't go. And my daughter's like, yeah, I don't want to be known as a green. Nah, she talked to me about this type of shit.
I ain't know that. I ain't know that. That's how they use green now.
I didn't either, nigga. That's what I'm saying. I talk to my kids. I
ain't
don't
know
want her
they
to feel
use that.
uncomfortable.
That's
Like,
actually
man, my
old
dad gonna
school.
That's
judge
smart though.
me.
It makes
My
sense.
dad
Green
gonna
light.
judge me.
It do.
Yeah, it makes sense. But I don't want her to think I'm gonna judge her if she come talk to me about some shit that she thinking about or she feel or she
Yeah,
seen like
definitely don't want
openly.
that. We want to keep an open door policy on issues.
And then when shit you
Definitely
can't
don't
talk
want that.
about, you got your mama, your grandma. I just want you to be able to talk to somebody about it. But don't like all that. You ain't gonna hide these kids from this shit, man.
But my issue more so is with the prominence of the mother, and like not only accepting it, like pushing the behavior. That's my problem with what I see, and I see that a lot going on. Like even with my girl's sister, her daughter, and her, like their relationship. When that you gotta realize, Fontaine, how you keep saying how you able to talk to your daughter. A lot of men ain't in their daughter life. A lot of men ain't in their son life. So that barrier, or that man being able to to talk to them about things ain't always there for everybody.
No, that's
Then you gotta think if it's just one parent, you working. I gotta work 8 hours, 12 hours out of this day. My kids at school, they with somebody else, they with somebody else's kids, they with somebody else's parents. I don't know how they parent might be, you feel me, not as conservative as me, not literally conservative, but you know what I'm saying, not as I ain't out there like you. Yeah, they allow more than I allow. Like that, a lot of that's how a lot of kids get influenced also.
You mean more liberal. You mean more liberal than you. You're more like right, like more liberal. Like
Yeah. That's why I said not as. That's why I said not as conservative as me.
I just think we and I ain't saying y'all doing this, but I feel like we tend to blame the entertainers, the influencers, and all these people when it's like a lot of us don't even pay our kids no attention when they home and shit. For the ones that don't got their parents, I agree with you, Aaron. It's like, cause like I said, my son don't live with me, so he don't get as much of my influence as my daughter gets. So he a little more open. He got a mom that don't go for the BS, so that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it's still, he misses certain things from me because we don't live together every day. So that's still, he's open to outside influences like his peers and shit. And he gets those influences, and I just gotta address them as they come. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's that's the situation I built. But to me, it fall back to the parenting, bro. These environments have changed. If we get these parents that don't be showing up to their kids' school or don't be involved in their kids' life, bro, listen, it's a video going around of a whole bunch of kids. I want to say they from like 9 to 12 years old, bro. Nobody really 13 and up like that. They closed down Cascade Skate Ring. All these kids are out on Martin Luther King Drive, just out there wilding out, bro. When I say it's so many kids, it's like, where's all the parents at?
Yeah, but that's
it's
not
like
always
people want
the
to
parents'
kids.
fault, though.
It's like, why?
Right.
Psycho.
But that's not
When
always
I
the
say
parents'
it's over 100 kids, it's the parents' fault. Why are these kids out here with no parents?
Nah, because like we've been young before, man. Listen, we was not always at the places we told our parents we was gonna be at. We would tell our parents we're gonna be here, we only going over there, we'll find a house, we'll find somebody who will cover for us, whatever the case may be, and we dipping off. We going we going somewhere we know our parents would have never let us go if they knew where we was actually going. So we had to lie and say we was going somewhere else. Like we all done it.
But they weren't somewhere else. They made the skating ring shut the place down. They shut down the skating ring basically. And then all the kids
what's wrong with going to the skating ring? What's wrong with going to the skating ring?
Are you listening to me? They shut down the skating ring, and when they did that, all the kids were out because the skating ring is on Martin Luther King. All the kids were just out on Martin Luther King Drive, just wilding out. It's to say that that's not because of the parents. I'm like, where do these kids get these?
But they went to go skating. The skating rink was shut down, so they were just hanging out.
Why do you think the skating ring got shut down?
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
Whose fault? I'm telling you, it's the kids. That's what I'm saying. They shut down the skating ring. The children.
Well, they was fighting or something. Like what was it?
They always fighting and shooting out there. This is what these kids do on the regular. Where are their parents? This is consistent down here.
So it's the parents' fault that they out there fighting and stuff. That's not the parents' fault. That's just kids being ignorant. Like a lot of these talk like. A lot of these motherfuckers fighting and acting crazy and stuff. They be coming from like family households, middle class and stuff like that. And they be out there.
I come from my mama raised me. You know what my mama told me every time I walked out her door? You represent me outside this door. I'm responsible for everything you do outside this door. So are their parents not responsible for them when they 9, 10, 11, 12 years old? At 9, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night? You don't know where your child is at 10 o'clock at night and it's your child's fault?
But your mom was the only ones who said that. The difference is you listen.
No, I didn't.
Don't listen to me.
I did not fucking listen. And when I didn't listen, guess what the fuck happened? My mama came looking for me.
My mama came looking for me when I wasn't where I said I was supposed to be. My mama came and found out, like, nigga, oh no, nigga, we don't do that. But I had other friends who was out there too. Guess what some of their parents didn't do? Some of their parents came looking for them, and some of their parents didn't. And a lot of the niggas who parents didn't come looking for them ended up in prison. It's the parents, bro. How we gonna act like 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds out at 9, 10 at night is not the parent fault?
Oh yes, parents. As far as responsibility,
9, 10 night, that's different. But
I
how old?
100%
How
agree
old?
with you.
This 9, 10, 11, and 12-year-olds.
They got no
These
business
wasn't
out
even
that time like
13,
that. That's
14
different.
year olds.
That's different right there. That's something else.
Why are you at
Hey
the
man,
skating
psycho, bro. You think that's different? I go to Rio a lot, and Rio, nigga, it's 5, 6-year-olders, nigga, out 11, 1 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock in the morning, hustling. Nigga got a box of Kit Kats, not Kit Kats, a box of Tic Tacs, gum, all type of shit, trying to sell to foreigners at 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, 6, 7 years old, 5 years old.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
That shit be
kids
blowing my mind. Like how
trying to
y'all
sell candy and shit.
and they live an hour away, 45 minutes away. They hopping on the bus
They
at 5,
claim
6 years
they
old.
live that far away. They claim they live that far away.
No, my little shorty, she know a few of the little runts, and she be telling me where they live. This shit 45 minutes away. They 6 years old. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, the ones I saw, they wasn't by themselves. They was with their parents, but their parents had them out like in the middle of the night, like trying to sell candy and shit like that.
Oh, nah, these would be by themselves. I see them running. They go get on the bus, the last bus
That
stop.
ain't even cool. Why you got your kid out in the middle of the night selling candy?
That's crazy. Yeah, I agree.
Bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy work.
Crazy. We blaming a generation for how they're being raised. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, they are the
all
result.
parents all parents ain't angels. Like, yeah, some parents gotta hold the L. But I just don't. I don't hold the position that all kids that's out here doing X, Y, Z is because of parenting.
I would say 8 out of 10 years though.
Because like I said, I know a bunch of kids who got into dumb shit, and there wasn't nothing wrong with their parenting. I got into dumb shit, and it wasn't because of my parents. I didn't listen to what the fuck my parents were saying.
I would say it's more variables than just the parent nowadays, Fontaine, because of the working situation. And the single parenting situation. With those two alone, that puts your parenting at a disadvantage. One, you're not the one even raising your kid majority of the time because you're making money to make it ends meet, right? And then two, if you the only parent, that makes it 2 times as like your parenting time is 2 times cut down. Well, to the child, because now he ain't got the other parent. And the one parent is working half the day. When they get home, motherfucker tired, gotta cook, gotta do all this. So your parenting is kind of halted, even if you are a good parent.
You literally talking about my life, bro.
Yeah, like
but I don't have the excuse. It's my child. I don't have the excuse that I have a disadvantage. I still got to make it straight. I still got to raise her. I still got to raise her properly. I still got to make sure she don't turn into a hoe and be on a stripper pole. I still am responsible for all of that shit, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, regardless of what my mama told me, she's still responsible for them bad decisions.
Real quick, now, science forbids that actually happens. But if it did happen, it wouldn't be your fault because you sat there, you gave her all the warnings. Right, you gave her all the warnings. You talked.
I ain't never heard that one, Psycho.
This, that, and the third. What?
The science forbid.
Yeah.
If my daughter end up on the pole, bro, it's gonna be my fault.
Oh,
I know. As a father, I understand that feeling. As a father, I get it. As a father, right? But ultimately, it wouldn't be your fault because based on what you're saying that it's our job to inform our kids about X, Y, and Z, to make the style, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, and everything else. And after you do that, it's pretty much, you did your job, right? And that's what you did, right? You did your job. You told your daughter, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't act up here, you shouldn't mess around, end up on the pole, right? You shouldn't do things that's going to end up taking you there. And now if it ends up happening, again, science forbid, it's not your fault because you put all the warnings out there.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. As a man, I'm still gonna feel
You're
the
gonna
blame
feel
though.
that way. I got it. Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
It's hard for
Now,
me
if
to
I
say.
don't put my daughter in position, like okay, I feel like if I don't put my daughter in position where she ain't never got to go to that point, and she do it, then that's where I feel like I fail. But
But if
if
I
I
can
ain't
help
put,
her with college and all that, and
yeah,
I'm
like,
fine. Yep, I agree. My
but if
bad.
you just go do that, and I done gave you everything you needed, then that's on you. I can live with that one.
I'm gonna blame my mama then.
Yep.
It's your gene,
Yep.
it's your mama and you, goddamn it. Nah, I'm bullshit. I wouldn't do that, but that was fun.
That's hilarious. But
Nah,
I
I
feel
just
as a man, you would feel that. Like as a man, you got two jobs as a father. I always say that. You know, like keep your daughter off the pole and keep the dick out the son's mouth. Those are your two jobs as a goddamn father. I
you gonna say keep your son out of prison. That's the new shit now.
keep the dick out his mouth.
Well, if he go to prison, it might be a dick in his mouth. So.
It's war, Psycho. It's war.
I'm saying, I mean, like that. Let's put it this way: like you would feel more. Maybe not. I know me, right? I would feel like I would feel like it was more my fault if something like that happened, opposed to if he got locked up. If he got locked up, I feel like I gave him, I pointed him in the right direction, this, that, third, everything else, and somehow or another, he lost his way. He went down this road, and it ended up happening, right? Like I'll be upset that it happened and everything else, but I don't know if I feel like it was my fault per se, and give like barring me not being there, some shit like that. But if I was there and it happened, like I wouldn't necessarily view it as my fault. It was just a decision he made that got him in a fucked up spot. But if he ended up with a motherfucking dick in his goddamn mouth, I would feel like a failure as a father. As a father, I would feel like a failure, Doug. I just would.
So for my son, whatever happened with him, I would feel responsible. But it's like you said, it's because of absence. The fact that he don't live with me. So it's just certain times I'm not with him. So I would blame myself for that. If any of that type shit happened, prison, the gay shit, any of that, I'd be like, see, I would have curved that if I was, you know what I mean, had I had him full time.
Peace, y'all.
I like to believe that.
Peace, Lou. What up?
I'm surprised, Psycho, you didn't mention the prison that Spontaneous just mentioned in terms of like, besides keeping your son straight. You know what I'm saying? I was raised by a single father, and you know what I mean. So I had a lot of, I had a lot of leeway in certain aspects, but as far as that, like getting in trouble with the law and all of that shit, that was his big thing. Can y'all hear me, by the way, man? Cause
you sound a little muffled.
Yeah,
I hear you, but you kind of low and you sound a little muffled.
All right.
I was able to make out what you said, though.
Yeah. I got to go to
There you go.
the regular mic though. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation, man. Like especially like listening to y'all talking about raising daughters and stuff. Like that's a tough one, man. Cause like we sitting up here trying to like understand like the feminine aspect from a man's lens, and we always gonna look at it kind of harsh if it's our daughter. But if it's like you know what I mean, an outside rando or some shit like that, it's a whole different perspective and shit. Like and we on YouTube, so we hear a lot of these conversations that the women be having, and a big thing they talk about is just that. Also that like that twerking and stuff like that, they don't even look at it sexually like that. Most of the times when it's twerking, it's a group of women. Sometimes it's in the club and all of that shit. That part I will give to what we saying. But like when it comes for them and the reasons why they doing it, I think they find it to be liberating and also empowering. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't really see it the way they seeing it. That's all I'm saying. Y'all got it.
That's a good point though, Lou, because I know you can talk, Aaron. I was only gonna say some women go to the club and shake their ass, and if a nigga get up on them, they push them off because they not there for that.
Right.
Yeah, see, I grew up where twerking, like,
I grew up where twerking became a thing. Like it's popularized now because like white people then took over the shit, but twerking got popular in teen parties, right? That was all about sex. Now, people talking about they feel liberated to shake their ass. To me, logically, that don't make sense. It
I'm
may
gonna
make
explain
sense.
to you, Aaron, real
Hold
quick.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me finish explaining.
You got it.
Logically, that doesn't make sense to me. To go to the club and shake your ass. For one, I know that it's not true that a woman is going to the club to do that and not looking for somebody attention like that. That just
All right,
come
look
on.
at it
That's
like
just
this, Aaron. Look at it like this, Aaron. Like how women been socialized, like since the beginning of humanity or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's always been kind of like a heavy hand and shit. And then I would say the last 50, 60 years, you know what I'm saying? It's like they kind of been let off the leash a little bit. So it's like, you know, it's gonna be an extreme response to like from thousands of years of socialization. You know what I'm saying? So to them, it just looked like, man, fuck all y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing like y'all don't control my body. Boom. You hear it all the time, man. So like that's
yeah,
all I'm
but
saying. And I don't know if
it
I
don't
agree
make
with that. I don't know if
do
I
it
agree
make
with it
sense
either.
though?
But how we gonna tell women
Lou,
that you
Lou,
not
do it
going
make
to the club just to
Lou,
dance?
do it make
Like,
sense? Hold on, real quick, file. Let me finish. Lou, do that make sense though? When have our women ever been when have our women ever been put in that position where you just said?
Put in what position?
What you just said. Like I understand that you said the white women feel that way, but
No, the black women too. Like I remember, cause you remember Luke and all that Doodoo Brown and all of that shit. I used to see girls, fathers come out and check the fuck out of them behind doing that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was kind of like when Psycho said it wasn't around in our era. I'm kind of like, I don't remember that. Even before the Luke era, like the girls used to jump rope and do their little cheers and shit, and we would run around jumping in, you know, trying to like get their attention and shit like that. They was doing kind of like suggestive type dances and shit like that. So I think the shit always been there. I mean, for my lifetime. I'm just saying, like, prior to that though, you know, the 50s and all of that shit, it's the reason why twerking wasn't popular in the 50s.
hold up
You know
now.
what I'm
You
saying?
talking
It
about when they
might
was
have been
swing dancing and
in the
shit? That
juke
wasn't
joints,
sexual.
yeah, probably like that.
Come on, it's dancing, bro. It's always been men and women up on each other dancing.
For the record, Luke was the 90s. So yeah, the 90s it was I was talking about the 80s before, but yeah, the 90s it was different. That's when it changed.
But you're not gonna name a time when humans weren't dancing, right? When dancing was around, and the men and women didn't get up on each other when they danced, and the children didn't mimic
Yes, they got
There's never been a time, bro.
That happened, yes. As far as like whining on women and slow grinding on women and shit like that. Yeah,
It's the same. What's the difference between dirty whining and
there's
twerking?
never been a time in human history
that's with a couple. That was with a
the
couple.
strip. Hold on, real quick,
They wasn't doing it by themselves.
There's never been a time, I don't think, in human history where the strip club has become the club.
Right.
I don't think ever. Ever in human history.
In the 80s, women was not just walking down the street and just randomly twerking. Like
they
that
just
wasn't happening.
Bro, they're on the bitches
are
on top of the car, leaving the club,
they wasn't jumping on top of cars,
on the car.
That type of stuff wasn't going on. Like that just wasn't happening.
What you mean? I know they're having fun, bro. You said it didn't happen.
Y'all don't know about freaking. They definitely was jumping out of their car, shaking their ass in the South. Maybe not around y'all way.
In the 80s? In the 80s, they were jumping on top of the
'85. I was born in '85, so yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I'm about to say the 90s. I'll give you that. In the 90s, yes, I'll give you that. Yes, in the 90s, they were doing that up here in the 90s. But that's where it started, though.
Speaking of the 90s, I remember when the Bulls was winning every single championship. It'd be like, you know, the city going, you know, turning up. People would be like in traffic, and girls taking their bras off and all that shit. So like,
well, that's a Mardi Gras shit right there, taking the bra.
Let me ask y'all this though.
Humans are animals, and we tend to forget that, bro.
Let me ask y'all this though, man. How did y'all feel seeing Michael Jackson doing that crotch grabbing shit. Cause that used to be cringe worthy to me.
I
used to mimic that.
But that was actually acceptable. Men could grab their shit back then, and what nobody thought.
Oh, it's okay for men to do it though.
It
but
was.
If a woman But if a woman do it, she a hoe.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. I believe in double standards. Yes, double standards exist. Yes.
Not for shit like that, bro. Not if a woman, like, men don't have a version of twerking. You feel what I'm saying? So I can't give you the example of me wanting to go twerk and to just have fun and dance. You get what I'm saying?
Well, it is a version, but we'll say that it's kind of soft. And, you know, them
like
R&B niggas, them R&B niggas and shit. What they used to do is shit on stages. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I remember a couple of months ago when Q was going at R&B niggas and shit. I was with him because, like, I used to always think that shit was kind of, you know, like if you a man and you what did you say? If you enthusiastic about R&B too much, I kind of look at that side eye. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you was right, people that just rode around their car all day long listening to house music, I always looked at them dudes funny.
So it is a version. It's just that we don't pay attention to it because, like, we try to ignore that shit. Really, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, what's the version of niggas twerking here?
Them R&B niggas and shit, like, you know what I mean? Like what they be doing on stage and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
But they wasn't doing that shit. That was like them performing and shit like that though. Like that was.
Yeah, I'm like, hold on, what are you talking about? Niggas ain't busting that out in the club.
Yeah, they definitely wasn't doing that in the club. No, they wasn't.
Hey, Aaron, it's like, what do you think about this? Oh, my bad, Lou. Go ahead.
No, you got it, Fire. Go ahead.
Maybe we don't understand them wanting to go to the club to just dance because our sole purpose of going to the club is to get behind the girl that's dancing. Like,
I've been to the club,
so we don't understand just going there wanting to dance.
I get that.
Listen, fine. I understand.
I'm not talking about the club. I'm not talking about grown people in the club dancing. But remember how the conversation started? This conversation started because I was talking about little girls dancing to Glorilla and Sexy Red in the TikTok videos, right? Like that's not the club, right? Like we talk about, like, just get it back to context. Like, the problem was these little girls are dancing to suggestive songs, doing suggestive dances, and it's cringy to watch on TikTok.
And what I'm thinking is, it's cringy because we view everything sexually. And I don't think the kid is viewing it sexually. They're just dancing. Even if it's saying ass, titties, they're not. It's just words to them. They're not really like, ooh, look at my titties. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's like that for a 5 or 6 year old. Maybe for the 10 to 11 year olds, they're a little more suggestive with it because they probably understand.
Kids are smarter than you think.
I agree. I don't think they are naive. I don't think that I agree, but I just don't think
they learn like very early that titties is sexual. They learn that very early.
But that's true. Yeah. Because I had to teach my daughter, hey, don't be taking your bra. I had to teach her about a bra and why she need a bra and all that shit. So, yeah. But it was always because I knew how men would look at them. It wasn't really because of her being sexual.
Yes. I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying the little girls are trying to have sex.
But so the problem is
it's cringy because grown men are looking at this shit. Yes, I'm worried about these people's daughters. Yes, these grown men, it's some sick ass motherfuckers out here.
That's sad.
I did not agree. This, though. How did y'all look at when a couple of years ago when the Me Too shit started and you had all these women around wearing them pink pussy hats or whatever and shit, like that felt a little extreme, didn't it? But to them, I ain't talking about how it looked though. I'm talking about like just that whole symbolism and shit. Like to us, it looked like, holy shit, y'all motherfuckers doing a little bit too much and shit. But to them, that was like a message and a symbol to, like, you know, like femininity is, you know what I mean? And I hate to, like, cause I agree with Psycho a lot, like with the feminist, you know, talking points and shit like that. But like, you know, that's, and I don't even really like fully try to act like I understand, but like, all I'm saying is like what I said before, like throughout the years of socialization, You know, they ain't really like this. This is really just them getting off the leash, man. That's how I look at it.
You do know that little boys are more naive than little girls, right? Little girls know what's going on before little boys.
This is true.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Yeah, they understand anatomy. They understand anatomy way more than little boys do.
That is true. They discover themselves before boys do, most times.
Way before boys do.
So, yeah, you got a point.
Man, there's some questions I got that I ain't gonna even present, man. You know what I mean? But it's just something to think about. Like, I wouldn't just wholeheartedly come down on one side or the other of this conversation. You know what I'm saying? I would, try to do a little more field work. You know what I'm saying?
In my regards to dancing, though, I still think it's just dancing. Like, if men can't, and I know y'all ain't saying yourselves or nobody you fuck with, I won't put that on y'all. But if men can't handle themselves for children dancing, man, we live in a sad ass world. But
yeah, it's a world that we always lived in. Like, it's always been these sick individuals, always been around in existence. And yeah, like not getting the little girls to dance suggestively ain't going to stop it, but it'll minimize it, right? Like you just don't want to put these little weird, I don't know, like you don't want to put targets on these girls, because these sick motherfuckers are still going to be out here whether they dancing or not, right? But you don't want to put a target on little girls by being extra suggestive.
yeah, some things you should wait till you grown enough to do. So I kind of get that. Some shit just ain't for children. I just, dancing always been around to me. I've always seen children mimic adult dance. Like, that ain't new to me.
Some of it's cool, some of it's cool, but some of it, again, is a little bit cringe, you know what I mean? Like, I'll watch some of it, you know what I mean? But when you run to those types, those type of videos, like, and there's a lot of them.
Man, it's a difference.
A lot of mother-daughter ones on that song, my fault.
It's a difference in dancing, bro, and choreography, bro, and twerking, man. It's a big difference. It's
unless twerking is a part of it. Unless twerking is a part of it.
Unless twerking is a part of it. And you not doing no choreographed twerking dance in the club, man.
Just twerk, like you said, they'll just twerk just as soon as they get excited and won in the war.
I know, man.
Like, it's like a celebration dance, bro. It's not what it was when we was in 1998. You know what I'm saying? It's not that. It's the same dance move, yes, but it ain't got the same meaning no more. It's just a move now. It's like me Bankhead bouncing, man.
Most of the time when you see a woman twerking, it's a group of them. It ain't just one girl. Like, most of the time.
We know that because they follow each other.
My girlfriend twerked down the Kroger aisle for no damn reason. She was like this. What? Shit retarded.
Hey, but
like my girl
want
dancing class that the strippers ex-stripper taught, like, and she's teaching them stripper dances, bro. Like, literally, I'm looking, because I'm from Atlanta, so I done seen all these moves since I was a little nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, babe, that ain't nothing but stripper move. She was like, it's just dancing to me. You know what I'm saying? I just like dancing. I'm like, all right, whatever. It don't bother me, bro.
I did want to make a comment about what y'all was talking about before about the Lauryn Hill, man. I kind of think she was able to thread that needle of expressing herself as a woman, but yet not being too harsh on dudes and shit. Like that song, That Thing. Like,
she wasn't radical. She wasn't radical.
Right. If that song was made today, That Thing, that whole verse about what the women was doing wouldn't even be in there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, that would have been. She'd been called a mammy. She'd have been called a pick me, and
the label would have had us take it off. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Some shit like that.
That song described this era perfectly, bro. I be thinking that every time it comes on, bro.
That's what I said, Fatane, earlier. I said she literally described what we going through right now. That's why she wasn't able to stay in the industry.
She was able to get that off without.
But
She was able to get that
Yeah,
off without alienating
she got
her.
burnt out on the industry. That's what happened. She got burnt out.
Right.
She
was
wasn't
able
ready
to
for
get-
all that thing that fast. She just wasn't.
You can't be a part of something that you don't want. You don't want the image of. She didn't want what was being sold.
Well, she wasn't selling sex or nothing. That was a
That's
thing.
what I'm saying, and that's what was being sold. You gotta think that's what came about.
Yeah. Now she had a lot of personal things going on. It was a lot of shit behind the scenes, as well as like just the pressure, just fame altogether. Like it was a lot on her. Like it weighed on her. Like she kind of like started losing her shit. Like she went through anxiety, depression, and all types of shit. Like
If you listen to her poetry though, when she be doing her open mics and shit, she be like saying why she get out the industry. Like she seen what was coming and the direction they was trying to steer the artist.
but she definitely didn't. She never liked that. Well, she never liked that. So that she ain't lying about as far as where the direction was going, and she ain't like it. But she didn't feel pressure to do it because she was still the #1 seller. So she was good because Neo Soul was thriving at that time. So she was good. She didn't have to cop out to it.
Y'all ain't talking about Maya, are y'all?
No,
Lauren.
Yeah.
Yeah, she the one that
she was selling records, so she was good. They wasn't gonna pressure her to fall. Actually, that would have been a mistake.
Yeah, she opened up that lane for the Erykah Badu's, the Jill Scotts, and the y'all know them neo soul type.
Yeah.
That was popular around them.
But the older they got, the more they let they hoe out. All of them. Like, come on, man.
I mean,
not Lauren. She the only one who
Now,
did it.
Lauren been in. She doing her music. Like she on the
Erykah
low.
though, yeah.
Eric Jill
I don't know
Scott,
about Jill. I ain't
she
paid
doing the
attention.
blowjob on stage.
It's about being suggestive.
I ain't
It's
seen
about being
that.
suggestive. Like, right?
Oh,
like,
I did see that.
And I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating. I love it.
Yeah, I think I said I hit Jill Scott big ass after I seen that. Matter of
Let's
fact,
not forget though, Lauren
Jill
Hill did.
Scott,
Let's not forget though, Lauren Hill did have that magazine cover with her legs wide open and shit like that. So we ain't forgetting that. You ain't never seen that?
Busted wide open.
Psycho know what I'm talking about. When she had them little tight jean shorts on. It was as classy as it could be, but it still was a sexual photo.
that's what she ain't want to. That's what she ain't want to continue, Lou.
Right?
She ain't want to start getting sexualized.
Like you a woman. What's wrong with being sexy?
It ain't nothing wrong with being sexy. It's something wrong with being sexualized and sexualizing yourself.
That's not a
Then
thing.
you become a product.
Yeah.
And then you start getting objectified.
She never came in on that. She never came in with that type of energy. Remember, she was a singer. I mean, like she really wasn't like MC like that. Like she was a singer. You know, she was the singer of the group, and you know, it just got. You know, she kind of just fell into that lane.
A lot of people don't even remember that first Fugees album with the vocab and all that shit on it.
And that's why I said the fame got to her though, because they went from being kind of almost nobodies to blowing up overnight, right? Like when that Score album hit, it blew up overnight, like back to back hits, right? Like off the album, and then right after she dropped her solo album, she rode that wave and dropped her solo album. That took her to the stratosphere, right? So like, after that, like she didn't like the fame, dog. She really didn't like the fame. Like she buckled under it. Yeah, that and personal issues. Like I said, she had a lot of personal issues with Wyclef. She was getting sued by I know one dude that was suing her at the time and everything else. She had them issues going on. But them Wyclef issues and her being pregnant really that was like the straw that broke the camel's back.
That's crazy.
Like that, yeah. That
I was
really
just gonna say, what's crazy is that Score album would have been the #1 album that year if it wasn't for Tupac, All Eyes on Me. That's the only thing that beat it. Yeah.
That Score album put in numbers, bro. Numbers.
Any other year, it would have been the number one.
They blew up overnight. I remember when that shit happened.
I heard the Fugees was trying to do me.
I was surprised they took off the way they did. To be honest with you, like I ain't think they was ever going to become as big as they became.
Hey, Psycho, didn't they have a little back and forth with Tupac around that era? I mean, everybody was going at it around that time, but I think I remember them having a little back and forth.
In songs, I don't remember them having I don't remember that in songs.
Pac dissed them, but I don't remember this part.
Hail Mary.
I remember J. Rue, the Damages, shooting at them.
Yeah, well, I remember them getting into it in song. I know they had got into a debate.
He remember he said like, y'all in a group where a female is one of your strongest men.
Oh, this must have been after that debate. Then, like I said, I don't know if he made a song. I know they didn't make a song about him, but I know they had got into a heated debate. About something about the black community. It was about the black community or whatever. It wasn't. He had shit to do with music. And
who was she shooting at? Who was she shooting at on You Just Lost One? That was Wyclef, wasn't it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, she was killing that nigga. I was like, damn, bro. Like, that was one of the dopest albums, man. I ain't gonna lie. You know, even though there's a lot of singing and shit on it, but that Miseducation, bro, like that, classic.
Yeah, like you would think she had a whole bunch of albums. She only had one solo album. That's it.
Yeah,
dropped that classic and then stepped away.
Oh, by the way, Psycho, yeah, Chicago, man, segregated like a motherfucker, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. It's similar to New York in that way. You know what I'm saying? Out of the Midwest cities, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I would say Detroit probably is similar. But,
I heard motherfuckers in Detroit saying that they be around poor white folk. I could be wrong. That's what I heard. I wish Lance was up here. He can confirm or deny.
Yeah. What y'all got to do, man? I got to go back to this plantation, man. Y'all be smooth, man.
All right, look.
Once you get past 8 Mile, that's where you start seeing, white folks interacting with black folks. But outside of that, it's all niggas.
It's all niggas. Yeah, because you gotta go like outside Detroit to get around white people, right?
Mm-hmm. Chaldeans and niggas in Detroit.
Detroit sound like Atlanta.
Yeah.
So 8 Mile is not Detroit.
No, 8 Mile is still Detroit. On one side of 8 Mile is Detroit. On the next side, on the other side of the street, it's a different county.
Oh, okay. So it's right at the borderline.
Yep.
Okay, got you.
So Detroit is the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the county you referring
to? What is that county?
Oh, I thought you was from there. I ain't know.
No, I'm from Cincinnati, but Detroit, that's my second home.
Oh, okay. Because I ain't never been to Detroit.
Yeah, I ain't been either. I know a lot of people from there, but I ain't never been.
When people talk about it, they be saying it's a black city, and the way you just described it, it sounds like Atlanta.
Yeah, Detroit is full of this. All you gonna see is niggas unless you go past 8 Mile.
Got a lot of similar history with Newark. I know that. Newark and Detroit tied in, linked in with a lot of different shit. '67, we both had big ass riots 2 weeks apart.
You said y'all had a riot?
Yeah, in '67. Yeah, we had big riots out here in '67.
snipers on the roof, everything else, shooting at the National Guard. All types of, big riots, national news, everything else. That riot right there, our riots, Detroit had some riots 2 weeks after ours, but ours actually made more news coverage because of the sniper on the roof. But right after the riots, that was 67. In 1968, we got elected the first black mayor of a major city. The very next year. That was the last time we had a white man as the mayor. Was 68. That was the last time a white man been mayor of Newark.
I don't know the last time Atlanta had a white mayor. Not in my life. I've never known Atlanta to have a white mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we was the first though. 68.
I'm about to look this up.
It was a backlash. That was because of the backlash because of the riots. We kind of, that's when we took the city over. The city still had a lot of white people there. Everybody didn't. White flight was going on, but everybody didn't fly out yet. But after the riots, that sped up everything. After that, the white people just left in droves.
Yeah, when you said Psycho?
Huh?
When you said it was the last white man?
68. Look up Kenneth Gibson was our first black mayor. You can look up the Newark riots of 67. They'll probably tell you in that. You can look up 67 riots.
I'm gonna look it up. Atlanta last white mayor was 1970 to 1974.
Okay. Yeah, I was in 68.
Oh yeah, it was right up the young.
Mm-hmm.
I put New York. I'm in Newark.
That's when our city became black. Like it was black people here already, but that's when we took the city over. Like that was it became officially a black city.
Yeah, that's what popped up the riot. 1967 Newark riots.
Mm-hmm.
A 4-day period.
Yep, over a cab driver.
It was over what?
A cab driver. Cab driver was driving down the street, and a cop was double parked, and the cab driver kind of swerved around the cop car that was double parked to get around him, and when he did that, the cops went and pulled him over, and when they pulled him over, they got into an argument, and they started beating the cab driver's ass. It
was like a rising king type thing.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, and everybody was out there watching it. Everybody saw it out there. I guess a whole bunch of people in the street, and they saw it, and they beat his ass, and then they threw him in the cop car. And when they threw him in the cop car, he was fucked up, and people were screaming at the cops and everything else. That third, like, y'all, they thought, like, it was like, y'all killed that motherfucker, like y'all fucked him up. And he went to the precinct, and they dragged him into the precinct. And when he went into the precinct, word of mouth came out the precinct that the dude died. So people so it was a whole bunch of people that gathered outside the precinct, screaming and yelling and everything else. And when word got out from the precinct that the dude died, motherfuckers flipped. Motherfuckers went and made a whole bunch of Molotov cocktails, started bombing up the police department with Molotov cocktails. Motherfuckers started running down on police that was walking the beat, because police were still walking the beat back then, whooping their ass and everything else. Motherfuckers started raiding all the stores with the racist ass owners and everything else that they couldn't stand. They just started running down and looting and everything else, and burning up the stores after they looted them. And they didn't run down to the black stores though. They didn't run down none of the black stores. None of the black stores caught smoke. It was all the white stores. And everybody was on code. And that shit went on for 4 days.
They gonna tank your ass if you throw Molotov cocktails in there today, boy. They gonna blow your ass up.
But the crazy thing is, he didn't die though. That's the crazy thing. He didn't die, but they heard he died, and that was enough to get it started. And they found out he didn't die, but it didn't matter. At that point, it was already up.
Yeah, you can't tell me. That's crazy. I wonder who's. I bet somebody just flat out lied and like, yeah, they said he did.
However it came out, yeah, it got around, and yeah, it was no fact checking or nothing back then. So yeah, it was that's what it was. He's dead, and motherfuckers lost their shit. It was like they sick of this shit. Right after that's when the Panthers came out here too. The Panthers came out here after that and all that.
Yeah, hey, I watched this movie and I never watched it before, but this my nigga. I know you probably seen it, but man, watching this movie just had me looking at the way things are today. Crazy, but the Eddie Murphy, The Distinguished Gentleman.
That's a real good movie, and it's accurate.
Yes, bro. I was sitting there like, how have I never watched this, bro?
Yo, that is a very accurate movie. As I said, people want to know how the House works, how Congress works in general. Yeah, watch that shit. That should, yeah, you'll get a better idea of what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, he did that. I'm surprised they even let him get that one out. I'm sitting there watching it like, damn, bro, these niggas is like really showing you how they working. That's crazy.
He did. Whatchamacallit was like that too, though. He put some game in what's the one? Like homeless, and then they turn him into a rich
trading places. Yeah. With the Wall Street and all that. You're right. Yeah. If you into Wall Street and you play in the stock and all that, yeah, that's a good movie to watch. You're right. They've been putting motherfuckers on game back then.
And then what's the one where he a lawyer with the girl he in love. What is that?
Lawyer?
Boomerang.
Right.
Eddie Murphy put some game in his movies. Now that I think about it.
Oh yeah. Eddie the GOAT, man. When it comes to comedians, he's the GOAT.
People be trying to call him all kind of stuff because he dating on white women and stuff, but man, Eddie really held black people down. I don't care what nobody says.
They call him a whole lot of things. One thing they're gonna have to call him is the GOAT, man. That motherfucker, nobody did it better than Eddie. Pause.
Thanks, bro. Right. Eddie always been my favorite comedian.
Yeah. He shows up all the time. I saw that motherfucker recently on SNL doing motherfucking the motherfucker. It was a game show skit, and he was on there with Tracy Morgan, and he was imitating Tracy Morgan with Tracy Morgan right there. But the shit was fucking hilarious, dog. Like he got Tracy Morgan down. I was like, yo, that's how I realized, like, yeah, Eddie's the fuck. Who this motherfucker can imitate anybody, bro? This motherfucker like he damn Tracy. I was like, how the hell he do that, bro? Like
that nigga literally can imitate anybody perfectly, bro. I'm like, how the fuck this man, bro? I done watched him do it a few times, bro. I forgot he did somebody, bro. He had me dying, bro. I'm like, yeah, this too fluent, bro. He'll do it on the spot too. He's like, damn, bro, this nigga fire. And then like I like watching other comedians. I'm really like in a comedy like that. So when they did Life, I watched the behind the scenes and all that. And so they had asked them like who was the funniest nigga on set. Because the set full of comedians. All them niggas was like Eddie Murphy, bro, hands down. Like this nigga had us dying, bro. And if you watch they outtakes from Life, bro, that shit be hilarious, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I fucks with Eddie, man. Eddie. I grew up watching that motherfucker. That motherfucker, man, I be like in tears as long as I can remember.
I fuck with Eddie Griffin. I fuck with Eddie Murphy.
Griffin's underrated.
But I fuck with Eddie Griffin.
Eddie Griffin's underrated. I got Eddie Murphy above him, but Eddie Griffin is underrated. Like he's hilarious, bro. Like Eddie Griffin, his stand-ups. Which one was that? Was that Voodoo Child?
Voodoo Child comedy.
Was that it was one of those joints, but he knows the Bible too. Cause that motherfucker had one little set where he was talking about the Bible, like he was clowning and shit and everything else, but like the way he was talking about, you could tell he's into that Bible. But that shit was hilarious.
I used to love Eddie Griffin when I was younger. The older I get, he get too conspiracy theory for me these days. I was like, God dang, Eddie, but he's funny as a motherfucker. Though.
Yeah, that motherfucker funny as hell. Eddie Griffin funny as fuck. Real
I
underrated.
like his political thought. I like it. He just questions. He don't.
He wanted him slick. He better ask a question where he know what he implying, he know what he's saying, but he try to be slick
Consider it as
about
a
it.
question.
Yeah. Like, so you don't think? So what about the moon? Yeah, me. Like, he do it on slick. I fuck with Eddie Griffin though, cause Foolish is still one of my favorite movies. I don't care what nobody says. Foolish is fucking hilarious. And Master P. 5 can put that shit together.
Oh, okay.
He gave him his first $1 million check.
Yeah, you never seen Foolish? Psycho?
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, I seen it. I seen it. That, like you said, that was the Master P special joint. Yeah.
Yeah. That and that damn what's the other one he did with AJ Johnson?
No Limits. What's that? No Limit comedy joint or was that No Limit comedy?
I got the hook.
I got the hook. Okay, yeah. With AJ Johnson was the host.
Yeah, bro.
Comedians coming out there, yeah.
No, I'm talking about the movie.
I got the hook up the movie where they sold the phone.
I got to hook up the movie. You talking about? I thought you were talking about the comedy special. Okay.
No, not the comedy special. I'm talking about the movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the stuff I want to come back. Them old black comedies like them. I don't feel like we got them no more.
Nah, we don't. Yeah, well, what you call supposed to be that Tyler Perry, but yeah, I'm not crazy about
good comedy. He make his version. Like, yeah, you know how I fuck.
Isn't Medea movie supposed to be comedy? Is that supposed to be like comedy?
It is comedy. It's funny, but it ain't the type of comedy I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like that, but he's supposed to have been that, right? Like he's supposed to have been like the choice barrier. Like, it's supposed to got carried over to him, but
not to me. Not to me. If it was, he damn so fumble. He went somewhere else.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be doing it.
I think Psycho thinking more of like he's supposed to be more like of a Lee Daniels, but with Five talking about
John
it's like
Singleton, Spike Lee.
but he talking about like hood he talking about like hood comedies like that was produced by like
Friday.
Yeah, that's what I'm like Robert Townsend and shit like that. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, even more Robert Townsend, Keenan Ivory Wayans, like
yeah,
type.
yeah.
Like we don't got them no more, bro.
Yeah, that's why I think Tyler Perry was supposed to pick up the torch and kept it going, and like you say, you pick it somewhere else. Like,
but Tyler Perry wasn't never comedy. He just threw in comedy.
I always look down that way with the Medea shit because that's his top brand. So, and that's always supposed to be comedy and not my kind of comedy.
But it's drama with comedy in it.
Yeah, it's like dramedies.
I feel you. Not straight comedy with like just constant jokes. But you can say that about Friday though too, can't you?
Nah, Friday is comedy.
Friday a comedy.
That's a hood classic.
Yeah,
it's like all about the Benjamins. We don't got none of that type shit.
But we about to. Ice Cube just said it. I can't think of who owned the head guy of who did them come out of? Whatever film production company that all about the Benjamins, all of the Fridays, all of them came out of one production company. Under one guy, and whoever that guy is in that production company,
something great.
I think so. He's back in that position.
That's the motherfucker RBR said holds him out all that money too. I forgot something gray.
Whatever that name is, he New Line Production. Yeah. But whoever the guy was in charge of helping or giving Cube the green light, he's back in charge now.
Yeah, well, we need more of them. We need some more of them. You ever seen Buffed Up, bro?
No.
Mm-hmm. Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you, because you fuck around out there. That shit funny as a motherfucker, bro.
Was it filmed
It's
in
a
Detroit?
movie that's on. Yeah, it's a Detroit movie. Based on, you know how they fuck with the Buffs.
Yeah, I'm saying, was it filmed in Detroit? Because like a lot of movies be saying, you know,
Wow.
they
I can't guarantee that, but to me, I think it was, but I don't know the
yeah,
area.
I'm just yeah. It doesn't really matter like, well, unless you're from Detroit, I guess it don't really matter like that.
I don't know, Aaron. Can you tell if it was filmed in Detroit or not?
Yeah, that's everything filmed in Detroit for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It look like it. It sound like it. Them niggas talk like it.
Lucky you and shit. y'all, I'm gonna let you know, Jersey Drive was not filmed in New Jersey.
Well, Snow in the Bluff
but Jersey Drive was an actual like a movie that was had a real budget. Buffed Up is like that was some niggas in the hood put that together.
Yeah.
I promise you gonna laugh, Psycho, if you watch this.
Oh yeah.
The nigga who played the little comedian nigga in that shit, bro, that nigga stupid, bro. I'm talking about like stupid.
When did it come out?
I don't know.
That came out like 2012, 2013.
Years ago, bro. But that how good it is. I'm from Atlanta, bro. I'm talking about that movie 10 years later. You know what I'm saying? Like that was
Detroit.
It's all around a good movie too.
Yeah,
Detroit, they kind of took over that wave though that you talking about, Fi. It's just all their movies on Tubi.
That shit came out 2019. That shit came out. It's more
Bust
recent than
Up?
that. Yeah.
That must be number 2.
It says Bust Up the movie. Let me see the year.
What's that, about 5 to 6 years? Yeah, it's possible. I know it wasn't 2 years.
Nah, that came out way before 2019.
Well. Let me double check. Yeah, it says 2019 movie. That's the IMP. Let me see if I can find some. Everything's 2019. It's all saying 2019.
It got put like out because when I saw it was on YouTube. So maybe
it was on YouTube first. It was on YouTube first.
Yeah,
oh, okay, that might be it. Yeah, it probably. Yeah, this is probably when it got the major release.
That's fire though. I didn't even know
it's
that
on
was-
YouTube. Let me look at the YouTube date. Okay, the YouTube date got 2015.
Yeah, okay, yeah, around that time.
That's when the YouTube date. So yeah, okay. Once you said it came on YouTube first, I had to check. All right, yeah. 2015.
I gotta catch some more. If you say they doing their way, then I need to fuck with it. Detroit up next though. They culture is about to get pushed like, you know, how Atlanta, how St. Louis, how Cali or whatever have you. Detroit got a lot of sauce. And people, they got a lot of artists that's making it now. I mean, it's already really out there, but it's about to be, you know, a little more mainstream, I think.
Yeah, we do need some new comedies. I'll be like black TV shows is done anyway as a whole. Like not even just black TV shows, just TV shows as a whole is pretty much done unless you're talking about like binge watching type shows. Like that's the only thing that's going to fly now is binge watching on streaming. That's the only way a show is even going to last nowadays. But as far as movies go, yeah, we hurting, man. Like it's really not like there's really no black movies out there like that that's worth a damn.
They make a black movie, it's still the same. We gotta wait on Jordan Peele.
That's it. F. Gary who we was talking about. My bad.
And I ain't even know, ain't he biracial? Not that I care, but ain't he mixed?
No, Jordan Peele, he black.
Oh, he just dated a white woman.
Yeah.
I knew it was something that people was complaining about. Okay, well, he's black though. Okay. Yeah, because I think he's dope. I like how he incorporate the hip hop with it too, the music. I like how he do that. And his storyline gonna be
weird messaging up in this stuff. I wish he be having type of movies that everybody talk about the secret hidden messaging in it at the end of the motherfucker.
He the Kendrick Lamar.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl ass motherfucker directed. and shit like-
Easter eggs.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
Easter eggs.
It was just cool. He like Tarantino or what's the boy that do Marvel or did before he died? What's the man that did Marvel? Steve Allen, I think. I don't know his name, but they say he be Stan Lee. They say he be who the fuck is Steve Allen? But they say he be leaving stuff in there for his true fans. I'm not a big Marvel fan, so I don't know no thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Jordan Peele can do it. I would like to see Jordan Peele and Ice Cube work together on something like a comedy, because Jordan Peele is naturally a comedian. But I think that'd be fire.
They saying Jordan Peele biracial.
Jordan Peele biracial.
I think I deserve to get in this conversation now. I've been quiet for a long time.
Bro, I see you. What's up, Mark?
What's up, Marley?
Ain't shit.
Marley seems like he be big on Jordan Peele hitting Easter egg movies.
Who, Jordan Peele, the basketball player?
Never mind.
That's Jordan Peele.
Jordan Peele, the basketball player.
Hold on. I'm thinking about the other Peele who used to play for Minnesota. Peele. I forgot his first name. His name was
the one that was named after Jordan.
Oh, Jordan Peele in the NBA too?
No, I'm fucking with you, Marley. I'm just.
I know it's another. No, I know it's another. It's a Peele, but his first name is not Jordan. He used to play for the Minnesota Timberwolves, I think, like that, or was it the Bucks? I forgot what team. It was the Peele that used to play. But I don't want to talk about basketball though. But anyway.
Okay, I thought you was trying to segue. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, What's going on with y'all though?
Nah. We was up here talking about the decline of black hood movies.
I think they're going into outer space. SpaceX team is going outer space with NASA. They were supposed to go yesterday, but they didn't launch. We ain't going to go today.
Didn't some just blow? Didn't one of Elon Musk shit just blow up last week?
Oh, I don't know. It probably did, and I'm not even aware of it.
Yeah, shit just blew up last week.
Oh, when it took off, so people died?
Nah, I don't think it was nobody in it.
Yeah, I don't think it was one of the man.
It was unmanned. Yeah.
Oh, that's good, man, because that would have
But
been.
you know, they said a few of his shit done blew up.
I was talking about the other day when Anthony Peeler, that's his name, Anthony Peeler. My bad. Yeah, that's the basketball player. Yeah. But anyway, I was saying that's what I was talking about the other day when I was talking about. But I don't know the situation in the gray areas, but I do know back in 1986 when they did launch off that aircraft into outer space that blew up. They knew about all of the calculations. They knew about the things that was wrong, but they still did it anyway. And those people died, right? They knew about they knew about.
You talking about 86?
Yeah, they knew. Yeah, they knew. Yeah, they knew about the risk. Just like the shit. Just like this shit in the Soviet Union, right? When they was trying to show off they technical.
Yeah, they had a whole bunch of failures in Russia.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. They knew about all of those things, but they still wanted to do it anyway. That's what I was saying the other day.
But Russia didn't have man joints. They was trying it with monkeys and dogs and shit.
But I'm not even talking about the space. I'm talking about like some nuclear activity that was going on in
Well, that's all the same shit. The space race is what caused the nuclear race.
Right. So when that shit had happened in the Soviet Union, that's how I was saying, like, yo, there's more stupid people that has caused more detriment on this planet than evil people. You know, like they knew that shit was going, like that they knew the risk, but they still wanted to, because of their arrogance and their ego. Even people who get into power, you know what I'm saying? Even people who get into power who was smart, they start making some dumb decisions because they're in power now, so they feel like nobody can't tell them nothing. You know what I'm saying? When they reach to a certain level, you know what I'm saying? Look at some of the shit that some like people were saying Trump was doing. He was doing some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Or you have other people who might get into power, and they start to exclude other people out of like decision makings and shit like that. And you know what I'm saying? They start doing dumb shit based off of their ego. You know, so sometimes, you know, like stupidity, it can cause more damage to the planet than actual evil people. Because with stupid people, there's no talking any logic to them. You can't talk logic to them. If you try to talk, you see it with the pseudos, right? Like, but with evil people, you could talk logic into them. Like, be like, yo, don't do this because of such and such. Because evil people, they have a motive and an intent to do shit. The stupid people, niggas is just dumb. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is just dumb, son. Yeah, evil.
Yeah. You have to elaborate on that from yesterday.
Huh?
I said you had to elaborate on that from yesterday.
Yeah, nah, because you got some stupid people, bro. Like some stupid motherfuckers, they'll just be on some. They be dumbing out, son. Like with evil, logical people, you can see somebody that's about to go do some ill shit, some evil shit. And you could talk to them, and be like, "Yo, da 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 da. This is what's gonna happen. X, Y, Z. These are the possibilities." Da 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 da. And then they and an evil person might retract and might rethink shit. Like, yo, hold up. You know what? Maybe I should do this another way. A stupid nigga, they'll be like, nah, they still gonna do shit. Look at the niggas in the drill scene in the music. The niggas doing talk about all the shit that shit dumb. That shit stupid as hell, son. And then the niggas wondering why they fucking getting locked up and you know what I'm saying, they going to jail and you talk about because you dumb nigga, you talk about all of this shit that you done did and everything, and now look, nigga. So dumb people or stupid people have caused more detriment to this planet than evil people. You know what I'm saying? Just like the niggas in Germany during World War II. If it wasn't for Hitler, if it wasn't for them niggas being so naive and dumbish, like ignorant people, you could say that they just lack knowledge, right? An ignorant person just lacks knowledge.
Well, you agree that Hitler lost the war based off a dumb move, though?
Yeah, I would say that too, but that was because remember he was in power too, so there could have been a move that he made that was dumb, like I was saying about earlier.
It was a move he made that
what
was
his dumb move? Going to Russia,
he turned his back on Russia. That was once he did that, he lost
Russia.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was even dumb in itself because remember he was in a position of power too. So yeah, I could agree with that and say yeah, that was dumb. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but
can you call it dumb or miscalculated? Because if it would have worked out, history is totally different.
Nah, I think that
it was dumb because he did it because he was paranoid. He did it because he was paranoid. There was no need for him to do it because Russia wasn't going to turn their backs on Hitler. They was going to help. They just wanted to work. Hitler wanted total control. He got power hungry and he didn't trust them.
Hitler was trying to take over the whole world.
Well, kind of, sort of, yeah. But he definitely didn't trust Russia because it was right next door, right? And he felt like like once they was done with the Allies, Russia was going to be a problem. So he figured he could use the fact that everything was in conflict to his advantage and hit up Russia now. And and why they was weaker and why the army was spread thin, and again he fucked up because he should have just not fucked with Russia, and he would have won the war.
Napoleon did the same damn thing.
Everybody who tried to invade Russia, everybody that tried to invade Russia died, son. They died. Like that is not. You do not want to invade Russia. That is not the place to be invaded.
Right, and you know what too in Russia they have like a lot of mountains and vacant land and shit like that, and a lot of their country is like vacant, like you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so they got mountains,
very remote.
So that's what I was saying too. Yes, I agree with Psycho. That was dumb. Like and Psycho proves my point. Hold on, and Psycho proves my point. And when I was saying that people who gets into power in the position of power at a certain time, and after a while they start making dumb decisions based off of their ego and shit like that. So yes, Psycho would exactly prove my point. My point has been proven with one individual, and somebody else said Napoleon did the same thing. Another individual. So when you have people
one got power hungry.
Yeah, power hungry, right? They start making dumb decisions because they at the top, right? So they feel like nobody could tell me nothing, nigga. I made it here. Like who was y'all? Like you know what I'm saying? And that's what happened.
The ego override. Intellectual.
So that's why I always say stupid people have caused more damage or more atrocities on the earth than actual evil people. and sometimes it could be a combination of both with a person. Because like I said, an evil person,
It's evil and dub.
yeah, you could, yeah, an evil person, you could talk logic into them. You could change their mind too. You could change their mind.
Now, evil person ain't always logical, right? You got dumb.
No, I'm saying, what about an evil dumb person?
But that's a combination. It's a combination of a dumb and evil person, right? That's a combination of dumb and evil. But they got that dumb component in them, right? But I see what Psycho's saying too. That's true. You do got dumb people that is evil, but that dumb component is even making it worse. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that dumb component. Now a logical person.
I would say a dumb evil motherfucker is dangerous.
Yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah, a dumb evil person, that's very, very dangerous. I agree with that. A dumb evil person, yes.
They liable to do any motherfucking thing.
Anything, yeah. Yeah, but a lot of times evil people, they
like an evil logical person will have limits, right? Have bounds, right? Like they're not gonna go off half cocked because they more strategic with their shit. Whereas the dumb motherfucker, he liable to do any motherfucking thing. You don't know what the fuck that motherfucker gonna do.
Right. Yeah, niggas start crashing out and shit. Niggas start crashing out. Like, yo, what's going on? Like, that niggas is bugging, son. Like, yeah, niggas get into certain positions and certain power, and then they be forgetting. Like, niggas be dumb. Yeah, dumb is that component. Yeah, dumb people, man. Like, you can't do nothing with them. That's why, like, even now with the pseudos now, we got to start asking these people if they have any type of developmental history. Because they have people who comes over to the panel, and we just be looking at them like they regular people, right? Because we might not know. And then too, when I leave from work or I leave from a clinical setting, I come into the real world dealing with people like in the real world. But some of these niggas really be having mental health issues and we don't even be knowing. We just be treating them like regular people. But some of these niggas might have probably been in special ed and we don't even know, right? Some of these niggas probably have some developmental issues that we don't know about. And here we are, we yelling and we screaming at these niggas, not knowing that these niggas got issues going on in their life.
I know my Don was in special ed. You right, bro.
I'm not even trying to be funny. This is real. I was thinking about this shit the other day when I was going to work, and I started to think about developmental issues and stuff like that. People have developmental things going on in their life, and you'll be surprised if you ask a lot of these niggas that's pseudo and who failed. Ask these niggas, was you in special ed growing up? Just ask them niggas, son. Ask them. I bet you money.
But special ed don't got nothing to do with learning per se, right? Like it's special ed more like behavioral. That's more behavioral. Yeah, more behavioral.
No. Special ed is more so for special kids.
It's behavioral. It's behavioral. It's about like emotionally disturbed kids. Like it's behavioral and shit.
Yeah,
when I went to school, behavioral because I was one of them badass kids, so I got sent to a bad school for a behavioral school.
Yeah,
it wasn't special. It wasn't special ed.
But sometimes what Psycho's saying is true though. Not all of the kids that's in special ed is for behavior. Some of them niggas is slow too. But like
that's different, right? Like
that's a special ed for us. Well, that's the slow kids that spit on themselves and stuff.
Now that's also special. Like special ed isn't always those kids. That's what I'm saying. Like you got the behavioral issues as well, where they like you was talking about, like you send them to the schools with the behavioral kids like cut school all the time, or the depression they say they go through, whatever the case may be, and they just send them to these alternative schools. But they're not slow. They're not dumb. Like they can't. Like they can read. They functional. They just go there for behavioral issues. They call them emotionally disturbed.
Right. But sometimes these kids with emotional these issues, these behavior issues, they ain't listening, they ain't comprehending what their parents is telling them to do or not to do. So they slow to some degree. unless they got some type of psychiatric disorder. These niggas is slow. Right? Because if you a parent or teachers is telling you like, yo, you gotta do this, you got behavioral issues, if it's not a psychiatric issue like schizophrenia, autism, where there's nothing that you could really
but what about depression?
Yeah, but depression is not like really
what about anxiety?
And those is like different though, anxiety and depression and things like that. A lot of us have anxiety.
That's enough to get you in one of those schools though.
I mean, yeah, if they get diagnosed, but usually with people with anxiety, I'm diagnosed with anxiety and depression. And most people have anxiety and depression.
Exactly, and that was the issue that a lot of parents had when they was labeling black kids with special ed, putting them in special ed so quickly based off this stuff and giving them Ritalin and all this other stuff and everything else. Like they was getting misdiagnosed. This is what Umar talk about, right? Like this like getting misdiagnosed and everything else because there's quickly just said, it's some issues there, and they just like automatically label them when that's not the case.
Right,
they threw Ritalin at me in the 4th grade.
No, that's true. That's true. That that's a different topic of the conversation. That's a misdiagnosis of people. But what I'm saying is that these niggas ain't listening, right? These niggas ain't listening. They ain't listening to their parents. There's shit going on in the household. You know what I'm saying?
All kids go through phases where they don't listen. You didn't listen at one point in time.
Nah, I used to always listen to my parents, bro. Since I was a kid.
Nah, you ain't listening to your mother.
I'm telling you, bro. Hold on. I'm telling you as a fact, bro. Growing up as a kid, bro, I listened to my moms, my pops, my step pops.
Them Caribbean kids be listening every day.
You was in the house every day when that street light came on?
First of all, nigga, the only time when I was able to go outside was in junior high school, and I used to only be able to go outside on.
It's a different culture, Psycho.
Hold on. Let me finish. In junior high school, that's when I was able to go outside by myself in junior high school. In grade school,
what time was you allowed? What time was you allowed to get back in the house? What time you had to be back in the house?
I couldn't go outside I could go outside, but I couldn't really go outside during the weekdays. On Monday on Saturday, Sunday, and Saturday.
When was you allowed to be back in the house?
Hold on, and Friday and Saturday, when I reached a certain age in junior high school, it was like 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock.
But you in the house every time at the
yes,
time?
Nigga, I was inside of the crib, nigga. Yeah.
You never was late.
Never was late, nigga. Because I would never be able to go outside again.
There go that example of parenting right there.
And 10 o'clock at that time for a kid, 10 o'clock was good. 10 o'clock.
You see where Marley at? That nigga a psychologist.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, and Saturday. Hold on. Friday and Saturday, I could come in at 10 o'clock. In junior high school, that's 2 hours away from midnight. That was good enough for me.
No, that's good though. Junior high, honestly, 10 o'clock is kind of late.
Yeah, 10 o'clock in the nighttime, that was good enough for me. But I couldn't go out. When I got to high school, my mom's and shit, she let me stay out until whatever on the weekend. I could go spend a night at people's cribs, chill, drink. You know what I'm saying?
What your grades look like though?
I mean, I wasn't no A student in high school. You know what I'm saying? I was just barely passing, but I wasn't failing. I made it up out of high school. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't no kid like, running the streets doing dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? I was running the streets on Monday to on Saturday, on Fridays and Saturdays. Sundays I gotta come in early. The next day I gotta go to school. So mom's is just like, yo, you gotta be inside of the crib at such and such time. And I knew better too. Like, yeah, like is a structure. So for some of these niggas, like when I used to look at them niggas as kids growing up, even some of my friends I would hang out with, their parents didn't even allow them to do certain things, and so I wasn't really hanging out with certain types of kids that was just wilding out doing whatever and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that too, my mom had trusted me and shit like that. So it was just like, oh, this nigga, you know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna do no dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the confidence that she had in me. So I was good. But some niggas, niggas don't listen. Niggas don't listen, son. Niggas don't listen to nothing, son. Niggas think that they know it all. You know what I'm saying? They know what's going on.
Both your parents from the Caribbean, from the islands?
Yeah, but one of my parents is not from the same island. One of my parents is from St. Vincent, and then my other parent, but I didn't grow up around my pops like that. I mean, I did, but I didn't. I grew up more around my step pops, and he's Black American. So he's FBA. Like my sister is half FBA. So, but my family is my mom's and pops is Caribbean and shit. So yeah, so even like so it's just like you can go outside or whatever.
Only reason I asked that because the culture, the Caribbean culture, the parenting is a little bit more stricter And we was
Nah, I
kind
wouldn't
of
say
having
that.
that.
I wouldn't say. I would. The way I look at Black Americans and Black Caribbeans, the same way. You still got niggas out in the Caribbean wilding who parents don't give them no fucking discipline. Niggas is wilding out there and shit like that. It got poverty, crime. Niggas wild out there too. You got Black Americans right here in America who discipline their kids, whip their kids' ass. You know what I'm saying? They don't play that shit. You know what I'm saying? They will whip their kids' ass in school. You know what I'm saying? I seen a lot of Black American parents do that shit, whip their kids' ass in the school. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Can't do that shit no more.
I was one of them. I was
Can't do
one of
that
them
shit
kids.
no motherfucking
Yeah,
more.
yeah. So I don't think it has really nothing to do. I think I hate when people say, not you. I ain't talking about you, but I'm gonna say I hate, but I don't like when people like they have like a mentality about like Black Americans, like if they don't have like if they don't discipline their kids and they don't do certain things, then that's not necessarily true. You got people right there in the Caribbean. They got kids that's fucked up, nigga. My brother was all fucked up in the game. He was born in Trinidad, nigga. Born there. Born. Nigga, he came to America. That nigga was wilding, getting locked up, going to jail, prison, all of that shit, son. So it has nothing really to do with, you know. I think
I
that's
got you.
I think that's like when people look at Black Americans like that. I don't like when people look at Black
Molly.
Americans like that. Like,
Molly,
huh?
what was your parents' opinion about underage, unmarried sex? What was their opinion about that?
Oh, I never really asked. I don't know. That's a good
They
question.
they was for it. They was against it.
I never. To be honest, you know, my mom.
Teenage pregnancies and stuff like that. With their
Oh yeah. I mean, I would assume so. I mean, just me being a smart kid too, just growing up, I'm just like.
Did you ever get to talking like, you know, like you better not bring no babies home and shit like that?
I never got that talk. Hell no, I never got that talk. Hell no.
It was kind of like already understood.
Yeah, it was like something I was already understood. Like you had this stigma, like you see shit in the hood, you see people going through things. I was the type of person anyway. I learned from other people's mistakes. I've seen other people do shit like in the hood, in the community, and shit like that. And I'm like, yo, I didn't want to do that. I ain't want to.
So you never had to talk about. So your parents ever talked about like the birds and the bees and none of that shit?
Nah, never.
You never had none of them talks. Nothing with your parents. Nothing.
Nope. Nah,
so you learned all that shit in the street?
yeah, I did. Yeah, to be. Now that you bring it up, that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I actually did. As a matter of fact. Yeah, I actually learned from a lot of people in the streets, bro. Because a lot of my friends was older than me. Like when I was in junior high school, when I was in high school, and I was in the 9th grade. A lot of my friends was already in 10th and 11th grade. I never really had no friends that was in the 9th grade with me. So
I see what you're doing, Psycho.
Huh?
I said I see what you're doing with the argument. Really.
That's interesting, y'all. You never had that talk. That's crazy.
Yeah, I never had that talk with them.
So you ain't never discussed females at all with your parents? At all? Nothing?
Nah, I learned that in the hood. Like I learned that from like on the block. Like if you ever listen to my talking points, it's always these bitches, hoes. Get me having these conversations with my parents like that.
I'm saying this, so they didn't ask you had a girlfriend while you was in high school and none of that stuff. They ain't never asked you about none of that, like.
Nah. I mean, my mom would see like, hey, good, like girls would call my crib, and so she, I guess they kind of like knew, but nah. Like I said, man, like my parent, like my mom, she just viewed me as a good kid, so she didn't really have to worry about me like that. I wouldn't really say good, but as a smart kid, basically. Because I ain't gonna sit up here and say I was all good and shit, but yeah, as a smart kid, she had a lot of confidence.
She ain't never told you don't bring no babies home.
Nah, she ain't never told me that. Nah. I never got that talk. I wish I did, but I didn't. I never got that talk.
That's different.
Yeah, that's different, right? Now that you say, yeah, it is. It is. I mean, I always say too, I didn't really have the best parents.
I thought all dudes had that talk with their mama.
Yeah.
Don't bring no babies home.
Yeah. Nah, I never had that conversation.
I had that talk to first time chick called my house.
Yeah, so nah, but I never got that talk.
Yo, Arthur, what's good?
What's good, Psycho? How you?
Can't call it. What's the word?
Chilling. I just was listening to you and Marley conversation, and it's like I realized, like, yo, my Earth didn't have that conversation with me either. And
really?
I think it's because, Psycho, my brothers had kids at such a young age that she didn't really have time to say it to me because she was too busy helping them raise their babies.
She ain't tell you don't be like your brothers and bring me home any grandkids too soon?
Nah. I think because they crashed her with her so fast that she didn't even have time, and then she was going through some physical shit personally. So I think she just didn't really have time to even have that conversation with me. I'm kind of like Marley. I learned most of my sexual education in the hood.
Yeah, in the hood, that's what I'm saying.
Literally, like selling crack and shit like that, and like that's literally how
don't get me wrong. Most of the shit I learned was in the motherfucking hood as well, but I did, the conversations were still had though. Even though I learned, most of the shit in the hood.
She brought me condoms when I was like in 11.
Like in deep detail, but it was kind of
she brought me condoms when I was in 11th grade. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you just use protection. But I think that was more against STDs than it was about babies and shit. Cause I was girl crazy, but I wasn't like them. Like I wasn't sneaking girls in the house and like, you know what I'm saying? I just was different. I played sports. I was into different shit. You know what I mean? So I think that's what it was. Like, I know she's saying I like girls and shit, and I was fucking with girls, but I guess I just didn't give her that sense that I'm trying to knock a girl up or you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because I did have a baby at a young age, but I was in the Army by that time.
Yeah.
I had a baby at 18, but I wasn't in her house anymore.
You made it out of high school. You made it out of high school, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. See, yeah, like I graduated from high school. See, I think that's the thing. Like with me, like with my brothers, they cut school all the time. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do any of that shit. I got good grades. I went to school. So I think that's what it was with her. Like, oh, this nigga want to go to college and all that. Like I'm filling out. I'm taking SATs and all that shit. So I really wasn't thinking about that shit. I guess that's why she was like, all right, his focus is something different. Yeah. But them niggas literally had kids. You know what I mean? In 11th, 12th grade, them niggas, they had babies on the ground, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? There's my brothers.
The goal is not to have any while you in high school. I had mine early, not in high school, but right after, just like you. Right after.
See, and you know what's crazy? Like, I raised my nieces and nephews. Like, me and my nieces and nephews is more like brothers and shit. Brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? Because they, I'm 7, 8 years old. They 2 and 3 years old. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, so, like, I tell my niece that shit all the time. Like, me and her, when her dad died and shit, like, when her dad was beefing, she was upset with me because I'm beefing with her dad. But when my brother died, her mom told her, like, your fucking uncle every single day woke up, his little 8, 9 years ass old, and would walk you to the store and get you whatever you wanted. You 2 or 3 years old. First thing you see in the morning was your uncle. So for me, I had nieces and nephews as a young kid. I had nieces, so I guess she just never got around to that conversation. Never, bro. When you was talking to Marlon, I'm sitting there thinking, damn, did she ever say that? Because I can remember a lot of shit my mom talked about, but that was never one of them.
Never one warnings about that. My mom, I ain't gonna lie, my mom put me on to women, dog. Like, he was schooling me. Like,
my mom was a young, pretty woman, bro. So she was dating, right? So, See, that's the thing. Like, my mom was young, right? Like, my mom, like, she was 18, 19 when she had my brothers. You know what I'm saying? So when they're 19, she's 36. You know what I'm saying? Right? So she's young. She a young woman. When they 18, 17, 18, she's 36, 37 years old. So, you know, it's a little different. Like, they giving her a run for her money, where she got to be she got 2 3 grandkids at the age of, before she turned 40. So I guess since I was the youngest, I guess the information, she just was tired. I guess she was like, fuck it. Fuck it.
Yeah. My mom put me on the game. I ain't gonna stunt you. Some of it I ain't listened to, and I should have. But she put me on the game though.
My mom's put me on the shit when I got older. Like when it came to when I was older, like she was like, "Yo, these bitches is like this, yeah, they like that." Like, you know what I'm saying? When I was older, you know what I'm saying? But when I was young, like, nah. I learned most of that stuff like outside or whatever the case is. Yeah, chilling on the block, chilling in front of the building. You know what I'm saying? Hanging out with older dudes. That's who I got a lot of my game from and shit like that. Don't trust these bitches. I got that from outside.
See, I got the opposite. When both neighborhoods I grew up in, we was girl crazy. It was all about girls, girls, girls.
Yeah,
your whole shit was measured.
Man, listen, yeah.
Your whole shit was measured by how many girls you got.
I was a thirst bucket.
It was. It still is. It still is measured about how much.
Nah, as I grew, I've met people who don't measure themselves by how many women.
Yeah, it's because we younger. I understand when you're younger, you got that energy.
Because we older now. But I'm saying in the hood growing up, that's what it was.
I mean, I got you, but it's still a bad move.
What I'm saying is that it's still like that, even with the young niggas right now. It's like that.
Oh yeah, it's still like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's still like that, but it's a bad move. It's a bad move.
Yeah, but they gotta be careful though, because that shit get their ass in trouble. Like, you know, you gotta control that shit to a certain extent. Like, you know, because that shit will get your ass in trouble, bro. That shit will get your ass in motherfucking trouble. Everybody thought I was gonna have about 11 motherfucking kids, bro. I was the first motherfucker out of all my friends that had motherfucking to have a seed and shit right after high school. Everybody thought I was gonna have about 11 by the time I hit this age.
I didn't know about the one I had in the army. Like, I tell you all the story. I just found out about her 5 years ago. You know what I mean? So I didn't really know about her, right? I didn't know I was a father at 18 years old. Now, I became a father that I was there at 23, right? And I wish I waited to become a father. I wish I was more responsible when like, as far as like sexual mates and having babies. I wish I was more responsible with my 27-year-old and my 23-year-old. 28-year-old. I wish I was more responsible. I wish that I was older, should I say? Because I was young. I was young in the street. They moms was young, 20 years old. You know what I mean? 19 years old. And it hurt everybody. It hurt the moms. It hurt the kids. And now everybody is just recovering in their late 40s and 50s, like really just getting their lives together and seeking careers and shit. Shit we should have did 20-something years ago, right? And it's like, I don't know. I just feel like it hurt everybody. I feel like everybody missed out. Whether it was a family tie, whether it was the consistency of two parents, whether it was the love of two parents, whether it was the support of two parents, whether me and the moms worked together. I just feel like everybody lost. I feel like everybody lost. Even as successful as my sons are, one is in med school, one is getting he's working on his master's at Seton Hall right now. right? I still see lack in them. I still see they hold grudges towards me, and well, not so much they moms, but me. You know what I mean? And then when I got a new family, and I've been with that new family since they was teenagers, it's like, damn, well, why you ain't do that with our moms? Like, why you ain't, why you wasn't there for our moms? Like, it's difficult. It was difficult being a young parent. It was very, very difficult.
Yeah.
That's a hard road to navigate right there.
Co-parenting.
Your older, not just co-parenting, but your older kids feeling like you show more love to your younger kids, but not realizing the older you got, the more mature you got. So your parenting gonna be different.
I could totally see that.
Bro, I'm such an amazing grandfather in comparison to father that I've seen my girl.
I think everybody's guilty of that.
Tell my older kids, like, cause they be like, damn, cause my grandkids be like, I want to stay with Pop. They want to live with me. They don't want to go home. And my kids be like, well, damn, what you doing over there? Well, my kids don't want to come back here. And my girl be telling them, like, he talks to them. He helps them. Like his grandfather, Arthur the grandfather, is totally different than Arthur the father. It's like two different people, and it's natural, y'all. It's innate. You don't want to holler. You want to guide them, and everybody's
guilty of that. Everybody's guilty of that. Everybody treats their grandkids better than their own kids. That comes with the territory for the most part. People view it as well, it's kind of like, you get to relive parenting again, because you probably got an empty nest for a while, so you get to relive the parenting thing. But it's a beautiful thing because you get to parent when you feel like it, or when you want to, and then the kids go away, and then you get your peace again. So it's not 24/7 parenting, right? It's kind of situational parenting, and not to mention it's almost like it's also a do-over too, because you get the things that work you get to do again, and the things that didn't work you get to correct. So it's almost like
What,
yeah.
Somebody as a grandparent.
I'm watching my father go through that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just something that comes natural, so you can't take it personal. It's just.
No, I think what happens too is that a lot of the times too, people have kids at a young age and they're not wise enough. Like, you know what I'm saying? So they end up learning as they go. You don't really have a lot of life experiences when you have a kid as a kid.
Well, everybody kind of learns parenting as they go, no matter how old you are when you have your first kid.
No, that's true. But if you're older, like if you have kids in your older age, you're going to be much more wiser. When you
make more sounder decisions.
Right.
That's true.
Right, as opposed to a kid.
I'm gonna tell y'all what it really is.
Hold on real quick, because if you grow up, right, and you see how people having kids at a young age, and you see how they moving, and you see how the kids is being raised, and you see you'll be like, yo, hold on. Like, I understand certain things, you know what I'm saying? And as you get older, you become wiser, and then it's time for you to have a kid now. You're not going to be doing so. But hold on, but those kids who had the kids at a young age, and then they have grandkids a lot of the times, they tend, even though you have in their older age too, but they tend more to.
Personally, I couldn't see myself.
It's not even that.
I couldn't see myself having a kid at 40. Like, I could imagine.
Yeah, that's all I did. I had one at 40, bro, and to be my age.
It's rough, bro.
Yeah, and to deal with him is super rough. And I think about when I'm 60 years old and this nigga's 20. Is this nigga gonna try me? Like, I gotta stay in physical shape and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta see all that rah-rah Arthur shit out with.
Oh nah. Listen, I'm gonna stay that way forever, right? But I got a backup plan.
See, the 24-year-old and the 28-year-old, the 24-year-old 6'2", about 270. The 28-year-old like 6'1",
That's when you
about
60, Arthur.
230.
You gotta have that hammer on you, Arthur. You can't. You know
Nah,
what
I
I'm
got them two niggas. So if he get out of pocket, I'd be like, okay, I got your big brothers. They gonna take care of you. I ain't even worried about that. But back to the point about the grandparent thing. I'm gonna tell you, Marley, it is wisdom. It's all those things you said. But you know what it really is? It's compassion.
Right.
You have compassion for the younger ones.
Yeah. Right.
Right? It's just literally you feel not sorry for them, but you feel like, all right, I'm not gonna let you go through what your mom and dad went through. Whether they were spoiled, I know it was some gaps in their life. You don't know, but me and them know. And I'm gonna be so empathetic and so sympathetic to you. Like my grandbaby lives with me, my nigga. Like if my grandbaby start crying, nigga, I'm the first one to her. I don't play. If her mom do something wrong or grandma do something wrong, I get on everybody. I don't play that shit. With all my grandkids, I will cuss their moms and dads the fuck out. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I got something to say. It's been on my mind for the past couple of days, though I ain't really tell nobody about it. But it's kind of like going a little bit off the topic. But I have this client, right? And he told me on Sunday, he was like, yo, when I first met you, you know what I'm saying, I thought you was dumb and shit like that. You ain't know shit. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, he said, this is what he said. He said, I'm not saying it because you're black. So I'm listening to the nigga. I'm like, nigga, you saying it because I'm black, because ain't nobody talk about no color that like that. You know what I'm saying? And then he was like,
Molly, real quick. I'm glad this is going down a different road than where it initially started off you was going. It sounded like you was about to go somewhere else. I was like, hold up, where this going? But go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so
it's crazy, but go ahead.
So he was
yeah,
like,
you never know when Marley gonna drive the car, nigga.
he said, so he was like, yeah, you know, I'm not saying it because you're black. I'm like, nigga, you saying it because I'm black. But he said, now the way how I see you now, I see you as a brilliant person, and I look at you as my stepfather. I'm like, what type of shit is that, son? You know what I'm saying? But I was just saying to show people, like, yo, people look at black people a certain way, son, especially black men. Yeah, they see us in a certain
Molly,
way.
I tell you about how I go through that shit with clients all the time. This young lady, we went to high school together. I ain't really know her in high school, but I like slim women, so she was always on my radar because she was slim with long, beautiful hair, and I love the bronze-colored, skinny woman. Like, that's my shit, right? So I didn't know her, but I always was checking her out, like, because she was a senior, I was a sophomore, so I was, look at Carol, oh my God, right? So my boy had said referred me to her and shit. So we went to do the job and shit, right? So when we got done, she come out the porch, she's standing on the porch, Marley, she looking around like she's seeing a ghost and shit. I'm like, so, we in the hood, so I just was bold with it. I was like, you didn't think we was going to do a good job, did you? And she was like, all right, I don't want to say that, but you know our people, you know how our people can be. And so, bro, it ain't just other people. Most people don't think. I got the African customer. This motherfucker was like, he was like, I never met an African American like you who's smart, who can figure things. Like, he thought he was giving me a compliment, but nigga, you're really giving me a backhanded compliment. So yeah, Marley, a lot of people don't think we're intelligent, bro.
Even us though don't even think that we're intelligent, because you even have some of us who challenges some of us because they look down.
That's why the arguments be so heavy on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, a lot of us over here, not over here, but a lot of us don't even respect each other's intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I've had less white people, bro, like white people, because the person who told me this, he wasn't white. I have had less white people, right? Like argue with me and an intellectual conversation as in trying to prove me wrong. Like I would have more white people would sit down. Like one thing with white people, once they see that you are intelligent, they already know, like, yo, this nigga's smart. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's no denying it. They already know that this nigga right here, or this chick right here, she's smart. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes, like, with us, it's just like, nah, there's no way that we could be that smart. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what Psycho gotta be saying is not true. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like a lot of us look down on each other when it comes to intellectual. When we get in front of white people, it like we change. Like we don't want to debate with them a lot of the time. I'm not saying us over here on the panel, but they not. A lot of black people won't challenge their intellect. They wouldn't challenge it. Not saying nobody here on this panel. I know nobody on the panel over here is like that. But I'm talking about your regular, everyday person. That's how they see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had more white people sit down and listen to me speak than actual black people that, you know what I'm saying, as far as they're trying to challenge me.
I be cooking white people up on here.
Yeah.
But see, we do cook white people, Psycho, but the white people be respectful, man.
Yeah,
like when you did that debate with those white people, they were respectful of you. They didn't curse at you. They didn't. Like I've been to JB Gunner's channel.
It depends on the white people, just like it depends on the black people.
That's because I got a that's because the motherfuckers who ran that motherfucking show, I got a reputation. Like they know, like they actually was expecting me to crash out on that motherfucker. They really was expecting me to crash out on that motherfucker. But they know I got a reputation. They not going to talk shit. They gonna leave.
It just depends on the person, though, Arthur. That crosses color lines right there.
Nah, but I see what Aaron's saying and Arthur's saying too. It could go both ways, but I understand exactly what Arthur's talking about. I know exactly what Arthur. I ain't gonna sit up here and that, but I do be getting that energy, bro. But then when the white person come around, they would not even challenge them in that way. They wouldn't even challenge them.
Oh, I thought he was saying the opposite. Like black white people won't challenge black people. They won't. You get what I'm saying?
No. They'll challenge us. I'm saying they're not.
White people try to challenge us all the time.
It's just not as contentious. What I'm saying.
See that you an intelligent nigga.
Yeah. It's
very few will come to like my platform and try to have a serious conversation. Most of them, they come over here, they just trolling or trying to do something stupid, porn bomb, do some weird shit. But for the most part, like most motherfuckers will not come over here with trying to have a serious intellectual sparring session. They just don't do it. I'll go to their platform, they motherfuckers lose their mind.
What I'm saying is when I go to their platform, I'm treated with way more respect than I am when I go to a black platform. I'm sorry. That's just my experience. Now you're right. It sometimes it depends on the person, but I've been to a lot of white platforms, like especially like year before last, especially when RBR was alive, and we used to really be over there. And a lot of the white people used to be like, "Well, Arthur, come debate us over here," and I'll go there, and I get treated way more respectful there, and they totally disagree with everything that I'm saying, 100%, right? But I've never been called nigger. Like I've been called nigger by whites on the black channels, right? Like if I'm at Mo and a motherfucker get mad at Mo channel and he'll lose it, or RBR. But like if I'm invited to go somewhere to another white channel, those people don't treat me with disrespect. Now on these black channels, you get the incels, you get the manosphere niggas, you get the pseudo niggas, you get the know nothing ass niggas that come on Psycho panel and want to be smart 3 o'clock in the morning, don't know what the fuck they talking about, curse you out, then come back an hour later and be like, "Oh shit, you were right, my bad, I didn't know, I thought it was justice, this, that, and the third." Like that shit don't really happen a lot when you go.
Art, you be doing the same shit, though.
But I be right though, Aaron. That's the difference. I be right. It don't,
bro. You will come back, bro, and be like, "I was wrong. I done heard you before, bro. You do the same thing, bro."
Nah, bro, I don't do the same thing. No, I don't. I don't do the same thing.
I can't picture Uncle coming back saying that he wrong, even if he was wrong.
No, I didn't heard him literally come back. No, he just said he was wrong, but then twisted it back around to say he was right. Like
not so much to twist it to say that I'm right. It's never to say that I'm right. It's just to say in the context of how I was saying it, this is what I meant. Like
that's
I
exactly
get the
what he
greater
do.
understanding of what y'all saying, but in the context of what I'm saying, this is the point I'm trying to make.
That's exactly what he'll do.
I hear a lot.
You 100% right.
Out of context.
You 100% right. That's exactly what you do.
Yeah, that's what happens over here a lot. But last couple weeks it's been kind of cool. We've been having great conversations going for hours. You know, you still get the little contentious here and there because motherfuckers feel how they feel about certain shit. But I just think it's more prevalent in the black spaces where you get disrespected and treated like you are know nothing, even if what you're saying is 100% correct. But if a person totally disagrees with it or they're not aligned with that cultural idea, they'll just try to bemoan it and demean you and do all kind of other fuck shit instead of just acknowledging, all right, yeah, I'm maybe not too aware of that, or you know, I just don't believe in that philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to believe in it. You don't have to, you know, subject yourself to it. But at the same time, if it's the reality on the ground, it's the reality on the ground.
That's definitely facts.
So what's your opinion about that Sarah McBride situation?
I'm lost. Who is that, bro? I'm sorry. I'm lost. You got to bring me up.
The transformer from Delaware, the House rep.
I mean, I mean, me and you know Delaware is a little state, very small state, very, very small state, very. It's not even a drive-through state, Psycho. Like, think about it.
No. You didn't hear what happened then. You didn't hear what happened.
No.
I got you. Give me 1 second. I got you.
I'm just saying, like, how she got in. Probably
it's real short. It's real short. Just pay attention.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply.
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America, please?
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. Mcbride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
I mean, he's right. He's right. No matter if she's a transformer or not, she's right. Like if the state of Delaware recognized her as a man, I mean, the dude is just being a dick, man, and the shit could have been avoided. Like, I just think that's just ignorance. I just think that's what we going in this country, like, where we just don't because we have a problem with it, we don't respect it, and we think that it's just okay to disrespect it. If you're not a transsexual and you're not attracted to transsexuals, I think that you shouldn't go out of your way to disrespect them. If you don't want nothing to do with them, don't deal with them, but don't go out of your way to disrespect them. Don't go out of your way to correct them for yourself, right? Like, that was disrespectful what that man just did. Whether you agree with it or not, that was disrespectful. It's no different than Trump calling fucking Canada the 51st state and calling the Prime Minister Trudeau Governor Trudeau. It's just outright.
I disagree.
I mean, you disagree because you have a cultural problem with trans people. That's why you disagree.
It doesn't even have it's not even about the lifestyle. It's about because you made the comparison about like Trump calling it the 51st state when actually it is not the 51st state, right? So the fair comparison would be him calling him or her would be like Trump calling Canada the 51st state, because that's actually not what Canada is, and like he is not a her. So
I mean, yeah, in your mind, in your world, in your understanding,
my mind,
yes, in this person's world, in this person's idea, this is who they are. They're transhuman, right? Like they've made the decision to transfer from one gender to another, to make the transition from one gender to another, and we can bemoan it all we want, but we can't change them, Psycho. We can't change how they identify.
I can't change their world of make believe, right? Like they alternative world that they created in their mind. I can't change whatever that world encompass, right? Pause. But I shouldn't have to play make believe with them, right? Like
like to me, like the whole term misgender to me is being misused, because to me calling that dude or her is me misgendering him.
All right, let me ask you this question. Do they have a process in this world where a person who was once one sex can have an operation and somewhat transition into another sex?
I don't believe they transition into another. They can mutilate their body to try to.
Well, whatever. Do they have a process where they mutilate their body and they give them the ability to have physical sensations if they were the opposite?
They still don't become.
I mean, all right, you can keep playing semantics and keep trying to drill down.
One second. Let me answer the question fully. I don't believe that operation.
We're not asking what you believe. We're not asking what you believe.
Wait. Allow me. I'm basing it around facts because I know. I'll say I know. Then I know that it does not change one gender to the other, because gender is based on reproductive organs and reproductive systems, and these people, even though they had the operation, they still can't reproduce naturally.
I said sexual orientation. I didn't say gender.
Sexual orientation, that's make believe right there.
Right. But do we have a situation in this country where they can play make believe, and in playing make believe, be acknowledged in their make believe position? Do that exist in this country?
Forced to play make believe.
Not whether or not you should be forced to do it. Does it exist in this country? The question is not whether you're
within the federal government. When Donald Trump got into office, he said within the federal government there's only.
He said there's only two genders. He didn't say sexual orientation. He said two genders. Right. Right. So
Arthur, you're going down the slippery slope, man.
Listen. This is the only thing that I'm trying to bring out. Right. That another human being can't personally be ignorant and disrespect another person because they have a problem with what that person is doing. That's what that person, what the other man was saying to him. Listen, I don't care if you don't like transgenders. I don't care. But the decorum of this building and the decorum of this institution, we're going to respect that duly elected person. You don't have to like what they did. That's all I'm saying. He didn't. He called them a man, bro. He called them a man.
He's a man, though.
Come on, y'all. What are y'all doing, man? He disrespected the man. Whether y'all agree with it or not, he disrespected
you just called him a man too.
I'm calling him a man because we're having this conversation. I called him a man because we're having this conversation. I called him a man because
you agree with him.
It's not that I agree with him. I don't agree with him. I don't agree with his ignorance. I don't agree with him taking it upon himself to be ignorant towards another human being because he doesn't like what that human being chose to be in life. And that's all it is. So let's be honest here.
Want to play the game
but you don't have to play the game. You can ignore that person and not deal with them at all. You don't have to play the game.
He has to deal with him. He has to acknowledge him.
All he had to do was say, hey, all he had to do was say the congressperson from Delaware.
Do they not say gentlemen and gentleladies?
No, all he had to do was say, listen, this is how simple it is. This is how simple it is, Psycho. All he had to do was say the congressperson from Delaware. He didn't have to say congresswoman. He didn't have to say congressman. He just said congressperson.
He could have.
Right, so he went out of his way to disrespect him. He went out of his way to do that.
How do you know that? How do you know he doesn't always reference everybody like that? I don't know if he references.
Come on, Psycho, man. Now you're giving him an out.
I don't know. No
one says congressperson.
Buddha.
No one says congressperson. Whoever says congressperson in politics.
They say gentlemen.
A lot of people say congressperson. It's like you know that y'all don't watch any, especially you, Marley. You're not a political person, so of course you're gonna say something like that. A lot of people call him congressperson. A lot of people.
Hey, like,
this is about you. See, you guys play cultural wars with white people. Like that's what me and Bob be talking about. Like you guys play cultural wars with the whites.
Arthur,
right?
So I got a question. Arthur, real quick, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What at what extreme does this end, right? If a person can identify as a woman, then can a person identify as a different age?
Well, no, because
age,
we have
age is more. Age is hold on. Let me just get two seconds. Age is more. What's the right word?
I got you. A stoic thing, a changing thing, an interchanging thing. I got you. Well, this is why, Aaron. This is why I say it's two different things, right? Because homosexuality exists within the animal kingdom, right? Like, we're not the only species where you find homosexuality, right? So it's something that's already present in nature. So whether we like it or agree with it or not is our personal choice, right? But our personal choice can't be the arbiter of someone else feeling like this is who they want to be and what they want to do.
Okay,
right?
but so does hold on, but if you want to use that, so does pedophilia. We don't, of course, we don't call it that for animals.
Pedophilia has a criminal element in it because you're exploiting young people. You're taking advantage of smaller, younger people, right? Who don't have a physical or chronological ability to defend themselves against your pedophilia aggression. Right, where homosexuality is not necessarily seen as criminal, and it's not a predatorial thing like pedophilia. Pedophilia is predatorial.
Incest, it ain't criminal, it's in the animal world.
But incest is not criminal everywhere. It seems like pedophilia is not criminal everywhere. You have some places where grown men can marry 10-year-old kids. Like, pedophilia is not a wrong across the board, right? So it goes to that saying that right or wrong is only arbitrary to where you're at, right? Like,
no,
I can agree wrong.
I can agree with that, but my point is, if a person, that's the whole problem with this Nambula shit, man boy love affection shit that's going on. If a person can get past the hurdle of saying, okay, a man can transition to a woman, the next argument is going to obviously be age. How can you define age?
Well, I think because age is based on your 360 degree circle around the 365 degree circle around the earth, right? Like, your age is based on your birth. Your age is an intimate time thing. It's a relationship that you're having with time, and you know what I'm saying, in existence and shit, right? So you can't really change that because you're here, you're present. So if you're present and you're alive and all the cells are beating in your body, you're gonna chronologically go with the movement of the earth. Right, so you can't separate that if you wanted to.
Like the 5% of shit off it.
Yeah, my point, Arthur.
How is it 5% of shit? You exist, right? Hold on.
Biology.
Hold on. I got you.
Biology is more tangible, not tangible.
No, because you die. Time, the earth, you'll be dead, and the earth is still spinning. So biology is not more tangible than living, than time, because you die. And time and the shit will still be going.
Nah, but hold on. But there is
Marley's still gonna be here with his fucked up laugh on the panel.
But age can't. Age literally.
Hold on. But I got this, Aaron. But even in psychological studies, right? Going back to what I was talking about developmental earlier. In psychological studies, they have studies on this about the human development of the child's brain into adulthood and things like that, and how much information that they can process and the comprehension. So there's studies on that can argue against even trying to put what you're saying, make that subjective when it comes to age.
Yeah,
I don't get what you're saying. How does that correlate?
Because
your brain developing and things of that nature. How does yes, that comes with age. You can have developmental delays. You could be 12 years old and function as a 9-year-old.
Gender though? With your gender though, dog?
What are you talking about? What do you mean with my gender? What are you talking about?
Not your gender per se. Not your gender per se. I'm saying not your gender, not you, Arthur. I'm saying somebody How can somebody be confused that long about their gender is what I'm saying.
I don't think they're necessarily confused. I think we just live in a society that's not always apt to deal with people who have questions of their gender, no matter how young or old they are. A lot of people talk about being in the closet and all that shit, and feeling this way since they was 4 and 5 years old and just couldn't really say anything because it wasn't accepted. A lot of gay people tell that story. A lot of gay people say they go for years and Like Jay-Z mom went till she was in her 50s before she acknowledged that this is how she's more attracted to men. I mean, to women than
That's
she is to
sexual
men.
attraction. I'm talking about like
You talking about changing your sex?
Yeah,
But they're changing it. They're changing it. They're changing it based on how they feel. They're changing it based about how they feel.
Hold on, I got this, y'all.
internally.
So hold on.
What you mean you got? What you got, Marley? What you got? What are you trying to get? Like, I got this. Let me jump in. What are you trying to get? I'm lost. Like, what do you? I got this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What you got?
This nigga
like, I got. Hold on, y'all. Tag me in. Come off the top rope on this nigga.
Yo, this nigga's stupid. Nah, but for real though. It is, but for real though, when it comes to even in that sense, right? Like you said, I agree with what Arthur said. Is people from a young age, but but these people also, not to forget that they have had experiences from a young age that has been gone unresolved, right? Unresolved. So what happens is that because they're normalizing homosexuality now, people are being diagnosed with gender dysphoria and things like that, or they just normalizing it to the point where they'll be like, well, these people are suffering from depression or whatever they're going through because they've been being mistreated from their sexual orientation. So I agree with what you said, but I also to add into there's people, they do have, it's like some of them got some of them from even when I hear in therapy, like some of them they was like raped. Like, you know what I'm saying, from a young age and stuff.
Right. So the only thing that you're admitting is that there's different things or different dynamics that create this populace. That it ain't just, sometimes it's not natural. Sometimes it be traumatic events. Right. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are trying to be the gatekeepers of humanity, right? By saying that this particular part of humanity that you find disgusting and revolting and just get them the fuck away from me.
Nobody said they found it disgusting and revolting. I'll be transparent. I'll be I'm gonna be transparent and say yes, I do find that lifestyle disgusting and nasty and everything. But this isn't about the lifestyle though, right? This is about this is about the confusion, right? This is about.
But it's confusion to you. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're the one who thinks it's
confusing to me. I know what they are. They confused.
Right, but no, you're the one. No, you're the one that's saying they're confused. You're the one telling them, in your mind, in your estimation, in your personal estimation.
Arthur, they are what they was born as. What we talking about right now?
Okay, for you, Psycho, for you. Because that's how you feel.
Arthur, just a few years ago, it was literally in the books as
society.
illness.
Y'all can't accept that other people are gonna make choices. That's not your choice.
Arthur, bro,
that's your problem.
Just a few years ago, that was
tell
literally
other people what to choose.
They the one trying to change the pronouns.
You are,
Arthur,
because you're sitting here saying that the people who are like that are confused based on your saying they're confused.
Yes, Arthur, a few years ago, bro, that was literally.
I got this.
Hey, Marley, am I tripping or not? But was that ever diagnosed as like a mental illness at one point in time?
No, it's called gender dysphoria, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Are trying to, but into that's for the transgender thing, though. Really,
that's all me and Psycho is speaking to. We ain't speaking on no homosexuality.
However, this is not something this is objective, right? There's a male and a female. It's objective. There's no subjectivity in there, right? Where it's about what you think or an opinion. No, biology says that you're a man, and biology says that you're a female. That's it. So it's not
but
about.
This is about people's personal choices, Marley. That's what we have to understand. See, what we're doing is we're putting the principles of science, biology, gender. We're putting those things at the forefront of it, and what we're excluding.
So do
from
I gotta
it
put
is,
my personal choice?
Y'all gotta let me finish. Gentlemen, I let y'all express yourselves clearly. What I'm saying to y'all is, this boils down to personal choices. These people are choosing to live these lives, and it may be counter to what you choose, and it may be fucking just like terrible to you. Like, why would you choose to be that and then bring that into the greater culture, right? Because that's what you guys are saying. You guys are saying that these individuals that are making this choice now wants acceptance and now wants to matriculate those choices and that lifestyle into our greater society. and have an influence, which y'all think
No,
will be
we're
a
saying they
detrimental
confused.
influence.
Nah, hold
Whether
on.
whether you feel as though confused or not, you don't want them to bring that confusion to the forefront. That's what you're saying.
Let me just explain something real quick, right? There's things in life, right, where we cannot just always bring our own personal opinions in things, because you want to know why? It's going to be selfish, right? Like, for example, objective things. That we're talking about personal things. I understand you're saying it's their personal choice, but okay, you want to do that, but the whole world don't have to accept it, because objectively, you're a woman or a man that wants to claim to be the opposite of what you are, and because you're not that objectively, you want to make it subjective now based off of your own person. No, it can't work like that, and you want the world to accept it. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying you want 1 and 1 to be 3, and you see 3 in your way and your own personal way, and now you want the whole world to see 1 and 1 is 3. No, it's 2. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can, and they can't.
The only part of the world that see it is this part. The rest of the world, like, this is the thing. These behaviors manifest themselves in all parts of the world, every inch, every iota of the world. But again, it just comes down to cultural appropriation, well, cultural acceptance, right? And culturally, you guys don't accept it. So what you guys are fighting is a cultural war, because you're saying, hey, this particular culture over here of transgenderness and confusion of gender and sexuality.
The culture war be more about the LGBT. I would agree.
But that is a part of the LGBT.
When it comes to the trans thing, that's a science.
But that
war.
is, what did you say? LGBT.
I'm biology right there.
But you said LGBT, right? LGBT. What does the T stand for?
Yeah, that's what. And I always said the T's is what's fucking it up for them.
Whether it's fucking it up for them, but that's what the T stands for. So whether it's another war outside of the cultural war towards the 4 letters, and then you have an even.
But the T's, because the T's is trying to make it biological.
Regardless, see, this is the thing, Psycho. You keep getting stuck on what they're trying to make it. At the end of the day,
I just showed you an example.
I got you. But what I'm saying to you is, no matter what you feel, it's their choice. You don't have to live with their choice.
Yes, it's there. You know what? It's not against the law. Wait. It's not against the law for Sarah McBride to call himself Sarah McBride and identify as Sarah McBride. My point is, it's not the obligation is not on everybody else to identify Sarah McBride as a her.
Right.
It's not. But you don't gotta go out your way and disrespect me and call me a man just because you don't. Like, what you're saying is, I don't. Only thing you're saying is, I don't have to respect your choice. This is all you're saying. All you're saying is, I don't have to respect your choice. I don't have to respect that you made that choice. I don't have to respect that. That's what you're saying.
You don't. You don't have to.
And I get that. And I get that. So if you don't respect that choice, that means you're disrespecting that person. And that's why I said that gentleman, because this is what you're saying. I don't respect your choice. So if you ask me to call you this, I'm not calling you that because I don't respect that choice.
No,
that's what you're saying. It doesn't matter what Psycho think. You're not. You didn't birth that person. You didn't give Psycho. You didn't give life to that person. So Psycho don't get to determine how that person lives their life. So if you don't respect what they're saying or what they're doing, then you're disrespecting them.
What y'all do? What y'all doing is y'all trying to.
Don't say y'all. It's me, brother. It's me. Don't say y'all. It's me.
Well, people that make these arguments, I didn't want to just make it only about you, because a lot of people make these arguments. But and when they make these points, they kind of make it like they kind of equate it to like a name change, like, you know, like
that's not what I'm doing. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not making it that simple.
Well, you know, like I've heard people say stuff like, you know, like, well, Muhammad Ali changed his name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali, and everybody respected it, right? Everybody called Muhammad Ali. That's one thing, right? That's a name change, right? That is something you was not born with that name, right? Like you was named that. You like you somebody named you that, right? Like that was a choice, right? Like it wasn't a choice you made, but it was a choice somebody made, and they attached it to you, right? It wasn't something that you was born as, right? You wasn't born as Arthur. You was named Arthur. It was a choice, right?
Mama named Clay.
But you was born as a male.
I'm gonna call him Clay.
You was born as a male. That is what you was born as. That's biological. Right, like your name is not biological, so you can change that accordingly. It don't matter. People come up with nicknames all the time and shit like that. That's fine. But when you talk about biology, and that's what this stuff is attached to, then yes, I'm gonna call you by your correct biological term.
I'm gonna give y'all a new DSM label over here, right? Marley can help me out, right? I'm gonna call y'all the gatekeeper. Y'all suffer from gatekeeper syndrome. Like y'all are gatekeepers.
I'm gatekeeping gender.
Y'all gatekeeper. Y'all suffer from gatekeeper syndrome, right? But I get it, right? And that's why I'm calling it a cultural war, because it's based on culture. You grew up in a culture that's taught you that there's two genders, there's this, there's that, but there's just tradition. There's black, white,
That's
and black.
world
right?
culture, though.
I got you. Listen. I think what y'all are missing is I'm not being a devil's advocate. I'm just being objective. I'm not supporting the transgender shit. I'm just being objective and understanding that.
Subjective, nigga.
I'm being objective, because subjective mean I would ride with one side or the other. I'm not riding with either side.
No, that's being biased. That's being biased.
No, that's what subjective is. You're biased towards one point. Objectivity means that you. Subjective means you're biased. Look it up, brother. If you're subjective, that means that you're subjective to believing one side.
Subjective means flexible, like you know. Yeah, it could change this way or that way.
It doesn't necessarily have to be this way. Objective is like
kind of like the gray area.
Subjective
is the gray area.
Subjective is not the gray area. Subjective is more like saying I'm with this. This is why I choose. I'm subjective. So if a person says I'm subjective, that means I'm with this side. That's why I'm subjective. It's almost like saying I'm biased.
No, that's biased.
Look it up, brother. All you gotta do is look it up, good brother. All you gotta do is look it up. It's okay. Just look it up, and then you will see what objectivity means. That you're being open and you're being objective to both sides. You're not giving either side a coin in the flip. You're saying, hey, listen, I hear your side and I hear your side, and this is where I stand. That's what objectivity means.
That's being impartial.
That's what objectivity means, brother, to be impartial.
No, bro, you just said objectivity means 4 different words.
No, I didn't. No, a word can have different meanings, brother. Like if you look in a dictionary, a word can have several meanings. It's like, what are you saying?
1 + 1 is 2, and that's universal. Objectivity is universal.
No, it's all right. This is what I'm saying. You guys, I get what you guys are saying, but it's a cultural war. And what you're saying is, don't introduce your fantasy land into our culture because it's detrimental to the culture, because you're playing a fantasy game. You're playing a make-believe game. You're actually playing the Bible. Like you're bringing in characters. You're not really a woman. You're a man. And just because you feel like that in life doesn't mean you get to express that to us. I get it, but it's a cultural war because you're saying to that other person, hey, tradition, why don't you just be gay? Why do you gotta be a woman? Why? Like, so you're being a gatekeeper. You're saying, hey, we don't want that shit in our culture. That's what culture wars are for.
I'm just not. I just refuse to just play make believe with them. I mean, if they're gonna do whatever they do in their bedroom, whatever, I don't agree with that either. But it's whatever. But I ain't got.
But you don't have to comply. You don't have to call her a he.
When they doing anything. Whatever they doing in their bedroom doesn't
affect you, right? But this is the thing.
Whatever they do in their bedroom don't require me to play make believe. So I don't care.
Why do y'all get to determine what
they start coming out in public? And like you got a situation that just happened right there where he has to reference old boy and he wants him to reference him.
Come on, baby, gotta go.
Him, like, yeah, like I don't have a problem with him referencing him the correct way.
Right, because culturally you agree that person should be acknowledged based on gender. Like, and at the same time, you're ignoring the autonomy of that other person. You're ignoring it. You're saying, I don't give a fuck what you call yourself. I'm going to call you this.
That's what the other person's saying to me. I don't give a fuck what you believe in. You're going to call me what my delusion is.
Aaron, that's not what they're saying to you, because
that's
you don't
exactly
have to
what they
saying.
No,
bro, listen. The reason why it's not what they're saying to you is because you don't have to address them at all.
If he had to address him, bro. The video we just watched, he literally had to address him.
Everybody stop. The Transformer didn't say anything.
He didn't have to. He wasn't the one in charge. The one in George was the one
right. So what I'm saying, so the transformer didn't take offense. The transformer didn't take offense. So the transformer's not telling y'all to say anything. Y'all are wrong.
Right. But wait, Arthur. He has to let him know when it's his time to speak. You know how this shit works.
I get you. But what I'm saying is, in that instance, listen to what I'm saying, gentlemen.
Guys, I'm about to leave real quick.
In that instance, hold on real quick, Marley. In that instance,
I'm about to leave this real quick. It's not even culturally that is wrong, right? That is going to be wrong. It's even in science, bro. Like two of the
bro. Don't listen. Y'all arguing the wrong points, right? It's not it's wrong because y'all say it's wrong. Y'all saying it's wrong. This individual person who chose to live that lifestyle and who chose to make a transition from whether back to man or back to whatever, right? That person is not making that decision based on whether Marley or science says that it's right to do. It's making that decision. It's making that decision based on how they personally feel. Just how y'all making the decision to personally not be for it, right? Everybody has will and everybody has choices, right? So that person is choosing to be that. You guys don't have. You guys can choose not to deal with it. You guys don't have to engage in it. Nothing. Right? The conversation is based on a response from somebody else.
But we could be in a situation where it could, for whatever reason, I don't know.
And then you say that transgender, I don't follow those rules.
I don't know. It could be a situation where you might have to address one of these motherfuckers because they out here. And so, and in that situation, I shouldn't be forced to have to call him or her.
Bro, you know in Britain, bro, you can get sent to jail for that, bro.
For what?
For referring to a him as a her if it's not the, you know what I'm saying? If you misgender a transgender
are we to make law? Like there was laws for black people not to drink out of water fountains. Was it appropriate? Because there was a time where white people thought being around black people was just the worst thing in the world. Right? So the same way the transgenders feel, and the same, black people wouldn't, there was black congressmen who didn't get called men or women who got called monkey and all kind of shit, right? In government bodies and bodies of government and political.
We talk about just calling people that incorrect gender, though. That's all we talking about.
I'm saying, but the thing is, the transformer didn't take offense. The other guy did.
I would agree the transformer wasn't even really tripping.
He wasn't even paying attention to it. He didn't even give a
always
fuck.
Bugs me out. I mentioned that earlier. The allies of these people make noise than the actual people.
All right, Marley.
Right. Because the allies are doing it more to say, hey, respect people's choices. Where the person who's made the choice is saying, I don't give a fuck if you don't respect it or not. I'm going to be this anyway.
Well, nobody saying that like I said, it's not against the law. They can do whatever they want to do. People who don't want to play make believe shouldn't be forced to play make believe. I don't agree with that. I just don't agree.
But you're not forced to play make believe, Psycho. You don't have to say anything to that person. You don't have to deal with that person at all.
Hopefully, I don't have to deal with any person like that. But you never know. You never know what life has in store.
How do you know that, though, Arthur? One of us could be working with one.
Right.
When
that's
you
what I
have,
said.
all right,
don't
so
know what kind of
what's going to
situation
change when you have that one-on-one interaction? What's going to change? What's going to make this thing so hyperbolic and so apocalyptic?
All I'm saying is, if I call this motherfucker him and he wants to be called a her, I should be supposed to call him or her. That's all I'm saying.
And I shouldn't be fired for it. I shouldn't be ridiculed for it. I shouldn't be sent to prison for it. It should just be an understanding. All right, he don't accept my lifestyle. It is what it is.
Right. Okay, cool. But keep it, whatever.
Keep it pushing. I ain't put my hands on you. I ain't, you feel me, call you out your name or nothing. I just ain't refer to you as what you want me to refer to you as. Now, when you get personal and start throwing shots and shit, now that's different. You feel me? But I'm talking about just literally, bro, what he do, Psycho? He just said Mr.
Yeah, that's all he said was Mr. I never knew Mr. was an insult.
But y'all taking offense to the wrong person. the gender, the transformer, like I said, didn't say anything. So if you
I know
got
we know that it was the
have a
other
beef
guy.
with the motherfucker, have a beef with the motherfucker who corrected him, right? Because the transformer didn't correct him. The transformer was ready to go on with their speech, say whatever they had to say, keep going. The other dude was like, yo, because it's
I mean, I think that's kind of sort of the problem, really. It ain't really the transgenders who really
because
making
y'all
the
don't really
fuss.
like that, right? And I understand, right? But it's a fair comparison in the sense that once upon a time, this society seen us as a problem for hundreds and hundreds of years and tried to deny us our wholeness and all this and that based on cultural shit, based on racial shit, right? Now, and this is a whole different thing because it's gender, so it's not really race. But I think the overall message that these people are saying is we can't continue to like disrespect and be disrespectful to the marginalized groups or to groups that we don't find appealing to us. And that's basically what he's saying. Like, come on, man, you don't gotta disrespect him in here. That person was elected. People didn't care whether he was a transformer or not. They elected him here. Let's have some decorum. That's all that person was saying. And y'all taking it to a greater argument and saying, yeah, he's right. We don't gotta respect that. Like, y'all wrong. And
the only thing they gotta respect his time. They gotta respect his time on the mic, just like pause, just like everybody else. And this that he's getting treated just like everybody else. Just like everybody else is getting called by their
Psycho, he disrespected him, man. You're a highly intelligent being, Psycho.
He did nothing different than he did to
You're a
anybody
highly
else.
intelligent being, bro. He disrespected that.
He referenced the person by the proper gender.
He
and
disrespected that thing, man. He disrespected that thing. He disrespected that thing. And he set out to disrespect that thing. And he set out to be a man and to be masculine and to be like, fuck that. I'm going to call you. Your name is Paul. I'm going to call you Paul. It's just like what Aaron said. Your mama named you Clay. I'm gonna name you Clay. And that's American arrogance. Like us being close to white people. So now we're beginning to behave like them and find these groups that we want to have a problem with and we want to. So it just comes part and parcel with Americana. I'm not saying that you guys are wrong. I understand your position on biologically wise, physically wise, right? There's nothing I can say to deny what you guys are saying. But what I'm saying in the transition and the evolution of this nation and the evolution of this culture, there's gonna be some attachments to it. And one of the attachments is the homosexuality and the outsideness of other groups. It's just the fact of a growing.
I can't stop them from being in Congress if that's who the people want to vote for. The people spoke. I can't stop none of that. Like that, like all it is what it is when it comes to that stuff. I just don't think people should have to, because they're there now, they got to bow down to asking.
Nobody's asking anybody to bow down. What we're saying is,
I mean, that's literally bowing down, though.
No, it's not bowing down. If this person is saying, please identify me as that, why can't you have the respect and dignity to identify that person as such?
Because they don't want.
That's bowing down.
It's not.
I don't believe
down.
it.
It's respecting the wishes of somebody who made a transition in their life and saying, "This is who I am now. This is what I represent." Right? Like you're telling that person.
Bro, if a crackhead was to walk up to me,
if you don't respect it, cool. Then if you don't respect it, don't respect it. But don't tell other people to not tell people to respect it or advocate for people to respect it.
Bro, a nigga can't walk up. Listen though, Arthur, a nigga can't walk up to me, bro, and tell me, bro, he's a fucking cat, bro, and I'm looking at a grown fucking adult, bro, and expect me to respect him, bro. I can't. And if you expect me to respect you, now you disrespecting me. So we both just disrespect. We just all walking around disrespectful on both sides. Somebody got to budge, and I just don't think it should be the majority to budge on this instance. Not on any other instances, but on this instance, I don't think the majority should have to budge.
But it's not about the majority budging, Aaron. It's just your personal choice and opinion. Like, get what I'm saying? It's you're not wrong for how you stand, but at the same time, you have to acknowledge that what you're saying is, I'm not gonna respect that. I'm not rocking with that, and that's fine. But just acknowledge the operative word is respect and rocking with it. Just understand the operative words that describes your transaction with this person. I love you, baby. See you later. Have a great day in school. Be good, please.
I don't think.
See you at 3 o'clock or 3:15.
I think you can respectfully not call. I think you can respectfully
Respectfully
have a
disagree.
yeah, for sure,
Respectfully agree to disagree.
and present or talk to a transgender without crossing your own boundaries on your own reality, which means if a transgender wants to be called a Mrs. or a Mr., whether whichever gender they are or whatever name they go by, their new name, I feel like there's a way you can talk to one respectfully without budging on your own morals. That's
Right,
just how
but
you got.
nobody's
That's just dialogue.
and I agree with you 100%, right? I agree with you. But are we talking about dialogue or are we talking about nomenclature, right? Because it's a nomenclature, right? Like they want their nomenclature to be transsexual, right? They no longer want to be or transgender. They no longer want to be what they were birthed in this planet on this planet, right? So if you're having a conversation with them, I don't think that comes into play unless they're asking to address them by a particular sir, or a particular sir, or a particular label, or a particular yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir type of thing, right? And you can choose to not play that game based on, hey, listen, culturally, I don't rock with that. Philosophically, I don't rock with that. I understand biologically, you can't necessarily alter or change nature. So I'm going to just refrain from calling you a ma'am if you're a sir, or calling you a sir if you're a man. I can understand that. I have no problem with that.
That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, like, he ain't disrespect him. He ain't call him a fruitcake. He ain't call him a donut.
But he just
puncher.
went out of his way to call him a man because they didn't want to.
Hey, where do these names be coming from you old school?
He ain't called none of that wild stuff. He said Mister. That's all he said was Mister. And I mean,
he didn't call him Mister. He said the gentleman from
he said
Delaware.
Mister. No, he said Mister. He said Mr. McBride. He said the House rep from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
He said that. Okay. I thought he said the gentle.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't use the general joint this time. No, it was Mr. He said Mr. McBride. And that's what he.
I got y'all.
And to be honest with you, the only person that got misgendered was the dude. Was Keith. What's his name? Keith Self. Keith Self. That's dude's name. He the only one who got misgendered because after he said that, the Mcbride motherfucking dude sat up there and said queen. He called him a queen or some shit, or madam. That's what he called him. Madam Chairman. He said thank you, Madam Chairman. Like he threw a shot at him. And called him Madam Chairman. So the only person that got offended was him, because he's clearly not a madam.
Call who a Madam Chairwoman?
That's what McBride said after he said Mr. McBride. He turned around and said thank you, Madam Chairman. Like
right. So that was his way of taking a shot. Like motherfucker, I'm not like I could play this game too.
but he's the one who's actually misgendering somebody.
I understand that, but he's doing it because you did it to me. This is tit for tat now. So like now for y'all to play serious, like, well, if anybody's misgendering somebody,
that's my thing.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like y'all just playing this.
He didn't misgender him though.
Like y'all just playing this really huge gatekeeper game, man, and it's just. Like y'all got gatekeeperism, man.
Make sense out of all this stuff, man. And when we talk
y'all
about,
you can't make sense out of it.
We talk about like when we talk about the LB and the G. That's my opinion about a lifestyle, right? Like that's my subjective opinion about a lifestyle. That's not objective, right? That's not built on any facts. That's just my morality, my personal opinions, all that, right? But when we get to these goddamn T's. That shit is objective. That shit is based on biology. That shit is based on fact. Everything else, and people are trying to alter my reality when we're discussing these T's, and that should be.
They're not trying to alter your reality. They're only altering their reality. The only reason why you know anything about what they're doing is because you're engaged in social life. You're engaged in social life. If you wasn't engaged in social life to the level that you were, you probably wouldn't even engage these conversations. But your ability to
Well,
navigate
because of the
and
way
converse,
society is today, I
I
have
know,
to
but
engage
your
in
ability to navigate and converse in certain lanes gives you the ability to articulate on these positions. But you're culturally finding these positions unattainable, so it's a cultural war for you, and that's all I'm saying. There is nothing I can do to convince you otherwise, or try to get you to respect these people, which is really not my ambition in the first place. But it's just to say to you guys are fighting a culture war, and you're saying this particular culture, because it is a culture. Transgenderness is.
I agree that but I think the gay lifestyle is a culture. This transgender stuff
Really big, where
beyond
like
that.
it's a tourist attraction, right? Like you got, you know what I mean, you got some countries where the shit is literally, you got travel agents right now booking trips for people to go
but
and be
I think
part of that
the culture. See, again, the culture part is with the LBGs. That's what the culture part is.
But
now,
it's part of the transgender too.
But now the transgenders do fall under that cap, but they their own special group of people within.
That's what I'm saying. They're their own culture, but they still belong. But
they're the ones that are delusional. They're the ones that are delusional.
It's not delusional because it's just a form. It's an extreme form of homosexuality. That's what it is.
It's delusion. Like the LBGs, to me, they're nasty, right? To me, that's nasty. It's disgusting, like it's ill.
But it's
right? But that's, again, we talk about my subjective opinion. These goddamn teens is delusional, dog. These motherfuckers.
But you can say it's delusional, but you can say it's delusional, but it's an extreme form of homosexuality. Because at the end of the day, it's homosexuality.
It's the delusional part. That's my point. Yeah,
whether it's delusional, whether you're putting delusional
it ain't
on
all
it.
homosexuality,
but you're using delusional as a disqualifier. Let's be honest.
Arthur,
you're using
it
delusional
ain't
as a
all
disqualifier.
homosexuality either, though. It's women who transition.
It's homosexuality. It's extreme homosexuality.
Bro, it's women who transition into men who get with a man who then transition into a woman, and they together as a couple.
Homosexuality, bro.
That's not homosexuality.
That is delusion.
What are you talking about? That's homosexuality.
Did you hear what he just said, though, Arthur? Did you hear what he just said?
Yes, it's still homosexuality.
How? Homosexuality?
Fellas, if a gay woman, right?
No, the woman's not gay.
Listen. If a butch turns into a man, they was once a man, and he wants to have sex with a woman, that's homosexuality. What are y'all talking about? They're attracted. A woman that was born a woman is changing their physical.
But they didn't have the operation, though.
Listen, whether they had the operation or not, and they still want to date women, right? If they're a woman, they want to transition to a man to date.
Dating a woman.
All right. Let's keep it on the Mcbride. Let's keep it on the Mcbride thing.
They still have a baby.
What? You have gay women who have babies. You have gay dykes who have babies all the time. Doesn't change that they're homosexual.
No, that's not what I said, though, bro. I'm giving you an example.
Like, a man can't have a baby. A man
with a woman can, right?
No, what I'm saying to you, a man can't have a baby, right? So
a man and a woman can have a baby, right?
A man and a woman can have a baby,
right?
Right.
So if a girl turns into a dude, and then the dude turns into the woman, and they're together, they can't have a baby.
No.
Yes, they can.
I'm not talking about having the. I'm not talking about having the surgery.
I'm talking
about pre-op.
Right, without pre. But even if they have the baby, they're still gay. They're still homosexuals. Like, it doesn't change anything.
Well, how are they homosexual? They having sex
because a dyke can have a baby and she's still a homosexual.
Right, but is she really a homosexual? If
yes.
If her boyfriend, if her boyfriend is Mcbride, if her boyfriend is Mcbride, I don't know Mcbride. Her boyfriend is some tranny that got these stuff still and everything else, whatever the case may be, and that motherfucker is dating a butch lesbian. How?
Even if they have a baby, they're still both gay. Even if they have a baby, they still.
How are they gay though? But that's my thing. Like,
what are y'all
technically,
saying? Like, homosexuality doesn't go anywhere if you decide to have sex with your.
Gay is
with
having
your
sex with
opposite
the
sex.
same. Isn't gay having sex with the same gender?
Right, but if you have sex with the opposite sex, and then if you have sex with the opposite sex one time, but the other 99 times you're sleeping with the same sex, you're still gay. Just because you have sex with the opposite sex one time doesn't make you less gay.
In that scenario he just gave you, they're not sleeping with the same sex though, Arthur.
Right, but that doesn't change that they're homosexuals. Yes, they can still sleep with opposite sex. It doesn't change that they're homosexual.
How are they homosexual? They're not having
because
sex.
they still because they're choosing to be of the other sex. Right? And they're attracted, they're changing to be the other sex because they're attracted to the same sex. But they want to be in a more like for Mcbride. Mcbride wants to be with a man, but wants to be the woman of the relationship and not two men. Mcbride wants, like you said, Mcbride wants to play the part out to the folks. I really want to be Karen. I don't want to be
the house rep.
I don't want to be John being feminine. I want to be Karen. Get what I'm saying to you? Like, all they're doing is taking that position to the fullest. I don't want to be the woman I don't want to be the woman of the relationship while still being a man. I actually want to be a woman in the relationship. That's what they're saying to you. That's what their whole position is. If a dyke wants to be a man, she doesn't want to be a female that's playing the masculine role in the relationship. She really wants to be a man in the relationship.
But by definition, to be gay, you gotta have sex with the same gender.
Psycho, you guys, I don't know why you guys are playing this game of semantics. They're still gay. Like, I don't even understand why y'all trying to complex this out. They're still gay. Having sex with the other side, having sex with
one is in the masculine, one is in the masculine
does not take away your homosexuality.
One is in the masculine woman, the other one's in the feminine men. But they still in the man is still in the women, and the woman is still in the men.
That's not what there is. That's not what that is. They don't transform. No, they don't transform. They don't transform to be into other.
No, I'm talking about in the scenario he painted. I'm talking about in that scenario.
Right, but even in that scenario that he painted, they're still gay. It doesn't change anything that they chose to fuck with each other. They're still gay. It doesn't change anything.
That mean that they fucked up in the head. That's the whole point of the scenario.
They confused the motherfucker.
Listen, what they fuck, like, you guys are talking about whether they fucked up in the head, and neither one of you are psychologists to say whether they fucked up in it. You're saying people.
Arthur, we can't agree
they fucked up in the head. Y'all sound crazy as hell. Like, y'all saying that they fucked up in the head because y'all don't like their choice. Like, that's what, like you guys have to stop all this extremism. You guys are homophobes. Come on, man. You guys are too old to be homophobes, man. Too old,
Arthur,
man.
Like,
what you call it earlier, Arthur? You said
you got people in like, you guys aren't mature enough to have a conversation like this. Like, what are we talking about?
We gatekeeperism. What you say earlier?
You guys are gatekeeperism. You guys are definitely the king of the gatekeepers. That's for motherfucking sure. Like, nigga, let me see your racial card, nigga. 1%, you can't come in, nigga. Oh, no. Go borrow 9% from your cousin, come back, and we'll review your application. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're a transformer. Oh, you can't come in here. No. Not welcome to this carnival. Don't get your ass out. I mean, but I understand. Like, it's not that I don't understand where you're coming from culturally. I just think that you guys are trying to gatekeep autonomous beings. That's all.
I'm just trying to keep scientific terms accurate. That's all I'm trying to do.
When the fuck did we start using that word autonomous, bro, with people, bro?
But we are autonomous. You're not an autonomous being?
Yes, bro. I'm a being, bro, that can move, bro.
Right. Do you understand what autonomous being means?
Yeah. It's just, it's been commonly used in the past few years.
I think because I think it's been used because I think the present day culture has brushed up so close to people's independence and people's liberties and shit. And I think that's why the word autonomous being has become so useful. Because I think conversations like this, right? Where it's like autonomous beings is saying, hey, don't bring that shit over here, right? Where those autonomous beings are saying, I ain't necessarily bringing it over there, but I'm bringing my ass over there, right? And y'all like, nah, keep your ass over there with that shit, right? Because we might get sick from that shit. You might infect us all. Like it's not the same, but it's like y'all think that shit gonna rub off. Like if they touch you, like, oh, I got transgender. Oh, I need a shot.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying?
like, yeah, you're right. I do think they got the cooties. But,
thank you. Right, that's what I'm saying.
But that's irrelevant to my points, though. Like that's my personal opinions. Like I'm just trying to like the facts of the matter is like, yeah, these motherfuckers are what they was born as. Like, you know what I mean? Like they what they do in their bedrooms, all that nasty stuff. Like that's another conversation. I'm just saying, like I just don't like the whole like people trying to pressure people with this pronoun stuff. I don't like that. Somebody said gay residue. Oh man, this conversation is hilarious. Yeah, that's kind of how I view it, Daryl. Like kind of like the religious people, right? Like I don't agree with religion. I'm a whole atheist over here, like recovering anti-theist and shit. Like I am not a fan of religion at all. I got big issues with religion, but I you know, motherfuckers, do what y'all, whatever. If y'all want to believe that weird shit, go believe that weird shit all you want. But the church is over there. You know, like don't beat me to death with that silly shit because I don't want to hear it. Then go to church and go do your thing over there in church. Like that's, you know, I believe in freedom of religion. I just don't believe you should be trying to force feed your religion to everybody else. Church is over there. Go do your thing. Go do your worship. Do whatever it is that make you feel better. And that's kind of how I feel with this T stuff. Like you know, as well with the gay stuff, all that stuff. Like I don't agree with none of that stuff. But you know, it's a fruitless fight trying to end the shit. It's never going to end. I think it should be minimized. And I think the gender does need to be talked about because I do think they're trying to force feed this lifestyle onto people. And we need to minimize it as much as possible by enlightening our people on what the hell is really going on. But at the end of the day, y'all motherfuckers go over there and do whatever the fuck it is y'all doing and just do it over there. I don't need to be seeing all this shit. I don't be sitting up here feeling like I gotta shove my straightness all in your face. Pause. Right? Like I ain't gotta sit up here. I don't feel the need. Like I don't know. I'm not a public affectionate type dude any motherfucking way, but I don't feel the need to have to just sit up here and just be, you know, groping on a woman all in front of some fruitcakes and everything else, like groping or kissing on a woman, everything else. Like what are we doing? Like if I ain't doing all that with a straight woman, it's that third. I don't need to be seeing you doing that shit as a fucking fruitcake. Like do that shit behind closed doors where I ain't seeing that shit. It ain't affecting me in no kind of way. Like because I can't unsee things. What the fuck is this? Respect my pupils, motherfucker, and don't do this shit in my goddamn face. Pause. That's kind of just where I'm at with it. Basically, yes. Don't wear it like a t-shirt. Yes. I don't need to know all this stuff. Like I liked it better when motherfuckers just didn't wear it on their sleeve. Like motherfuckers would even know, right? Like you had the little feminized ass Negroes around and shit, like not around your circle, but like in the school or maybe in your neighborhood or some shit like that, or whatever the case may be. Like everybody in the neighborhood knew these motherfuckers were fruitcakes or kind of like something was a little bit off, right? They didn't wear that shit on their sleeve. You know, they probably always denied it when they was a kid or whatever, but you know, like it wasn't like in your face, right? Pause. Right, like you know, and I prefer it that way. Like, I don't need, you know what I mean? That I don't need to know. I'm on a need to know basis, and I don't need to know. So keep that shit to your motherfucking self. I preferred it when it was like that. I don't even know this nasty shit. Like leading with that shit with your sleeve. I don't like. That's like a billboard. Like, pause. Them up like these gays nowadays are just walking billboards. Just promoting this shit everywhere they go. Like, just promotion everywhere. Going out their way with that shit. And it's like, for what? I don't know. Like I said, that gender is real, and people need to just understand what's going on. There's a movement out here, and they're going after the youth. They're not going after old ass motherfuckers like me. My old head ass, I'm not the target, right? So I'm not even fighting for me or motherfuckers my age. I'm fighting for the young motherfuckers because I know who they going after, and I know what type of fucking society they trying to create. So I'm pushing back against that. Right, motherfucker like me, I'm stuck in my ways. They ain't gonna ever change me. But the young motherfuckers, they the targets, right? Like, so I never had these discussions centered around me, right? Like, again, they attacking the youth. This shit has been going on for quite some time. I kind of woke up to this shit with my seat. That's when I started noticing things that I never really paid attention to. I never really understood how, I never really realized how gay a lot of that shit was that we watched when we was fucking kids. We watched some fruity ass shit and didn't realize how fruity that shit was. Why is Bugs Bunny kissing grown ass fucking men in the mouth? Long kisses too in the mouth. What is this fruity ass shit? You know, he always dressing up in dresses and everything else, this, that, and the third. Like, this stuff was like being normalized to us with kids, right? Like, I ain't never peeped that shit till I had a kid, right? And then what really brought my attention to all of it was the Teletubby situation. The whole Teletubby pushback shit, pause, and everything else. My seed was watching this Teletubby shit, and I saw it on news one day. I thought everything was okay with the Teletubby shit. Come to find out, this news shit, these motherfuckers like, yeah, they got a gay Teletubby. And they started showing the motherfucker with the purse and all this other shit and everything else. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck is this? Wait, one of these motherfuckers is gay? And that's when I really started paying attention to the shit that these motherfucking kids is being indoctrinated with. And then I started thinking, you know, in hindsight, started looking at those old cartoons, and while I'm watching them, I'm noticing things. I'm like, man, we really got our head pumped with some bullshit. Like, you know, like you start, yeah.
But that's where our whole conservatism come from, Psycho. That was the point I was making when me was having this conversation years ago about the true identity of Republican conservatism. It's been stolen from us. We're not with all this shit. We're not with all that homosexual shit. We're not culturally as a people. We're not with that shit. We're very conservative. Even if that thing exists within our community, we try to keep it conserved. We try to keep it in the back. Keep that shit in the back. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing that I'm trying to say. Like, the people that's pushing this on us is the people that's running this rules, like to get us to, like, we elected a motherfucker who the worst motherfucker in the world because we think he's gonna fight transgender and all this, that, and the third. And these are the motherfuckers who's introducing the shit. Like, it's the rules to me. Like, it's the rules. The same people that's complaining about it is the same motherfuckers you see in hotel rooms getting caught and shit like that. It's just the rules, man. It's a continuation of the culture wars to continue doing whatever they're doing. And they always find some marginalized group or some group to kind of put the light on to distract everybody.
You really don't think it's an agenda out here?
I think it's agenda, but the agenda is being ran by the people that want you to join their sides to get rid of it. Just like immigration, right? Like immigration is bad, but the people who are propagating immigration are the business owners that help get this motherfucker elected. And now look, he ain't doing no mass deportation. That shit was a bunch of rules. It was a ruse to say, all right, I'm gonna make it look like I'm going to get the migrants, right? And then when it settled down, then y'all can hire them all back. And then once I get all
this is bigger than left versus right, though. Like, it's
not bigger than left versus right because it is left versus right. Because your whole premise is based on right.
No, I had this premise. I've always felt this way, Arthur. Like
I know you always felt this way, but how is
I never thought this shit was cool. Like,
but how is playing itself out in American society?
Come up with this to be
how
like,
is playing itself out in American society is playing itself out in left and right situations, bro. It's not
it
playing
just
itself
don't
out
happen to
as
fall that way, but I'm not viewing it from that way because that's
maybe you're not viewing it that way, but how it's playing itself.
That's not how I was introduced to this.
Right,
to this
but
issue.
right. See, the thing is, Psycho, you keep talking about your individual, intimate relationship with the whole notion. I'm talking about how it's playing itself out as a culture war in our greater society. And it's playing itself out as a culture war in our greater society based on right, left. It's not based on individuals. It's not based on an intimate relationship.
Wouldn't you agree that like the Gaza and Palestine, isn't that bigger than right versus left?
No, because it's right versus left. Because the right wants Israel to get rid of them, and the left wants the Palestinians to have a two-state
the left
solution.
want the same thing.
No, they don't. The left wants the two-state solution, and for you to say that, come on, bro, that's not true.
They both want Israel to win. They both want.
No, they
Israel
don't.
to win.
The left don't want Israel to win, and for you to propagate that is wrong, bro.
Yes, they
it's
do.
wrong.
Both
it's
sides
super
want them to
duper
win.
wrong. That's
Both
wrong,
sides want them to
Psycho.
win.
That's wrong. That's
Both
so
sides want them to
wrong.
win.
Far leftists fight very hard for Palestinian
Neither side
rights.
got the nuts to go against Israel.
Bro,
Neither side got the nuts to go against Israel.
It's not about whether they have the nuts, but the majority of the people in the Democratic Party want there to be a two-state.
You can show me maybe two handfuls full of
bro, the majority
that will stand up for Palestine. The rest of them motherfuckers all on Israel.
That's not true, bro. The majority of Democrats in the Democratic Party wants there to be a two-state solution to Palestine. Let me finish, bro. Please, can I just finish, please? What the executive order and what a few senators might want, that's 40-something people. But the rest of the people, the majority of the party, want there to be a two-state solution. Of course, the executive is going to feel that way because we have to look at what the executive position is when it comes to the state of Israel. The state of Israel is a proxy army that we use to fight our wars and to pay attention to what's going on in that part of the world.
Neither side is going
But that's our executive. But that's our executive branch. That's
I
not
do gotta agree, though. You might find a handful of Democrats that are, open to Palestine getting the upper hand, but overwhelmingly the Chuck Schumers, all the old guard of the Democrats,
you guys are talking about 40 people
just having Israel win.
But you're talking about 40 people. You're talking about at the most 40 people. The other 3 million are not with that. You guys are talking about 40 federal elected officials. You're not talking about the macro of the Democratic Party. You're talking about 40 people in the judicial, in the legislative branch, and 1 and 2 people in the executive branch. That's 42 people. You're not talking about millions of people. So those 42 people are not a representation of the whole entire Democratic Party. They're not.
But that's what they're designed to be. Outside a handful of some House reps, 2 handfuls, I give you. Of some House reps, you're not gonna find no Democrats standing up for Palestine.
That's not true, bro. That's not true. Y'all are wrong on that, fellas. Y'all are wrong. Y'all are wrong. Y'all are wrong. Y'all are wrong. The majority far left.
This is a Zionist country.
I get it, but that's based on whiteness. I get it. That's based on whiteness, but that's based on white eliteness. That's not based on common people. That's based on the people y'all talking about are the white elites, whether they're the political elites, the media elites, or the corporate elites. But the everyday people that's on a Democratic side, they looking for a two-state solution. They're looking. If it wasn't for the majority of the people on the Palestinian issue, probably wouldn't even be talked about. They probably would have been wiped the fuck out. But the fact that there is a few, the left within the body politic that can still have a platform and speak, right? Like, think about all the Republicans or all the fucking people in Michigan that voted for Trump because they thought that the Democrats wasn't dealing with the Palestinian shit. Now how they feel.
Well,
now how they look.
How come none of those Democrats stood up in Netanyahu when he was up here popping off talking about?
They do stand up to him. They do say shit about Netanyahu. Like, what are they supposed to say in the sense of him speaking at the UN or him speaking at the Senate? Like, who was going to check him? Psycho, what were they supposed to check him and say? What's checking him, Psycho? What are they supposed to check him? What are they supposed to say?
Nobody stood up with the cane. Nobody had no pink shirts on.
Because he's not the leader of our country. Because he's not the leader of our country.
Nobody had no Palestinian flag. Wait. I remember.
Giving a straw man argument. You want people to attack a leader of another country, and he's not our leader.
Let me finish. I'll get right back to you. The paddles that they held up the other day, that ain't the first time they held up those paddles. The first person I saw held up paddles was Corey Bush.
Psycho.
Let me finish. The first person I saw hold up paddles in that party, what you call it, last year, was Corey Bush. And right after she held up those paddles, saying stop sending bombs, X, Y, and Z, standing up for Palestine, they ran against her and they got her ass up out of office. That's what the Democrats did. They got the one person that was actually out there bold enough to at least put up a sign like they did the other day. Most motherfuckers wasn't even doing that, and they got her ass up out of there for doing it. And them motherfuckers did not do that shit when Netanyahu was there. With no signs, wasn't no protests, no nothing. Them Democrats was quiet.
Bro, what are you talking about? You want people to perform and be performative for a motherfucker that's not even the leader of our country. Right? Like, a motherfucker, come on, bro, you said let you finish, right? I let you finish. Y'all never let me finish. Y'all said let you finish. I let y'all finish. This is what I'm saying to you, right? You guys are these straw man arguments where you guys want the same thing done to Trump to do it to Netanyahu. Netanyahu is not the president of our country. He's not. He's the leader of an allied country. At the end of the day, Israel is still our ally. The whole representation of Israel is not based on Netanyahu. There are some liberals in Israel. There are some non-ultra right-wingers in Israel that America does business with and America does things politically with and does things socially with. Like, the whole consumption of Israel is not based on Netanyahu. Right? Like, so to say, well, when Netanyahu came here, why didn't nobody stand up and talk shit to him based on what he's doing to the past? Because that shit been going on forever. Nobody said anything to Yasser Arafat. I mean, nobody said anything to...
No, it was mainly because he was not just that, because he was also popping off, demanding that they send him more bombs. Pretty much saying, yo, listen, y'all gonna get on y'all grind. Y'all gonna have to help me in this war, and I demand that y'all give me more weapons. Give me more shit.
But that's our ally speaking to us about being a proxy. What are y'all talking about? Like,
when we go back,
that's
when we
not
go
a
back
position.
to
Hold on, Will, hold on. That's not a position where in a position where he's coming to say, hey, I need and him asking for weapons is just not about the Palestinians. It's about Iran. It's about Hezbollah. It's about Beirut.
It's not about Ukraine was asking. Netanyahu was demanding.
Same difference, but it's two different battles, two different things. It's two different things. That's what I'm saying. It's two different things.
Right. I'm just saying how they both.
Israel has been our ally. Listen, Psycho.
They both going through wars. Wait. They both going through wars. They both was asking for the same thing. Netanyahu's making demands. Which would call from the Ukraine was over here, had to kiss ass.
Because
you better kiss my ass. It was like, you better say thank you.
Who did that? Wait, who did that? Trump did that. Netanyahu, listen, like, y'all play this game like I don't pay attention to life. Netanyahu did that during Biden's administration. He didn't do that shit during Trump's administration.
And none of the Democrats
and he did it as a snub to Biden. He didn't do it because he got balls. He did it because I don't fuck with Biden, and Biden don't fuck with me.
Say something. That's what I'm saying. Like,
what are y'all talking about? Hold on, let me just get back to this.
So I wanted to make a point though about why Biden gets involved. Hold on. I wanted to make a point about how Biden gets involved. If you look at U.S. policy towards that whole conflict, right? The point where you see a divergence is with Obama. Obama was the first time that any Democrat really said, all right, we're going to consider not just blindly supporting y'all. So I do agree that both sides, Republicans and Democrats, were in support of Israel. And this is why Bibi is banging on Biden till this day, because it comes from that, in his mind, the same mindset that caused America to start to deviate from us in the first place. But that start was.
Yeah, I'm lost on the whole reliving whether or not Israel is an ally. Like the reason why Israel, the Bibi Netanyahu did what he did, because he understands that there's a level of apprehension and continuously to provide him things. That's why it came like that. He came talking slick because he knew there's grumblers in the back that motherfuckers don't want to support what he's doing. And they've been our ally for damn near a century or more. Longer than a century, since the early 1900s, right? In comparison to Ukraine, who's just been our ally maybe 25 years. So there's going to be two different
supported them.
There's going to be two different presentations. Democrats and Republicans, like, you guys are playing a straw man argument because you guys always have conversations based on federalization, right? And what I mean by federalization is you guys are having this conversation based on federal officials who support Israel.
That's
federal elected officials who support Israel, right?
No,
and federal, and we support Israel because Israel is our ally. Is a long-term, long tenured ally.
Which only furthers my point.
How does it?
It's bigger than the parties.
It's bigger than the party. It's bigger than the party to an extent, because Bibi Netanyahu understands that most of his pushback and most of the things that he's suffering and not getting what he wants is coming from the Democratic Party. He understands that.
We gotta look. You know me. I keep it simple, right? You gotta understand. Bibi is from Queens, right? The leader of Israel that we talk about. This nigga grew up in Queens.
Netanyahu grew up in Queens? I didn't know that. Did he?
Yeah, he grew up in Queens.
Bibi grew up in Queens.
Yeah.
So when you look at where they get their leadership from, there's no question that we're allies. That's not even in question. The point is, it was a blind allyship. Like, everybody in America was right. There really was no voice of dissent until Barack came in the game and he was like, well, let's consider this and let's consider that. And then it got kind of weird. Other than that, the closest it was Bill Clinton with Arafat and Ariel Sharon. You see how that worked out. They smoked Ariel Sharon for even considering a two-state solution. So we gotta talk about how
who smoked Ariel Sharon. Who smoked him? Who smoked him?
Bibi's people did.
Right. So what are you saying? We didn't smoke them.
No,
Bibi's people smoked them because
my
they didn't want a two-state solution.
So hold on.
That's my
point.
This
is my point. When you say
that's my point.
Hold on. When you say that Bibi isn't a representation of the people, I'm telling you, on a leadership level, when they didn't agree with Bibi and when they were being too soft, them Jews smoked Ariel Sharon for that. That was Bibi people that did that.
Smoking.
Huh? I'm saying Ariel Sharon's wife directly blames things that Benjamin Netanyahu said for getting her husband killed. I'm telling you what his wife says. You know what I mean? So when you talk about all Israelis, all Jews aren't like that, and you talk about these moderate Jews, yes, they exist, but nah, he represents the party for a reason. They're moving in
what party does he represent? He doesn't represent.
He represents the Likud party,
which
right?
is a what? Which is a what? A far right party.
Conservative.
A far right conservative party, right? So it's no different than over here. Him representing that party is not a representation of the country. Trump represents the country. Is he a representation of all of us? No, he's a representation of MAGA. He's not even a representation of the Republican Party.
The masses.
But no, he's not.
Representation of the voting
No, he's
body.
not. He's not the representation of the masses. No, he's not. What?
How do you win an election? being the
percentile.
majority.
By a percentile. He's not. He doesn't have he had the majority by 1%. What about the
Man, he
people who
blew
didn't
that
vote?
girl out, man. Y'all keep telling that lie, but he blew that girl out.
He didn't blow her out. See, and that's your problem. That's your problem because a blowout to y'all is y'all don't even understand the percentiles. A blowout to y'all is she lost. He didn't blow her out. He didn't blow her out. A blowout is what Obama did to McCain.
Right?
A blowout
I
is
get
what
the
Obama did
but
to Romney. Those are blowouts.
Listen, I'm saying I've stayed up late at night on some elections to see how this turned out. I went to bed real early that one. It was a wrap.
Because
early.
he won the electoral college. That wasn't a blowout. He won those by 0.5% here.
And he won those
1% here.
states.
1%.
The point
1%. Listen,
the
man.
point is, though, he is a representation of America. To say
Right,
that,
but he's not the overall. He's not the. Everybody doesn't follow him. Everybody's not on Trump's team. The majority of the country is not on Trump's team.
And see, the second part is where I disagree. The majority.
The majority of the voting public is probably a small majority of the voting public. But
Even
what
when
about
it
the people
comes to
that vote?
things like immigration, right? You even find blacks in line with white conservatives saying, "Get them all
Because
up out
they're
of here."
uneducated.
Right?
Because they're uneducated.
Now
Because they're
I agree.
uneducated.
Now listen, Art. I agree with you on that, but I'm saying I can't deny that this is how the masses are thinking, right? So he does represent. He does represent the masses.
Move your car in front of my house. We want to park there. I live there.
Look, whether it's a wild hood nigga that got too much YouTube from NYCHA housing, or whether it's a redneck in Alabama, when it comes to that immigration, he represents a large portion of the populace. Some would say the majority.
One thing.
So he is a representation
but
of the
that's
people.
one thing. That's one micro sub. That's one sub column.
Right. Now I was just
that's not an overall thing. That's one sub column.
Nah, you're right
of
on
migration.
That. I was just trying to use the example to show that we can't bullshit with this. He does represent the people. He does. He represents what the people in their minds are pushing for. They're subscribing to his doctrine. And I say the same thing with Bibi. You know what I mean? 1 million dead Palestinians won't be worth a fingernail. That's how they feel. You know what I mean? So this is
you guys don't understand. You sound just like these white racist guys. And the whole thing of whatever we follow behind, whether it's immigration, whether it's homophobia or it's the LGBT community, it's just us taking on cultural wars of groups that we think are now encroaching on our shit, because that's all it basically boils down to. Like, this whole chat room is a bunch of Trump supporters pretending that they're not Trump supporters because they think Trump is going to get rid of the groups that they have a problem. Like, that's what all this is about. Like, you have an Afro talking about, well, he gave Ukraine too much money. Afro has no fucking idea about the Ukraine-Russian shit, right? He just thinks that a bunch of white people saying, I'm going to bring your tax dollars back, because he don't understand that his fucking tax dollars ain't going to Ukraine, ain't going to no fucking weapons. He's not smart enough to understand that. So he thinks that by listening to some white buffoon come on television and lie and tell y'all and fucking be fucking embarrassing and be just a fucking dumbass, dirtbag, dumb, stupid piece of disrespectful shit, talking crazy to another leader of a country, and it's just basically shaking him down on live television and saying either you get down or lay down, and these stupid dumb motherfuckers in the chat is saying, yeah, that's right, let's do it. Watching a white man fucking tell a motherfucker get down or lay down, and they supporting this fucking Nazi. So yeah, I don't take those people serious. I don't look at those people as informative people. I look at those people as pseudo white people trying to jump on the white man shit and say, oh yeah, the white man is starting to address people that encroach on us, which is a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. Because these people that encroaching on us is people that the white people integrated into our society and put in a line with us because they didn't want them over there with them. So what are we saying?
Nah, I'm not arguing with that. That portion I agree with, but I'm saying when you talk about these leaders don't represent the will of the people and what they want,
they don't. Donald Trump doesn't represent my will. He doesn't represent anything that I.
He's never gonna represent all. But I'm saying your will isn't in line with the will of the masses right now. That's why
it is in line with the masses, because the masses are standing up 48.9%. Look at the total that he won by. It was 49.1% versus 48 point something percent. He didn't even get 50% of the vote. So I'm not going to take that minuscule percentile that separates these two candidates and then say that this man has a mandate and is a representation of the masses. He's a representation of 49.1% of the American populace, which is not the majority.
Do the Republicans have the House and Senate right now? I don't
Yes.
even know.
No, they have the House and the Senate.
That's a mandate.
That's not a mandate.
That's a mandate.
How is that a mandate? How is that a mandate?
Yo, bro.
How is that a mandate? That's not a mandate.
It's the people.
So when they lose in the midterms, is that a mandate? That's a mandate? That's not a mandate.
If they lose the House and the Senate, yes.
But how is it a mandate?
That would be what we
but
call
they
a
already,
definitive mandate, right? If they lose,
they already had the Congress. They just didn't have the Senate. So they won the Senate and the White House. They already had the Congress.
That's a big deal.
Like, but they got the Congress by three. They got the Congress by 3 votes. It's 215 to 217.
Yo, all right, you keep trying to slim the margin.
I'm just showing you a mandate would be fucking a mandate would be that they just majority control. They don't have a majority control. They got 47-53 in the Senate, right? And then they got 217 to 215 in the fucking in the Congress. And I'm telling you, when the midterms come, the Republicans ain't gonna win shit. And it ain't even been 100 days. He's fucked up the country in less than 50 days. I want to hear all y'all crying about the recession like y'all did about Biden's inflation. I want to hear all that shit. I want to hear all that shit. I want to hear about the tanking of the stock market. I want to hear everything.
Listen, hold up. I would never claim that was Biden's inflation. I said from the gate, that was still Obama's inflation from the housing market.
That wasn't Obama's inflation because inflation has nothing to do with the housing market. And for you to be a Wall Street person, inflation is based on goods and services. Look it up. I've had this argument. I've had this argument 1,001 times with motherfuckers. 1,001, and I'm prepared to have it 1,002.
You're 100% wrong there.
I'm prepared to have it 1,002. I'm prepared to have it for 1,002. I'm prepared. We can have it.
Listen.
I've had people pull up what the definition of inflation is. I've pulled up on this channel, on Psycho's channel. I've pulled up articles. I've sourced up and pulled up articles where they said 60% of this present inflation is based on corporate greed and excess. On this channel.
Yo, all right. We are still damn near at record lows in terms of interest rates. That means people are pumping tons of money into the system. That is the primary factor.
I understand that inflation
we've been going through for the last 10 years.
I understand that inflation, but think about it. When you say that there's interest rates, right? And the interest rates are low, but where is that money going? Where's the people borrowing the money from? Where's the people? What sectors are the people borrowing the money?
It's going all through the economy.
No. In order for the interest rates being low means that they're low interest rates on borrowing money. So where are the people borrowing money?
They're borrowing money from the people,
are the people borrowing money to
They're
spend
borrowing money
what
from the
industries are
banks.
people borrowing money to
They're
spend
borrowing money from the banks, borrowing
Mhm.
money. So now, if I can borrow money from the Fed at 0.5%, I can't lose if I charge you 3.7% on your auto loan. Let alone
but the thing is,
hold on. Let alone 15% on your credit card. So now the game is so crazy. I'm making so much money hand over fist that I don't have to worry about psycho defaulting. I don't have to worry about true defaulting, right? As long as you pay your bill. I'm making so much money off you and the millions like you that are making their payments because I'm borrowing the money so low.
Right, but inflation is based on free money being in the system, right?
Correct.
So corporations inflate the prices to get all the free money that's out there. So yes, that's
hold
exactly
on,
what it is.
Hold on, that doesn't apply to the monetary policy, right? The monetary policy is based around, like you said, the free money in the market. So when you raise rates, right, it costs more to borrow, less people borrow.
So
and
less
then when
people
they do borrow,
right.
they give out the money less freely. So there's
Right, but
less money
that's a
in the
separate
system.
argument in the idea of inflation as it is in the idea of there being lower rates for people to lend money, as you said, so
But
that other people could say, hey, I'm making money hand over fist. Because long as my millionaires is
hold on,
paying, I don't
this
give
is
a
the
fuck
point.
if my 23% motherfuckers that I got on this credit card, like
All right,
I'll just fucking feed them to
all right.
death.
This is the point though, where you got to understand, if you want to understand the whole housing crisis thing. Like, things was so bad, banks was not gonna lend nobody money. They literally damn near gave these niggas money for free. Here, just keep giving it out. Just keep the system working, right? Municipalities couldn't borrow money to pay workers. So you talking about the sanitation man, you talking about the cops, the FDNY, right? Municipalities, cities couldn't borrow money to pay these people. So they had to do crazy ass shit that's gonna have an effect for decades. And taking money down to zero damn near to be lent out, that's an inflation problem like we've never seen. It's insane.
But
We had to literally give out
the
free money.
inflation that's not the inflation that's hurting the country. Like, I get what you're saying. The inflating that's hurting the country is goods and services. I get that idea, what you're talking about, but that's just the idea of monetary principle. And I get that. No one can dispute that. But what I'm saying with you, the inflation that we're seeing in our present day is not really based on income. What's the interest rates? It's based on one, when we had COVID and we had all that free money in the market, whether it was the stimulus packages, whether it was PPP loans, and then you fast forward when Biden came in, he did transportation bills, he did infrastructure bills, and this is free money, because what's happening is you have trillions and trillions of dollars that's coming into the economy that's based on goods and services. You're buying goods to build these bridges. People are providing services to build the bridges. You have to buy the steel, you have to buy the wood, you have to buy the concrete. These are all commodity driven things, right? So you have to create budgets that go with commodity driven things. So that's where the free money is coming in at. That's what I'm saying.
I do wanna point this out though. Stimulus and all that was literally a drop. The billions they gave out for stimulus was a drop in the bucket compared to the trillions it cost to save banks and the
right.
I got you,
but that's two different things.
Hold on. Like, it was a drop in the bucket. So I'm saying the effect on that, like, all you was really doing was giving taxpayers their money back.
No, you're not. You're not. See, y'all got to stop doing that. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what happens on here. We just give these broad, generalized statements that's not based in facts. You're not getting your tax money back. You know why you're not getting your tax money back? Because this money that was given for stimulus bills and things like that are paid for down the line by other generations of people. It's not based on your taxes. What about people who didn't pay taxes? Hold on, bro. Y'all gotta let me finish just once, man. Just once. What about the people who don't pay taxes or who got stimulus checks? Who don't pay into the tax lodges? Who got stimulus checks? They're not getting any tax things back. Those bills was activated to help people in a dark time have some income coming in. To supplement their income in a time where people probably losing their jobs, laid off, and things of that nature. It has nothing, whether it's equal to what was used to bail out the governments is one thing, but this was used to bail out the citizens who are not private industries, who don't have the bottom line that companies, that corporations
we
do.
know the purpose of it, right? But when they pass a federal stimulus bill, when they pass a stimulus package, they are using tax dollars.
Yes, they're using tax dollars, but that doesn't mean you're getting your tax dollars back.
It's being written into the budget that is fueled and funded.
But you don't know where. Everything is not based on tax dollars. Some things is based on revenue that the nation get back. That's everything is not based on tax dollars. This country does sell things. It does sell weapons. It does sell things. It does. It does. And some of the money that they appropriate in bills don't always come from the tax dollars. It doesn't.
I know that, yes, other elements are involved, but I'm talking about where the bulk of the money is coming from when they pass a federal bill. It's coming from tax
not
dollars.
present tax dollars. It's coming from future tax dollars because all bills are appropriated for future budgets. The debt on this budget will be paid down in 10 years. That's what I'm saying to you. I get what you're saying, but it's not the present people that's gonna foot the bill. That's the whole
I wouldn't
hubbub
argue that.
about what's going on.
I wouldn't
That's
argue
the
that.
whole hubbub. That's
I
the
wouldn't
whole
argue that,
shit.
but look, but then the conservative argument becomes saving you niggas is putting my children in a position where they're gonna be bankrupt.
Right. 1,000. I was about to say the same exact thing. Yes, that's what I mean by the whole hubbub. The
I
whole
agree with you
hubbub
on
is
that.
you niggas is going to hurt my grandbabies because they're going to have to foot this bill that we're signing right now to help you out, not knowing that nigga is helping y'all out way more than it's helping us out. So stop playing that game. All this shit that he think he's cutting to hurt us is hurting Nima and them. That shit ain't hurting us.
Yeah, true.
That's all I'm saying. I get what everybody's saying, but we're aligning ourselves with people who don't have the agenda that we think they have. Their agenda is to raid the motherfucking refrigerator. And they're doing a very good job of it because they're distracting people saying, oh, I ain't breaking in your refrigerator. I was just checking to see if you had the efficient refrigerator with the 7.8 light in the back and the 5.5 carburetor. That's all I was, because that's more efficient. So if you cut this one out, while the whole time they're in your backyard.
The Doge refrigerator is more power efficient.
Yes. And the whole time he's selling you on a Doge refrigerator, the nigga in the back taking all your chickens.
I get your point there, my brother. I definitely get it. Yeah. That monetary policy game is crazy, man.
I wish I understood it better, boy, because I would have been getting loans every motherfucker where I would have got the 50,000, I would have got the 25,000, stacked that, then got the 50,000, paid that off with the 25,000, then got the 100,000 and paid the 50,000 off with the 100,000, and then when everything looked good, let me get that 5 million, and I'm not giving anything back to anybody.
And
I'm
see,
out.
look, as a young nigga from Harlem, this was the real reason why I hated Charlie Rangel, because I'm learning government. And Charlie Rangel is the head of the Ways and Means Committee. That means you control the purse strings. You are that really handles the money. So when niggas say that no black man will be in control of this, no black man will be in control of that, I hear those things and know these niggas don't know the real history, right? Charlie Rangel controlled the money. Ways and Means is the committee that really kind of has a final say on the budgets. So they have a lot of power. Republicans and Democrats come to them and bow down. Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee? What? Yeah. It's a nasty game, man. And it's going to be like that for another 3 years and what? 8 months. Shit, 3 years and 10 more months. My shit dropped off. Yo.
I mean,
Yo, Psycho, you seen, I wanted to ask Taz about it, because I know he not going to like that interview. You saw Umar's daughter and Tommy?
I keep hearing people talk about it, but I didn't watch it. You know, I can't even find it.
Hey, yo, yeah, that video, I'm going to drop the link. That interview was very, very nasty work. Extremely well played by Tommy, but that video was super duper nasty work, and it was so toxic, my nigga, that Tommy is defending Dr. Umar and using his daughter to prove all his talking points. It was nasty, bro.
Yeah, I heard people talking about it, but I couldn't find it. I went and looked. I couldn't find it. I don't know. I gotta try to find it. I guess I stayed out of the whole Umar thing, but Tommy, yeah, he's a weirdo for even doing that interview. He making situations worse.
The thing was, though, which made it even nastier, he didn't try to go do an interview with her. She wouldn't stop calling his live. And then she starts saying stuff like, but Tommy, we supposed to be in unison. I'm like, oh, I see what this is. Okay.
So he was live and she kept trying to get on his panel type shit?
Kept jumping on the panel, and the way she carried herself was a textbook example of Tommy Sotomayor's work. So it's nasty. He get to the point where he getting frustrated, calling her all types of dumb bitches and this, that, and the third. But he's still trying to tell her, yo, I want to crush your father and his doctrine, right? But if you the representation, I wouldn't want nothing to do with you either if I was your daddy. Like, it was nasty. It was nasty.
Hey, what up with the panel?
Pookie, what up?
What up with it, y'all?
Pookie, what it do? Pookie, what it do?
What up with it, Arthur, my brother from another?
No doubt, no doubt.
Oh, really? Hey, man, hey. Y'all talk about Tommy and Umar daughter and shit like that?
Yo,
yeah, I
interview
ain't
was
see that
nasty.
shit.
Yeah, I ain't see it either,
I'm gonna drop the joint.
I mean, but it's obvious what we know what Tommy was gonna do with some shit like that. Like, that's a gold mine for him and what he got going on. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Stupid.
When the
retarded.
world ends, it's gonna be three things left: crocodiles, roaches, and Tommy Sotomayor. God damn.
Well, damn. Hey, but look though, I clicked the link though, Psycho, because like shit, man, I really, you missed that, but Godfrey premiered the whole Lord Jamar versus the white boy.
Yeah, I ain't
debate about flat Earth and shit like that. Though.
Yeah, I ain't see it. I tried to go to the channel, I ain't see it.
Yeah, he dropped the entirety of the episode, which is I didn't even know that it went that.
They didn't take it down. That's stupid.
Man, because like I know why he took it down. I understand why he took it down, but I think that's the, you know what I'm saying, the immigrant and the Nigerian in him why he took it down, not realizing what moment we're in. Now you got to keep that type of shit up. You know what I'm saying? Cause like the ending was like it was the
took
goal.
it down because his man asked him to.
No, he re-premiered that motherfucker.
Recent.
Yeah, he re-premiered the whole episode. Like I didn't know, like it's like damn near 2 more hours to the episode. Like after they kicked the white boy off, they brought it was a black woman that called in. I guess that no Godfrey, no Lord Jamar and them and shit like that. She's like a comedian woman and shit like that. So she called in and she like, I guess she was seeing the shit as it happened live or something. I don't know. But she was like, she finna pull up to like defend Lord Jamar or whatever.
She talking about that fine ass sister, Psycho. Remember the one you were showing?
No,
Psycho?
she's not fine. No, she's like a heavy set woman. She's like a
okay.
dark skinned heavy set. I ain't gonna lie, she ain't all that attractive. You feel what I'm saying?
Psycho showed this one. She was fine than a motherfucker. That brown skin one Psycho ass show.
Oh she that one here, I guess if that's what you into, that's what you into. But like she's not that really that attractive to me, though. You know what I'm saying? But if that's what you into, that's what you into. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, and when she came up there, man, it started out okay and pretty good, you know, as far as their interaction. Now, what they was discussing and what they was talking about intellectually, you know what I'm saying?